Chapter 161. Outside. A castle between isolated hills. In the garden. Sleipnir. Sharon said coldly, looking at the mayor, who looked at her in surprise, and turned to look at the castle. The Witch of Death wants to ask you something. Mayor, She was just a horse. Why did such a big shot want to see her? But when she thought of Akhtar being taken away by Eden, she put aside her doubts. It was probably to ask where Akhtar was going. Thinking of this, the mayor followed Sharon into the castle, and came to the room of the Witch of Death. She saw the Witch of Death sitting by the window, with a cup of steaming tea on the table, and next to her was a neutral beauty with short blue hair, kneeling on one knee to report to the Witch of Death, seeming to be talking about something about witch resurrection. However, after they saw the mayor and Sharon, they shut up and stopped talking, and turned their eyes to the mayor. Sleipnir, where is your master? Lu Wei stood up and spoke to the mayor, her blue eyes full of doubt. I have something very important to discuss with Lord Akhtar. Took away by the all-knowing saint. The mayor thought silently, but shook her head, trying to pretend that she couldn't speak, so as to avoid discussing this matter. But Lu Wei frowned slightly when she saw this, and came to the mayor with a dignified aura, her blue eyes cold. I really have something very important to discuss with Lord Akhtar. She couldn't help but frown. Or is Lord Akhtar in a place that can't be said? The atmosphere fell silent. The mayor turned her head slightly. She didn't want to tell Akhtar about the communication with Eden, although Eden didn't say it had to be kept secret. If you don't want to answer, I tell you that you can turn into a human form the next time I meet Mr. Akhtar. Lu Wei looked very calm and took out a photo, which showed the mayor in human form. Really beautiful, especially those straight legs. If Akhtar knew about it, I don't know what he would think. The mayor was silent for a while, and then said, since you all know that I can turn into a human form, why can't you know where Akhtar went? The three sisters of the sequence did not foresee where Akhtar was. Lu Wei explained the reason. Their death cult naturally had the means to observe and interfere with fate, but just 4 days ago, they found that Akhtar was missing. This didn't mean that Akhtar had been killed, but that Akhtar was simply covered by something bigger, so there was no way to find his whereabouts. And now they have something to ask Akhtar to decide. If there is anything critical, can't we just let the Witch of Death decide? The little mayor said, and then Lu Wei shook her head gently, raised her hand to lift the blue hair in front of her forehead, revealing her white forehead, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Don't you know that Akhtar is the manager of the cult of death? Everything we do now is driven by him. The little mayor, So can you tell me where Akhtar is? Lu Wei said unhappily, and the little mayor hesitated and said, Akhtar is safe, but I can't tell you where he is, because I don't know if I can tell you this information. We plan to cooperate with Jormungandr to revive the monster witch. Lu Wei's voice was cold, and the strongest human Thor hindered our plan. We are preparing to kill him, but the strongest human Thor is Akhtar's friend. Akhtar went to obtain the necessary knowledge to become a demon. The little mayor finally spoke. I don't know when he can come back. Akhtar did not hide her presence when talking to Eden, so she knew that Akhtar was taken away by Eden, but she really didn't know how many days they would be away. After all, she is just a horse and doesn't want to know this. Understood. Lu Wei nodded coldly. Then I will act according to my plan, but if you can contact Akhtar, then report to him that we want to kill the strongest human Thor, and let him decide whether to stop it. From her point of view, Thor, as the strongest human, blocked the plan of the cult of the dead, which was a target that must be eradicated, but considering that Akhtar and Thor were friends, she was willing to ask Akhtar's attitude. If Akhtar didn't want the Order of the Dead to be enemies with Thor, she would change her plan. If Akhtar didn't say anything, she would act according to her plan. Little Mare, How could she know how to contact Akhtar? Akhtar had never separated from her before, and there was no way to contact her. That's all. It's up to you whether you want to contact Akhtar or not. Lu Wei turned and left. From her hurried footsteps, it can be judged that she was very busy at work. She was able to take time out to ask the little mare because she had already considered Akhtar's attitude. Otherwise, the cult of death would have already taken action. Sleipnir, do you want to become the resurrection body of the monster witch? The Witch of Death suddenly asked, causing the struggling mare to be slightly stunned. If you have that intention, the Church of Death can help you. Lady Witch of Death, I don't want to become a monster witch. The mare shook her head, and a white light emanated from her body. A pair of straight and slender legs stepped out, and a girl with milky white long hair walked out. She bowed her head slightly, with a respectful look. If I become a monster witch, there is no way to stay with Akhtar. Really? The Witch of Death nodded slightly, and glanced at Sharon beside her. She saw that the spy maid was very cooperative, and poured a cup of tea for the mayor. "Come and sit." The mayor hesitated, but still came over honestly, touched her skirt and sat opposite the Witch of Death. The magic of the monster which can make you a monster witch. The Witch of Death took out a scroll, put it on the table and gently pushed it in front of the little mare. "If you are interested, you can try it." The little mare picked up the scroll on the table, opened it and looked at it, and found that she couldn't understand it. She was just a horse, and didn't understand the advanced magic knowledge. Even if she knew that the scroll in front of her could give her the power of a monster witch, there was nothing she could do if she couldn't understand it. The Witch of Death seemed to notice the little mare's embarrassment, and said calmly, "You can go to the Magic Kingdom for further study, or find the memory demon to put the memory of understanding into your brain." "Yes." The little mare responded obediently, and continued to look at the magic of the monster witch. After forcibly trying to understand it and failing, she decided to ask the memory demon for help, otherwise it would take a long time to learn by herself. Before she learns it, the world may be burned to ashes. Don't learn the magic of transforming into a monster witch too deeply. The Witch of Death suddenly added, "Although you may not have the qualifications to do it, this magic is essentially used to revive dead witches and demons." The mare, Why did she suddenly curse? After all, she is also the top monster, created by the monster witch herself, the fastest divine horse in the world. 2 days later. In a coastal country. The waves rushed onto the beach, splashing white waves, and then suddenly retreated, repeating this cycle, as if there would never be an end. The power of temperature is really useful. The Tiger King was lying on the beach, his head resting on the tigress's belly, and said to the man with short white hair and a cold temperament, fighting with the strongest human Thor, "Coil, how confident are you? We don't need to win, we just need to give him no time to detoxify." Coil shook his head, stretched out his palm and pressed it down, and a bowl was vaguely visible, and then it suddenly spread out, and the spreading heat covered the entire coastal kingdom, like a big bowl upside down. The temperature changed at this moment, and the falling snowflakes turned into rain in an instant, and fell to the ground and turned into streams. "But it would be better if we could kill him directly," he added, looking at the high walls of the coastal city, and suddenly pressed his palm down. Boom! The raging fire engulfed the city, burning tightly against the barrier. This is the power of mastering temperature. The Tiger King also stood up upon seeing this. The muscles in his feet suddenly swelled, he kicked the ground hard, and his body shot out like a cannonball, accompanied by circles of white air exploding, and punched at the barrier covering the city. Bang! The flames engulfing the city were blown away, and the Tiger King's fist resonated with the barrier covering the city thousands of times, and shattered the barrier in an instant. What is that? On the street, a noble girl covered her lips with a look of horror, but she was relieved in an instant. The tiger-headed orc swooped down from the sky, and before it landed on the ground, it was hit by a sudden purple arrow and disappeared in the sky like a flying meteor. Ahem. Don't worry. A slightly weak voice came, and the noble girl turned her head, and saw a man holding a big bow coming over. He was carrying 2 big swords, and his face was a little pale. The trouble will be solved soon. Thor smiled at the frightened girl, and then turned into thunder, and disappeared on the spot. However, the noble girl was even more uneasy. She actually saw Thor, who was known as the strongest human, showing a weak expression. This was something she had never seen before. Since she was born, she always thought that Thor was an invincible man. But now his face is pale. Bang! Thunder fell to the ground. Thor took off the double swords behind him, looked at Coil opposite him with cold eyes, and asked, "You cooperated with the monsters in the sea, right?" Coil nodded coldly, and the flames mixed with the power of death burned in his palms. He did not dare to be careless in the face of the strongest human. "Does Aktar know about your actions?" Thor asked again, and saw Coil shook his head, and he showed a relieved smile. "That's really great. I don't want to be an enemy of Aktar. We will kill you before Aktar comes back." Coil took a step forward. White smoke came out of the wet ground, and the beach also dissolved into magma. At this moment, the Tiger King, who was shot away by the arrow, also rushed back. He seemed to fall from the sky as a meteor, and swung his fist at Thor from a high altitude, with layers of ripples appearing on his fist. At the same time, Punkwell also reacted, swinging his fist wrapped in black flames, without a trace of hesitation, trying to kill Thor as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would be difficult when Aktar returned. Boom! The impact of the collision shook the sky, and even the sea was set off by huge waves. With the layers of huge waves advancing into the depths of the sea, a large snake with a volume large enough to surround the kingdom poked its head out, staring coldly at the coast. In order to make the dead monster witch reappear, all monsters must follow their deep desires, devour the power of other monsters, and transform into the legendary monster Typhon, so they must land. But Thor blocked their way. Under the tree of all-knowing. The temple of all-knowing. Eden raised his head slightly, looking at Akhtar hanging upside down under the tree, silently waiting for Akhtar's ceremony to be completed. 7 days have passed. The ability of the tree of all-knowing should be enough to thoroughly analyze the direction of Akhtar's ability growth, so that Akhtar can have a clear plan for his future. Sometimes, the most difficult thing in this world is not hard work, but hard work without results. This unknown will make people choose to stop moving forward. The greatest ability of the tree of all-knowing is to give accurate foresight, so that you know how to work hard and get the corresponding results and growth direction. In a sense, the tree of all-knowing is very similar to a wishing machine, which can tell people how to achieve their wishes and goals. And the means and methods to achieve this must be something that the person involved can do. And at this moment, snap, the rope wrapped around Akhtar broke, and his body fell down, just before falling into the fountain of wisdom. Eden caught Akhtar in a princess hug, and whispered to Akhtar, who opened his eyes weakly, "Did it succeed?" "Yes, it succeeded." Shimu looked up at the ceiling of the temple. "I'm almost obsessed with the tree of all-knowing." Even gods are easily obsessed with the tree of all-knowing. Eden whispered as she walked to the shore of the fountain of wisdom. She laid Akhtar flat on his back, and used her knees as a pillow. But if people pursue knowledge blindly, then their essence is no different from books that record knowledge. I hope you can keep this in mind. Understood. Shimu smiled. It's the same as what you guessed. My ability to advance is to set game rules. He rubbed Eden's legs wrapped in black silk stockings, and the touch made him feel very comfortable, and he felt drowsy. But he continued to talk to Eden. The most important thing about the player's ability is to play, and if you want to play, you must set the rules of the game. Applying it means setting the rules of the game, so as to achieve the effect that both parties must abide by. Eden looked down at Akhtar, who was lying on her knees and rubbing her legs unconsciously, and thought for a while. Then your ritual of advancing to the devil will also be related to this, right? Chapter 162. Yes, the current game rules must have participants. Shimu relaxed his body, and said to Eden without reservation, "The more people participate in the game rules I set, the easier it will be for me to be promoted to a demon." At this point, he showed a distressed expression. But this scale must at least allow most people in this world to participate. This is actually the simplest ritual condition for you. Eden shook her head gently, looked down at Akhtar, who was resting on her knees, and explained in an extremely calm voice, "As long as the Witch of Death unlocks the seal of her body, she can help you forcibly achieve the conditions of the ceremony. Who knows when the Goddess of Death is willing to come out?" Shimu raised his hand to cover his face, and looked at the ceiling with his only eye. "Wouldn't it be terrible if she didn't want to come out? With the help of the Witch of Death, you can do it more smoothly." Eden shook his head gently, and comforted the somewhat discouraged Akhtar. "Even without the help of the Witch of Death, I believe you can do it." From her perspective, as long as Akhtar is willing to use the resources at hand, the ritual can be completed smoothly. It's just that there is no compulsion like the Witch of Death, which requires everyone to participate in Akhtar's ritual. At least my ritual is still serious. Shimu smiled, thinking of the official introduction of other demon and witch ritual processes in the game. Compared to finding 4 men of the same sex to humiliate me for 3 months, or killing all the people I love with my own hands, my ritual is nothing more than spending a little more thought. The ability born from twisted wishes will have extreme rituals. Eden shook her head. As the manager of the World Tree, she naturally knew many conditions for achieving demonic rituals, but she never felt pity for others whose rituals were too outrageous. To some extent, rituals are just a reflection of one's own wishes, just like the conditions for Akhtar to achieve the ritual, which is essentially just a desire to play a game with everyone. That's true. Shimu smiled, then closed his eyes, and began to rest, recovering his magic power. Being hung upside down by the all-knowing tree for 7 days, his magic power was in a state of continuous loss, and it was natural for him to fall into a weak state. And Eden looked down at Akhtar, who was about to fall asleep on his knees due to exhaustion, and took out a bottle of magic potion to replenish his magic power. Then, with Akhtar's slightly regretful expression, he helped her up, and patiently drank it slowly to replenish Akhtar's lost magic power. After a while, "How do you feel?" Eden looked up. Her fingers gently combed the hair by her ears, and looked at Akhtar, who had stood up and moved his body. In response, Shimu twitched his lips and said, "It is worthy of being the magic potion of the all-knowing saint. The effect is really good. Then let's leave here." Eden nodded slightly, and was about to take Akhtar away from the Temple of All-Knowing. She brought Akhtar to the Temple of All-Knowing for only one purpose, that is, to allow Akhtar to become a demon smoothly. Since Akhtar has acquired the necessary knowledge to become a demon, she naturally has to take Akhtar away. However, can you give me that branch before you leave? Shimu raised his hand and pointed to the branch not far away, which was inserted into the main trunk of the all-knowing tree. That should be the branch of the all-knowing tree, right? Eden was silent for a moment, raised her hand, and made a light move. The branches embedded in the trunk of the all-knowing tree trembled, and turned into a stream of light, and flew into her hands. Then she wrote unknown words on the branches of the all-knowing tree, covering up the breadth of the branches of the all-knowing tree. The branches of the all-knowing tree are very precious. She handed the branches of the all-knowing tree to Akhtar, and her pretty face showed a serious look. If it is not necessary, don't let people know that you have it. Understood. Shimu nodded seriously, and took the straight branch handed over. This branch of the all-knowing tree is very suitable for making weapons, but there are only a handful of people in this world who can use the all-knowing tree to make weapons. There are only 4 or 5 people. Let's go back. He stretched out his hand to Eden, and after touching his palm with Eden's, the light enveloped the two of them. At the same time, in the country of art, the country that was destroyed by the war is now brand new, as if there has never been a war. I don't know what means the death cult used. I still have things to deal with. Eden pulled back his hand, looked at the man with his eyes closed, and said softly, "We will be separated for a while." "Yeah." Shimu didn't ask, just nodded, watching Eden turn into light mist and disappear on the spot. Then he turned his head to look at the shark girl Kashut, who was coming from a distance. "Lord Akhtar, where have you been during this time?" Shark girl Kashut jumped up a few times, and stepped on the newly built house to come to Akhtar. "A lot of big things have happened during this time." "What happened?" Shimu asked calmly, and saw that shark girl Kashut's eyes were erratic, scratched her cheek and said, "Your friend Thor is crazy." "Why did you go crazy?" Shimu frowned, but Shark Girl was even more afraid to look at him, and hesitated for a while. "We poisoned her, and made her crazy." She twisted her fingers on her chest. "In order to revive the monster we cooperated with Jormungandr, and dealt with Thor, who was in the way." Shimu was silent for a while, looking at the uneasy Kashut, and sighed after a moment, "I know." He turned his back to Kashut. "You continue to act according to the established pace. I still have things to deal with." "Lord Akhtar, you are not angry, are you?" Shark Girl Kashut's tail curled up, and subconsciously reached out to grab the corner of Akhtar's clothes. In response, Shimu just said in an overly calm voice, "I'm not angry, I just have something important to deal with." "Definitely angry." Shark Girl Kashut pulled the corner of her mouth, and the shark tail behind her little but curled more vigorously, thinking frantically about how to comfort Akhtar. "Just do what you should do." Shimu pulled back the corner of his clothes that was grabbed, looked at the mare that came, and said calmly, "I really have something to deal with, not because I am angry." "Yes." Shark Girl Kashut pursed her lips, watched Akhtar ride on the mare, and disappeared in the country of art, and couldn't help sighing, "It's better to be angry and curse a few words angrily." As she spoke, she disappeared into the crowd. And not long after she left, several pedestrians on the road also hurriedly disappeared, reporting the intelligence they saw. At this point, anyone who is related to the cult of death will receive extremely high attention. A beggar on the roadside could be a spy. The cold wind blew in my face. The clouds floating in the sky left a trail of horse hoof prints at some point, but no creatures were seen passing by. The reason was nothing more than the speed was too fast. "Partner, you seem to have changed a little." Shimu touched the mare's neck, and he could clearly feel that the mare's strength had increased. The mare just snorted when she heard it, and then suddenly rushed towards a door of burning magma underground, accompanied by magma splashing more than 10 meters high. She returned to the underground world. Wars are becoming more and more frequent. Shimu looked at the battlefield at the end of his vision from a distance, and saw that the combined army of humans and elves began to invade the dwarf territory as if crazy, without caring about the losses and gains and losses. However, considering the superposition of life and death, the shortage of food, and the increasing severity of the cold, it is not difficult to understand why humans and elves want to invade the underground world. Although humans and elves were not very interested in the underground world in the past, and felt that such a hot and unsuitable place for survival, only dwarves, who were obsessed with forging, would live there for a long time. But now the snowstorm has come. The situation has changed dramatically. Due to the natural hot environment, the underground world is more suitable for survival than the above-ground world, which led to the elves and humans invading the underground world. Not long after, in front of a blacksmith shop, the mare stopped her horse. Shimu turned over and got off the horse, holding the branch of the all-knowing tree in his hand, and walked quickly into the blacksmith shop, only to see a white-bearded dwarf lying on the ground with a tired face, as if his body was hollowed out, and his eyes looking at the ceiling were dim and silent. It gives people a feeling of burning out. Is my armor strengthened, master? Shimu used the branch of the god of all-knowing in his hand to gently poke the motionless dwarf master on the ground. In response, the dwarf master trembled and felt an instinctive danger from Akhtar's voice. But he soon calmed down again. It's strengthened. He stood up on his knees, pointed to the red dragon blood armor placed in the corner, and couldn't help showing a little pride. The current red dragon blood armor can effectively resist even the attack of the demon realm level. Can it block the attack of the Witch of Death? Shimu touched the red dragon blood armor and asked jokingly, which made the dwarf master's expression freeze, and then he looked at Akhtar with a look of "Are you kidding me?" He was talking about resisting the attack of the regular demon level, not the Witch of Death that the gods can't kill. Just kidding. Shimu inserted the branch of the god of all-knowing in his hand into the floor, and started to wear the red dragon blood armor directly. The dwarf master's eyes also subconsciously fell on the branch of the all-knowing tree. As a forging master, he also mastered the ability to make artifacts. He could tell at a glance that this branch was extremely unusual. It was superior to any material he had seen before. What is this branch? He rarely took the initiative to speak, and a lot of speculations arose in his heart, and he also had a bold idea. But he subconsciously extinguished it. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Shimu answered casually, and then thought about it. Forget it, you will know it sooner or later anyway. Dwarf Master, If you want to use that branch to make a weapon, you must tell him sooner or later, unless Akhtar can find another forging master to bully. But he couldn't think of a forging master who was easier to bully than himself. So Akhtar would tell him sooner or later. It's the branch of the all-knowing tree. Shimu answered, and the atmosphere froze instantly. How did this man get this level of material? The dwarf master opened his mouth. Unless the death, which in her peak state forcibly robbed it, it would be possible to cut off a branch of the all-knowing tree. Otherwise, no one could do such a thing as cutting off the branch of the all-knowing tree. Not to mention the importance of the gods to the all-knowing tree. Just the size of the all-knowing tree itself is not something that ordinary people can cut off. Master, do you want to try to use the branches of the all-knowing tree to make weapons? Shimu asked with a smile, leaving the dwarf master at a loss for how to answer. But he soon reacted. Whether I want to or not is not important. The dwarf master sighed, and replied without the grace of a forging master, what matters is whether you want to or not. It depends on the teacher's opinion. Shimu moved his body to confirm that the armor had no effect on his body movement, then hooked his fingers around the bracelet on his wrist and gently pulled it. Fate something. Twisted. Disciple, you did a good job. A gentle female voice came. Shimu looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that the teacher Hecate appeared beside him at some point. She picked up the branch of the all-knowing tree stuck in the ground, and gently stroked the tree with her fingers. She really looks at you differently. Hecate chuckled, feeling proud that her disciple could hook up with the all-knowing saint, and obtain the almost impossible branch of the all-knowing tree. As expected of her apprentice, he can do things that she can't do. As long as the teacher is satisfied. Shimu smiled, and did not get carried away by Hecate's praise. He calmly changed the subject and said, Teacher, what do you plan to do with the branches of the tree of all-knowing? The Spear of Destiny. Hecate answered with a smile. Her eyes fell on the dwarf master, and handed over the branches of the tree of all-knowing in her hand. I gave you the design last time, and now you should be able to make it directly. Dwarf master, He remembered that last time Hecate asked him to make a specific weapon, and gave him the design. It turned out that it was prepared for this moment. Silence. My lord witch, I haven't had a good rest yet. He pleaded with a humble tone. With my current mental state, it is impossible to forge the Spear of Destiny. Then rest for a day? Hecate thought for a while and asked, and the dwarf master was desperate when he heard it, thinking about whether to fight with the Witch of Destiny. This witch is indeed a bit inhuman, although the witch is not considered a human. 1 day of rest is too little. Shimu shook his head, and the dwarf master beside him suddenly became excited, his body trembling slightly. He is worthy of being a hero praised by people, and he still has a conscience. Double it, rest for 2 days. Shimu made a suggestion, and the dwarf master's expression froze. He subconsciously reached out and held the iron hammer next to him, ready to hammer this inhuman master and apprentice before he died. How about 7 days? Shimu changed the subject, which made the dwarf master, who was ready to fight to the death, deflated and loosened his tightly grasped iron hammer. I think 7 days is acceptable. Chapter 163. Please enjoy. The dwarf master looked at Akhtar and Hecate expressionlessly, put 2 cups of tea on the table, and then quickly left the living room. He no longer wanted to contact this master and apprentice. If he accidentally heard any dangerous information, he would be more likely to be in danger. Teacher, are we bullying the master too much? Shimu looked at the dwarf master, who seemed to be running away, and seemed to feel guilty. Hecate smiled and said, "Why didn't you feel guilty when you threatened him with your master?" Shimu thought seriously for a moment. Wait until later to compensate him with money. If you can compensate with money, it can be considered redeemed. Hecate took a sip of the teacup on the table, then stared at the apprentice beside him and whispered, "Apprentice, do you have the determination to kill the people around you?" "Teacher, what do you mean?" Shimu frowned, but saw Hecate stretched out her hand and touched his cheek, her black pearl-like eyes with unprecedented seriousness. "If one day Eden asked you to kill her and told you that this was the only way to save the world, would you be willing to do it?" Shimu was silent for a long time, and asked in a dry voice, "Is this the fate that the teacher foresaw?" Hecate did not answer, but raised her hand to rub Akhtar's head. Although she did not speak, she gave an answer in disguise. The atmosphere fell silent. "Can only killing Eden save the world?" Shimu asked again, and saw Hecate shook her head and said softly, "This is the way with the highest success rate." "I understand, teacher." Shimu stood up on his knees, and wanted to walk out of the living room, but suddenly stopped. He looked sideways at Hecate, who was sitting elegantly on the sofa, and said, "Teacher doesn't like fate to be predetermined, right?" "Of course." Hecate smiled and answered, and Shimu smiled with relief when he heard it, and turned around and walked out of the living room without hesitation. "Then I have to learn from you in this regard." Hecate looked at her apprentices disappearing back, took a sip of tea, and fell into a long silence. After a long time, she sighed tiredly. The country of art. Half Moon Street. Golden Opera House. The singers and dancers dressed in gorgeous clothes showed their brilliance on the stage, but unfortunately there were only a few audiences. Shimu stepped on the soft carpet, and came to the front row of the audience, sitting next to the Witch of Death, and next to her was Sister Sharon in a black latex suit. "Sharon, have you gained anything during this period? Can I come to the Golden Opera House to listen to music often? Does that count?" Sharon crossed her hands in front of her belly, and smiled at Akhtar. During this period, she basically accompanied the Witch of Death to listen to music, and occasionally eat some delicious desserts. As for persuading the Witch of Death to give up overlapping life and death, there has been no progress. It is better to say that she is about to give up. It counts as well. The tickets to the Golden Opera House are very expensive. Shimu chuckled, and then set his eyes on the stage. Not long after, the stage ended. "Lady Witch of Death, I want to ask you for a favor." Shimu opened his mouth and spoke to the Witch of Death beside him. "I already know the conditions for becoming a demon." "What conditions?" the Witch of Death asked calmly. She was very happy to help Akhtar become a demon, because Akhtar stood on the same front with her, and because Akhtar had helped her a lot. However, in order to help Akhtar, we still need to know the specific conditions of Akhtar's ceremony. "Play the same game with most people in the world." Shimu answered, "As long as they all participate, the ceremony is completed regardless of winning or losing." The Witch of Death replied, "Yes." "Don't you ask more questions?" Shimu asked in surprise, and saw the Witch of Death glanced at Sharon and said coldly, "I am not as stingy as the Goddess of Death. Since you have the potential to become a demon, I am willing to help you. You are really a good boss." Shimu said as if joking, "I feel like I can't leave you." The Witch of Death shook her head gently, took out a letter, and handed it to Akhtar beside her, saying, "This is your letter." Shimu opened the envelope and looked at it, and the smile on his face faded. It was an invitation from Thor to him, an invitation to a death fight. "You can refuse." The Witch of Death said, "When the overlap of life and death is resolved, he will die immediately. Who knows when the Goddess of Death will come out?" Shimu looked up at the ceiling of the opera house and sighed tiredly. People have to endure the cold and hunger at the same time, but they can't die. At this point, he smiled at Sharon again. "Of course, I don't mean to blame the Goddess of Death, and I understand her concerns, but is it really meaningful to continue to be deadlocked like this?" Sharon was silent. The contest between the goddess and the witch has affected innocent people. Shimu seemed to be talking to himself. In order not to endure the torture of hunger, many people have begun to eat mud to fill their stomachs, but because they can't die, they are tortured by the mud in their stomachs and feel miserable. He stood up on his knees and sighed to Sharon. This world has become hell. After saying that, he turned and left the opera house. Sharon lowered her eyes and thought about Akhtar's words. If the gods had the ability to solve the Witch of Death, they would have solved it long ago. And if the Witch of Death could not be solved, why should they continue the stalemate and let innocent people be tortured? The disasters that are now spreading to every corner of the world are not very serious if there is only one kind. The snowstorm that falls is nothing more than sending them to hell early, but the overlapping life and death make people unable to die, and can only endure the torture of cold and hunger. Why do I feel that I am wrong? An unhappy female voice suddenly came from my mind. Sharon pursed her lips and pretended that she didn't hear it. However, Sharon, do you think I should come to the world? The unhappy female voice asked Sharon, making Sharon not know how to answer for a while. If the goddess of death descends now, the order of life and death will be broken in an instant, but the Witch of Death will probably take the opportunity to unseal it. No one knows how terrible the Witch of Death will be when she returns to her peak state, nor does anyone know what disaster she will cause. After thinking for a while, Lady Witch of Death, what will you do after your body is unsealed? Sharon asked the Witch of Death. The Witch of Death calmly replied, kill the omniscient god. Nothing else? Sharon asked again, for example, seize the dominance of this world and let all life enter death? The Witch of Death glanced at Sharon and asked back, if I can't kill the omniscient god, how can I seize this dominance? Sharon fell silent. She was happy and inclined. Compared with letting everyone suffer, it would be better to release the Witch of Death. No matter whether the Witch of Death could defeat the God of All-Knowing or not, people would at least not have to experience the torture of cold and hunger. And even if the Witch of Death seized the dominance of this world, based on her understanding of the Witch of Death during this period, she found that it was not a bad thing. After thinking it through, Lady Goddess of Death, are you sure you can defeat the Witch of Death? She asked silently in her heart, and then got a positive answer, of course. The Goddess of Death gave a positive answer. Then can you please come? Sharon prayed to the Goddess of Death. The problem will not be solved if it is delayed. Okay. The cold response of the Goddess of Death made Sharon feel relieved, but a moment later, the Goddess of Death suddenly made a strong sound of disgust. Wait, stop pulling my skirt, don't rub your snot on my skirt. Sharon sighed inwardly. She knew that there were gods around the Goddess of Death, who tried their best to stop her from coming. Otherwise, with her character, she would have fought with the Witch of Death long ago. Meanwhile, outside the Golden Opera House. Eden, you're back? Shimu stopped and looked at Eden, who was wearing a gray cloak opposite him, and smiled. It just so happens that I have something to do. Forget it, a friend invited me to see him off. He summoned a mare, climbed on the back of the horse, and held out his hand to Eden. Would you like to accompany me? Eden held Akhtar's hand, and was pulled onto the horse's back by Akhtar, and then rode away in the wind and snow. After a while, West Sea. On a deserted island. Sol sat alone on a rock by the sea. The waves rushed towards him and then retreated, just a hair away from touching his toes. A few seagulls stood on the nearby reefs, casting doubtful eyes at Sol, who was clearly a living person, but could remain motionless. And at this moment, bang! The beach suddenly exploded, and the splashing sand and gravel spread out. Shimu walked out and looked at each other with Sol, who turned his head. If it's just poisoning, I can help you solve it. Shimu said as he came to Sol. Why do you want to duel with me? It can't be solved. Sol shook his head, but saw Akhtar raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder, and the fluorescent green light spread, repairing his injured body. However, why is there no effect? Shimu's eyes showed doubts, and he strengthened Sol's treatment, but it didn't work at all. That is the power from the disordered demon. For explained, I am still alive now only because the law of overlapping life and death is in effect. Shimu shook his head. Mister has no reason to attack you. There are always more than one person who can master the power of disordered demons. No, there is no rule that only one person can master a certain demon's power. For explained, that strange woman will actively offer magic about using demon power to anyone who meets the qualifications. It is normal for one or two people with similar powers to appear occasionally. Strange woman? Shimu pretended to be confused, but he knew who the strange woman Thor was talking about was. She was the Witch of Time who dragged the omniscient god into the seal. According to the official description of the game, the Witch of Time has made many preparations to kill the god of omniscience, which naturally includes giving demonic power to people with enough potential, hoping that they can become the carrier of resurrecting demons. Of course, it would be better if the chosen person has the ability to surpass the demon. In essence, The so-called trouble of using demonic power is the magic prepared by the Witch of Time to resurrect dead demons and witches. However, there has never been a successful case of resurrection. I don't know much about that woman. Thor waved his hand, looking a little distressed. I haven't seen her trace for so many years. Are you interested in that woman? Shimu suddenly asked, making Thor's face stiff. He was still a teenager at that time, and suddenly met a mysterious and elusive big sister, who also taught him how to use demonic power. Anyone would feel moved and become the white moonlight in their hearts. Ha ha ha. There's no point in discussing this. Thor laughed heartily, pulled out the big knife stuck in the ground beside him, stared at Akhtar seriously, and said, Brother, send me off for the last time. Change the subject? Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth, but still took out the big sword of death, and his lips moved slightly as he chanted a spell. The shadow behind him moved, and a clone with the same appearance as himself emerged, and then a lady wrapped in a black robe with a black knife emerged. Although Thor has been weak until now, he will die if left alone, but he is still the strongest man in the past. He cannot be treated as an ordinary NPC. Men always have some secrets in their hearts that they don't want to mention. Thor laughed heartily, and swung the big knife in his hand. Bang! The swords collided, creating brilliant sparks, reflecting the excited smiles of Akhtar and Thor, but they were instantly drowned by the burst of white light, and a small mushroom cloud rose from the deserted island. Several seagulls nearby that did not react were torn into blood foam in an instant, and were completely vaporized and disappeared by the high temperature. At the same time, on the other side. Woman, what do you mean? Coil stood on the sea, looking at Eden and the mare opposite with a serious look, and said indifferently, Now is the best opportunity to kill Thor. Do you hope that Akhtar will have an accident? When Thor and Akhtar started fighting, he had already confirmed that Thor did not have the power of his peak period. As long as he was willing to join the battle, he could solve Thor as quickly as possible and ensure that Akhtar would not have any accidents. Perhaps it's for the fairness of the duel? Tiger King emerged from the water and approached Eden step by step, revealing an extremely dangerous smile. But we are believers of death, and a fair duel can't control us. After he finished speaking, he knelt. Literally, before he could react, he felt a heavy punch in the abdomen, making him kneel in the water helplessly. What happened? I will always keep an eye on Akhtar's safety. Eden calmly turned around and looked at the battle on the deserted island, clearly seeing the fanatical smile on Akhtar's face. He won't want you to disturb his battle now. Chapter 164. On the deserted island. The thunder passed through the thick dark clouds like a dragon, and the island and the sea below trembled, transmitting waves of strong vibrations, raising huge waves that seemed to submerge the world. Boom! Thor waved the thunder-carrying sword and faced the attacking Akhtar head-on. The sword tightly held in the other hand turned over to stop the sneak attack of Miss Black Knife. Akhtar, don't show mercy. The heroic laughter overwhelmed the roar of thunder. Thor's waist suddenly exerted force, which was transmitted to the hands holding the double swords, and forcibly knocked Akhtar and Miss Black Knife away. And he also took this opportunity to insert the double swords into the ground. The purple thunder spread along the double swords to the ground, spreading and submerging the entire island. As the strongest human, he did not master the almost unsolvable ability, but continued to hone the magic of thunder attributes and develop the application methods of thunder attributes as much as possible, until he could artificially create stars. Thor pulled out the two swords that were inserted into the earth, and the deserted island under his feet shook violently. With the pull of the thunder force, it was forcibly pulled up and condensed into stars shining with thunder light. The stars circled and gathered behind him. He is almost dead, but he can still exert such a large scale of power. The Tiger King sat cross-legged in the air, watching the island being forcibly pulled up by the thunder force and condensed into small stars. He had the illusion that Thor was not poisoned at all. Theoretically, Thor's ability to barely move his body was already an amazing willpower, but he was still able to exert power beyond the limit of human beings when he was on the verge of death. Maybe it's the last embers before death. Coil shook his head, his white hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes cold and emotionless. In response, the Tiger King shrugged his shoulders and carefully observed the battlefield, intending to take action as soon as Akhtar was in danger. However, since you asked me to kill you, don't try so hard to resist. Shimu turned over, stood on the surging sea, looked at the 6 meteorites behind Thor, and stretched out his hand to the sky. The surging black flames gathered into a black sun, and the high temperature directly evaporated the sea water on the sea surface, and the white mist filled the field of vision. However, it can be vaguely seen that in the white mist that submerged the sea, The black sun and the meteorite flashing with lightning had a fierce collision. Boom! The diffusion impact shattered the mist, revealing the true appearance of the battlefield. A huge hole was pierced through the sea. The strong diffusion impact formed a sunken pit on the sea surface, and the surrounding air was so thin that it was suffocating. A moment later, a huge amount of seawater poured back, filling the sunken pit, and the thin air refluxed, forming a strong hurricane. But soon another collision occurred. Ha ha! Shimu laughed heartily. Black flame spilled out of his teeth, and the black reflected Thor's figure riding the meteorite and rushing towards him. He spit out a black sun without hesitation. Thor did not slow down at all, and a meteorite behind him suddenly accelerated and hit Aktar's dragon breath. Boom! The scars of the sea that had not yet healed were torn apart again, and the spreading impact was mixed with black flames and thunder. While evaporating a huge amount of seawater, it also made the fish and shrimps in the deep sea unlucky. The fish and shrimps were electrocuted before they could react, or scalded to death by the boiling seawater. Has Aktar exceeded the limit of human beings? Tiger King flew backwards, looking at the battle in the distance, and couldn't help but exclaimed. What he saw was like a battle between gods and demons. The sky was covered by dark clouds flashing with lightning, and the white fog in the sky continued to spread. The deafening roar made people numb. There were figures passing through it, engaging in a fierce battle beyond the limit of human beings. A random collision could shake the sea. Such a scale of battle is definitely beyond the limit of human beings. It's not surprising that Aktar has such a degree of power. Quill answered expressionlessly, and flew backwards with Tiger King at a high speed, avoiding the impact of Aktar and Thor's battle. It was not until he came to Linhai that he found that the situation was more serious than expected. The waves caused by the battle caused many places along the coast to be submerged, and many people fled to high places. Poseidon, please calm your anger. On the hill, a nun knelt on the ground with her hands folded, accompanied by a large number of believers, praying to the Poseidon in the sky, hoping that the Poseidon could calm his anger and stop raising huge waves that would flood the land. Then she got a confused response from the Poseidon. The waves that flooded the coast were not caused by the Poseidon, and he had no idea what was going on. He was not responsible for this. But after investigating, the Poseidon finally figured out the situation and passed the information to the praying nun. The tsunami was not caused by God. The nun stopped praying, stood up and explained to the believers, there were strong men fighting nearby that caused the tsunami. That was a really terrible battle. A bard not far away sighed, gently plucked the harp, and then asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Did the Poseidon say who caused the tsunami? It's Aktar and Thor. The nun said two familiar names, which stunned everyone present. Aren't Aktar and Thor friends? The bard asked in confusion, why are they fighting? The nun shook her head. How could she know why Aktar and Thor were fighting? The sea god didn't tell her this secret. The bard was silent for a while, took a deep breath, and gently plucked the harp in his hand. A breeze blew around him, and his body flew up. I go and confirm it myself. He smiled at everyone. If we can persuade them to stop fighting, the crisis will naturally be resolved. After saying that, he flew towards the direction of the battlefield. If it was a battle between cultists and heroes, he would never get close to them no matter what. But both sides of the battle were world-famous heroes, and they shouldn't kill him as a mediator. After the matter was accomplished, he could also become a world-famous bard. After a while, the bard staggered back, his clothes were tattered, his skin was blue and purple, and he looked very miserable. After landing, did your persuasion fail far? The nun came over quickly, her eyes revealing anxiety. In response, the bard was silent for a moment, touched the blood flowing from the tip of his nose, and said with a twitch of his mouth, they fought too fiercely, I couldn't get close. He recalled the process of his approach. I was blown back by the aftermath of their battle before I could see the battle clearly. If I continued to get close, I would definitely die. The nun was silent for a moment, and said disappointedly, thank you for your hard work, Lord Far. Don't be disappointed. They probably can't keep fighting so fiercely for long. Waving his hand, the bard Far explained, I go and persuade them when the intensity of the battle decreases. Are you really okay? The nun showed a skeptical look. It's not that she didn't believe in the bard's strength, but compared with Aktar and Thor, who were at the top of heroes, there was still a big gap. So she was worried that the bard would be killed by the aftermath. It doesn't matter. The bard Far shook his head, smiled calmly, plucked the harp, and his eyes fell on the battlefield in the distance. Then he saw the golden pillar of light splitting the sky. The thick clouds were split in half as the pillar of light fell, revealing the sky behind the dark clouds. The thunder stopped abruptly. I go and see. The bard made a prompt decision and flew urgently towards the sea again, turning into a small black dot and disappearing from people's sight. After a while, I give it to you. Thor handed over his double swords, and after Aktar took them, he asked, Can I go to hell smoothly? Of course. Shimu answered decisively. Thor in front of him was like a burning piece of paper, and his body surface turned into ashes bit by bit. The frontal attack of the Sword of Light caused excessive damage, making Thor's existence unsustainable, and forcibly led to death. That's really great. Thor smiled generously, raised his arm, and hooked it on Aktar's shoulder. When you become a demon, remember to go to hell and fight me again. You have no chance of winning at that time. Shimu said concisely, and Thor didn't care at all when he heard it, and smiled and said, It's a bit regrettable that I can't fight with all my strength. Shimu did not answer. By the way, if you meet that woman next time, please say thank you for her. Thor whispered, The woman who taught you 10 kinds of shadow magic. Shimu chuckled, She is not a good woman. But she is not a bad woman either. Thor smiled, and his body completely turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. The cutscene ended. Shimu turned his head to look at the NPC bard, who came from a distance, waved to the sky mare, and rode the mare away. It was a waste of time to communicate with the private NPC of the bard. Although he could use this NPC to improve his reputation, he did not need to continue to brush his reputation, as long as he did not drop too much. And reputation can be increased as long as he continues to make trouble, and put on a cloak of justice. There is no need to focus on the bard. Not long after, the bard who came fell silent, looking at the empty battlefield, and fell into silence. Should I make up a story about the battle between Aktar and Thor? However, considering Aktar's reputation and background, and the fact that there are a bunch of capable bards who can restore some facts through astrologers, I gave up the idea. Windmill country. Relying on the wind power along the coast, many windmill towers were built in the mountains, providing residents with a lot of convenient power. And at this moment, under a windmill tower along the coast, the sea breeze blew past his face, and Shimu passed by the windmill tower. When he came to the back of the windmill tower, he saw a woman with long dark green hair and a mature figure. He sat down next to the woman and asked Jormungandr, Aktar? The woman with dark green hair turned her head and looked at the famous man beside her. They said you are the one who is in charge of the cult of the dead? The one in charge is Lu Wei. Shimu answered casually, denying that he was managing the cult of the dead behind the scenes. In response, Jormungandr sneered, A man who dares to do but not to admit it, but it would be strange if a conspirator like you would admit it readily, right? Is there really such doubt? Shimu smiled, and didn't care about Jormungandr's sneer at all. This boss character is too straightforward and holds grudges very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fighting with Thor all the time, instead of choosing to bypass landing on the mainland. He just kept fighting with Thor out of spite. He insisted on landing in the country protected by Thor. It's true. Jormungandr corrected, and then a vigilant expression appeared on his pretty face. Aktar, don't you have any conspiracy against me? Hee. We just met not long ago. Aktar chuckled, and then shook his head. Conspiracy must be based on understanding, and I don't have any intention of targeting my partners. Jormungandr, The man next to her is the conspirator behind the death cult, and he is the most difficult existence for her, because she is not good at playing conspiracies and tricks, and she has only used violence to crush all conspiracies and tricks in the past. You are to revive the monster witch, and I am to help the death witch. Shimu smiled gently. We are essentially the same kind of people, but you are for the monster witch, and I am for the death witch, so you don't need to be so vigilant against me. Humph, who knows whether what you said is true or false? Jormungandr snorted, looking at the gentle smile on Aktar's face, and the vigilance on his face was restrained a little. This is not that she let down her guard, but Aktar's gentle and sincere smile, coupled with his handsome face, still couldn't raise too much hostility. Monsters are sometimes creatures that look at faces. I would be very sad to be suspected like this. Shimu smiled bitterly, and after Jormungandr showed an embarrassed expression. He shook his head generously. You will slowly understand my character in the future. Maybe there is no future. Jormungandr whispered that she wanted to become the body of the monster witch's resurrection. The next time she met Aktar, that person would no longer be herself, but the monster witch Typhon who created thousands of monsters. Shimu pretended not to hear and said, The Order of the Dead has cleared a country, which is enough for you to perform the resurrection ceremony of the monster witch. Does your horse also participate? Jormungandr asked. She obviously knew that Aktar had a monster mount, the legendary divine horse Sleipnir, who was also competing for the monster witch resurrection body. Partners don't participate. Shimu shook her head and replied, she has no interest in becoming a monster witch resurrection carrier. It's not surprising that Sleipnir made this choice. Jormungandr nodded slightly, and then seemed to think of something. By the way, what is your relationship with Sleipnir? Why is she willing to follow you, a human? Shimu answered, of course it's a partnership. No deeper? Jormungandr widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Sleipnir is a beauty, you have no interest at all? Beauty? Shimu was slightly stunned, and met Jormungandr's eyes. Partner, can you also transform into a human form? As a top monster, how could it not be able to transform into a human form? Jormungandr answered as a matter of course, and Shimu was silent after hearing this, and directly summoned the little mare, then stood up and touched the little mare's neck. Partner, do you know Jormungandr? The little mare glanced at Jormungandr and nodded slightly. Of course she knew Jormungandr. They had fought a draw in the past, and they knew each other very well. Partner, she said, she could transform into a human form. Shimu pretended to be confused and asked the little mare, is this true? Little mare, Jormungandr became interested and covered her mouth with her hand. Sleipnir, you are not so useless that you can't even transform into a human form. Her eyes curved into crescents. I haven't seen you for so many years. You are becoming more and more useless. The little mare rubbed her hoof against the ground in anger, and then looked at Shimu, who was puzzled beside her, and had the urge to kick this troublemaker to death. Sleipnir, why don't you speak? Jormungandr stood up and approached the little mare. Can't you even speak? She wiped her non-existent tears. Aktar, I'm telling you. Shut up. The little mare finally couldn't stand it anymore, and kicked out suddenly, but Jormungandr was alert and dodged, and she immediately realized that something was wrong. She turned her head suddenly and looked at Aktar, and found that Aktar was looking at her with a surprised look. Partner, you can speak. Shimu asked in surprise. Why didn't I ask you before? Maybe I was afraid of a relationship between humans and monsters. Jormungandr smiled. Sleipnir was surprised. Jormungandr? The little mare hit her head, but was avoided by the alert Jormungandr. The two top monsters chased and fled, and started fighting on the vast sea, although the little mare really wanted to beat Jormungandr once. Would you tell Aktar if he could speak, and whether he could turn into a human form? Why should the outsider say this? Shimu smiled and sat down again, watching Jormungandr playing with the mare. In fact, he had known for a long time that the mare could transform into a human form and could speak, but it was interesting to see the mare keeping the secret. So he had never taken the initiative to expose it, and only now did he take the initiative to expose it, and as expected, he saw a very interesting reaction. A few hours later. Aktar, your horse kicked me. Jormungandr put down his hand covering his pretty face, revealing an obvious horse hoof print. As the master of Sleipnir, do you want to give me some compensation? If what you said is true, then I will treat you to a good meal. Shimu kept smiling, looking at the mare who came reluctantly, and asked, Partner, can you let me see your human form? Chapter 165. The mare took a step back, looked at Aktar's gentle smile, and glanced at Jormungandr, who was rubbing his face, and fell into a dilemma. In response, Shimu showed an understanding smile. If you don't want to be a partner, forget it. Maybe Sleipnir, and you haven't reached that point yet. Jormungandr said with a smile, and stepped out with her slender legs under her long skirt, came behind Aktar, raised her hand, and put it on his shoulder, exhaled a sweet breath. Why don't you consider me? I am very interested in you. This is a lie, although Aktar is the most talented man in the current era, and there is a great possibility that he will become a demon in the future, and he is a very good partner candidate. However, she had already decided to become the body of the resurrected monster witch, so no matter how outstanding Aktar is, he has no attraction to her. But she likes to see Sleipnir's embarrassed and angry expression. When she was fighting with Sleipnir, she had no way to catch his figure, and could only passively take the beating. It was because her body was too large and her recovery ability was extremely amazing that she didn't care about Sleipnir's attack at all. If it were another monster, it would probably be slowly scratched to death by Sleipnir. Jormungandr. The mare's hoof rubbed the ground, leaving an obvious scratch. If she didn't care about Aktar very much, she would have turned into a human form in front of Aktar, and she wouldn't have to wrong herself to keep her original form. You know, when Aktar was around, she had to be fed by Aktar when she drank a glass of water, and had to be handed to her by Aktar when she ate a fruit. Humph, I didn't say I won't transform into a human form. I just don't want to transform into a human form in front of you. As she spoke, white light emerged from her body, and a pair of straight long legs stepped out, revealing a girl with milky white hair and a mature figure. She hugged her chest with one arm, supporting her plump fruit, and gently scratched her cheek with one hand. She turned her head away and didn't dare to look at Akhtar, and whispered, "There's nothing special. Compared with Misty and Letitia, I'm just—" "Partner, you are special," Shimu suddenly said, making the little mare stun for a moment, and looked at Akhtar in surprise. "Among the many women I have met, you are undoubtedly not inferior to anyone. Maybe you can rank first." The little mare who transformed into a human form in front of him has the most mature and attractive female body, and her temperament is innocent and tender, which forms a strong contrast with her mature figure, thus giving birth to a strange charm. That was not the elegant aura cultivated by a good education like Letitia, nor was it the awe and arrogance born from extraordinary strength like Mist. Rather, it was an extreme purity that was not tainted by the world. Wow, it's really a passionate confession. Jormungandr clasped his hands together, took a step back, and smiled at Sleipnir, who cast a dissatisfied look at her. "But there must be many people interested in such a man." She smiled. "But Sleipnir, you must be the woman who has been with Akhtar the longest, and you should also have the most opportunities. Stop teasing your partner." Shimu smiled, came close to the mare, and then stretched out his hand to help the mare tidy up her hair. "My partner should not have any thoughts about me in that regard, otherwise he would have turned into a human form in front of me long ago." Little mare, There are very complicated reasons for not transforming into a human form in front of Akhtar. At first, she was worried that Akhtar would be too close to her, which would lead to her becoming a pathetic woman raising a child alone in the future. Later, she simply didn't know how to explain to Akhtar. "Is that so?" Jormungandr blinked, and seeing the little mare's expression as if she was about to hit someone, he quickly changed the subject. "But with Akhtar by her side protecting Sleipnir's safety, I'm relieved." She patted her skirt and turned her back to the two of them. "Sleipnir, since you don't want to become the body of the monster witch, then don't regret participating. I really don't want to face a troublesome woman like you." "I'm not interested in becoming a fake monster witch," the little mare said indifferently. "Even if she won among thousands of monsters and had the same. No, it was a power that surpassed the monster witch. It was not the resurrection of the real monster witch after all." In response, Jormungandr chuckled, waved his hand with his back to the two of them, and disappeared under the gaze of the mare and Akhtar. Then, Shimu said to the mare in human form with a serious face, "Partner, I want to ride you." The air suddenly stagnated. The mare's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she subconsciously took a few steps back, but looking at Akhtar's serious expression, she realized that it was not the ride she wanted, but her own misconception. No wonder, it was clearly Akhtar who deliberately said ambiguous words. "I want to go to Eden to chat." She snorted, straightened her legs and lightly tapped the ground, her body slightly floating. "You should find a way to leave first." After saying that, she left as if running away, and disappeared from Shimu's sight in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that her previous remarks about wanting to ride on her had caused her a great shock. Shimu chuckled, raised her hand to lift up her hair, and her expression became cold, saying, "Come out, Lord Akhtar." The air twisted and changed, and a man with short red hair appeared, kneeling on one knee respectfully. The churches of all parties have begun to take action and started to hunt monsters on a large scale, trying to prevent the resurrection of the monster witch. He looked up and asked, "Bishop Luwei asked me to ask for your opinion, whether to help the monsters complete the ritual, or let them complete the monster witch resurrection ritual on their own? What does Luwei think?" Shimu did not express his attitude directly, and the red-haired man recalled and said respectfully, "Bishop Luwei means to help as much as possible. Even if it is not a real monster witch resurrection, it is a good thing for the death cult, and it can also show a positive attitude to the outside world, indicating that we are willing to actively help demons and witches." Shimu smiled and said, "Then help." "Understood." The red-haired man. He breathed a sigh of relief, then handed over a letter, and after Akhtar took it, he explained, "This is Bishop Luwei's plan. Please see if there is anything to add or modify." Shimu flipped through it, and black flames came out of his fingers, igniting the envelope in his hand, burning it to ashes, and said, "I will go to the Kingdom of Joy to stop the assassination of the War Church." "Lord Akhtar, the War Church is not a small sect like the Blood Church." The red-haired man showed difficulty. "The risk of stopping them is too great. I strongly recommend that you do not take such a huge risk. There are many churches in this world. Some are very small, with only hundreds of believers, and not even one person's peak believer. The large ones not only have the strongest people, but also the strongest people who surpass the limit of human beings. They are not at the same level as the small churches. Although the status of the churches is equal in name. The Church of War is the largest church in this world. They not only love war, but also like to provoke war. The believers are a group of crazy people who have fanatical ideas about fighting. The bottom line is to die in battle, but they are just going to the sky to serve the god of war. Fighting heroically, even he, a believer of death, feels sick. Bullying small sects will hurt my conscience. Shimu smiled, but fighting with the believers of the god of war, I have no burden at all. The red-haired young man was stunned, then bowed his head and said, yes. Only then did he recall Akhtar's identity. As a world-famous hero, it is normal to have moral burdens. Fighting against the Church of the God of War is another matter entirely. The followers of the God of War want to die heroically in battle, and then go to the heavens to serve the God of War and fight endlessly. So Akhtar does not need any moral burden to kill the followers of the God of War. Don't worry about my safety. Shimu patted the red-haired young man on the shoulder, then brushed past him, and went to the hotel in the Windmill Country to find Eden and the little mare. After the monster which is resurrected, the ideas of the gods from the heavens will almost change, and they will not force the goddess of death to stay in hell. That was when the hell dungeon was opened. Dragon Tomb. What a relaxing feeling. The corpse which stood on the castle, looking up at the sun and the sky, and let out a reverie moan. I almost forgot that I was a witch. She regained her witch power and once again had the power to fight against the gods. But this way we have no way out. If we fail, we can't survive for 10 years. The moon witch stepped on the air and came to the corpse witch. Her delicate face was as sleepy as always. She wore loose pajamas, exposing her fair and delicate shoulders, and she felt like a house girl who had lived at home for many years. The cult of the dead sent a request, asking us to stop the gods and ensure the smooth resurrection of the monster witch. Is it to ensure the resurrection of the monster witch's daughter? The corpse witch stretched lazily, and her delicate body wrapped in white bandages outlined a moving curve. There was an urge to tear off the bandages wrapped around her body. However, considering her strength as a witch, no one dared to do that. That doesn't matter, as long as the resurrected monster witch is strong enough. The moon witch explained, if the plan goes smoothly, the attitude of the gods will definitely change, and the goddess of life may take action directly. It's really bad to be the enemy of the goddess of life. The corpse witch's expression became subtle, and she was obviously afraid of the goddess of life. She had provoked the goddess of life in the church before, and was punished by the goddess of life from the sky, almost killing her on the spot. Now the behavior of the death cult is just a small fight, not too much. The moon witch covered her lips and yawned softly. In the past, which demon and which didn't do something big, the gods have long been accustomed to it. She put down her hand covering her lips. But if there are multiple witches and demons, the attitude of the gods will change dramatically, and it is not surprising that the goddess of life will take action. Can the clone of the witch of death stop the goddess of life? The witch of corpses had a subtle expression. She had already anticipated the result after the goddess of life came. It is very likely that they will be suppressed by the goddess of life in the sky, stretching out a hand from afar. The witch of the moon was silent for a while, and said, since the witch of death has a way to seal the omniscient god, there must be a trump card that we don't know, otherwise why would we declare war on the gods? Let's ask the witch of death first. The witch of corpses pursed her lips, otherwise I feel insecure. The demon of denial has already asked. The witch of the moon replied, and then her body turned into moonlight and disappeared on the spot. She didn't want to face the goddess of life directly, otherwise she really couldn't think of any chance of winning. The country of art. Half Moon Street. Golden Opera House. Really leisurely. The denial demon sat on the front row of benches, his monocle reflecting the performance on the stage. Miss Death Witch, do you have a way to deal with the goddess of life? Yes. The Death Witch answered calmly, which made the denial demon look expectant and curious, and asked hurriedly, who? Of course, it was me. A cunning chuckle came out, and the denial demon turned his head to look at the source of the voice, only to see a delicate girl coming over. She was wearing a long dress, and her red curly hair was tied into a single ponytail. Her aura was no different from that of a witch. I am an imaginary witch. The goddess of lies took out a folding fan to cover her delicate face, and lied to the denial demon, leave the mere goddess of life to me. Imaginary witch? The demon of denial frowned, and recalled all the witches in the past. None of them could match the imaginary witch. It was better to say that there was no such person at all. Yes, the imaginary witch who can make everything imaginary come true. The goddess of lies nodded slightly, and smiled at the demon of denial. Although I am not sure enough to defeat the goddess of life, there is no problem in delaying the goddess of life. She asked the witch of death. What do you think, witch of death? The witch of death said calmly, she has the ability. Can I try? The demon of denial asked, But he had already stood up. He had doubts about the strength of this imaginary witch. If the imaginary witch had the strength to fight the goddess of life, she would have been recorded in history books long ago, instead of being unknown like now. Then let's change the place of competition. The goddess of lies smiled, and snapped her fingers casually. The world suddenly changed from the original opera house to the endless desert. I won't bully you who just recovered your strength. She took a step back. As long as you defeat my imaginary target. The denial demon turned his head, and saw a human-shaped dragon half crouching on the ground, with the flames of death burning on his body, and holding a large sword of death in one hand. His breath was manic and violent, as if he wanted to return everything to death. The partner of the imaginary witch of death. The goddess of lies smiled lightly, covering her lips. He should be able to be your enemy, right? As soon as the words fell, the human-shaped dragon not far away stood up. Black flames overflowed from the gaps between his teeth, and his feet suddenly kicked the ground, and the hot gravel under his feet suddenly exploded, raising smoke and dust all over the sky. And the imaginary partner of the witch of death had already come to the front of the denial demon with a knife and chopped down with a heavy sword. Boom! The black flame split the desert. Looking down from the sky, you can see that the desert was cut into a canyon burning with black flames. At the same time, the death witch in the opera house frowned slightly, turned her head, and looked at the fake desert world created by the goddess of lies. Her eyes fell on the imaginary death witch partner. Then she calmly withdrew her eyes. After all, it was an imaginary death partner, and it had nothing to do with her. At most, it was just imitating Akhtar and borrowing some death power from her. It was not worth her too much attention. Chapter 166. The Land of Pleasure. This is a country that pursues the highest level of physical and spiritual pleasure, believes in the goddess of pleasure, pursues physical union, and then achieves spiritual contact, thus eliminating the barriers between people. And this union and spiritual contact are not limited to the two sexes and species. As long as both parties are willing, they can communicate on the spiritual level through physical union. Many wealthy businessmen and nobles, in order to experience this unique way of soul communication, travel thousands of miles to the land of pleasure, spending huge amounts of money that ordinary people can hardly imagine to experience the ultimate collision of body and soul, and explore the path of pleasure. Shimu raised his hand and pulled down his cloak, walking with Eden, who was also wearing a cloak beside him, and the mayor behind him. And at this moment, "Young man, don't leave in a hurry." A masked lady stopped in front of Shimu, and boldly lifted Shimu's cloak with a folding fan, looking at Shimu's appearance. "Want to have a drink? I treat you?" "Not interested." Shimu refused coldly. He had no interest in the lady's invitation. He was accompanied by Eden and the little mare. How could he be interested in a mere NPC? A few more words would be a waste of his time to pass the plot. In response, the lady took out a black card and asked, "Drink a drink, and I give you 100,000 gold coins. Do you want a drink?" She liked this kind of cool and handsome man, who gave her a sense of pleasure and defilement of purity. Just thinking about it made her feel that there was an electric current in her spine and her brain, and her lower abdomen began to heat up. She wanted to eat the man in front of her immediately. This is the fun of the kingdom of joy. In her own country, she had to maintain the reserve and elegance of a noble lady, but in the land of pleasure, as long as she put on the mask, then she could completely release her nature. Shimu frowned slightly, and Eden beside him took a step forward, grabbed Akhtar's wrist, and calmly explained to the noble lady, "We came to the land of pleasure not to pursue physical and spiritual pleasure, but for other purposes." "Really?" The noble lady covered the lower half of her face with a folding fan, looked at Shimu and Eden carefully, and said regretfully, "If you change your mind, you can contact me at any time." She handed out a business card. "My beautiful lady, if you want to drink a glass of wine worth 100,000, I am also very happy to accept it." "No thanks." Shimu's voice suddenly rose, making the noble lady stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. "Excuse me, so you are pure love?" She nodded gracefully, made way for him, and teased him. Couples who come to the land of joy are prone to emotional hardships. "I hope you can remain so pure." Eden said nothing, dragging Akhtar away, while the lady smiled and looked at the backs of the two people leaving. "Madam, you are really messing around." An old man dressed as a butler, and with gray hair came over, and sighed to the lady, "It is very dangerous to invite a woman who has an intimate relationship with Akhtar." "Akhtar?" The lady was slightly stunned and looked at the butler in confusion. She really didn't know that the man she invited was Akhtar, but she saw Akhtar wearing a cloak and felt mysterious, so she couldn't help but step forward and lift the cloak. After confirming that he was handsome enough, he invited him naturally. There is only one man in the world who can be accompanied by an 8-legged horse, Akhtar. The housekeeper explained the reason. The lady turned her head and saw that Akhtar was indeed accompanied by an 8-legged horse, exactly the same as the legend. If I had known, I would not have given up the invitation so easily. Her first reaction was that she missed the opportunity to invite the legendary hero. This opportunity may be the only one in this life. Housekeeper, His master is probably thinking with his lower body instead of his brain. He actually wanted to contact a person of Akhtar's level. It is impossible for him to be interested in his master. The two are not from the same world at all. Master, since Akhtar has appeared in the Kingdom of Joy. He lowered his head and persuaded seriously, then I suggest leaving the Kingdom of Joy immediately. The noble lady asked in confusion, why? No country where Akhtar goes is stable. The butler explained so. He knew Akhtar's growth experience. Wherever he went, there would be big things. If it was not the unfortunate destruction of the country, there would at least be some natural disasters and man-made disasters. And now Akhtar represents the death cult to a certain extent. Combined with the church's big move to fight monsters, it is very likely that the Kingdom of Joy will become a battlefield. If you don't run now, you probably won't have a chance to run. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? The noble lady said uncertainly, but her body was very honest, and she hurriedly left the Kingdom of Joy with the butler. She also knew about Akhtar's growth history. The Lionheart city where he made his debut has now become a ruin. The country he helped Princess Letitia save is experiencing a volcanic eruption crisis. A coup took place in the magic kingdom he went to, and the Sky City triggered a dragon crisis. It is said that even the Dragon Empire has encountered major problems because of Akhtar recently. Although it was not Akhtar's own will, this legendary hero was somewhat unexpected. And she did hear that there were signs of the activities of the death cult in the Kingdom of Joy. At the same time, on the other side, after Eden walked a distance holding Akhtar's wrist, she let go of Akhtar's wrist. Since no one was harassing Akhtar, there was no need for her to keep holding Akhtar's wrist. However, Shimu held Eden's slender hand with his backhand. He turned his head away from Eden's surprised expression and explained stiffly, in order to prevent possible harassment, let's continue holding hands. After that, he exerted a little force and clenched the soft and boneless palm in his hand, as if to increase the credibility of what he said. Eden, She stared deeply at Akhtar, looked at the unnatural man, and calmly withdrew her sight without shaking off Akhtar's hand. Instead, she went to the destination with him. After a while, the Cathedral of Joy. In front of the door, Shimu stopped and let go of Eden's hand. He looked at the Cathedral of Joy from afar, not looking at Eden beside him, and pretended to be calm and said, Eden, wait for me here for a moment. Yes. Eden responded calmly, and saw Akhtar walk into the cult without looking back, and then raised his hand to look at his sweaty palm. She lowered her eyes to hide her thoughts. Eden, are you okay? The little mare moved her legs and approached Eden to ask. Eden touched the little mare's neck after hearing this. Although he didn't say anything, he magically soothed the little mare's emotions. On the other side, Shimu took off his cloak and revealed his true face. Soon, a nun in a cool outfit came over. It was obviously a solemn nun's uniform for clergy, but it gave people a feeling of sexy lingerie. The length of the skirt was just enough to cover the important parts, revealing 2 white long legs. The fabric on both sides of the waist was deliberately cut off, revealing a slender waist, as if deliberately emphasizing the female figure. However, compared with the nun's uniform, that was almost sexy lingerie, the nun standing in front of him had an unexpectedly dignified and holy expression, forming an extremely strong contrast. Sir Akhtar, welcome to the Kingdom of Joy. The nun with short brown hair smiled sweetly, raised her hand, and waved Akhtar to walk into the cult, and asked as she walked, excuse me, what is the matter with you coming to the Kingdom of Joy? Can't you come to experience the culture of the Kingdom of Joy? Shimu said jokingly. The nun with short brown hair was slightly stunned when she heard this, and shook her head and said, a great hero, like you will not lack a partner, and there is no reason for you to come to the Kingdom of Joy. Shimu smiled and said, I do have other purposes for this trip. I won't ask what the specific purpose is. The nun with short brown hair covered her lips and smiled lightly. She didn't ask Akhtar what the purpose of coming to the Cathedral of Joy was. She was not interested. Who made her just an ordinary nun? She was not qualified to make any decisions at all, so let those big men communicate by themselves. After a while, in a room covered with red carpets, and with a strong perfume in the air, Shimu met the Bishop of Joy in the Kingdom of Joy, a woman with long amber hair, the inner layer dyed green, and a heart painted under the corner of her right eye. She leaned lazily on the chair, holding a cigarette between her white fingers, and the misty smoke just blocked her cheeks, giving people a hazy and lazy feeling. Great hero Akhtar, I have heard of you for a long time. She put her cigarette in the ashtray, looked at the man opposite her and smiled. Do you want to perform the joy ritual? Forget it, I am not interested in you, Shimu said briefly. According to the official setting of the game, the woman in front of her was about 100 years old and had experienced the collision of bodies and souls of tens of thousands of different species. That's right. The Bishop of Joy didn't care, so she tried to invite him. It didn't matter if she was rejected. Babylon, my name. She crossed her 5 fingers on her chest, and her expression changed from lazy to serious. The great hero came to the Kingdom of Joy at such a sensitive time. Is there something? I just hope you don't interfere in the crusade against monsters. Shimu replied, make way for the monsters. The Kingdom of Joy is the only way for monsters. If the monsters are stopped in the Kingdom of Joy, they will have to take a long detour. This will not only delay the resurrection of the monster witch, but also cause the death cult to send more people to protect the monsters to the location of the ritual. So the Kingdom of Joy must give way. What if they don't? Babylon asked with a smile, and then she got an answer that was not surprising. In order to ensure the resurrection of the monster witch, the Order of Death will attack the Kingdom of Joy. Shimu's eyes were cold and emotionless. Perhaps the Kingdom of Joy will disappear forever, including you. You will also die in 10 minutes. Are you the one who did it? Babylon held her cheek with her hand and looked at the man opposite with a smile. She already knew through the intelligence network that Akhtar and Thor had a life and death duel, and the winner was undoubtedly the man in front of her. So she had no doubt that Akhtar had the ability to destroy the Kingdom of Joy. It was the high-ranking members of the Death Cult hiding in the Kingdom of Joy. Shimu answered calmly. He had no interest in destroying the Kingdom of Joy, not only because there were too many low-quality NPCs, but also because the Kingdom of Joy had other uses, which could save him a lot of time in testing each other with the Church of the God of War. Of course, the Bishop of Babylon in front of him was worth killing, but the current Bishop of Babylon was still useful. The Church of Joy can't stand your tossing. Babylon was very frank. As the Bishop of the Church of Joy, he knew the strength of his church very well. Unless the Goddess of Joy descended, the Church of the Goddess of Joy had no strength to resist the cult of death. The churches in this world are not all as powerful as the Church of the Goddess of Life, the Church of the Goddess of War, and the Church of the Goddess of Justice. There are also many weak churches. But if the War Church insists on stopping us, we have no way to stop them. She shrugged. I hope you can understand this. Then let me talk to them. Shimu replied coldly, and Babylon smiled charmingly, then stood up and walked outside, taking Akhtar to meet the top leaders of the War Church. No. To meet the gods. In a spacious garden, many strong men in shorts sat around the table, drinking wine generously, and the air was filled with a burning smell. In the center of the garden. Akhtar, we meet again. The God of War sat on a bench, hugging 2 strong men. One was a transformed dragon, and the other was an elf youth. They snuggled in the arms of the God of War. One dragon held a wine glass, and one elf held fruit and fed it to the God of War. I don't want to meet you, Shimu responded coldly, making the God of War laugh happily. He patted the buttocks of the 2 strong men in his arms, and his expression became serious. And the 2 strong men and the strong men in the garden left the garden very tactfully, giving up the communication space. Akhtar, you are completely on the side of the witch. The God of War smiled more and more happily. You really plan to become a demon. Now that Akhtar came to see him from the position of the Church of Death, it means that Akhtar has made up his mind and intends to completely stand on the side of the Church of Death, which also indirectly shows that Akhtar intends to become a demon. This is a very pleasant thing for him. The most amazing genius of the contemporary world becomes a demon, and then fights a life and death battle with him. Just thinking about it makes every pore laugh. If it weren't for your bewitching, I really couldn't make up my mind, Shimu said lightly, and directly blamed the God of War for wanting to become a demon. In response, the God of War twitched his lips. It's obviously people like you who can't help wanting to become a demon. I just told you that you have the potential to become a demon. After he told Akhtar that he could become a demon in the Black Rose Kingdom, he was troubled by the Goddess of Life, who thought that he had led the child she cared about astray. Now Akhtar has put the blame on him again, so he definitely doesn't want to take it, otherwise he will be troubled by the Goddess of Life again. It's not that he is afraid of the Goddess of Life, but the Goddess of Life's kind of elderly or maternal oppression makes him feel like a bad child who has done something wrong facing his mother. Maybe? Shimu said with a complicated look, then chose to skip the topic and went straight to the point. God of War, can you let your believers evacuate? Of course, there is no problem. The God of War was unexpectedly straightforward, but do you want to pay the price? Shimu, I won't participate in your battle. The God of War picked up the wine bottle on the table, broke the bottle mouth with his bare hands, poured a sip into his mouth, and after a satisfied sigh, if you want them to retreat, show your strength. He smiled evilly. Kill them, won't no one stop us? Shimu said concisely. Where are they? The God of War glanced at Babylon, who was standing quietly beside him, and smiled. That woman will take you to find them. Thank you. Shimu thanked him, turned around and left freely, and after taking a few steps, he suddenly heard a sentence. Akhtar, you have to become a demon quickly. The God of War was expectant and meaningful, otherwise you may not have the chance to become a demon. Shimu did not answer, and leapt on his own. The God of War continued to say, of course you can also choose to hide in the arms of the goddess of life, calling mom like a good baby, and you can survive. Shimu left the garden, ignored the provocation of the God of War, and left the church with Babylon. And not long after they left. Does the omniscient saint care so much about a human being? The God of War turned his head and looked at the empty void. Is that man really worth caring about? He had fought with demons and witches from different eras, and except for a few occasions when he was defeated, he had never been defeated. From his perspective, the demons and witches born in this long history were delicious desserts that could rekindle his soul. However, this time was a little different. First of all, Akhtar's talent was too strong, which reminded him of the strange woman, the creation witch. And Akhtar was noticed by the goddess of life and the all-knowing saint, which made him feel that Akhtar was a little different. What is the charm of this human? I don't want you to defile his soul and body. A calm and gentle female voice came out, making the God of War look strange. He touched his head. I only attack those who are willing. Even if I am interested in Akhtar, I will not use coercive means. No one answered. Obviously, the all-knowing saint withdrew her gaze. The God of War smiled and drank by himself, waiting for the tough guys to come back and continue to accompany him to kill time. Outside the Cathedral of Joy. Eden, partner, I'm back. Shimu walked out safely and greeted Eden and the mayor. He turned to look at Babylon and explained, Babylon, the bishop of the Church of Joy, will take me directly to the believers of the God of War and have a one-on-one duel. Chapter 167. Border of the Kingdom of Joy. Boom! The sphinx-faced monster spit out a raging fire, and then swung its tail covered with snake scales violently. Hitting the fire it spit out heavily, and the flames flying like flowers from the sky engulfed the mountains. And in the flames, a naked upper body, shriveled man rushed out, his arms crossed to protect his face, and when he approached the sphinx, his body suddenly collided, muscles burst out, and punched the sphinx. Compared with the huge sphinx, the man's body was as small as a sparrow, and he would be turned into meat paste as long as he was clawed by the sphinx. However, the result was contrary to intuition. Roar! The roaring sphinx was hit by a fist before it could fight back, and it was blasted into meat paste, and the splashing blood and bones dyed the snow red. The man flipped in the air, raised his hand to lift the black hair in front of his forehead, so that the blood-stained hair would not block his eyes. Then his body shrank quickly, and he turned from a strong man into a thin man like a bamboo pole, and his momentum quickly became timid. Paw applause suddenly came, and the thin man looked in confusion. His eyes first fell on the happy bishop who led the way, and then he was attracted by the man in silver armor beside him, and even Eden and the mayor beside him were completely ignored. In his eyes, there was only the figure of the silver-armored knight. Akhtar, I didn't expect to meet a hero like you in person. Do you know me? Shimu asked in surprise, and saw the thin man smiled and gave an answer. I really can't think of anyone else who has the breath of a dragon and can give people such a sense of oppression. I don't think I feel oppressed, do I? Shimu smiled, not caring about the flattery of the thin man. In the game of Mysterious Gate, as long as your reputation reaches a certain level, even if you are not as strong as others, you may be flattered. You still give me a deadly sense of threat. This should be related to my bloodline, right? The thin man smiled modestly, bared his teeth, and pointed at two exposed canine teeth. I have some of Fenrir's bloodline, so I am half human and half monster. This is the first time I have seen a monster and a human hybrid. Shimu showed a surprised expression. Can humans and monsters have offspring? Although it is a bit difficult, as long as the monster can transform into a human form. The thin man gave an explanation. Shimu subconsciously looked at the mayor not far away and said, Partner. Before he finished speaking, the mayor in his field of vision had disappeared, and appeared on the horizon in the blink of an eye, like a frightened deer. Ha ha, so funny. Babylon laughed happily, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, looked at the speechless Akhtar and said, "It seems that your partner is worried that you will mess up." "Humph, I just want to ask my partner if it's true." Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth, looked at the man next to him and said, "Spartar, I have heard of your name. Am I that famous?" Spartar showed a surprised expression, and then smiled shyly. "It's an honor for me to be remembered by the great hero." He was very interested in Akhtar, a man who could be an enemy of the gods, and could also calmly retreat from the Dragon Empire. His experience of rising was sung by countless wandering poets, and he could hear about Akhtar's legendary deeds every once in a while. The strong are worth remembering. Shimu slowed down his pace, stopped 3 steps away from Spartar, and said, "There is something I want to discuss with you. Rather than a discussion, it's more of a request, right?" Spartar looked around. "Akhtar, you are here to see me on behalf of the death cult, right?" "That's right." Shimu nodded. "Can you please make way for the monsters to hold the ceremony smoothly?" "Of course not." Spartar refused immediately, letting these monsters directly enter the Kingdom of Joy. The safety of the residents of the Kingdom of Joy will not be guaranteed. He moved his wrist. "You know, those monsters will be hungry. If they eat the residents of the Kingdom of Joy, it will be a tragedy on Earth. The death cult can solve this problem." Shimu answered immediately. He can indeed arrange manpower to ensure that the monsters do not attack the Kingdom of Joy, although the means is to send the death cult to occupy the Kingdom of Joy, so as to bring the Kingdom of Joy under protection. But it can indeed protect the Kingdom of Joy. However, Spartar's expression suddenly turned cold, and the timidity on his face disappeared. He looked at Akhtar coldly and said, "The order issued by the church is to destroy all monsters." "Then there is no way." Black flames ignited on Shimu's body, and even the silver armor was dyed black. Dragon scales appeared on his body, and his aura changed from the original peace to tyranny and danger. "Retreat now, or all of you will die." "Don't fight first," Babylon suddenly said. After everyone cast a puzzled look at her, she lifted the amber long hair on her neck and ears. "I don't want to be involved in your battle. At least let me leave the border first." She looked at Eden and smiled. "And if such a beautiful person is dragged into the battlefield, would you be willing to let her go?" "You don't have to worry about Eden's safety," Shimu responded coldly, making Babylon roll his eyes, as if lamenting that Akhtar didn't understand romance. "But Eden, you really don't fit in here." Shimu suddenly changed the subject. "I go back to the City of Joy to find you at night." "Yeah." Eden nodded slightly, and turned into a golden mist and disappeared. "Then I leave too." Babylon smiled charmingly and flew towards the distant mountains. She didn't really plan to leave, but just planned to find a suitable place to watch the battle, so that she could have the opportunity to witness the battle between Akhtar and Spartar. Not long after. Oh, Miss Eden didn't leave either. Babylon landed on a protruding rock, looking surprised. "Are you worried about Akhtar's safety?" Eden shook her head gently, then nodded, leaving Babylon speechless. This woman didn't directly say whether she was worried or not, but just nodded and shook her head. Who could guess what she was thinking? But she didn't bother to care about Eden's thoughts. "Will Akhtar win?" Babylon asked, and then answered herself. "If the opponent is Spartar, the situation is uncertain." She explained. "Spartar not only has the favor of the god of war, but also has power beyond the limits of human beings, and also has fangs that can cause harm to gods. In the distant past, the monster which created many monsters to target the gods of the sky. Among them were the fastest 8-legged divine horses in the world, giant snakes that could entangle a country, and giant wolves that could bite and kill everything. Fenrir, the giant wolf that bites and kills everything, once bit off an arm of the god, causing the god to lose an arm forever. This bite seems to have a conceptual power. Of course, such a terrifying power is also the reason for the extinction of the Fenrir clan. The Fenrir clan, which once existed as a clan, has been completely exterminated. Only the mixed blood werewolves survived. And Spartar inherited the power of Fenrir. As long as he is bitten by Spartar, he will die directly. There is no possibility of survival. Akhtar, I am very grateful to you. Spartar said with a sincere smile. If it weren't for the magic that you generously gave me, I wouldn't have discovered that I could be so strong. Shimu showed a puzzled look. Who would have thought that the magic that can manifest me can completely change my form of existence? Spartar's body expanded rapidly, gray hair grew on his body, and he turned into a werewolf nearly 3 meters tall. The magic of self-manifestation is described as a magic that can fully exert one's ability by changing oneself, making one's life form more in line with one's ability. and he used the magic of self-manifestation to indirectly achieve the result of fully exerting his Fenrir bloodline. Now he is more Fenrir than the monster Fenrir. Roar! In the beast-like roar, Spartar's body completely transformed and became the legendary giant wolf that bit off the arm of the god. In this regard, Shimu did not say anything nonsense. Since this NPC has completed the transformation and can explode more experience points, there is no need for him to wait. He clenched his palms in the void, and the great sword of death emerged out of thin air. The sword chopped down at Spartar's neck. Bang! A sonic boom sounded, and Spartar kicked his feet and disappeared from the spot. The speed was so fast that the retina pulled out afterimages. This powerful explosive power and speed all showed his strength. If you can kill me, then we will retreat. The hearty laughter echoed in the mountains. Spartar, who avoided the great sword of death, suddenly charged at Akhtar with a power and opened his fangs towards the gritting god. Then, Akhtar grinned, black flames overflowed from his teeth, and spit out a black sun, which hit Spartar head-on, with his mouth wide open. Watching this scene from a distance, it was like a werewolf rushing towards the black sun, intending to swallow the black sun. And he did swallow it. The power from Fenrir's Fang played a powerful effect, suppressing the power of the black sun at the moment of gritting his teeth. The black sun collapsed. Can win, Spartar showed an excited look. Even the dragon breath that blessed the power of death could be bitten off. Akhtar's biggest reliance had already failed. Next, just guard against Akhtar's sword of light. Bang! The sword suddenly slashed out. Before Spartar opened his mouth that could bite and kill gods again, Shimu had already slashed with a sword, brushing Spartar's cheek. Then he kicked out suddenly, hitting Spartar's abdomen heavily, like a cannonball sweeping across the snow, leaving a long ditch. Then, boom! Shimu decisively added another dragon breath. The black sun emitted a terrifying high temperature, submerging Spartar and directly piercing half of the mountain. What happened? Spartar covered his face and stood up with his burnt body. If he hadn't opened his mouth in time and used Fenrir's fangs to resist the dragon's breath, he would have been killed by the dragon's breath. The excitement of ravaging the hero disappeared at this moment. Is it the difference in combat experience? He cast his eyes on Akhtar, who was walking across from him, and said, "I won't be careless next time." Before, he was overwhelmed by the power and threw away human wisdom and experience, turning into a beast. Now he has calmed down and began to think about the battle calmly. I will not be easily hurt by Akhtar again. Thinking of this, Spartar pounced on Akhtar again, but suddenly changed his pace at the moment of approaching and turned around Akhtar. Wolf, choosing the time to hunt. Shimu shook the great sword of death. His eyes were so calm that it was terrifying. The pair of Fenrir's fangs were indeed very tricky. If bitten, it would indeed cause an immediate death. But the premise is that he can bite. As long as he honed his fighting skills to a certain level, he can crush Spartar on the technical level. Then Spartar's biggest reliance will be gone. Swoosh! Spartar pounced, and his 5 sharp wolf claws, as sharp as razors, grabbed Akhtar's back. Speed, angle, timing, no matter which one he grasped, it was just right, enough for him to grab Akhtar's shoulder and create an opportunity to bite. And biting would declare his victory. But, disappeared, Akhtar turned into starlight and disappeared on the spot, and he pounced in vain. Timing, angle, speed, they were all mastered just right, but the master was not Spartar, but Akhtar. A fighting talent that was no different from foresight allowed Akhtar to make predictions in advance, turning into starlight to avoid the attack, and appear behind Spartar, slashing with a sword without mercy, splitting him in half. The upper half of Spartar's body separated from the lower half, splashing a lot of hot blood, and drawing a long ditch on the ground. The battle was over. No matter how strong the mechanism is, it won't be much stronger if you don't know how to use it. Shimu shook the sword of death, and extinguished the flames on the sword. In theory, Spartar is very strong. He has the grace of the god of war, and the power beyond the limit of human beings. In addition, the tooth of Fenrir that can bite off the arm of the god, it can be said to be extremely powerful and unsolvable. He will be killed if he is not careful. But if you pay a little attention, Spartar is just like that, and can be easily dealt with. 1. Babylon, who was on the distant mountain, was stunned. She thought there would be a battle of equal strength, but she didn't expect Spartar to die so casually. At least that guy is also the most amazing man of this era. A sneer came, making Babylon look cautiously in the direction of the sound. It was a man with his hands in his pockets, and his breath was no different from that of a demon. No, that was a demon. Babylon knew this demon, the segmentation demon who caused a massacre in the territory of the elves. Why would such a dangerous guy appear here? However, the segmentation demon ignored the tiny human. He stared at Eden and gritted his teeth and said, "Woman, remove the curse on me." Eden did not answer, and turned into a golden mist and disappeared on the spot, not paying any attention to the idea of the split demon. You seem to value the human very much, right? The split demon pulled out his hand from his pocket and pointed in the direction of Akhtar. If I cut him into mincemeat now, I wonder if you will be sad? Then he saw Eden appear beside Akhtar, and glanced at him calmly, as if he could directly see through his inner insecurity. Unhappy. Humph. The split demon put down his hand, glanced at Babylon, who had not left in time, and shook his hand casually. Puff! Babylon's body suddenly burst into blood, and the body fell backwards directly, and the split demon left the place unhappily. The cold wind blew. Babylon looked at the gradually darkening sky, with confusion in her eyes. What did she do wrong? She just watched the battle between Akhtar and Spartar. Why was she killed by someone? This death is too unfair. Hey, are you okay? Akhtar appeared at some point, looking at Babylon, who was lying in a pool of blood and about to die, and asked, "Do you want to save her?" Yes. 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 Babylon spoke with difficulty, and Akhtar squatted down and touched her head. The power from the healing prayer, as if time was turning back, restored her injured body and saved her from the brink of death. Thanks to the overlap of life and death, otherwise you would have been dead. Shimu sighed, and Babylon fell silent after hearing this. Suddenly said, "I will never watch other people fight again." Chapter 168. Ha ha ha. When people are unlucky, they may be killed by meteorites even if they stay at home. Shimu laughed happily, then looked around. Babylon, you may be involved in the battle again. Babylon was stunned for a moment, and then immediately followed Akhtar's sight, only to see that the members of the Church of the God of War gathered together tacitly and blocked all the retreat routes. It was obvious that they were not here to admit defeat and surrender. It's still not too late to leave now. Shimu waved his hand, without any intention of strategic transfer. Black flames ignited on his body again, dyeing the silver armor black, and his aura became violent and dangerous. In response, Babylon pursed her lips, and immediately began to evacuate. This time she really didn't plan to watch the battle. And just as she passed by a believer of the God of War. "Even if you don't run away, we won't attack you." The man with his hair standing up grinned, "We have no interest in sluts from the beginning." Babylon did not respond, and accelerated his departure. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in the snowstorm, and the followers of the God of War surrounded Akhtar, their eyes full of malice. No, it was the will to fight. "Ha, do you want to attack together?" Shimu smiled, and he did not feel the slightest fear of the fact that he was surrounded. The shadow behind him squirmed, and a clone with the same appearance as himself emerged, and there was also a female figure wrapped in a black robe. Since it is one against many, then you can understand that I summoned 2 clones? There are about 100 followers of the God of War present, and the weakest believer is close to awakening ability, and the strongest is close to the peak of human beings. In terms of numbers, the followers of the God of War are undoubtedly in the lead. However, even if we deal with you alone, we are not sure of victory. A man with his hair standing upright came out. He was wearing heavy armor, holding a knight's lance, with red lines on his face, and his eyes looking at Akhtar were full of excitement. "But thinking that I can fight with a great hero, it's worth it even if I die." Shimu smiled and said, "If you are willing to evacuate the Kingdom of Joy, I can." He didn't finish his words. The young man with his hair standing upright in the lead shook his head, raised the lance in his hand, and pointed it at the sun in the sky. "The man who is against us is the follower of the Witch of Death, and also the man who is against the gods, and is the existence that defeated the strongest human Thor." He laughed. "This is the only chance in this life, the chance to kill the strongest human. In fact, according to the setting, I am no longer considered a human." Shimu thought silently, but the followers of the God of War began to get excited and agitated because of the speech of the leading man. Regardless, they launched an attack on him. Compared with individuals, the followers of the God of War are better at legion warfare, and can enhance their members through war prayers, including individual fighting spirit and strength. Even if their individual strength is not as strong as Sparta, it will become difficult to gather together, which is why he used 10 kinds of shadow magic. Otherwise, it is really possible to overturn. At the same time, on the other side, the evacuated Babylon subconsciously looked back at the battlefield and witnessed a shocking scene. The sky-high black flames wrapped the mountains. In the tangled flames, there was a human-shaped dragon, showing an almost crazy side, wantonly slaughtering the followers of the god of war. If she hadn't known in advance that it was the followers of the god of war who took the initiative to besiege Akhtar, she would probably have thought that the followers of the god of war were fighting the devil. Is that posture really a hero? She couldn't help but say. There was no way to connect the posture displayed by Akhtar with the hero in people's impression. Riding an 8-legged divine horse, using a gun and a sword, wearing silver armor, with a reassuring smile, this is the Akhtar they have constructed in their minds, a hero that conforms to people's imagination. And now he is more like a monster. After a while, the battle ended. The cold wind faded. The snow wrapped around the mountains was replaced by flowing red magma, flowing down the mountain and gathering into a hot lake. Shimu stepped on the chest of a man, with his hair standing upside down, and raised the great sword of death in his hand. The man smiled happily when he saw this. Akhtar, you are more of a monster than a monster now. Without answering, Shimu mercilessly swung down the great sword of death, and cut off the head of the man in front of him. He had no interest in the last words of the NPC. Shaking off the flames wrapped around the great sword of death, he glanced at the monsters hiding in the mountains, and turned away calmly. And not long after he left, the monsters in the mountains poked their heads out, and confirmed that the monster with black flames on its body had left, and then they began to move towards their destination according to their instincts. There was obviously no communication, no agreement, and the address was not agreed in advance, but all the monsters were stimulated by the same agreement and gathered towards the destination, starting to act with the goal of becoming the king of monsters. Typhon. Cathedral of Pleasure. Bishop's office. Let me surrender to the order of death. Babylon looked at the man opposite, put down the cigarette between her fingers, and said seriously, Akhtar, are you kidding? She could tolerate Akhtar's actions in the kingdom of pleasure, but it did not mean that she could accept surrendering to the order of death. This had touched her bottom line, and she would never agree even if he killed her. In response, Shimu smiled. Why don't you ask the goddess of joy if she is willing? Shimu lowered his head and looked down at Babylon, who was sitting on the chair, and said in a cold voice, Surrender does not mean joining, but it can show an attitude. If the Witch of Death seizes the world's dominance in the future, the goddess of joy will not be liquidated, and will still be the goddess of joy. Babylon's expression changed slightly. She had already made plans to turn against him. Now listening to Akhtar's words, it seemed to make sense. If she could surrender, the kingdom of joy could avoid war, and the goddess of joy could ensure her own safety in the war between witches and gods. That would be a very good thing indeed. As for the fact that surrendering to the cult of death is a shame, just be a little shameless and explain that you don't want innocent people to be hurt, so you have to surrender to the cult of death, who made the Church of Joy just a small sect and have no strength to resist. Let's think about it. This is the best option at the moment. Shimu waved his hand and sat down on a chair nearby. Seeing this, Babylon fell silent, clasped his hands together, and prayed to the goddess of joy in the sky, conveying everything Akhtar said and expressing his own opinions. Soon after, Akhtar, why did you do that? Babylon suddenly asked in a charming voice. She stood up with one hand on the armrest of the chair, with an unusually charming expression on her face, and came to Akhtar's side. You have been so dedicated to helping the Witch of Death, and you also killed the believers of the God of War. Do you really intend to become the servant of the Witch of Death completely? No matter how much the Goddess of Life values Akhtar, what Akhtar has done now is undoubtedly too inclined to the Witch of Death, which makes people doubt whether Akhtar still maintains the original intention of this hero. Instead of being completely bewitched by the Witch of Death, it is an honor for the Goddess of Joy to ask me in person. Shimu seemed to recognize at a glance that the person he was talking to had changed. Babylon did not deny it, and smiled charmingly. Human, what is your answer now? The Witch of Death is very good to me. Shimu gave the answer, and after seeing the Goddess of Joy nodded, he added, and I don't think I am doing the wrong thing. Isn't it wrong to help the Witch of Death? The Goddess of Joy frowned, and then she saw Akhtar's strange eyes. Why is it the right thing to help the gods? Shimu asked back, and then answered himself, I am just choosing the way with the least loss. If I don't come to the Kingdom of Joy, the cult of death will definitely attack the Kingdom of Joy. So I still have to thank you. The Goddess of Joy showed a surprised look, and Shimu nodded calmly and said, If you want to give me a reward, I won't refuse it. He leaned against the sofa, his voice too calm. What's the benefit of stopping the monsters from gathering? There are more monsters in this world than humans. Even if they are blocked, they will just take a detour and continue to move forward, causing more innocent people to be involved. Sacrificing a few people can save more people. Isn't this a very cost-effective thing? The Goddess of Joy fell silent and looked deeply at the hero in front of her. She certainly knew Akhtar, a human being, who made him be favored by the goddess of life and the witch of death at the same time. This is something that has never happened before. And Akhtar is also the most amazing person in the current era. Akhtar, you are really a twisted person, she commented, but in terms of the result, you did save most people from being hurt. If there was no Akhtar, the death cult would exist, and with the cruel style of the death cult, wherever it passed, it would be a hellish scene. Instead of the orderly rule like now, it would not allow the existence of a certain church on the land ruled by the death cult. From the results alone, Akhtar did reduce the number of sacrifices. At least the battle between the gods and the witches did not involve too many innocent people. However, the idea of sacrificing a few to save the majority is indeed twisted. Twisted? Akhtar asked back, then as a goddess, you must have a better way, right? The goddess of joy fell silent. How could she interfere with the decision of the death cult? She didn't even dare to appear in front of the death witch. But I did do something too much. Akhtar smiled frankly, with a little guilt. Now I can no longer escape. He exhaled. Afterwards, I will go to the church of the goddess of life to confess, and let the goddess of life take back all my favors. The goddess of life has never taken back any favors given to believers. The goddess of joy shook her head. She will not take back the favors given to you. She understood the character of the goddess of life. For the goddess of life, the power obtained by believers did not come from herself, but from the concept of life. The goddess of life just happened to represent the concept of life. Since believers have the ability to embark on this path, it is the ability of believers themselves. Therefore, although the goddess of life can cut off the connection between believers and the concept of life by herself, she will not do so. Otherwise, the pioneers will block the way for the later ones. And cutting off Akhtar's connection with the concept of life means that the goddess of life has completely abandoned Akhtar, which will make Akhtar stand completely beside the witch of death. This may cause the death cult to act without scruples, and from being a decent human being now, they will become completely inhuman. Then I will probably be the first person to have the favor of the goddess of life withdrawn. Shimu smiled, as if he had realized it. The goddess of joy showed a speechless expression, and felt helpless about this hero who thought too much. With the mind and height of the goddess of life, it is impossible for her to care too much about what Akhtar did. No matter Akhtar or the witch, from the perspective of the goddess of life, they are all lives, and are one of the countless living beings. It's nothing more than that among the creatures she created, 1 or 2 children are particularly outstanding and rebellious. I can accept the matter of joining the cult of death. The goddess of joy chose to change the subject, but the premise is to include the Church of Joy as a target that will not be attacked, and treat it the same as the Church of Life. Shimu answered immediately, okay. With the size of the Church of Joy, it would be a waste of time for him to attack, and there would be no problem ignoring it. Then the deal is established. The goddess of joy nodded with satisfaction, and withdrew the will that descended on Babylon. She no longer had the idea of communicating with Akhtar, even though Akhtar looked handsome, and she also wanted to use Babylon's body to have a fight with Akhtar. However, the goddess of life was watching beside her body. If she invited Akhtar, she would definitely be blamed by the goddess of life. So she left very decisively. Shimu stood up and looked at Babylon, who had regained control of his body. After looking at him, he left the Cathedral of Joy without hesitation. The two sides did not communicate at all, and seemed to have lost interest in talking. Walking out of the Cathedral of Joy, the sky was dark. Not far away was Eden, and the young mare, who had transformed into a human form. They were sitting by the fountain and whispering to each other. I don't know what they were talking about. Didn't I tell you to go back to the hotel and wait for me? Shimu walked over and smiled helplessly at the two of them. I'm just here to take care of a small matter, and will be back soon. Sleipnir wants to take a walk in the city. Eden gave the answer, without directly saying that the young mare was worried about Akhtar's safety. Really? Shimu glanced at the 8-legged horse next to him, who had transformed into its original form, and pulled the corner of his mouth and said, Partner, are you very reluctant to transform into a human form in front of me? The mare turned her head away. She didn't reject it originally, but Akhtar always said things that could be misunderstood, which made her feel embarrassed to stay in human form in front of Akhtar. Otherwise, what if he said, Partner, I want to ride you? Then she would be very embarrassed. Forget it, as long as you like it. Shimu smiled gently, and then changed the subject. Walk with me. I haven't prayed to the goddess of life for a long time. Yes. Eden nodded gently, stood up with her skirt, and went to the Church of Life with Akhtar. Unlike the scale of small churches, the Church of Life can be found in every city or remote village in the world. This is because the goddess of life is the oldest goddess, and also because the power of the goddess of life is very useful. It can not only make food more abundant, but also heal the body and provide people with basic living security. Therefore, even in a place like the Kingdom of Joy, there will be a church of life. Go all the way along the street. The street lamp cast a dim light on the two people and the horse until they arrived outside a busy church. Miss Margot, is the baby in my belly a boy or a girl? A pregnant woman asked, holding an embarrassed nun tightly. I don't care about boys or girls. I just want to make some preparations in advance. Sorry, I haven't grown up to know the difference between boys and girls. Sister Margot looked helpless. She really wanted to go to the country church. In the land of joy, she felt that she was not a nun, but a midwife responsible for delivering babies. Not only did she have to face the harassment of pregnant women, but also the private paternity tests of some men, which almost tortured her spirit to collapse. Okay. The pregnant woman reluctantly let go of her hand. She also knew that the nuns of the goddess of life were not allowed to directly say whether the baby in the belly was a boy or a girl, and even paternity tests were not allowed. However, everyone knew that believers of life could know the blood relationship between people, and could also judge whether the baby in the belly was a boy or a girl. So there were always people who couldn't help but ask believers of life. Please take a rest, Margot said with a smile, then cast her eyes on Shimu and walked over with dignified steps. Do you want to check your body or pray? Of course it's prayer. Shimu smiled, but this is the first time I have met a nun of life who asked if I wanted to check my body. Maybe it's because there are so many newborns in the Kingdom of Joy. Margot smiled gently, and then glanced at Eden next to her. When she first saw Akhtar and Eden, she thought it was a husband bringing his wife to check their bodies, to confirm whether they were pregnant. Come with me. She retracted her gaze, and took Akhtar into the Church of Life. Compared with the bustle outside the church seemed very quiet. This is because there are fewer believers of life in the Kingdom of Joy, and also because the church needs to be kept quiet. Shimu came to the statue and began to pray, and Margot also planned to leave the church and continue to work overtime. But just as she was about to turn around, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, and she actually saw God's favor. Under the statue of the goddess, the man in silver armor received the favor of the goddess of life, and his body radiated a fluorescent green light. Who is this man in silver armor, and why can he receive such a large scale of God's favor? Chapter 169. Why did I still receive a favor? Shimu looked at his hands, and then at the statue of the goddess of life. He seemed to not understand the choice of the goddess of life. He prayed to the goddess of life to take back the favor, but the goddess of life gave him a stronger favor, which was not inferior to the favor given by the witch of death. If you can receive the favor of the goddess, it means that you are the one who is watched by the goddess. A gentle female voice came from behind. Sister Margot walked gracefully, and came to the doubtful Akhtar. She crossed her hands in front of her lower abdomen. Her temperament was dignified and gentle. Her mature figure gave the illusion that she was about to burst the nun's uniform. Sir Akhtar, I didn't expect to see you here. Did you recognize me? Shimu smiled, looked at Sister Margot with a gentle smile, and said helplessly, but I am not someone worthy of the goddess's attention. He came to a bench and sat down, resting his elbows on his knees, with his 5 fingers interlaced in front of his chest. Sister Margot also naturally came to sit next to Akhtar. As a nun serving the gods, she had the obligation to listen to the voices of the believers, even though the grace Akhtar had received far exceeded that of an ordinary nun like her. I am a member of the Order of Death, and I have killed many people, including many believers of the gods. Shimu's voice was low and a little tired. If I continue to hold the grace of the goddess of life, the glory of the goddess of life will definitely be damaged. It is indeed true in terms of reason. Sister Margot kept smiling, and she understood Akhtar's thoughts very well. Now there are indeed people discussing why Akhtar can still hold the grace of the goddess of life after joining the Order of Death. Now Akhtar is the man most favored by the Witch of Death, and he may have completely abandoned his faith. There are all kinds of discussions, all questioning why Akhtar still holds the favor of the goddess of life. Of course, there are also people who support Akhtar, and she is undoubtedly on the side that supports Akhtar. From her perspective, Akhtar is a hero who has to succumb to the Witch of Death. She is also trying her best to interfere with the decisions of the Death Cult and the Witch of Death to reduce unnecessary losses in the war. Not being an enemy of the Church of Life, the Church of Justice, and the Church of Wealth and Contract all protect the operation of law and economy to a certain extent. Not being an enemy of the Church of Life also indirectly guarantees the operation of medical care. Of course, in today's overlapping situation of life and death, medical care basically has no meaning. However, this also indirectly shows Akhtar's belief in the goddess of life. Sir Akhtar, you have done very well. She reached out, grabbed Akhtar's hands, and wrapped them tightly with her palms. Without your efforts, the world will definitely become worse. The gift you received is proof and a reward for you. Shimu was silent for a moment, looking at Sister Margot, who was holding his hands with a gentle and sincere smile, and said, "It seems that I can't live up to the expectations of the goddess of life. Compared to living up to the expectations of the goddess of life, I still hope that you can live up to yourself more." Sister Margot put down the hand holding Akhtar, raised her hand, and gently gathered the hair by her ear, with a gentle smile and concern. "You must not feel good in such a dangerous place like the death cult?" Shimu was silent for a moment, and then under the statue of the goddess of life, he began to talk to Sister Margot about what he encountered in the death cult, and by the way, he talked about the fact that the death, which had become impatient and planned to use a very cruel method to forcibly pry open the hell. Use more than half of the world's souls to attack hell. He leaned back in his chair, covering his cheek with one hand. As long as the number of souls going to hell at one time is sufficient, perhaps it will be possible to directly locate the existence of hell and directly open the door to hell. Use half of the world's souls? Sister Margot covered her mouth in surprise, showing an incredible expression. The Witch of Death is so cruel that she wants to kill more than half of the lives in the world. Of course it's impossible. Shimu thought silently. Such a vicious idea certainly couldn't be thought of by the Witch of Death. This was just an evil strategy he found on the forum. Now he said it just to put pressure on the gods, so as to ensure that after the monster which is resurrected, the goddess of death will come to the world and duel with the Witch of Death. That's just an alternative plan. He stood up on his knees and smiled at Sister Margot. "I will try my best to prevent the Witch of Death from doing that." Sister Margot pursed her lips, looked at Akhtar's calm smile, and found that she couldn't say anything. If Akhtar was not with the Witch of Death, it would be hard to imagine how bad the world would be now. After a moment of silence, she could only whisper, "Please protect yourself. The Witch of Death is very good to me. Don't worry about my safety." Shimu waved his hand, and then left the church. Margot looked at Akhtar's back in the distance, as if she could see this world-famous hero heading towards a dark and desperate future. She lowered her eyes, clasped her hands together, and began to pray to the goddess of life, reporting that the Witch of Death might sacrifice more than half of the world's souls. This was too horrible. She never thought that the Witch of Death would be so inhumane and come up with such a vicious method. If it is not stopped, it will be an unprecedented disaster. Outside the church, Shimu found Eden and the little mare who were waiting, and went to the duel field where the monsters gathered together, ready to witness the birth of Typhon, the king of monsters. Shortly after they left, the Kingdom of Joy underwent a subversive change. The Cult of Death took over the Kingdom of Joy and opened up a road for monsters to advance, so that all monsters can compete to become Typhon, the king of monsters. Sky City. The war against the Cult of Death, the Sky City will not participate. Asaki casually threw the letter in her hand into the fireplace, and said coldly to the messenger not far away, "You should know that I can't be an enemy of Akhtar. It is an enemy of the Cult of Death." The messenger added, but saw that Asaki was unmoved, obviously unwilling to join the war against the Cult of Death. He shook his head. "As the Queen of the Sky City, your position is probably not good. Have you finished?" Asaki responded coldly, not shaken by the messenger's verbal threats. She had already made a decision, and was ready to bear the consequences. The gods did not want to let the monster which resurrect, and they also wanted to wipe out the Cult of Death, so they began to mobilize countries to join the crusade. And the Sky City was naturally invited. "Since you have made a decision." The messenger sighed, bowed respectfully, and then left. Soon after the messenger left, Yasaki turned to the window, looked at the snow outside, and fell into a long silence. She was worried about Akhtar's safety. Magic Kingdom. In the Great Library. "Okay." Hecate put down the teacup, looked at the surprised messenger opposite, and smiled elegantly. "I haven't seen my apprentice for a long time. Miss Hecate, I think you misunderstood." The messenger opened his mouth. "We invite you to join the crusade against the Cult of Death, not to let you meet with Lord Akhtar." "What's the difference?" Hecate smiled and asked back, "Do you still want me to kill the traitors?" "It's the crusade against the Cult of Death, and it has nothing to do with Lord Akhtar." The messenger explained again, and then saw Hecate shaking her head and said, "He has no choice." "Messenger, I already understand the situation." Hecate waved her hand, and the messenger saw this and said nothing more, and respectfully left the library. "And in the Dragon Empire." "Ha ha ha, are you going too?" The White Dragon King laughed heartily, raised his hand, and rubbed the white-haired Lolita's head. Well, maybe this is the last time you see Akhtar. The white-haired Lolita's cheeks bulged slightly, and she said dissatisfiedly, he won't die. Even gods and demons may die, and Akhtar may not be safe. The White Dragon King said as a joke, but his words contained seriousness. He understood the seriousness of the situation better than others. Now the gods really intend to wipe out the cult of death, which will inevitably involve a battle between witches and gods. A few days later. Hierapolis. This is a relatively wealthy country, famous for its hot springs in this world. It is rumored that there is a gate to hell under the country of Hierapolis. But that was just a rumor. Hell does not exist underground, but exists on another level of the world that humans cannot reach no matter what. Of course, this place will soon become a veritable gate to hell. On an unknown mountain. Medusa, who had a human body and a snake tail, spit out a forked tongue, and her gem-like pupils lit up. The monsters that attacked her turned into stone statues, and were then swallowed by her hair. No, to be more precise, the poisonous snakes on her head. But she stopped soon. On a stone not far away, a man in silver armor turned his head to look at her, waved his hand, and said, "Don't mind me." Medusa spit out her forked tongue. She knew the dangerous man in front of her. Akhtar, who helped thousands of monsters gather, went to various countries a few days ago to open up roads for monsters to gather, and artificially increase the time for monsters to gather. She licked her rosy lips, and left unexpectedly obediently, without any intention of becoming an enemy of Akhtar. Who made Akhtar so powerful? They are almost there. Shimu exhaled a white mist, and walked towards the country of Hierapolis. The battle now was not only between monsters, but also between the Order of the Dead and the Church's coalition. At the same time, on the other side, between the mountains covered with heavy snow, the army's flags fluttered in the wind and snow. The army, which was composed of dragons, elves, humans, dwarves, and a small number of goblins, gathered into a long dragon and marched towards the country of Hierapolis. And at the rear of the team, in a carriage that was closely protected by the knights. Is this also fate's arrangement? Suna held her cheek with one hand, looked at the white-haired woman opposite, and said with a pursed mouth, "I don't want to fight with Akhtar. We are just providing rear support." The white-haired woman smiled peacefully and warned Suna, "And you are now the saint of destiny, you must pay attention to the manners of a saint, and you can't be too casual and willful. It's useless to pretend in front of the Pope's mother-in-law, right?" Suna sighed softly. Her expression was still very melancholy. If it was just to defeat the death cult, then she would naturally have no burden and could kill without hesitation. But thinking of being an enemy of Akhtar, the situation is different. We are just providing intelligence support in the rear. The Pope of Destiny comforted Suna softly. She knew Suna's reluctance very well. No one would feel good to be hostile to their friends, but the support provided by the Church of Destiny was necessary, which was related to the acquisition and countermeasure of intelligence. "I hope Akhtar doesn't know that I'm involved in this war." Suna sighed. She didn't have to participate in this war, but she was promoted to the Saint of Destiny some time ago, and was forced by the Church of Destiny to participate in this war against the Order of Death. "Since you are friends, he won't hurt you." The Pope of Destiny smiled, very peacefully. "Even if you run to him, he will let you go safely because you are friends." Suna's expression froze. Looking at the smiling Pope of Destiny opposite her, she felt that something was wrong, and then her intuition was fulfilled. "Suna, I have a mission for you." The Pope of Fate took out a letter, and put it on the table, gently pushing it in front of Suna. "Give this letter to Akhtar. This is something only you can do. Let me deliver the letter now." Suna widened her beautiful eyes, but saw that the Pope of Fate kept smiling, and couldn't help questioning, "Pope mother-in-law, aren't you worried that I will be killed before I meet Akhtar? This requires a test of your ability." The Pope of Fate maintained his usual gentle smile. "If you really can't contact Akhtar, then you don't have to deliver this letter." Suna, who was sitting opposite her, was the contemporary Saint of Fate, who had the ability to return after death, and could return after death even if she was killed. This was also the reason why she was willing to let Suna take risks. "Then I try." Pursing her lips, Suna took the letter on the table, got up and left the carriage, and headed towards the country of Hierapolis under the escort of the knights. The cold wind was howling. After arriving at the border of Hierapolis, in front of the towering city wall, Suna pursed her lips nervously, and observed the soldiers on the city wall. She found that there were not only believers of death, but also many believers of dusk, and many believers of different demons and witches. And at this moment, the city gate was lowered. "Suna, you shouldn't come to me at this time." Shimu appeared on an 8-legged horse, followed by a team of believers of death. Chapter 170. This is fresh human blood, please use it. The doll girl bent down and placed a cup of steaming black tea on the table. She then held the tea tray and looked at the girl on the sofa. She was wearing a petal-like long skirt, and her long golden hair was tied into a single ponytail. Her temperament gave people an elusive sense of mystery, but a closer look revealed her repressed tension. She was so nervous, yet she tried to restrain herself. It really made people want to bully her, seeing her crying expression. But she was just thinking about it in her heart. Who made the Saint of Destiny a friend of Akhtar? A small person like her couldn't afford to offend her. Thank you. Suna looked down at the teacup, picked it up calmly, and sipped the tea elegantly. She was trying to keep the posture of a saint, and not let her inner tension be exposed. Who made her in the devil's cave now? And Akhtar had to leave for something temporarily, leaving her alone in the living room waiting. Miss Suna, you come to see Lord Akhtar at this time. The puppet girl bent down and approached Suna to ask, this will make Lord Akhtar very difficult. Didn't you think about it at all? I will lead fate to the right ending. Suna put down the teacup and smiled mysteriously. She has the ability to return from death. If Akhtar is in trouble because of her, there is still room for redemption. In this regard, the puppet girl looked deeply at the Saint of Destiny in front of her. She could keenly perceive the confidence in the Saint of Destiny's heart. She felt that she would not affect Akhtar, and felt that she could definitely influence the trajectory of fate. As expected of the Saint of Fate. She put away her teasing attitude and smiled respectfully. Then I won't disturb your chat with Akhtar. After saying that, she turned around and left, passing by Akhtar, who happened to walk in. You're finally back. Suna looked at Akhtar walking in, and her dignified posture collapsed in an instant. She couldn't help complaining. It's so nervous to get along with that woman. The puppet has a good personality. Shimu smiled and sat opposite Suna to explain, in fact, she is not as dangerous as the rumors say. If she is not dangerous, no one is dangerous. Suna rolled her eyes lightly. She was very familiar with the rumors about the puppet girl. A genuine cultist, Catalan, who was recently destroyed, was the work of the puppet girl. And the Black Rose Kingdom provoked the goddess of death, and made the heroes kill each other, all of which showed how terrifying the puppet girl was. Since you know it's dangerous, don't rush to see me. Shimu shook his head. In a dangerous place like the death cult, even I can't ensure your safety. It's because it's dangerous, so I'm the most suitable person to see you. Suna smiled, took out a letter, and handed it to the table, gently pushing it in front of Akhtar. This is the letter that the Pope asked me to give you. Shimu opened the envelope, took out the letter inside, and looked at it carefully for a moment. He found that the content was nothing more than asking him to give up following the Witch of Death, and provide effective intelligence to the Church Coalition. After the success, he would still be a hero, and the Church would give him a generous reward. But this is all based on the fact that the gods will definitely win. To be more precise, the Pope of Fate has never thought that the gods will lose. He believes that as long as the gods send down the gods, they will definitely win. There was a silence. Shimu burned the letter in his hand and said to Suna, I have no choice. He stood up on his knees. Suna, I take you back. Come as you want, leave as you want. A disdainful snort came, and the tiger-headed orc walked in. He put his hands in his pockets and looked extremely arrogant. Since the Saint of Fate voluntarily came to the door, there is no reason to let her go. Suna, things really developed like this. She has now begun to consider whether to commit suicide and trigger the return of death. Otherwise, Akhtar will be in trouble. What if I must take her away? Shimu stretched out his hand and blocked Suna's approach, looking at the Tiger King with cold eyes. The atmosphere stagnated. The Tiger King grinned, carefully thought about what Akhtar had said, and after making sure there were no mistakes, he raised his chin proudly and grinned with a vicious smile. You can take her away if you want, but you have to wait for the monster witch to revive. He moved his wrist. If this Saint of Fate returns to the Church Alliance, it will inevitably expose a lot of key information. We can only ask her to stay here temporarily. Suna, why do you think that if she stays here, she will not leak the information of the death cult? As a believer of the three goddesses of fate, she can pass the necessary information to the three goddesses of fate at any time through prayer, so that the Church Alliance will know the key information. And she didn't get any key information. If she stays now, there will be more risks of information leakage. This tiger-headed orc is a little bit stupid. If you refuse, things will be difficult to handle. The Tiger King smiled coldly. Akhtar, you should understand your position. Wait, I can stay. Suna protected Akhtar behind her. Her pretty face was indifferent. There is no need to threaten me with Akhtar. That depends on your performance. The Tiger King waved his hand, then turned and left the living room. His mission was completed. It doesn't matter. Suna turned her head and smiled at Akhtar. Being able to stay in the death cult will also make it easier for me to spy on intelligence. I go talk to the Witch of Death. Shimu shook his head, but saw Suna grab his wrist and smiled gently at him. Don't make it hard on yourself. Suna took out a sharp dagger and smiled slyly at Akhtar. As long as I die, won't the problem be solved? After that, she stabbed the sharp dagger in her hand mercilessly, piercing her heart directly and ending her life. Wait. It hurts. Suna covered her chest and began to roll on the ground, blood staining the ground red. It's broken. I forgot that life and death have overlapped. Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth, squatted down to treat Suna, healed the broken heart, and then said, Do you want me to give you another stab? Come on. Suna gritted her teeth. She couldn't break the overlap of life and death by herself, and could only use Akhtar's power to kill her. But soon she changed her tone. Forget it, it's good to be alive. Shimu frowned slightly, followed Suna's line of sight, and found that the Witch of Death appeared behind him at some point. Lady Witch of Death, why are you here? I have something to talk to you about. The Witch of Death asked coldly, who spread the news that I want to sacrifice half of the souls in this world. Shimu turned his head away, avoiding the cold eyes of the Witch of Death. Of course, he leaked the news. No, it was the person who spread the rumor. The Witch of Death sighed lightly and said coldly, Follow me. Yes. Shimu nodded slightly and followed the Witch of Death to leave. He wanted to explain himself and why he spread the rumor that the Witch of Death wanted to sacrifice half of the souls in this world. Suna, who stayed where she was, looked at the bloody dagger and gave up the idea of killing herself. She decided to wait for Akhtar to come back. The next day. Early morning. Lord Akhtar? The puppet girl smiled maliciously and answered the sleepy Suna. You have started a war with the church coalition now. What? Suna stood up subconsciously, but saw the puppet girl move her fingers, and the imperceptible silk thread tied Suna tightly. Please wait here patiently. The puppet girl smiled. Don't go anywhere before Lord Akhtar comes back. Suna, The situation has become troublesome now. Should I try to provoke the puppet girl and let her kill me, after a while? The Saint of Destiny is well educated and doesn't even know how to curse. The puppet girl admired from the bottom of her heart. If you want to try to irritate others, I have a little experience. Are you interested? Suna remained silent, hugging her knees with her arms. This puppet girl was not angry at her verbal provocation at all, but listened to all her provocations with interest. At the same time, boom! The mushroom cloud rose slowly, and the spreading air wave blew away the snow. A giant ape flew out backwards. Before its body landed on the ground, Jormungandr suddenly jumped out, opened his huge snake mouth, and swallowed the giant ape alive. This scene was like a python swallowing a rabbit. Jormungandr glanced outside the kingdom of Hierapolis, and clearly saw the battle between the Cult of Death and the Church Coalition. It was a battle more intense than the fight between monsters. The scale of the battlefield exceeded the limit of vision, as if the war had spread to every corner of the world. The scale was so large that even a monster like her was surprised. She didn't know whether the Cult of Death could hold on before she turned into Typhon, the king of thousands of monsters. Thinking of this, she began to hunt more anxiously, devouring all the monsters she saw and taking all the monster factors into her body. The so-called ritual of resurrecting the monster, which is essentially to allow oneself to contain thousands of monster factors and power, and to become a cluster of monsters. Even if all the monsters in the world die, as long as the monster cluster still exists, it can create all the dead monsters at any time and anywhere, and can also create new monsters that have never existed. This is the truth of the so-called Lord of Thousands of Monsters. However, in order to achieve this condition, first of all, it is necessary to accumulate a certain scale of monster factors, and secondly, to let the monster witch's personality cover your own personality. Without any of the conditions, success is impossible. So in a sense, becoming Typhon, the king of monsters, is essentially suicide, but for monsters it is an honor. It is worth joy and something to pursue for a lifetime. On the other side, ha ha ha. It's worth dying to be the enemy of Akhtar. The wild laughter echoed in the battlefield, and a dwarf in armor rushed towards Akhtar waving his double hammers, but before he could get close, Akhtar turned his head indifferently. Black flames overflowed from his teeth, and he spit out black dragon breath, which directly swallowed him whole. Don't bother me anymore, he said indifferently, but many people still rushed around. He didn't need to actively look for enemies. There were a bunch of believers who believed in the god of war, and there was an overwhelming gap in their strength. But for his reputation as a hero, they challenged him without reason. A man like you can't be ignored. A charming laugh came, and a muscular giant rushed over, swinging the big iron rod in his hand and smashing it down. Bang! Shimu caught the falling big iron rod with one hand, and a black flame ignited in his palm, spreading along the iron rod towards the female giant, and in an instant, the female giant was burned to ashes. Do you really want to kill me to become famous? He smiled helplessly, but gradually became excited, looking at the strongmen rushing towards him. Then there is no way. As soon as he finished speaking, the black flame engulfed his body, and even the silver armor was dyed black. Then the flame engulfed everything, and the weak challengers were instantly burned to ashes. Only a few strong men with good strength continued to attack Akhtar under the flames. The church really doesn't follow the rules at all. Lu Wei stood on the hillside, her short blue hair fluttering in the wind. She looked at the flames of war below the mountain. But this time, they really want to get rid of us. Aren't we also planning to sneak attack them in advance? A green-haired half-elf beside him chuckled. This could only mean that the church and you have the same idea. Lu Wei, Last night, she had planned to attack the church coalition in advance, but who would have thought that the church had the same idea, which led to the two sides not declaring war before the war. But it didn't matter. Everything that could be done had been done. Not only joined the Twilight cult to join the battle, but also pulled out many hidden small cults and let them join the war. And at this moment, are you the mastermind behind the death cult? A white-haired woman came over with a cane. I didn't expect you to be so bold to come to the front line. Are you confident in your own strength? I am just a person who gives advice according to orders. Lu Wei responded lightly, looking at the old woman with crutches. Is the Pope of Fate going to take me down personally? Hee hee. The Pope of Fate smiled kindly on his wrinkled face. I am just curious about you, but I don't mind if I have the chance to take down the brain of the death cult. Then you will be disappointed. Lu Wei's body ignited with black flames and disappeared on the spot. She was just a clone of the embodiment of personality. The original body did not appear on the battlefield at all, and stayed with the Witch of Death. This is not because she is afraid of joining the war, but purely because her energy is focused on splitting her personality, and she has no spare energy for high-intensity combat. Then let me be your opponent. The green-haired half-elf drew out the long sword at his waist, but saw the Pope of Fate turned into a breeze and disappeared on the spot. He twitched his lips and asked, is it popular to have clones act out now? Chapter 171. The sky was gloomy. The stars were falling like rain, and the scorched earth was full of flames of war. The scale of the battlefield was no longer limited to Hierapolis, and several neighboring countries had been affected. The mountains were flattened, and people died every moment. The souls of the dead, who could not be reborn, seemed to fill every corner of the air. You are too weak. The Tiger King laughed wildly, grabbed a head with his bare hands, kicked it casually with his feet, and exploded into a blood mist in the air. However, at this moment, the sword passed through, and the Tiger King lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the dagger piercing his chest. He had been maintaining normal perception, and he should have been able to detect it immediately as long as the wave he spread was invaded by foreign objects. Humph. A disdainful hum came from behind, and the dagger piercing his chest was decisively pulled out, and the assassin who assassinated the Tiger King had disappeared in the battlefield. It must be the guys who assassinated the church. Tiger King covered his chest, feeling the deadly poison spreading from his heart, spreading through his blood vessels, to every part of his body, and his consciousness also became dizzy at this moment. If he was only pierced through the heart, he could still be saved with his death resistance, but with the poison applied to the dagger, he would inevitably fall. Can we only wait for the gate of hell to open? Pulling the corner of his mouth, Tiger King's legs suddenly swelled, and he jumped directly into the sky, his eyes firmly locked on the church reinforcements that came 10,000 meters away, and suddenly punched. Boom! The wave compressed to the extreme spread, instantly tearing the church reinforcements into blood foam, and the spreading wave formed a clear transparent sphere on the battlefield, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, pushing the air into a strong shock wave, until the Tiger King was also submerged. The diffused transparent sphere disappeared, leaving a shocking deep pit on the battlefield. No one could accurately calculate how many people were affected in the process. But no one cared. Except for a few extremely top-level combat forces, most people were just cannon fodder. As long as the number of deaths did not affect the balance of the battlefield, no one cared. For the commander behind the scenes, it was just a number. Shimu killed the attacker with a knife and observed the direction of the Tiger King. The current battle situation was obviously developing in an unfavorable direction, and the high-level members of the death cult gradually fell. This is not to say that the high-level members of the death cult are incompetent. They have tried their best to eliminate the enemy. However, compared with the huge reserve of strong men of the church coalition, the death cult is obviously far inferior. As long as the church coalition is included in the war of attrition, the death cult will definitely not win. Defeat is only a matter of time. In the past, the church had no way to deal with the death cult, mainly because the death cult was very good at lurking and never engaged in direct battles with the church. But he didn't really care about it. Now he could see enemies everywhere, which made him feel the pleasure of fighting. This was enough. Akhtar, surrender. Someone came over. He was dressed very gorgeously. His clothes were made of black feathers. The 10 fingers of his hands were decorated with different gems of different colors, giving people the feeling of a gorgeous big bird. Return to the arms of the goddess of death. Forget it, the witch of death is more suitable for me. Shimu sneered. Looking at the death pope opposite, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Returning to the arms of the goddess of death is impossible. The man dressed up in fancy clothes in front of him was called the Black Death Bird in the official setting of the game. He had no clear survival time, and had the ability to lead any life to death. Are you still bothered by the Black Rose Kingdom incident? The Black Death Bird shook his head and advised Akhtar kindly. The goddess of death has her own concerns. As a believer, you should understand. Shimu's eyes did not waver at all, and the sword of death in his hand ignited with flames. The Black Death Bird also shook his head regretfully when he saw this. Although Akhtar was a rare talent and might have the opportunity to replace him as the Pope of Death, he did not intend to keep persuading him for this. Then let the goddess of death talk to you in person. He took a step forward, and black feathers floated in the air, and the hand with the gem stretched out to Akhtar. However, from Akhtar's perspective, it was as if a huge hand covering the sky and the sun stretched out, wanting to hold him in the palm and strangle him to death. He could not win, nor could he avoid it. As a black bird of unknown age, it has the strength of a demon. Although it is not the partner of the goddess of death, it can surpass the popes of most churches with the power support provided by the goddess of death. After all, the power of the goddess of death is too superstandard. And at this moment, a red butterfly floated past Akhtar, and then a tall figure with long red wavy hair stood in front of him. Immediately, boom! The power of death and disorder collided, spreading with the two people as the boundary, painting the world into black and red. The power of the confrontation directly tore the sky apart, splitting the dusty sky in half, revealing the bright starry sky behind the scenes. The blade was retracted, and Mist immediately reached out to hold Akhtar's waist, took him back a few steps, and distanced himself from the Black Death Bird. What an interesting knife. The Black Death Bird looked at his palm, and saw a white mark on his palm, with a trace of blood, but it healed quickly in an instant. Then he looked down at the ground under his feet, and saw that the ground in front of his toes was torn into a canyon, spreading to the left and right sides. Are you okay, Akhtar? Mist let go of the slender hand holding Akhtar's waist, and looked at the man opposite with vigilance. She felt that the man opposite in black feather clothes was more difficult than the Blood Pope she had fought before. No. To be more precise, they are not of the same level at all, and there is no comparison at all. Not bad. Shimu shook his head calmly. He was wearing the reinforced red dragon blood armor, and with the grace given by the goddess of life, it was not difficult to resist the attack of the Black Death Bird, and it was enough for him to take time to ask for help. And that's why he was so calm. I hold him back. Misty clenched the long sword in her hand, and the power from disorder spread, dyeing the long sword bright red, and the crystal red butterflies fluttered, silently disintegrating the world. What a touching feeling. The Black Dead Bird laughed, and walked towards Misty calmly. The black feathers in the air collided with the crystal red butterflies, turning into orchid flames and disappearing. Misty took the lead in swinging the long sword, and the sharp sword cut through the air, a touch of deep red spread, engulfing the man who was walking over. She took a step forward calmly, ready to delay time as much as possible so that Akhtar could have time to evacuate. And at this moment, retreat. A slender hand grabbed Mist's wrist, and before she could react, dragged her to the edge of the scene, so fast that people could not react, as if they had completed teleportation. Why are there so many women protecting Akhtar? Black Death Bird walked out of the crimson, looking at Akhtar and Mist being dragged away by a girl with milky white hair, and felt very subtle. Inexplicably, he had the illusion that if he continued to chase Akhtar, some troublesome woman would suddenly appear. Maybe he is more popular with women. A chuckle suddenly came, and Black Death Bird turned his head expressionlessly, only to see a mature woman coming. She was tied up with white bandages all over her body, outlining a moving figure, looking both sexy and holy. It's too much of a bully for the Death Pope to attack the little guy himself. The corpse witch smiled sweetly. Let me be your opponent. There is more than one witch behind the death cult. Black Death Bird put away his casual attitude. He had to take it seriously when facing a witch of this level, otherwise he might really die. Before finding a suitable successor to the Death Pope, he didn't want to go to hell to serve the goddess of death. There are probably hundreds of witches behind the death cult. The corpse witch made up a story, while activating her power, and began to use the corpses on the battlefield, forcibly manipulating them to attack Black Death Bird. Corpse, this concept seems very narrow, and can only be limited to the body left after death, but this does not mean that she can only control corpses, but can also turn others into corpses, so that they become toys in her hands. Controlling the corpses to attack now is just a test. No matter how many witches there are, since you have all ended. The Black Death Bird looked up, then they should also end. The portal in the sky opened, and the gods from the sky descended, announcing that the battle had escalated and became a confrontation between witches and gods. The next day. It was dawn. You can go now. The tightly closed door opened, and the puppet girl walked into the room and smiled at Suna at the table. Although the monster which has not been resurrected, the war is almost over. You lost? Suna asked curiously, and saw the puppet girl pointing her finger at her chin, thinking carefully and said, it's probably a lose-lose situation. She kept smiling. This world probably needs the goddess of life to recreate living beings. What do you mean? Suna had a very bad premonition. This world needs to recreate life, which can only happen in one situation, that is, all life in this world has been extinct. It means literally. The puppet girl came to the window, and pulled open the tightly closed curtains, revealing the outside world. In order to win the war, both sides have begun to do everything they can. When they come to their senses, the world has become like this. Suna came to the window, and looked at the doomsday scenery outside the window. She saw flowing magma covering the earth, and there was no sign of life. Even Lu Wei, that woman, didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. The puppet girl shook her head and explained to the silent Suna, I thought it was just a local war between witches and gods, but when the actual fight started, I found that the conflict could not be controlled at all. Many hidden demons and witches were inevitably involved, and there were a lot of unexpected situations. Suna was silent for a moment, and asked, can you tell me what the unexpected situation is? For example, before the death of the alchemist witch, she buried ancient bombs all over the world in order to eliminate the church's reinforcements as much as possible. The puppet girl made an explosion gesture, the replicas that inherited everything from the alchemist which indiscriminately fired at all the locations of the church, involving everyone, and many people were blown to death before they could react. The key is the replica of the alchemist witch. Suna thought silently that as long as she waited for her death and returned, she could deal with the replica of the alchemist witch in advance, and the situation should be avoided from going to the worst. However, but if you insist, the Twilight believers are even more excessive. The puppet girl faced Suna's gaze and explained, they sacrificed low-level believers on a large scale, and created a large number of erupting volcanoes, hoping to drown all the church believers in this way. Do we still have to deal with the crazy Twilight believers? Suna was already a little desperate. If she just found one person, it would be a relatively simple matter, but if it was the Twilight believers scattered all over the world, it would be too difficult to deal with them in time. But the most serious one is the battle between witches and gods. The puppet girl counted on her fingers, in order to have enough materials to fight the goddess, the corpse witch refined all the living things she saw into corpses, and used them as consumables to fight against the gods. In order to fight the goddess of life, the imaginary witch, and the color witch created several cages that imprisoned millions of creatures. As long as the goddess of life took action, a cage would be destroyed. And the moon witch summoned the false moon to collide the celestial spheres, and the division demon used the earth as a chopping board to cut everything unscrupulously. Suna raised her hand to cover her forehead, a little unsteady on her feet. She began to doubt whether she could change such a bad ending if she went back to the past. But it's all worth it. The puppet girl happily turned around. Now more than half of the lives have died, enough for us to attack hell and unseal the witch of death. She looked at Suna's desperate eyes. What's wrong? Why do you look like you're about to cry? Kill me, Suna said desperately, but the puppet girl shook her head and stepped back a few steps and said, you are a friend of Lord Akhtar, how could I kill you? After saying that, she planned to turn around and leave. But Suna suddenly reacted and asked, wait, is Akhtar still alive? Of course he is alive. The doll girl tilted her head and replied, "If you want to find Lord Akhtar, just go to the top of the castle." "Thank you." Suna hurried away and ran to the top of the castle. Now she wanted to commit suicide immediately. The world was already worse, but when she heard that the Witch of Death would be unsealed, she immediately realized that the world could be even worse. Not long after, Suna climbed the stairs and came to the top of the castle. She saw Akhtar sitting on the castle. He seemed not to notice her arrival and looked at the world covered by magma. "Akhtar, are you okay?" Shimu responded calmly. "Because of the grace of the goddess of life, everything is very good except for a little lack of magic power." "Is everything really good?" Suna asked back, but saw that Akhtar was silent, obviously not wanting to answer her question. She came to sit beside Akhtar and whispered, "I am now the Saint of Fate, and I have been favored by the three goddesses of fate." Shimu remained silent and did not answer. "Because of the favor of the three goddesses of fate, my strength has been greatly improved." Suna continued to say calmly, "Not only can the death return go back to 3 days ago, but I can also freely decide the deadline for the death return. If it was only 1 day of death return, then she really had no way to stop everything, but thanks to her ability to die and return to 3 days ago now. So everything still has a chance to be saved." "Suna, you are such a good woman." Akhtar's dim eyes lit up, and he pulled out the sword of death beside him, looking at Suna's white neck, as if thinking about how to cut better. "Come on, kill me." Suna took a deep breath, raised her white neck slightly, and then suddenly felt her neck cold, and her consciousness became drowsy. Afterwards, "Suna, I have a mission for you." A kind and familiar voice came. Suna looked at the Pope Granny and pushed the envelope on the table in front of her. "Give this letter to Akhtar. This is something only you can do." Silence. Suna's expression became serious, and she said to the Pope Granny, who kept a kind smile, "Pope Granny, the world is going to be destroyed." Chapter 172. Pope Fate was stunned for a moment, then returned to her usual kind smile and comforted the nervous Suna. "Don't worry, talk slowly." "Pope Grandma, you don't seem surprised?" Suna reacted and looked at Pope Fate, who kept a kind smile. She said such a heavy news, but Pope Fate was not surprised or fluctuated. It seemed that she had already guessed that there would be a huge crisis in the future. Pope Fate did not answer immediately. She picked up the teapot on the table and poured herself a cup of hot tea. Then she explained, "According to the news conveyed by Akhtar, the Witch of Death may use half of the world's souls to attack Hell. I have already thought of this possibility." Her wrinkled face was a little sad. In order to gather more than half of the world's souls, the forces represented by the Witch of Death will immediately launch a great purge of this world as soon as they fall into a certain degree of disadvantage, so as to gather enough souls to impact Hell. As soon as the cult of death falls into a disadvantage, will it immediately launch a great purge of the entire world. Suna slapped the table with both palms, shaking the water in the teacup on the table. She finally realized the real horror of this war. Then isn't this war the fuse of the destruction of the world? It is possible. The Pope of Destiny smiled and answered. As the current Pope of Destiny, she had already anticipated the worst outcome before the war started, and Suna, who returned from death, also confirmed her idea from the side. If the cult of death falls into a disadvantage, it will immediately bring this world into the abyss of war, indiscriminately destroy all life it sees, and accumulate enough souls to impact Hell. "Suna, how will the world be destroyed in the future?" she asked the anxious Suna with the calmness and stability of an elder. Suna was silent after hearing this, and talked about the intelligence she had obtained, from the ancient bombs that bombed the world indiscriminately, to the volcanic clusters created by the large-scale sacrifices of the dust believers, and the battles between witches and gods. Although the description was very brief, as long as it was put into the perspective of an ordinary person, it was an unimaginable natural disaster. "Really? It's really a dangerous situation." The Pope of Destiny nodded with a smile, and didn't seem to be worried about the future described by Suna. She pointed to the letter on the table. "Suna, go and give the letter to Akhtar." Suna picked up the letter, hesitated for a moment, and asked the Pope of Destiny, "Pope Mother-in-law, can I tell Akhtar about the future?" You can decide for yourself." The Pope of Destiny smiled kindly, raised her hand, and touched Suna's head. "Now you are the Saint of Destiny, you must have your own ideas and judgments, otherwise you will become a puppet of fate. Character is part of fate, right?" Suna said the common sense of a believer of fate. Different people will have different orientations to fate, which depends on both ability and their own personality. Therefore, becoming a person with a strong opinion and someone who knows clearly what he wants is crucial to mastering his own destiny. Go find a way to prevent this world from being destroyed, Suna. The Pope of Destiny said softly, and Suna was silent after hearing the words, picked up the letter on the table, turned decisively, and left the carriage, and rushed to Hierapolis with several knights and guards. Shortly after Suna left, the Pope of Fate sighed softly, and his wrinkled face showed worry. As a human being, she did not want the war between witches and gods to cause the death of the living beings in this world for no reason. She stood up with the help of the table, and her figure disappeared from the spot. She began to contact the leaders of various churches, and explain the seriousness of the situation in the form of prophecy. The large army that was galloping at full speed immediately slowed down. They no longer had the momentum of wanting to destroy all the cultists immediately. Instead, they began to find various reasons to delay the speed of the large army. By the way, the churches of various parties also began to find ways to verify the prediction of the Pope of Fate. Not long after, the accuracy of the prediction was verified. They did find the buried ancient bombs, and they did find that the dust believers were gathering their believers and preparing to launch a large-scale sacrifice ceremony to create a volcano that could submerge the world. Assuming that they went to war with the death cult, it is indeed possible to cause the destruction of this world. No, it would be more accurate to say that it would cause their destruction. In fact, nothing will happen to this world itself. The gods in the sky will still exist, but the creatures on the earth will disappear, and the goddess of life will need to recreate life. Border of Hierapolis. In front of the towering city wall, Shimu rode on an 8-legged horse and said to Suna in front of the city gate, Suna, you shouldn't come to see me. Because I have to come to see you. Suna ignored the vigilant eyes of the death believer, came to Akhtar's side, and stretched out her slender white hand. This is not a good place to talk. Shimu showed a surprised expression, as if he had some guesses. He reached out and grabbed Suna's palm, pulled it into his arms, and then rode the mare into the city gate. Tsk, what a disgusting woman. On the wall, Shark Girl Kashut sat on the edge of the wall, carrying a sawtooth broadsword, and her perky little butt was flattened. Her delicate face was full of dissatisfaction. If you want to start a war, you should play psychological warfare. Next, should you call Akhtar's lover, teacher, and friends to persuade him? Maybe Akhtar has betrayed. A light laugh came, and Shark Girl Kashut turned her head and looked at the man who suddenly appeared beside her. It was a bald man wearing a white robe, with his eyes closed and a very gentle smile. Don't talk to me alone, Twilight Believer. Shark Girl Kashut said with an unhappy face. She didn't have a good face for the man who appeared beside her. Although this guy looked like a good person, he was actually a perverted guy who liked to abuse little boys with all kinds of disgusting means. Please call me Mudon. The man in the white robe smiled, raised his hand to his chest, and saluted. In the unhappy expression of Shark Girl Kashut, he explained why Akhtar might have betrayed. Akhtar has a strong belief in the goddess of life. Even after receiving the favor of the Witch of Death, he did not give up his belief in the goddess of life. In addition, the information about the Witch of Death's plan to sacrifice half of the world's lives was leaked some time ago. Don't you have any doubts? It's none of your business. Shark Girl Kashut suddenly swung her knife, and the serrated knife passed over Median's neck. If you continue to provoke me, I will kill you with one knife now. Yes, 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 can't I just not say it? Median raised his hands, stepped back step by step, and disappeared into the sunlight. Shark Girl was unhappy about this. She didn't think it was Akhtar who leaked the plan of the death cult to sacrifice half of the world's souls. After all, the death cult didn't have such a crazy plan. She even asked the Death Witch herself. I don't know who slandered the Death Witch. Old Castle. Shimu closed the curtains, clapped his hands hard, and then opened his hands and turned around. The golden light spread from the soles of his feet, covering every corner of the room, isolating the outside world from prying. Omniscient Prayer. This is the prayer power he indirectly obtained by hanging upside down under the omniscient tree for 7 days. It is a prayer that relies on the omniscient tree as the core to influence the world. It can be used as long as it is within the range of the omniscient tree. Did something happen in the future? Shimu turned around and asked Suna, who was sitting on the sofa with her knees together, or are you trying to persuade me to surrender? Suna was silent for a moment and shook her head, neither. Then something serious happened in the future, right? Shimu came to sit opposite Suna. The world was destroyed. Suna said in a heavy voice, but Akhtar showed a surprised look. Did the Witch of Death successfully unseal it? Shimu touched his chin and analyzed calmly. Since the world was destroyed, the gods were also killed, right? The gods are fine. Suna showed a little speechless expression, covering her forehead to explain, but the life created by the goddess of life is extinct. That's really serious. Shimu frowned slightly. What exactly happened in the future? Because of this war. Suna began to explain in detail, telling all the information she knew. Shimu nodded and asked for details. In fact, the future information that Suna knew was just what he instilled into Suna through the words of the puppet girl. Although the war in the future was very tragic and caused countless deaths, it did not reach the level of extinction of life in this world. After all, the Witch of Death had no intention of sacrificing the souls of more than half of the creatures in the world, nor did she intend to affect too many innocent people. However, this did not prevent him from instilling false information into Suna. As long as Suna opened the window and saw doomsday-like scenery, it would be enough to make Suna misunderstand, and bring this misunderstanding to the Church Coalition and the gods. Combined with what he said before that the Witch of Death would sacrifice more than half of the lives in the world, the Church Coalition's offensive plan could be changed, thus leading the situation to the degree he wanted. It's really an unexpected future. Shimu covered his forehead and pretended to think for a while. If you want to avoid such a future, then perhaps only the Goddess of Death can come. If the Goddess of Death comes, doesn't it mean that the gates of hell are opened? Suna looked embarrassed, but saw Akhtar shook his head. The enemy of the Witch of Death is the gods, not us. Shimu smiled. It's better to say that only in this way can the world be safe. He stood up on his knees. The Witch of Death has something to ask me. Suna, wait for me here for a while, and I will persuade the Witch of Death not to be so extreme. I hope your persuasion is useful. Suna smiled without hope, watching Akhtar leave, and then leaned on the sofa to think about how to avoid the conflict between the gods and the witches from breaking out completely. At the same time, the Kingdom of Joy. What? The God of War frowned, looked at Babylon who was kneeling on one knee opposite him, and said, Don't clash with the Witch of Death? He questioned. Are you awake? Is this the oracle conveyed by the goddess? Babylon lowered his head. If you force a conflict with the Witch of Death, not only will the Goddess of Life need to recreate life, but the Witch of Death will also be freed from the seal. Is the Witch of Death such an extreme woman? The God of War fell into deep thought. In order to unlock the seal, she actually planned to destroy all life indiscriminately. He scratched his head. She was obviously a good woman before, but now she is so crazy. He was eager to fight the Witch of Death, but now that he found that the Witch of Death was so crazy, he began to think about whether to take action. If the Witch of Death was stimulated to overturn the table and start an indiscriminate massacre regardless of anything, then his war church would also be affected, and the Witch of Death's body would break the seal. 2 days later. On the vast snowy plain, an eagle spread its wings and flew across the sky, its sharp eyes locked on the ground, looking for prey to hunt. However, what was reflected in his eyes was not delicious hares and foxes. Instead, it was 2 armies facing each other, and it seemed that a fierce fight would begin in the next second. However, it was nothing strange to the eagle. The 2 armies on the snowy mountain had never fought, but were just starving and freezing in the wind and snow. Lu Wei exhaled a white mist, looked at the negotiator representing the Church Coalition and said, Unless the monster which is resurrected, we will not retreat. Ms. Lu Wei, we just don't want to lose troops. The negotiator said seriously, If you don't withdraw your troops, we will consider destroying you and the monsters together. Then let's go to war. Lu Wei said concisely, This is just to advance the future war for world dominance. Negotiator, If the upper level is willing to go to war, how could they let him come to negotiate? It's because the cost of going to war is too high. Although he doesn't think the cost of going to war is very serious, the upper level is too cowardly, so he has no choice. The Church Coalition has already occupied an overwhelming advantage. And at this moment, buzz! The air trembled, and a dangerous breath suddenly spread. In the direction of Hierapolis, a monster that had never been seen before suddenly stood up. She had the heads of hundreds of monsters, and the limbs of hundreds of monsters on her body. It seemed that countless monsters were mixed together, exuding a chaotic and dangerous atmosphere, making people feel trembling all over, as if facing an absolutely superior predator. The head passed through the clouds, the feet stepped on the mountains, and the subtle sound was like a low thunder. A monster among monsters. Typhon. Well, I changed my mind. Seeing this, Lu Wei smiled, suddenly stretched out her hand, grabbed the judge beside her, and burned him into ashes with a black flame in her palm. Kill them all. She gave the order, and her body disappeared into the army. And the resurrected monster Typhon also cast his eyes on the Church Coalition, with a cold and beastly look, with a hungry greed, obviously wanting to eat. She stretched out her big hand to the Church Coalition, as if the pillar of heaven was retreating, and a huge shadow covered the sky above the Church Coalition. Such an exaggerated size is far inferior to even the Jormungandr, which was once known as the largest in the world. Relying on its size alone, it can destroy a country with a wave of its palm. The monster which is resurrected after all. The White Dragon King sighed, raised his hand, and pressed the head of the white-haired lowly beside him, and his eyes became solemn. But soon he relaxed again. The big hand that stretched out to the church coalition was suddenly cut off, gushing a lot of blood, and fell to the ground whirled. The source of the slash was the black gap in the sky. The deep darkness seemed to come from hell. No. It came from hell. Why does it seem like I'm wrong? A questioning voice came from the dark gap, and a beautiful and tall female figure could be vaguely seen walking out. She asked everyone coldly, "Are you satisfied now?" "Very satisfied." Shimu grinned, looking at the figure of the goddess of death appearing in the black gap, and said, "Lady Witch of Death, you should be able to open the gate of hell, right?" "Yes." The Witch of Death looked deeply at Akhtar. This man's ability was really outstanding. He could force the goddess of death out without seeing a weapon. Even she couldn't do it to this extent. But this was not the time to praise Akhtar. Now it was more important to resist the wrath of the goddess of death, otherwise everyone present would die. "Leave it to me, remember to quickly unseal the seal of the body." A chuckle came from the side, and I saw lie. No, now it should be called the imaginary witch. She brushed past the Witch of Death, and walked towards the black gap in the sky, obviously intending to delay the goddess of death. Chapter 173. Stop here, goddess of death. The goddess of lies raised her hand, and lifted her hair by her ear, looking at the tall mature woman opposite. Her long hair was like ink, and tied into a knot at the end. She was wearing lavender eyeshadow, and was wearing clothes similar to suits that wrapped her body very tightly. Only a pair of hands were exposed holding the sickle for hunting life. However, even though she was dressed so conservatively, it still couldn't hide her mature body curves. Her plump fruit seemed to be able to burst the buttons on her chest at any time, and her peach-like hips swayed in a sexy trajectory with her steps. However, ordinary people, when they saw the goddess of death for the first time, would never focus on her mature figure and delicate cheeks. Her cold eyes, like a knife, made people feel cold, and the fear of death hidden deep in the body kept screaming like begging for mercy, making people want to escape from the goddess of death immediately. Imaginary witch? The goddess of death stopped and looked at the girl with a sly smile opposite with a cold look, and suddenly swung the sickle in her hand. This knife was not aimed at the imaginary witch, nor at anyone else. It was a worldwide death granting in the unit of the human world. The overlapping life and death were forcibly separated. At this time, any dead person no longer had to endure the pain, and could smoothly go to hell to be reborn and meet their deceased family and friends. I didn't expect that the goddess of death would know a small character like me. The goddess of lies touched her cheek that had been disguised. She was a little worried that she would be discovered by the goddess of death, but it seemed that her power of lies was enough to deceive the goddess of death. Although she could not directly interfere with the goddess of death, if the object of the lie acted on herself, it could have an unexpected effect. "Since you are a small character, don't block the way," the death goddess said coldly, and swung her sickle suddenly, locking death as the result, and then reversed the process, and slashed at the light goddess with an almost unavoidable knife. Puff! Blood splattered, and the body of the light goddess from the shoulder to the hip was splashed with shocking blood. The battle ended in an instant. No. The situation seemed unexpected. The knife that locked death did hit the witch in front of her. But it only hit the witch in front of her. "It's so dangerous I almost died." The light goddess, who should have been killed by a knife, seemed to have been refreshed, and there was no sign of any injury at all. This is the power of lie, hiding one's true self, so as to avoid a knife that results in death. The death goddess frowned slightly, and then swung the sickle at a faster speed. Each knife was a slash that locked death as the result, as if peeling an onion and gradually tearing off all the disguises to find the truth of the witch in front of her. No matter how strong the witch on the other side is, as long as she finds the real side, the battle can be ended in an instant. Meanwhile, on the other side, "Suna, you can leave now." Shimu pushed open the door, and smiled at Suna sitting on the sofa. "I hope we will have a chance to see each other again in the future." "What do you mean?" Suna was slightly stunned. This tone of parting with life and death was a bit strange. Shimu smiled and answered, "I plan to go to hell and bring back a soul." "Go to hell and bring back a soul?" Suna stood up suddenly, her eyes reflecting Akhtar's smiling face. "Do you want to die? Hell is the domain of the dead. No living person is allowed to go there, and no soul is allowed to leave. If a living person goes to hell, it means death, and they will silently wait for the next life. But if the soul is taken out of hell, the dead will lose the opportunity to reincarnate. Once dead, they will really die, and become part of the world from then on. So from her perspective, what Akhtar is doing now is not only bad for herself, but also for the soul that is to be taken out. As a great conspirator who intends to subvert the world, my promise still needs to be counted. Shimu shook his head, and seemed not to intend to explain in depth. He turned around and was about to leave, but was grabbed by Suna's wrist. He turned his head, and looked at Suna with a frown. Evelyn needs to take back her soul, otherwise she will sooner or later become a piece of meat that cannot think for herself. Suna was silent, looking at Akhtar's determined eyes, knowing that it was useless to persuade him. This man really went to hell with the awareness of death. Then I go with you, I have my... Suna, your ability has been discovered. Shimu suddenly informed, and then carefully considered the words. The Witch of Death also has the ability to resist the return of death, and she has discovered your ability to use the return of death. How is this possible? Suna opened her mouth slightly. After being promoted to the Saint of Fate, the three goddesses of fate explained their abilities to her in detail. Only a very small number of gods have the ability to resist the influence of the return of death, such as the goddess of life and the goddess of death, or the level of the three goddesses of fate. Ordinary gods have no way to perceive the influence of the return of death. Shimu shook his head and gave an explanation. Not only the Witch of Death, but also the imaginary witch has resisted the influence of death return. They all have ways to ensure that their memories are not disturbed. He stared at Suna's uneasy expression. Don't leave the protection of the three goddesses of fate in the future, otherwise you will be used by someone with ulterior motives to modify the past. Suna was silent for a while, and forced a smile. Let's talk about it after you and I leave hell. She smiled sweetly. I also want to take someone out of hell. Who? Shimu asked curiously, but Suna smiled and shook her head, holding Akhtar's wrist. Let's go without further delay. Yes. Shimu didn't ask any more questions, and left with Suna, who was holding his wrist. Not long after, in another room, the Witch of Death turned around and looked at Akhtar, and Suna, who came over, then stared at Suna deeply. If her body had not reached the omnipotent realm, she would have been affected by the ability of this human girl. The so-called omnipotent realm is not a specific strength standard. Although those who can reach the omnipotent realm are undoubtedly true ceiling-level strongmen, the true meaning of omnipotence is to be able to come up with a way to deal with it no matter what the situation is. By interfering with one-sided abilities to the full, it can resist memory tampering, forced obedience, sensory influence, time interference, etc. Only by developing oneself to a degree close to omnipotence can one become omnipotent-level strongman. Sir, Witch of Death, I've kept you waiting for a long time. Shimu stopped, and the Witch of Death did not say much, stretched out her scallion white finger and pointed to the ground, and a black hole like an abyss appeared. If you encounter irresistible danger, remember to call me to pull you out of hell in time. As soon as the words fell, the figure of the Witch of Death disappeared. Now she has rushed to the gap between life and death to unseal her body. Let's go! Shimu smiled at Suna beside him, and then suddenly jumped into the black cave in her panic. Wait, I don't want to go to hell this way. Screams came from the black hole. Hell. The world you go to after death is usually considered by people to be the residence of the soul, and the waiting station for the afterlife. The imagination of hell has never been cut off from ancient times to the present. And at this moment, bang! The ground suddenly cracked, as if spreading like a spider web, scaring the people in the square to stand still. A breeze blew, rolling up the smoke and dust on the ground. Living people? A half-transparent soul looked up at the small black hole in the sky, and then looked at the silver-armored knight holding the girl, and fell into a state of almost confusion. Why would a living person fall in hell? It just looks like a living person. Shimu answered casually, putting down Suna in his arms. He looked around, his eyes locked on a chocolate-colored woman, and asked in surprise, Norma, why are you here? Sir Akhtar, why are you here? Norma, who had chocolate skin and cool clothes, covered her mouth in surprise, looking at Akhtar, whose body was showing its real body opposite. She almost had a deal of over 100 million yuan with Akhtar, and she became a rich woman thanks to Akhtar's help. Unfortunately, an accident happened later, causing her to go to hell before she had spent all her money. Thinking about it now, I am filled with regret. I should have listened to Akhtar and left Lionheart City. It's troublesome to explain. Just treat me as dead, Shimu said casually, which made Norma look tangled. But she quickly reacted, hurried to Akhtar's side, dragged him out of the city, and explained anxiously. Hell does not allow living people to come. Any life that comes to hell alive will be corrected by the apostles of hell. She told him so. It means artificially turning you from a living person into a dead person. Really? Shimu followed Norma's footsteps, while pulling Suda's wrist beside him, and asked calmly, why is the environment here so similar to Lionheart City? This is the result of shared memories. Norma explained, and then said, now is not the time to ask these things. If it is just a hell apostle at that level, there is no need to worry too much. Shimu suddenly said, turning his head to look at several figures wearing black cloaks and holding sickles, and black flames overflowed from his teeth. He exhaled immediately. It was not dragon breath, but closer to the degree of exhaled air, but the power of death was enough to end the battle. The strong wind swept past with black flames, and several hell followers, who were chasing them, were scattered like sand in the wind. The atmosphere stagnated. Norma was silent for a moment, looking at Akhtar in front of her and the red-haired girl beside her, and said with a twitch of her lips, a lot of things must have happened in the human world. Is there no legend about Akhtar in hell? Suda asked in surprise. Akhtar has now become a world-famous hero. Theoretically, he should be very famous. Why do people here seem to know nothing? Because we all died in the same way. Norma explained, the laws of hell are different from those of the human world. The memories in people's souls will lead to different landscapes. This is the case with the environment similar to Lionheart City now. She glanced at the apostle of hell, who appeared in the distance and fled in panic, and hurried to explain to the two. Depending on the location and wishes before death, different souls will gather into one area. Although I don't know what great things Akhtar did in the human world, it is basically impossible for there to be subsequent deaths in the Lionheart City area, so information about the human world is difficult to circulate. Is there no outsider coming? Suda retorted, and then got a subtle look from Norma. But she still explained patiently. Remember I said that Lionheart City is made up of the memories in the soul? If outsiders are allowed to enter at will, or a large number of people are dispersed at once, it is likely to cause a huge change in the environment of Lionheart City. Therefore, in hell, it is not allowed to go to other places at will, and there is rarely any information exchange between each other. Collective memory can actually interfere with the environment, which is really magical. Suna showed a surprised expression. If you want to create a city in the human world, you must carry out physical transformation, which takes a lot of time and tools. In hell, you can create a city with just collective memory. She has never thought of this before. To be more precise, it is to reproduce the world through collective memory. Norma gave an explanation. Although there are subtle differences, hell, which is composed of the landscape of countless people's souls, is very similar to the human world. After her death, she came to hell and found that hell was a very magical and boring place. The goddess of death and her gods made the rules, and the apostles of hell managed it. At first, she felt it was pretty good. She didn't need to eat, and didn't need to worry about getting hurt. She just needed to stay in a familiar environment and wait for reincarnation. However, if she stayed longer, she would find that hell was just a prison of memory, which was fundamentally different from the human world. She could also live forever. Since the map is similar, Shimu looked in the direction of the dragon's place. Then we just need to run the map next. Wait, I have a request. Norma looked at Akhtar, who was about to leave, and quickly grabbed his wrist. Can you take me out of hell with you? The human world is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will have no chance of reincarnation. Shimu shook his head, but saw Norma's expression was very persistent, tightly grasping Akhtar's wrist, revealing a pleading expression. I haven't spent all my money in the human world yet, and I'm waiting for reincarnation in hell. I can't bear it no matter what. Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth and covered his forehead and said, you might as well say that you want to see your parents, so that I can still deceive myself. Can I? Norma pleaded hopefully, and after seeing Akhtar silent for a moment, she nodded gently. She smiled happily, and her body turned into a wisp of smoke, wrapped around Akhtar's wrist, and lived in Akhtar's bracelet. Shimu shook his hand to confirm that Norma was in his bracelet, then summoned the mare, and took Suna to the direction of the Dragon Empire. The more powerful the soul, the clearer the scenery in the memory, the more powerful it can exert, and the stronger the hell apostle sent to manage must be. Otherwise, a group of unscrupulous strong men will move to irrelevant areas at will, which will easily cause the scenery of some weak areas to be distorted. Chapter 174. Dragon Empire. In the White Dragon territory, a large number of dragon souls float in the sky. However, compared to the souls in Lionheart City, the souls in the White Dragon territory are very similar to jellyfish in the sea, floating in the sky unconsciously, and occasionally colliding with each other without any reaction. Are they dead? Suna stood on the hill, looking at the dragon souls floating in the sky without any reaction, like clouds blown by the wind, which made her have a subtle doubt whether the dragon souls here still have self-awareness. Shimu pretended to think for a while, and suggested, "Why don't you try to punch them? The priority is to rescue your little princess, right?" Suna rolled her eyes lightly. The number of dragon souls in hell is at least several times more than that of the dragons in the world. If she accidentally stimulated the dragon souls, she and Akhtar would probably die here, and there would be no possibility of survival. Then you wait here for me. I will sneak into Road City to find Evelyn. Shimu smiled, and ran towards Road City without hesitation. Seeing this, Suna, who stayed where she was, looked sideways at Norma with chocolate skin and the mare who had transformed into a human form. "Sleipnir, are you not going to hide the fact that you can transform into a human form?" "There is no need to hide it," the mare explained, and then she grabbed a handful of fresh grass on the ground, stuffed it into her mouth and chewed it. Then her pretty eyebrows frowned, and she immediately spit out the grass in her mouth. The tactile feedback in hell is different from that in the human world. Norma gave an explanation at the right time. Unless you use your soul body to chew the product of the memory body, eating anything is like chewing air. At this point, she smiled again. But the advantage is that you can't finish it. As long as the common memory in everyone's heart does not change, the consumed things will be replenished quickly. No wonder the death believers want to come to hell. Suna also found the superiority of hell. There is no concept of hunger in this place, because there is no way to finish the food, which means there is no need to worry about the consumption of resources. However, Norma was not happy about this, and explained in a low voice, "The precious food memory will be monopolized by the strong, and the weak souls have no way to chew the taste infinitely. Isn't it inedible?" Suna asked back in confusion, and then saw Norma lowered his head in frustration and explained to her. But regeneration also takes time, and the fewer related memories, the longer the regeneration time, and the people who can remember delicious food in the world are also a minority in the world. Isn't there much difference between this and the world? Suna felt a little regretful. She felt sorry that people could not live freely after death. She thought that people in hell could taste the delicious food that they could not imagine in their lifetime. There is no such thing as hunger in hell. Norma shook her head and pointed at the dragon soul floating in the sky. Even if you don't eat anything, you won't feel hungry. In addition, hell doesn't allow death after death, so people don't need to worry about the crisis of death. It doesn't matter if you sleep or bask in the sun all the time. Isn't this good? The little mare felt that the living environment in hell was not bad, and Norma raised her hand and pointed at the dragon soul floating in the sky. When a person does not need to eat, does not have any pressure to survive, and cannot reproduce like in the real world because of the soul body, no matter who it is, they will become lazy. The mare was silent for a while, and then asked, "What about listening to stories?" She does not need to worry about food in the real world, does not have any pressure to survive, and has no interest in reproduction, but she likes to listen to stories to pass the time. Norma nodded and said, "In the environment of hell, making up stories and listening to stories are a very good way to pass the time, but as long as you stay in hell for a long enough time, not only will you get tired of listening to stories, but you will also find stories boring because you have no need to reproduce, survive, or eat." The survival rules of souls in hell are completely different from those in the real world. Because there is no death here and there is no hunger, there is no conflict due to survival resources, and it will naturally become very boring. If hell is likened to a game without punishment and not much reward, then people who stay in this game will sooner or later become bored as long as they play long enough, and become souls floating in the sky. Without the pressure of survival, will it become like this? Suna raised her hand to cover her pretty face, feeling incomprehensible. Her common sense clearly told her that under the conditions of hell, it was very happy and good, neither death nor hunger, but after eliminating these terrifying conditions, people became bored and empty. At the same time, in Road City, the back garden of the palace. "Are you the wife of the White Dragon King?" Shimu jumped off the eaves and looked at the white-haired wife sitting under the parasol. She was holding a cup of black tea in one hand, and her delicate face was full of surprise. She was surprised by the sudden appearance of a living person. But she reacted quickly. "Is it Akhtar?" The white-haired wife smiled gently, asked Akhtar to sit down, and then poured hot tea for him. Shimu picked up the teacup and took a sip. The hot tea in his mouth burst out with the same taste as real black tea. This does not mean that he is already a soul body, but because the silver-haired lady has infused magic into the black tea, so that he can experience the taste while having a body. "Madam, I came here to take away Evelyn's soul." He put down the teacup and explained to the white-haired woman. However, the white-haired wife shook her head upon hearing this. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I can't let you take Evelyn's soul away. She learned about the reality through the soul of the dead dragon, and knew that the man in front of her was the object of her daughter Evelyn's affection. She also knew that this man had no ill intentions. Why? Shimu frowned, and saw the white-haired wife waved her hands, and explained to him anxiously. Evelyn's soul is not in Road City. She was taken away by the apostles of hell before I went to hell and imprisoned as an abnormal thing. Being treated as an abnormal thing? Shimu pretended to be puzzled and asked, but there was no surprise. Regarding the plot of the quest line of bringing back the white-haired lowly, the important thing is not the white-haired lowly itself. She is more like an opportunity to lead the storyline of hell, which can not only help players determine their positions, but also help players trigger the relevant secrets of hell. For example, about the creation which sealed at the bottom of hell, the significance of hell to the gods, and the true power of the omniscient god. Akhtar, do you think Evelyn is dead? The white-haired wife asked Akhtar, and then answered by herself, her soul has arrived in hell, but her body is still alive. There are two states of life and death. This is abnormal for hell, so Evelyn's soul was taken away by the apostle of hell. Shimu fell silent. The white-haired wife kept a gentle smile when she saw this. She knew that Akhtar could break into hell for his daughter, which was a very remarkable thing. Even if Akhtar gave up now, it was worth her thanking Akhtar. Madam, you don't want your daughter's soul to be imprisoned as an abnormal object. Of course, you can't say that. Shimu exhaled and looked at the elegant and dignified wife sitting opposite him and asked, Madam, you must have thought about how to take back your daughter's soul, right? If it was before, there would be no chance. The white-haired wife pursed her lips and explained to Akhtar, but recently, the gods of hell suddenly allowed a certain number of souls to go to a deeper hell. As long as you go through the open hell tunnel, you will have a chance to enter the bottom of hell and take back Evelyn's soul. How to do it? Shimu said briefly. He didn't want to know why the gods of hell opened the hell tunnel. This was meaningless to him. It would be better to let the white-haired wife quickly explain how to go to the bottom of hell. Please don't be so anxious. The white-haired wife was slightly stunned and wanted to continue to explain more information so that Akhtar could better understand the situation in hell. But Shimu waved his hand. Madam, I don't have much free time in hell. Yes. The white-haired wife swallowed the information she wanted to tell and began to talk about how to go to the bottom of hell. If you want to enter the bottom of hell, you need to put on the clothes of the dead to escape the pursuit of the apostles of hell, and then take the initiative to sign up to go to the deeper hell of hell, so that you have a chance to go to the bottom of hell. How to do it? Shimu asked, and saw the white-haired wife close her eyes, and saw a floating red dragon in the sky suddenly wake up, and then flew rapidly towards the direction of the palace, and turned into a human form after landing. His red hair was tied into small strips, and fell down behind his head, but his eyes were very indifferent, as if he had lost the element of emotion. This is not indifference and ruthlessness, it is purely a boring life that wiped out all his passion, causing his eyes to be extremely indifferent, and he seemed to have no interest in everything. You are Akhtar, right? The red dragon looked at Akhtar, with an arc of interest on his lips. I am the coat of the dead that you need to wear. To put it in simple terms, it means that my soul will wrap you up and give people the illusion that you are dead. Tesmar, he is the former Red Dragon King of the Red Dragon clan. The white-haired wife explained to Akhtar softly, you just need to let the Red Dragon King wear it, and wrap your body with his soul, so that you can go to the hell tunnel. Shimu nodded, stood up and walked in front of the Red Dragon King, then took a step forward and overlapped with the Red Dragon King's body. Then his appearance changed drastically, turning into the appearance of the Red Dragon King Tesmar, and his aura changed from a living person to a dead person. After moving his hands and feet, he found that his strength had been temporarily strengthened. That strength did not come from himself, but from the soul of the Red Dragon King. The Red Dragon King will tell you what to do next. The white-haired wife stood up and bowed to Akhtar. I'm sorry, as Evelyn's mother, I can't go to the bottom of hell with you. At this point, she smiled gently again. But as Evelyn's mother, I agree with your feelings for Evelyn, and I sincerely wish you happiness in the future. It depends on what Evelyn thinks. Waving his hand, Akhtar hurriedly left without chatting with the white-haired wife. It's good to be young. The white-haired wife chuckled and sat down again. As Evelyn's mother, she was not allowed to go to the hell tunnel at all, otherwise she would also like to go to the bottom of hell with Akhtar. After a while, in front of a deep black hole, the apostle of hell sat at the table, looking at the two people standing together, namely the Red Dragon King Tesmar and the human Norma, and casually stamped his seal and said, after going down, you are not allowed to come back. Let's go! Shimu nodded slightly, looking at Norma standing at the edge of the hell tunnel waiting for him. No. To be more precise, it was Suna wearing Norma's skin. He came to Suna, the two held hands tightly, and then went underground in the hell tunnel. History is going backwards. As the two bodies fell, the past history flashed frame by frame, and many different civilizations appeared, which could correspond to the descriptions in the history books. This is the history book of hell, dividing the hell into layers according to people's memories, like a history book to preserve the past, until they came to a special layer of hell. Plague Church. What an interesting combination. The hell messenger in nun's clothes looked at the man and dragon who suddenly appeared, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Welcome to contribute to the resurrection of the plague goddess." "What do you mean?" Shimu asked coldly. Her red pupils reflected the firelight, but the hell messenger in nun's clothes was not panicked at all. As a hell messenger, she has privileges in hell, can get support from hell itself, and has a strong restraint on the dead. Unless it is a soul at the level of a demon or witch, she doesn't need to worry at all. And the souls of the level of demons and witches can't enter hell at all, and they will be completely destroyed in the world. Gods are born according to the beliefs of the times. The hell nun turned around and took the two out of the church, only to see people infected with plague everywhere outside the cult. Each layer of hell is divided into different eras. As long as there are enough souls infiltrating the corresponding layers of hell and replaying everything that happened in the past era, the dead gods can be reborn. She explained. You can understand that each layer of hell is a god embryo. As long as there are enough souls invested and replaying the scenery of the past era, the embryo of the god can be artificially created. It's really a good method. Shimu came to the side of the hell nun and asked with a cold smile, "Is there a corresponding layer of hell where the omniscient god was born?" "Humph, that's not something you can know." The hell nun snorted lightly, stretched out her hand, and touched the forehead of the man next to her, trying to peel off his memory, and then implant the relevant memory of this era. However, it failed. The hell nun's expression froze, looking at the indifferent man in front of her, wondering if it was too late to escape now. Chapter 175. You care so much about the God of All-Knowing, you are a believer of the Witch of Death, right? The hell sister pursed her lips, and looked at the person wearing the clothes of the dead beside her. Only the believers of the witch would care so much about the God of All-Knowing. What's your answer? Shimu's eyes were cold, and the black flame of death ignited in his palm. With just a little effort, the hell sister could be completely burned. No. The hell sister replied nervously. The God of All-Knowing is the original creator. How could there be a divine placenta left? Shimu's eyes turned cold. I really didn't lie. The hell sister explained anxiously, sobbing as she explained to Akhtar, the prerequisite for creating a divine placenta is the existence of a corresponding civilization and environment, but the omniscient God is the original creator, and it is impossible for a corresponding civilization and environment to exist. She shouldn't have lied. Suna also whispered, it is impossible for this world to have an environment that supports the omniscient God. If there really is such an environment and civilization. She hesitated. Then this civilization must be above all gods. Regarding the conditions for the birth of the plague goddess, it was based on the great expansion of population and culture. That era was more brilliant than today, until a brilliant magician created a deadly disease in order to eliminate hostile countries. At first, the effect was very good, but as the deadly disease spread, the disease itself was also rapidly mutating, leading to large-scale deaths in that era. In the environment, where the disease spread to every corner of the world, the plague goddess met the conditions for birth. If the omniscient God is to be born, the strength of that civilization must at least be related to the concept of omniscience. This is basically impossible. What if the omniscient God's ability is not omniscience? Shimu was still persistent, leaving the hell sister speechless. Why didn't this guy admit the reality? Even if the omniscient God's ability is not omniscience, it is impossible to defeat him. And there is indeed no placenta of the omniscient God in hell. At least, she doesn't know that there is a divine placenta of the omniscient God. The atmosphere fell silent. After a moment, "Are we here to save people?" Suna reminded her. She and Akhtar came to hell to rescue the little princess of the Dragon Empire, not to explore the true nature of the omniscient God's ability. That's right. Shimu sighed, and pressed the hell sister's hand slightly harder. Help us open the tunnel to the bottom of hell. After opening it, you won't kill me to silence me, right? The hell sister asked her concerns. She was quite worried that she would be killed to silence her afterwards. Shimu shook his head and said, You have already helped us open the tunnel to the bottom of hell. Is there any way to survive except join the cult of death? It is true. The hell sister thought about it, and decided to agree first, but at the moment, when her red lips opened slightly, someone spoke first. No one is allowed to go to the bottom of hell. A calm male voice came, and everyone present subconsciously looked over, and saw that the person who came was a handsome man, wearing a very close-fitting aristocratic costume, which set off his straight body. The beard on his chin was shaved very cleanly, giving people a refreshing and gentle feeling. However, as long as you look into his black eyes, you can detect his inner arrogance and indifference. And he is the god of hell. He is the high-ranking god second only to the goddess of death, and is one of the few gods who do not have a divine placenta. However, as long as hell itself exists, hell itself can also be regarded as the divine placenta of the god of hell. In a sense, the god of hell can be regarded as hell itself. The situation is very bad. Shimu frowned slightly, obviously very timid, but the captured hell sister seemed very excited, knowing that her life was safe. Because the god of hell, who was born in hell, has a natural advantage in hell. Except for great gods like the goddess of death, the god of hell is almost invincible in hell. It is easy to save her. Akhtar, you came to hell just to save people, right? The god of hell came over and came close to Akhtar. You have the grace bestowed by the goddess of plague, which means you have also met the goddess of plague. Shimu said nothing. The fact that you can see the resurrection of the plague goddess shows that there is a special connection between you two. The god of hell smiled. Would you like to witness the resurrection of the plague goddess? I am not here for the plague goddess, Shimu replied, but the god of hell pretended not to hear him and turned to walk out of the church. Shimu and Suna looked at each other, then followed the footsteps of the god of hell, while the hell sister who stayed in place had her legs softened and then fell on the stone slab of the church. Although hell does not allow death after death, the power of the witch of death will not abide by the rules set by the goddess of death. If you are killed, you will die. Happy Street. Many scantily clad men and women fell on both sides of the street and groaned in pain. They were originally a group that sold their bodies for gold coins, but with the birth of the concept of disease, any in-death physical communication could cause each other to get sick. This not only led to the unemployment of practitioners in Happy Street, but also led to their large-scale infection. Now they can only wait to die in Happy Street. After the birth of the plague goddess, the first thing I saw was this scene. The god of hell said casually, I still remember that the plague goddess shed tears, but she had to clean up all the infected people. Shimu said coldly, you are really bad. Don't humans also like tragedy? The god of hell laughed and retorted, I just like to watch tragedy, but you like to create tragedy, and you are obviously the worst. They just know what is bad. Shimu retorted, but the god of hell stared at Akhtar deeply. He had heard of Akhtar's deeds a long time ago, and made a judgment about Akhtar. That is the irreversible tragedy that Akhtar will inevitably face. By the way, I don't think I have introduced myself yet. The god of hell changed the subject. Tartarus, this is my name. Shimu shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Then call me the god of hell. The god of hell didn't care and continued to talk to the two of them. Originally I should have cleared you out directly, but for the sake of the omniscient saint and the three goddesses of fate, I can allow you to leave alive. Shimu was surprised. Do you know Eden? Is there any god who doesn't know her? The god of hell asked back. Although the all-knowing saint was not a god, she was too special. Both her strength and status were higher than those of ordinary gods. Then can you give me Evelyn's soul for Eden's sake? Shimu asked tentatively. No. The god of hell waved his hand, unless you ask the all-knowing saint to exchange it for a branch of the all-knowing tree. Shimu, have you thought about it? The god of hell chuckled. I can give you a chance to leave alive. Suna, you leave first. Before he finished speaking, Shimu found that his mouth was covered. Suna raised her hand to gently gather her hair by her ears, revealing her crystal ears, and gave him a gentle smile. Didn't I say that I also want to take people out of hell? Is there no other way for us to take the souls of hell away? Suna pulled back her hand, regardless of Akhtar's complicated expression. She asked the god of hell. If you really want to kill us, you wouldn't have said so much to us, right? As expected of the saint of fate, have you already mastered the trajectory of fate? The god of hell said jokingly, and then his expression became serious. But there is indeed a way to let you take out the soul. He explained to the two. Before hell is completely closed, there is a rule that if someone can break through the 12 layers of hell, they can leave with the dead soul. But if you fail, you will have to stay in hell. Shimu looked down at the ground below, as if thinking about how to break through the 12 layers of hell. It's not about physically punching through hell. The god of hell shook his head and explained with unexpected patience. You fight with the strong men of the 12 layers of hell. As long as you defeat them all, you can take the soul away from hell. Shimu reacted. Isn't this a duel? Then do you want to accept it? The god of hell asked with a smile. After seeing Akhtar nod without hesitation, he laughed heartily, attracting doubtful looks from men and women on the roadside. Why are they laughing so happily in such a bad era? At the same time, in the present world, clang! The sickle and the dagger collided, bursting out brilliant sparks, and the goddess of lies took a few steps back and wiped the blood off her cheek. She was about to lose. No, to be more precise, she was about to be killed by the goddess of death. After only a short fight, she was almost found out by the goddess of death and sent her away with a sickle. And now the witch of death has not yet unsealed. Where is the color witch? The death goddess said coldly, looking at the slightly embarrassed lie goddess on the opposite side, and swung her sickle again. Crack! The lie goddess subconsciously blocked with her dagger, but found that the sickle light directly cut off her dagger, directly splitting her in half. Immediately, her body disappeared as if refreshed, and appeared intact a few hundred meters away. This is not to say that the quality of her dagger is not good, it is simply that the death goddess has given her dagger the concept of death, so she forced her dagger to cut. This is the tricky part of the death goddess. Even if she holds a divine weapon, it doesn't make much sense. It will be scrapped after a few exchanges. And this is based on the premise that she attached a lie to the dagger in advance. Maybe the color witch ran away in fear? The goddess of lies shook the broken dagger in her hand, and teased the cold goddess of death, who made the goddess of death too strong. Why am I suddenly classified as the witch of death? The pleasant female voice revealed doubts, and the color of the sky changed accordingly, as if someone splashed paint in the sky, turning from the original blue to orange. And in that orange, a witch with long orange hair walked out. She was wearing a knee-length skirt and holding a palette. The expression on her face was helpless. Obviously she had been hiding well. Why was she exposed inexplicably, and classified as the witch of death? Although she did hide in the witch of death camp to watch the battle. However, she did not intend to expose herself casually, but was named by the goddess of death and the imaginary witch, as if they were sure that she must exist. Because we fought side by side in the future. The goddess of lies flashed and came to the side of the color witch, holding the color witch's hand excitedly. We resisted the goddess of life together. It's a threat. The goddess of death twitched her lips. These guys created several cages in the future, imprisoning millions of lives, to threaten the goddess of life not to take action. As long as the goddess of life took action, a cage would be destroyed. And this is also the reason why the goddess of life did not come. These two witches are really a bit shameless. Does this war involve the time level? The color witch frowned, obviously unwilling to join the battle, but since her identity has been exposed, if she does not join the war, then if the witch side loses the battle afterwards, she will also be implicated. There is a little guy who can interfere with the time level. The goddess of lies explained casually, and then looked at the goddess of death and said, with your joining, it should not be a problem to delay until the witch of death unseals. Is the goddess of death not as easy to deal with as the goddess of life? The color witch raised her hand and pushed down her glasses. She did not think that her joining would affect the battle situation. If it was the goddess of life, it would be easy to deal with, as long as she threatened innocent people appropriately. However, the goddess of death would not care about the lives of innocent people. It's enough to delay time. The goddess of lies smiled lightly. Although she had reached the height of omnipotence, she still had no good way to deal with the goddess of death, who was almost unsolvable. The only way now was to delay time, and wait for the witch of death to escape. Otherwise, she could only make a strategic transfer. Even if the witch of death escapes, I still have to face the goddess of life. The color witch was not optimistic about the battle situation, but her body still acted honestly. She used a paintbrush to paint the void, forcing the world's colors to change, creating layers of solid cages that wrapped up the goddess of death. The goddess of lies also cooperated at this time, pointing her finger in the direction of the cage. Imagine that the sun falls. The cage was instantly set on fire, spreading the high temperature and making people mistakenly think that another sun appeared in the sky. But soon the color of the sun changed, turning into a kind of darkness that swallowed everything, and the dark sun hovered in the sky. It was like a black hole that swallowed the world. Duh. 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 In the lightless darkness, Shimu walked out calmly. He was now in a huge arena, looking at his opponent opposite, with a surprised expression. Siegfried? Chapter 176. Siegfried, why are you here? Shimu took a step forward, his feet on the gravel on the ground, his voice revealing dryness. He no longer had the original high spirits, and lost the calmness that seemed to be able to face any difficulties. even though Akhtar was the most brilliant man of this era. But this was also a matter of course. Even if Akhtar could face gods in life and death calmly, when the sword needed to face the important people around him, it would become weak. The god of hell sat in the VIP seat, supporting his cheek with one hand, watching this scene with interest. He didn't care whether Akhtar could win or not. He couldn't see the hero fall into a dilemma. This was more satisfying than watching 1,000 or 10,000 duels, and it could make him feel happy from the bottom of his heart. Is it to choose to kill your guide and mentor, and then bring out the soul of your lover, or to choose to kill your guide and bring out the soul of your lover? No matter what choice you make, it is an extremely painful thing. You are such a bad guy. A female voice sneered beside him. The god of hell turned around and saw a handsome boy with red curly hair, wearing shorts and a jacket, looking at him with contempt. Dream god, the god in charge of dreams. If it is easy to take souls out of hell, then wouldn't the rules of hell become a decoration? The god of hell ignored the ridicule of his colleagues, and looked at the two people facing each other in the duel field. Even in front of the gods, the genius who can remain arrogant and think that all difficulties can be overcome can no longer remain calm and strong. When he completes the ritual and becomes a demon, he will probably kill you first. The dream god made such an assertion. As a god serving in hell, he can naturally see at a glance that Akhtar has the potential to become a demon. With the talent and ability that Akhtar has shown now, as long as he can successfully become a demon, he will definitely grow rapidly, and will not be inferior to any demon in history. He may even surpass the strongest demon outside the world. No demon can kill me. The god of hell asserted so. He has already reached the realm of omnipotence, and there is still the blessing of the environment in hell. Even if the Witch of Death comes in person, it is impossible to kill him. And Akhtar must be able to grow to the realm of omnipotence alive, and now he has no time. The god of dreams glanced at his confident colleague beside him, and then glanced at the worried saint of destiny beside him. From her eyes reflecting the dual field, deep worry can be seen. If Akhtar had any accident, he would surely commit suicide without hesitation. And at this moment, in the duel arena, the god of hell gave me an offer that I could not refuse. Siegfried told Akhtar the reason for his participation in the duel: as long as I defeat you, you will allow me to return to the world for 60 years. Shimu said in a low voice, "Is it for Yaslaki? The world above is becoming more and more chaotic, and as a father, I am very worried." Siegfried moved his wrists, smiling as generously as ever. He really wanted to return to the world to see his daughter, but he did not want to be an enemy of Akhtar. There was another important reason for joining the duel. In order to protect Akhtar and keep him alive, as long as he can defeat Akhtar in advance, he won't have to face the subsequent rounds of battles with strong men. The strong men selected to participate in the trial of the 12th level of hell are all the most amazing people in history. There are also those who fought against the witch head-on and survived. With Akhtar's current strength, it is impossible to cross the trial of the 12th level of hell, unless Akhtar can be promoted to a demon at this moment. You can't defeat me now. Shimu shook his head and said, "If you want to see Yaslaki, I will find a way later." Being rational and being irrational are two different states. Siegfried waved his hand calmly. "If you still want to rely on the great sword of death to weaken my state, it won't be that easy." He kept the memory of being killed by Akhtar, and knew clearly how Akhtar killed him. From beginning to end, Akhtar did not fight him head-on, but used the continuity of the great sword of death to weaken him, and finally used the artifact sword of light to make a fatal blow. Now he has a clear mind, and will not give Akhtar the opportunity to weaken him with the great sword of death, and will also guard against the surprise attack of the sword of light. So he doesn't think he will lose. Although Akhtar has grown up now, he should be stuck at the peak of human beings, which is at most at the same level as him. Shimu said nothing, turned around and planned to leave the duel field, but found that his way back had been blocked by a group of people. "Since you are not going to participate in the trial, it is time to settle our personal grudges." Hercules stood at the front, looking at the man who had killed him, and flexed his wrists. "Akhtar, I didn't expect that we would meet again." Shimu ignored Hercules, and looked at the mature woman wearing a magic robe floating in the air. The former queen of the Magic Kingdom. "The traitor," the Magic Queen said calmly, looked at Akhtar, and then lowered her head to caress the full moon in her arms. She was also an enemy of Akhtar, but she did not have a strong hatred for Akhtar. It was for her children. "You have a very legitimate reason for revenge," Shimu admitted frankly, and did not care about the appearance of the Magic Queen. Accepting the invitation of the god of hell is not for revenge. Thor walked out of the crowd and came to Akhtar and asked, "You should be stronger now, right?" The reason he accepted the invitation was not for revenge, but purely to have a fair fight with Akhtar, and fight at each other's peak state. When he was in the present world, He was poisoned by the disorder, and had no way to exert his peak strength. Now he has the opportunity to fight Akhtar. Then he just doesn't want to miss it. I thought I would never have a chance for revenge. The blood poke came out, looked at Akhtar, who had become a truly powerful man, and said calmly, "Don't die before I complete my revenge. I heard that you are the most amazing genius of this era." A girl with clown makeup and cards came out and asked Akhtar, "I wonder if you can become a demon." "Sir Akhtar, I didn't expect that we would meet in hell." The Ghost Queen came out and gave Akhtar an embarrassed smile. "If there is a chance to fight, I will definitely admit defeat." She felt the presence of the creation witch in hell, and her power, which had been weakened to almost nothing, was now rapidly restored. Now she accepted the invitation to fight Akhtar, purely to admit defeat, so that Akhtar would not be burdened with too much fighting and could successfully complete the 12 trials of hell. As for dying again, she didn't care much. There are really many acquaintances. Shimu observed everyone present one by one, knowing that she had to continue this duel. Otherwise, she would inevitably face a siege. This is intentional. Su-na in the audience witnessed this scene and pursed her red lips. There is no possibility of winning at all. She has begun to consider whether to return from death, otherwise she will have to witness Akhtar being killed with her own eyes. And it seems that it was expected. Don't think about committing suicide. The god of hell raised his hand and pressed it on Suna's head, saying with a smile, "My memory will not be affected by time travel. Your little tricks will not work." Suna, The 3 goddesses of fate occasionally choose saints, who have the ability to interfere with time. This is not the first time. The god of hell explained casually, "Little guy, you are not a unique and special person, but you just happen to be chosen by the 3 goddesses of fate, so you have the right to interfere with the past. This world does not allow time travel. This is an iron rule set by the omniscient God, and no existence can violate it. But the 3 goddesses of fate are exceptions. They respectively control the power of the past, present, and future, and are given privileges by the omniscient God. And this privilege can be delegated to believers through the 3 goddesses of fate." "Really?" Suna was silent for a while, then suddenly stood up and shouted in the direction of Akhtar, "Akhtar, don't worry about so many insignificant things. Just fight with all your strength." She faced Akhtar's surprised eyes, gently waved a fist, and smiled sunny and bright. "Leave the rest to me. God of hell, Can this saint of fate do it? Such an important ability of time reversal is used on a man, and a man who is in the company of the Witch of Death. Usually, the saint of fate is to deal with major crises, such as dealing with difficult demons or witches with strange abilities. And this saint of fate is to protect the man. Since that has been said," Shimu smiled with relief, turned and walked towards Siegfried. The sights of both sides overlapped into a line, and their bodies moved, constantly closing the distance. "You really have no shortage of good women around you." Siegfried sighed, and red dragon scales appeared on his body, turning into a human-shaped red dragon. Red flames appeared on his body, and the ability from enhancement was fully activated. But women can't affect the outcome of the battle. Flames overflowed from his teeth, and he exhaled hot dragon breath without hesitation. The fire engulfed the dual field at this moment. Then, puff! The great sword of death pierced through his chest. Siegfried lowered his head and looked at Akhtar, who rushed to him with dragon breath. Such a counterintuitive scene surprised him. Even if Akhtar had reached the peak of human beings now, he should not be able to forcibly resist the dragon breath rushing to him. "There is a huge gap in our equipment," Shimu explained, then drew out the great sword of death, and then stepped back a few steps. Siegfried was stunned, and his eyes fell on the silver armor worn by Akhtar. Obviously, the armor only had some anti-dragon properties before, but now it has become a divine weapon-level defense. No wonder Akhtar could rush to him with dragon breath. Even if you can't win, you can still fight a few moves. He couldn't help but complain, and then his body fell on the hot gravel, turning into a blue light and disappearing on the spot. Shimu was silent for a while, and said, "I didn't expect to kill you with one sword." Now he is basically a bucket number. Not only has his defense reached the level of a divine weapon, but his weapon is the great sword of death enchanted by the Witch of Death herself, and he also has the grace of the Witch of Death and the Goddess of Life. It is too easy to deal with Siegfried, who is unarmed and has no powerful grace. The two sides are not at the same level at all. "Who's next?" Shimu asked calmly, shaking the great sword of death, but no one immediately stood up to answer. Now they are all judging Akhtar's strength, and they also want people to test Akhtar's background. Otherwise, it's too easy to overturn. Protest. The girl with clown makeup came out and raised her hand to complain to the god of hell. "Akhtar is wearing a divine outfit. Isn't this too unfair? After they died and came to hell, the equipment they had in their lifetime was naturally unusable, and they could only fight with the unique ability of their souls. In contrast, Akhtar was wearing a divine outfit. Wait, he actually summoned a mount. The clown girl turned her head to look at Akhtar, stamped her feet, and said, "Is this a fair duel? You can also summon a mount." Shimu raised his hand and touched the neck of the mare, his voice unusually calm. "And so many of you have fought me in turns. Isn't it normal for me to have some equipment and a mount?" The god of hell thought for a while, hammered his palm and said, "You have fought Akhtar so many times, so it is normal for Akhtar to wear some weapons. What about the great sword of death he holds?" The clown girl pointed to the great sword in Akhtar's hand. "Can a weapon blessed by a witch be used openly in the duel field? Or Akhtar, you use other weapons?" The god of hell asked, and saw Akhtar take out the sword of light. The atmosphere fell silent. The clown girl looked at Akhtar holding the sword of light in one hand, and the great sword of death in the other, and realized that the other party was ridiculously rich. She didn't have a magic weapon when she was alive, but this man not only had a magic weapon on his body, he also wielded 2 magic weapons. "If you are really scared, I cannot use the great sword of death in the battle with you." Shimu sat on the horse and looked around at the people present. "As long as you say you are afraid of my great sword of death, I can put it away." "Then I am afraid." The clown girl raised her hand without shame. Her fighting philosophy is to win by all means. There is no moral burden for any strong person at all. As long as the enemy's strength can be weakened, it will be fine. Shimu also agreed very readily. "Since you are a coward, I promise not to use the great sword of death on you. It is reasonable for the apprentice of the traitor to be so cunning." The gentle female voice echoed, and the scenery of the world suddenly changed. The magic queen floated in the air, with a cold and lonely full moon as the background, and gently waved the magic wand in her hand. The celestial sphere fell. Chapter 177. When? Suna's eyes widened in surprise. She thought Akhtar would fight with the magic queen for at least a while, but the result was beyond her expectations. The magic queen was killed by Akhtar with one sword, and the falling moon and the magic queen were split apart together. The battle ended in an instant. That was the famous magic queen. Even Akhtar's teacher Hecate would find it extremely difficult to face her. Isn't this surprising? The dream god beside him chuckled and explained to the Saint of Fate, "Think carefully about the power Akhtar has now. Even if it's just one kind, he can become a real strong man." At this point, he added another sentence. "And he is now wearing the coat of the dead, with the soul of the Red Dragon King to supplement him, so it is reasonable that he can end the battle in an instant." Can the coat of the dead provide strong power supplement? Suna was surprised. She didn't feel any power supplement at all. On the contrary, after wearing Norma's coat of the dead, she felt that her power was still limited. It is the strong party that makes up for the weak party. The dream god chuckled. "Do you think the coat of the dead that Akhtar is wearing is the same level as yours?" Suna, She pursed her lips and looked at the battlefield. She saw Akhtar riding on horseback swinging the great sword of death. The body of the magic queen fell to the ground and turned into light mist and disappeared on the spot. Even the moon that fell on the duel field seemed to disintegrate like clouds and mist. Shimu sat on the horseback, turned his head and looked at the 10 people in the audience, showing a provocative smile. "Humph, let me do it." A girl with blue hair and flashing lightning all over her body suddenly kicked the ground and turned into lightning and rushed towards Akhtar. Her palms were open, and the lightning gathered in the palms, drawing a gorgeous trajectory on people's retinas, accompanied by the roar of thunder collision. Constantly tempering lightning, never defeated in his life. An absolute strongman. Poochie. The sword of death cut through the air, and cut off the waist of the blue-haired girl. The charming body was divided into 2 parts, sliding on the gravel-covered ground for a long distance, until it hit the guardrail of the duel field. No one mourned. The next one to rush to the battlefield was the Blood Pope. He held the scepter, and his body fell from the air. "Akhtar, even if my strength is weakened in hell." Shimu did not answer, but the mare under him responded, suddenly disappeared from the spot, and appeared behind the Blood Pope as if teleporting. The Blood Pope had been prepared for this, and the scepter in his hand suddenly turned in the direction, ready to defend against Akhtar's great sword of death. However, bang! The horse hoof hit the abdomen heavily, and the Blood Pope was folded in half. His wide-open mouth and bulging eyes showed the strength of the kick from the mare. The Blood Pope is undoubtedly a strong man. If he were in his prime, or the state of a god's partner, even Akhtar would not have a chance of winning. But now the Blood Pope is just a dead man, and the blood god he believes in has also fallen, so he has no way to use blood prayers. The almost unsolvable ability damage influence has no way to be maximized, and now he can only exert the peak strength of a human. No longer the partner of the blood god in the past. And Shimu also slashed with a knife, and before the blood pope could adjust his physical condition, he directly chopped off the blood pope's head with a knife. I do it! The strongest swordsman 1,000 years ago rushed to the battlefield without feeling sad for the blood pope for a moment. Akhtar, let's have a sword duel. The swordsman threw away his bamboo hat, pulled out the sword from his waist, and his vicissitudes of life were full of expectations. I'm not good at swordsmanship. Shimu shook his head, his lips moved slightly, and he recited the summoning spell. His shadow began to move, and a young lady in a black robe emerged. He handed the great sword of death in his hand to the black-robed lady, and then explained to the strongest swordsman 1,000 years ago. She is the attendant of the Witch of Death, and is said to be able to kill the Black Knife of Gods. If you just want a sword duel, she is more suitable than me. The Black Knife that kills gods? The swordsman touched the hilt of the sword and looked at Miss Black Knife, who was walking towards him. He remembered the historical records that the assassin who dared to swing the knife at the gods was indeed an opponent worthy of his fight. Shimu retracted his gaze and said to the audience, "Who is the next one?" "Lord Akhtar, are you too anxious?" The Ghost Queen persuaded worriedly, "The enemies you face are all the strongest among the strong. Please do not be judged by continuous victories. Let's deal with the swordsman first." Thor also nodded in agreement. "Since it is a duel, you must respect your opponent. As long as you win the duel." The clown girl snorted, turned into pieces of cards, and her body appeared on the battlefield. "Akhtar, you..." Before she could finish her words, she saw flames coming out from between Akhtar's teeth, and without hesitation, he blew a shot of dragon breath at her face. But she was prepared. Her body turned into a card and disappeared from the spot. In an instant, she appeared in the sky with a card with a painting of a crow between her fingers. Card summoning. This is the ability of the clown girl. She can use her own ability to turn defeated creatures into cards, thereby completing the paper of card creatures. And as long as the creatures are carded, even if they are killed, they can be resurrected after a period of time. However, ugh! The clown girl widened her eyes, and the card between her fingers fell. Her lower abdomen was pierced by a horse hoof. This was a way of death that she did not expect. Why would there be a horse with such an outrageous speed? The body fell. The clown girl supported the sand with one hand, trying to take out the treatment card to heal her injuries, but suddenly felt her head sink, and her head hit the sand directly. Consciousness stopped abruptly. "Partner, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Shimu touched the neck of the mare, and glanced at the clown girl, who disappeared into broken light. The mare snorted proudly. She was at least a top-level monster, and had the potential to become a carrier of the monster witch's resurrection. In addition, she had obtained the magic of transforming into a monster witch from the Witch of Death some time ago. It was impossible not to be powerful. But I will take care of the battle myself. Shimu's voice revealed helplessness. If the battle is left to my partner, then wouldn't I be like a pendant on my partner? Is it okay? The mare turned her head and asked Akhtar. She was worried that Akhtar would have an accident. In response, Shimu smiled gently. "Partner, let me play the role of a knight." "Yeah." The mare was silent for a moment, looking at Akhtar's gentle smile, and agreed in a daze. Since Akhtar had made a decision, she could only choose to respect it. "Let me do it this time." A dwarf jumped down from the audience, with scales on his face, and walked towards Akhtar with bare hands. "Our situation should be the closest." He stopped, opened his arms, and introduced himself to Akhtar. "I am a hybrid of a dwarf and a 9-headed snake monster. I am born with 9 lives. Unless you can kill me 9 times at once, I will never die. At the same time, I also have the demon power of dimension, plus the ability of self-awakening artifact reappearance." He grinned. "I am a mixture of monsters like you." After he finished speaking, his body suddenly swelled up, heads emerged from his neck, dark purple snake scales emerged from his body, and he turned into a 9-headed snake. Deadly poison gas floated in the air. "Come on, let me see how strong you are." The 9 snake heads opened their mouths, and spit out weapons one by one. They were all the artifacts he had seen in the past. Although the quality could not reach the level of the artifact itself, the number was obviously greater. As long as it was used well, it would not be a problem. Shimu did not answer, but his body responded. Red scales appeared on his body, and he turned into a human-shaped dragon. The flames that burned the world overflowed from the gaps between the scales, burning the air and twisting it. Wow, Akhtar was forced to change his state. The god of hell showed a surprised expression. He certainly understood that Akhtar was not simple, and he also knew that Akhtar had never used his full strength. Now, Akhtar is facing the Hydra, and he actually uses all the means to increase his strength, which clearly shows that Akhtar attaches great importance to the Hydra. I guess the next battle will be a wonderful one. However, light flooded the duel field. The Hydra turned into a mist of light and disappeared in one blow, and the battle ended in an instant. Use the Sword of Light now? The God of Dreams was surprised, but he soon realized that the person using the Sword of Light was not Akhtar, no. To be more precise, someone paid the price of using the Sword of Light on behalf of Akhtar. The dead man's coat that possessed Akhtar broke away, and he fell powerlessly on the gravel of the duel field, looking at Akhtar on horseback. Sorry, he is indeed a bit tricky. Without my correction, your next battle will be tricky. The Dragon King shook his head, struggled to stand up on his knees, and staggered out of the duel field. He didn't expect Akhtar to be so decisive and use all his magic to pay for the use of the Sword of Light. Now Akhtar has to fight on his own. Then the next one. Shimu's tone became more and more urgent, like a bloodthirsty battle maniac. He could feel the creation which in the deepest part of hell. As his battle became more and more active, the gaze cast on him became clearer and clearer. After a life descended into hell, the creation which, who was supposed to be dormant, would begin to revive. If that life was still connected to the creation which and was very close, the time of resurrection would be even faster. Because hell was shrouded by the rules of the goddess of death, and no life was allowed to enter hell, the creation which, who was sealed at the bottom of hell, had never had the opportunity to wake up from her dormant state. But now the situation has changed. A living being has come to the bottom of hell, and is connected to the witch of creation. The dormant witch of creation will surely be revived. Let me do it. Hercules jumped off the duel field, and then swung his fist. The density of magic in the air changed. Boom! The duel field shook, and the sky-high flames rushed up to the sky, stirring the clouds in the sky to change. The battle was triggered instantly. This battle finally did not end instantly. Hercules, relying on the ability of density, confronted Akhtar head-on. He was indeed killed by Akhtar before, but that was based on the fact that Akhtar used two swords of light to attack at once. Now Akhtar has to fight continuously, so he can no longer use the Sword of Light as casually as before. That's right. It should be like this. Light passed through. Hercules, who was swinging his fist, showed a helpless smile. His body was submerged in the light. He didn't expect Akhtar to be so decisive. Shimu glanced at the clone beside him, who turned into light mist and disappeared. He could use the Sword of Light once more to quickly eliminate the enemy. Who's next? Isn't it too boring to rely on the power of the Sword of Light to win or lose? A blonde elf lightly lifted her long hair, and her emerald eyes reflected Akhtar's appearance. Duel is a place to compete in wisdom, technology, and ability. I just want to take out her soul. Shimu responded lightly, leaving the blonde female elf speechless. She came to enjoy the fun of fighting, while the other party came to rescue the soul of her lover. Their thinking circuits were different from the beginning. Then let me fight you. She took out a beautiful bow made of branches and walked towards Akhtar. Anyway, I am just recording the memory of the past. It doesn't matter if I die. Memory? Suna in the audience asked in confusion, and then got the answer from the god of hell. Hell is divided into so many layers, plus so many reincarnated souls. How is it possible that hell retains souls every time, but only retains the memory before reincarnation, so that they act according to the logic of their previous life? The person who fought with Akhtar? Suna thought of a possibility. If the souls who fought with Akhtar were all memories, then does it mean that Akhtar did not kill Siegfried personally, but only shattered Siegfried's memory? Unless he has been reincarnated, it is Akhtar himself who fought with him. The god of hell ruthlessly smashed Suna's luck. He was not interested in fighting for Akhtar's memory. You are really bad. Suna said disrespectful words. However, the god of hell didn't care. While observing the battle in the duel field, he talked about the nature of God. As the god of hell, I can't be kind by nature. This is the underlying impulse carried by power. Just like men have impulses when they see beautiful opposite sex, and gods also have similar impulses. In fact, witches also have similar impulses. A strange female voice suddenly came into their conversation, which made the god of hell stunned. He looked around and found that there was no outsider at all, but that voice seemed to ring in his ears. Who on earth has the ability to conceal his perception? And at this moment, you are a great woman. I will probably never forget you in my life. Shimu raised his hand to wipe the blood on his cheek, looking at the fallen blonde female elf with a satisfied smile. And at this moment, Akhtar, be careful! Suna suddenly shouted anxiously. From the scenery reflected in her eyes, a pair of jade arms slowly stretched out from the void and touched Akhtar's cheek. Why did she suddenly appear? The god of hell stood up suddenly and immediately made a decisive move, punching Suna beside him. Bang! Suna's body turned into blood mist. The spreading impact destroyed half of the dual field, and Akhtar, who witnessed this scene, also released the sword of light in anger, and the almost unavoidable light hit the god of hell. Chapter 178. Open the window. Suna looked at the scenery outside the window. The snow that drowned the world disappeared, as if there was some source of heat, fighting the risk of drowning the world. That was the monster Typhon, a terrifying existence that seemed to be a mixture of countless monsters. Her mere existence changed the climate, as if she was making the world adapt to herself. Normal people would put on more clothes when facing severe cold weather, but the monster Typhon was not like that. She chose to interfere with the world itself, and let the temperature reach a level that made her feel comfortable. This is the horror of the monster Typhon. The mixture of millions of monsters represents her bloodline of millions of monsters, and naturally also means that she has nearly millions of means. Even if she uses them unconsciously, she can transform the world. Unfortunately, it is a mixture after all. Although it is very powerful to describe, if the opponent is replaced by the goddess of death, the situation will be different. The monster Typhon, who stretched out his hand to the sky, was split in half by a deep darkness, and his huge body collapsed to the ground, but he was not dead unexpectedly. He still maintained a strong vitality, and buds appeared on the wound, allowing the split body to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was really a monster, able to face the death goddess's sword and not die. And at this moment, bang! There was a sound of pushing the door, and Suna turned her head and saw Akhtar wearing silver armor walking in. She said in advance as if predicting, "You are planning to go to hell and save the soul of the little dragon Princess Evelyn, right?" Shimu was slightly stunned, nodded and said, "Suna, have you returned from the dead? The god of hell suddenly attacked and killed me." Suna explained to Akhtar with a little doubt on her delicate face. After he saw the woman's arm stretched out from the void, "He killed me without hesitation." Will the god of hell be afraid of women? Shimu wondered, and Suna rolled her eyes and explained, "Let the god of hell fight the witch of death." In other words, only the existence of the same level as the witch of death can scare the god of hell? Shimu analyzed calmly, have there been witches of the same level as the witch of death in history? The witch of creation. No one needs to answer. Suna and Akhtar looked at each other and immediately got the answer. Only the witch of creation who trained the gods as pets is qualified to stand on the same level as the witch of death. But the creation witch in the records is dead. Suna recalled the records in the history books. The gods tricked the creation witch into a lifeless world, pierced her heart with a sharp blade made of death, and burned her body to ashes with heavenly fire. There is no point in discussing this. That is something the gods should worry about. Shimu shook his head, but saw Suna showing him a subtle expression. She pointed behind Akhtar. The woman's arm stretched out from the void was touching your face. Shimu's expression froze. Are you still going to hell now? Suna asked softly, if that woman has bad intentions, then your situation will be bad. Of course I have to go. Shimu answered, and then added before Suna tried to persuade him, but you have to find an insurance. He turned his head away and muttered, I didn't want to be a gigolo. Being a gigolo? Suna was slightly stunned, and then Shimu pointed to the door and took her to a private room. On the way, Suna took this opportunity to tell Akhtar in detail what happened in hell, including meeting with the former White Dragon Queen and the challenge of the 12 layers of hell. Crossing the corridor. After Shimu opened the door, he saw Eden sitting dignified on the sofa, holding a cup of steaming black tea in one hand, with a hint of surprise in her emerald green eyes. Before she could ask, Eden, can you accompany me to hell? Shimu asked seriously, and the atmosphere froze. Suna raised her hand to cover her face, and couldn't help but turn her cheek away. She could understand what Akhtar meant, but it was indeed too strange to say it like this. In response, Eden calmly drank the tea in the cup, put the cup on the table, and nodded gently, okay. Then let's not delay. We talk about the details after we go to hell. Shimu nodded slightly, took the two to find the Witch of Death, and opened the passage to hell. Silence. 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 Why do I feel the atmosphere is weird? Suna approached Akhtar and asked in a low voice, while glancing at the Witch of Death and Eden who were looking at each other. She felt a sense of oppression that was almost suffocating. It seems that this is the first time they have officially met. Shimu explained in a low voice, it's normal to look at each other. Aren't you afraid that they will fight? Suna thought silently, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, if they really fought, the situation would definitely not be inferior to the battle between the imaginary witch and the goddess of death. After a moment, the witch of death withdrew her sight, opened the portal to hell, and then cast her eyes on Shimu, saying calmly, "If you encounter a risk that you cannot resist, wait for me to unseal it next time before dealing with it." After she finished speaking, she turned into a light blue flame and disappeared on the spot. She was about to unseal her body, but who would have thought that she would encounter a forced time reversal? Although her memory was not affected, she still needed to unseal it again. Of course, this is not a bad thing. With the experience of unsealing the seal last time, the speed of unsealing the seal this time will be faster. Let's go! Shimu exhaled, and jumped down the black tunnel opened by the Witch of Death without hesitation, followed by Eden and Suna. Passing through the darkness, a white light lit up at the end of the horizon. Then, the White Dragon clan's main city was in sight. Below was a white-haired wife enjoying afternoon tea in the garden. She looked up at the sky, her red eyes reflecting the 3 people falling from the sky. She was confused as to why living people would fall from the sky. Before she could figure it out, bang! Shimu fell to the ground, and the stone slabs on the ground cracked and spread like a spider web. Suna and Eden, who fell later, looked elegant. They just flashed and appeared in the same place, as if they were moving in space. "I was wondering when I could see you." The white-haired wife was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted, "I didn't expect that His Excellency Akhtar would appear directly in front of me from the sky." "Madam, the matter is very urgent," Shimu said concisely. "Can you give me the code of the dead that you prepared for me?" He moved his wrist. "I'm going to the bottom of hell to bring out Evelyn's soul. I don't know how Lord Akhtar knew about my plan." The white-haired wife shook her head, "But now there is no way to go to the depths of hell through the hell tunnel. The hell passage has been urgently closed not long ago. No one is allowed to go to the bottom of hell, even if you were the clothes of the dead. It's useless." Shimu subconsciously looked at Suna after hearing this. The situation was a bit beyond their expectations. There should be something in hell that can resist the influence of time reversal, otherwise the tunnel to the bottom of hell would not be urgently closed. "Can you tell us what happened?" Shimu retracted his gaze, and asked the white-haired wife. The hell tunnel was closed very hastily. The white-haired wife shook her head gently, and explained to Akhtar, "But I heard that there was unusual movement in the bottom of hell, so that the god of hell had to rush to the bottom of hell to suppress the unusual movement. It's really bad." Suna whispered softly. "The best situation at present is to seize the time to sneak into the bottom of hell, rescue the soul of the little dragon princess, and then immediately escape from the scope of hell. As for the witch who broke free from the seal, it was naturally left to the gods of hell to worry about. They couldn't let them deal with the sealed witch. If we can't go to the bottom of hell as soon as possible, even Evelyn's soul will be lost." Shimu sighed in distress, making the white-haired wife, who had always remained calm, anxious. She quickly stood up and grabbed Akhtar's hands. "Excuse me, what does this mean?" "If the crisis in the bottom of hell is very serious," Shimu explained, "it may affect Evelyn's soul. What should we do?" The white-haired wife was even more anxious. She had not thought that her daughter's soul would be in danger before, mainly because there was no concept of death in hell. However, thinking of the crisis that the god of hell had to be prepared for, it was possible to break the rules set by the goddess of death. Catch a hell apostle, and try to force him to open the hell tunnel. Shimu gave the answer. But the white-haired wife shook her head. "If the authority is blocked, even if the hell apostles do not go to the bottom of hell, only the gods of hell can go to the bottom of hell at will." "Does that mean we have to force the gods of hell?" Shimu thought about it, glanced at Eden next to him, and then forced himself to look away. If Eden was asked to capture the gods of hell, it would not be difficult. However, Eden's identity and position destined her to not do such a thing. "If you just want to go to the bottom of hell, I have a way to open an unrecorded hell layer." Eden raised his hand to gently gather the hair beside his ear, facing the surprised eyes of everyone, and calmly explained, "This is the only hell layer I have the authority to open freely. You can go to the bottom of hell through the unrecorded hell layer." "The unrecorded hell layer, can't it be?" Before she finished speaking, Suna quickly closed her mouth. She didn't dare to mention the omniscient god, but if she was qualified to have a secret hell layer, her first reaction would be the omniscient god. But what kind of hell layer is qualified to be the god placenta of the omniscient god? Just thinking about it feels impossible. It's not his god placenta. Eden seemed to see through Suna's thoughts and explained softly. But Suna didn't want to know this information at all. "Although I don't know the specific situation, I think you should have found a way, right? The white-haired wife closed her eyes, as if she was communicating with something. After a moment, she saw a red dragon waking up in the sky, and then fell from the sky, and turned into a human form after landing. Tesmer, he is the former Red Dragon King of the Red Dragon clan. She explained to Akhtar, as long as you put him on, you can disguise yourself as the dead in hell. Understood. Shimu nodded, and the bodies of the former Red Dragon King overlapped, successfully putting on the dead man's coat. The white-haired wife smiled when she saw this, raised her hand and gently placed it on her chest, and asked Eden and Suna, who of you wants to wear me? Originally, she had no way to go to the bottom of hell, but after discovering that Akhtar and others had a way to open the secret layer of hell, she naturally had to follow Akhtar to the bottom of hell. Since she is Evelyn's mother, she would never miss the chance to save her daughter. I don't need the coat of the dead. Eden shook his head gently, and the white-haired wife naturally looked at Suna. Then you could only choose me, right? Suna smiled, and walked towards the white-haired wife. The two of them overlapped, as if they were wearing exoskeleton armor, covering up Suna's original appearance. But what was revealed was not a cold machine, but a wife with a slim figure and gentle temperament. The increase in strength is so huge. Suna felt her current strength and found that with her current strength, she could kill her previous self with one hand. This is not to say that she was weak before, it is simply that the strength of the white-haired wife is very strong, which gives her the power and magic of a dragon. Compared with the human state, it is naturally completely different. It's great that Miss Suna likes it, Suna said with a smile, and then she suddenly covered her mouth. She found that the control of her body did not seem to belong to her completely, and the white-haired wife possessed her could also affect her body. Please don't worry, if you feel uncomfortable, you can always cancel the state of fusion with me. The gentle female voice came to Suna's mind. It's okay, it's not a serious matter. Suna shook her head gently. Although she was a little surprised, she didn't find it difficult to adapt. And she hasn't experienced such a full-level big power. How could she choose to untie the fusion state? Eden, please. Shimu asked sincerely, and then saw Eden's cherry lips move slightly, chanting a spell that humans could not understand, and then she felt the ground under her feet was empty, and the whole person fell down. The black hole in the garden disappeared in a moment. Oh no, they've already left. The figure of the dream god suddenly appeared. Looking at the place where Akhtar was standing before, he discussed with the god of hell, and found that the creation which suddenly woke up, and could accurately locate the direction to the bottom of hell, because there was life coming to hell, and was locked by the creation which, and descended to hell along the locked direction. This is why the creation which reached out, and touched Akhtar's cheek, it was not because the creation which coveted Akhtar's beauty. She just used Akhtar as a signpost. At the same time, on the other side, the secret layer of hell. Is this the divine placenta of the god of omniscience? Suna stood in the cave, looking at the murals on the wall. The rough painting skills showed the backwardness of the current civilization, and it was impossible to have anything to do with omniscience. It's just a connection. Shimu reached out and touched the mural, gently rubbing his hand across the stone wall. The stone painting described the process of a god suddenly coming to teach them how to plant, fish, and build houses. And that god was, as expected, the omniscient god. Chapter 179. It is different from the description of the creation of the world recorded by the omniscient god. Shimu pulled back his hand that was stroking the mural. The humans here met the omniscient god after they developed to a certain level. In the setting of the game Mysterious God, there is no such thing as gods being born before humans. On the contrary, the concept of gods only came into being after human civilization. However, this world is different from the reality that needs to develop gradually. After the advent of the omniscient God, civilization has undergone a superhuman upheaval, ignoring the process of technological accumulation and resource limitations. Civilization no longer needs humans to develop and accumulate on their own, but it is obtained by praying to the gods. Isn't the omniscient God the creator? Suna pursed her lips. When she was a child, she had thought about whether this world existed originally, and was not created by the omniscient God at all. It was just that history was tampered by the original omniscient God. But later, she forced herself to abandon this doubt. It is very dangerous to have such thoughts. However, seeing the content on the mural now reminds her of her doubts in her childhood. The being in the mural may not necessarily be the omniscient God, right? The white-haired wife left Suna's body, and reached out to touch the stone wall. Maybe it's just an apostle sent by the omniscient God, not the omniscient God himself. That's possible. Suna nodded gently. If the omniscient God arranged apostles to guide humans after creating the world, it could explain everything in the mural. And the omniscient God is the only God that cannot be looked at directly. No one has ever known what the omniscient God looks like. The white-haired wife added, "We have no way to identify the being in the mural as the omniscient God. All gods have bodies, clear appearances and genders, but the omniscient God has no clear body and gender. Whether it is the statues in the church or the descriptions in the books, there is no description of the omniscient God. It is only mentioned that the omniscient God cannot be looked at directly. It is also very simple to know whether it is the omniscient God." Shimu turned his head and happened to meet Eden's eyes. The two side sights overlapped into a line, and then they tacitly staggered each other, without discussing this topic in depth. And Suna, who was beside, showed a tangled expression. This kind of relationship with the secret of the omniscient God, as long as Akhtar and Eden exchanged a few words, they could get confirmation immediately, but Akhtar and Eden just exchanged a glance and tacitly stopped the topic, which made her feel like her heart was being scratched by a cat. Even the three goddesses of fate behind the scenes cast their eyes on her, wanting to learn the secret information of the omniscient God from Eden. But these two people just didn't talk about it. What on earth is this? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came out, attracting the attention of everyone in the cave. The white-haired wife covered her mouth with her hands and stood at the exit of the cave. She seemed to be extremely shocked by everything outside. Shimu quickened his pace and came to the side of the white-haired wife. The first thing he saw was a tree. The vast branches covered the sky and spread towards the end of the world. The glittering branches and leaves shed brilliant light instead of the sun. Under the tree, there were rows of buildings, built and spread around the tree. Looking closely, there were many humans wearing gray cloth, approaching the tree with a knock every 3 steps. "Is that the all-knowing tree?" Suna asked, her eyes subconsciously falling on Eden. Although she had never seen the all-knowing tree, Eden must know whether the tree covering the world is the all-knowing tree. It's not a good thing to know too much. The white-haired wife shook her head gently. Although she was just a dragon, she knew that knowing too many secrets was not a good thing. Suna also withdrew her sight after hearing this, suppressing her curiosity. She knew that what the white-haired wife said was very reasonable. And at this moment, there is a door to the bottom of hell on the tree. Eden's slender fingers pointed at the big tree at the end of the field of vision. Understood. Shimu subconsciously stroked the ring, as if he was going to summon the little mare, but suddenly gave up. He knew that Eden would not stop him from summoning the little mare, but he also knew that Eden had the ability to take him directly to the all-knowing tree, instead of taking them to the cave and seeing the murals on the cave. Since Eden deliberately said that and didn't take him directly to the tree, it was naturally because he hoped that he could visit the secret hell lair in person. Soon after, on the way to the crown of the all-knowing tree. "Have you also received the gift of God?" A man blocked the way forward, his face revealing jealousy. "Why can you, such an insincere believer, receive the gift of God?" Shimu asked as usual, "Who are you?" "Leviathan, the most loyal believer of God." The man proudly said his name, and then his expression became cold again, running directly to the crown of the tree, neither kneeling nor praying. "Don't you take God too seriously?" "Why do we have to kneel and pray?" Shimu asked, and Leviathan answered as a matter of course. "Of course, it is to show sincerity, so that we can get the grace of God. The more sincere the prayers, the more grace we can get from God." "How stupid." Shimu replied coldly, looking at Leviathan's stunned expression. "That's just your self-touching. What if the condition for getting the gift is not to show piety?" "That's impossible." Leviathan waved his hand. "In the 100 years since the gods came, people have prayed to the gods in this way. The more pious people are, the more gifts they can get. This is their own experience. Really a self-touched licking dog." Shimu's expression became cold, and he said to Leviathan, "If you invest so many self-touching rituals and still can't get the grace of God, I'm afraid you will collapse yourself, right?" He laughed mockingly. "In fact, you know it very well in your heart. You think that the gods should respond to you by constantly hurting yourself and giving yourself up. Is this what you really think?" Leviathan's expression twisted instantly, but he couldn't refute it immediately, because no one had ever said that before. Shimu ignored Leviathan's twisted expression and continued on his way with everyone. This guy blocked the way to see the gods every day. If anyone kneeled down and was not pious enough, or if there was a little mistake in the wording of the prayer, he would immediately step forward to discipline and curse. And this was not because Leviathan loved the gods so much, but simply wanted to impose his own suffering on others completely. No, double it. If someone suffered less than himself, he would feel jealous and unwilling. A very boring guy, essentially a tool for players to deepen their understanding of the all-knowing God. In theory, there is no need to pay attention to him, but everything he said was not for Leviathan, but for Eden beside him. There are so many lazy people on the roadside, Suna whispered while observing both sides of the road. What she saw most was not the prayers, but the lazy people lying motionless on the roadside. They just looked at the prayers going to see the gods, but they were too lazy to move, as if they had lost the meaning of survival. They won't be so lazy that they don't need to eat. God can eliminate hunger. Eden gave a calm answer. The concept of eliminating hunger is very easy for her, and it is even simpler for the all-knowing God. It is nothing more than giving his people the gift of basking in the sun to survive. Won't they be bored? Suna asked again, and saw Eden gently shook his head, looking at a man who was dreaming on the roadside, holding a stone bench and thrusting his lower body. Suna understood why people are not bored in a second. If you don't have to worry about hunger in real life, and can meet your needs and dreams, it is indeed more comfortable to be a lazy person. But she vaguely felt that something was wrong. This world. No, this secret hell layer seemed to be in a state of death. Apart from making requests to the gods on the treetops, they were immersed in their own world. There is no point in discussing this. Shimu shook his head, and quickened his pace to run towards the treetops. He only needed to take a look at the status here to trigger a private conversation with Eden in the middle of the night. Now the conditions have been met. Then he has no interest in staying here any longer. Everything that happened in this secret hell layer is a replay of the past. If you explore carefully, you can get a lot of secret information about the omniscient God, and there are many interesting NPC characters, such as Lucifer, the god who admires the omniscient God the most but is the most opposed to him. There is also Beelzebub, who keeps eating, and even wants to gnaw the omniscient tree later, and Mammon, who wants to get all the favors of the gods. If it were the first or second round, he would be very interested in exploring this secret hell layer, and he could also trigger a lot of dialogue plots with Eden, so as to quickly raise Eden's favorability to a certain level. However, players who usually explore the secret hell layer for too long usually don't want to take the Lord of Ashes route, but try their best to defeat the omniscient God without burning the tree. After a while, everyone successfully arrived at the foot of the omniscient tree, and saw a corridor built next to the edge of the omniscient tree in front of an open heavy stone door. The believers knelt every 3 steps, and ran towards the crown of the all-knowing tree. The believers of the gods in this era do not need to worry about hunger, lifespan, and disease. The omniscient and omnipotent gods can give people unimaginable grace after they come. Everyone can go to the crown of the tree through the all-knowing tree, and get the opportunity to meet the gods. Everyone has equal access to the grace of the gods. An outsider I have never seen before. A lively and slightly curious voice came from behind the door. A girl wearing a white long skirt, wearing a few golden bracelets on her wrists, and a very lively expression was seen. And her appearance is exactly the same as Eden. Shimu subconsciously turned his head and looked at Eden beside him, and found that she lowered her head and pulled down her gray cloak to cover her appearance. "Excuse me, who are you? According to what they say, you are a messenger of God." The girl smiled lightly, came close to Shimu, and sniffed gently. "You have my smell?" she asked curiously. "Are you from the future?" Shimu was silent for a moment, and looked at the illusion of Eden beside him. This was not Eden herself, but the collective memory of Eden by people of that era, which led to the illusion. "I didn't expect you to be so lively. Will my future self be not lively?" the girl asked doubtfully, and Shimu thought for a moment and said, "She seldom smiles, and is always quiet, as if something unhappy is pent up in her heart." The girl blinked and deliberately prolonged her voice a little. "You know my future self very well. Who makes us lovers?" Shimu's careless answer surprised the girl, and widened her beautiful eyes. She quickly glanced at Eden wearing a cloak. She seemed to know who Eden was, but she didn't deliberately point it out. "After so many years, this shouldn't be strange, right?" Shimu said as if joking, ignoring the condemning look Eden cast at him. It was a rare opportunity to tease Eden, and it would be a pity if he gave up. Eden always remained calm, so it was inevitable that he wanted people to see his emotional fluctuations. "Really?" The girl smiled and stepped aside. "Let me make it clear in advance that I am not the person you know. She has always been alive, and the secret hell layer has no way to record any memory of her." She raised her hand and gently gathered the hair by her ear. "Whether the person you know is as lively and lovely as me, you should ask me." "Yes." Shimu nodded, brushed past the girl, and ran towards the crown of the all-knowing tree. The girl stood there, looking at the people who brushed past her, and then sighed softly, with a little loneliness on her delicate face. She was actually quite curious about what kind of woman the real incarnation of the all-knowing tree was, but since she didn't want to meet her, then she couldn't force it. The all-knowing tree of this era is not as widespread as in later generations. Although it is already magnificent and unimaginable, it still stands in the world. This also led to the fact that civilization must coexist with the all-knowing tree, relying on the all-knowing tree to build houses and corridors, as well as various elevators, clinging to the trunk of the all-knowing tree like a parasite. The closer you get to the treetops, the more believers there are. Many believers holding children and bringing their families to see the gods, blocking the entire road. As far as the eye can see, there are densely packed heads, as if it is a river made of countless heads, giving people a suffocating feeling. Fortunately, Shimu never intended to queue up honestly, and flew directly into the temple with everyone. God is not here. Suna stood in a temple that seemed to be made of gold, looking at the empty throne. Only believers knelt in front of the throne, talking about their wishes and expressing their inner piety. This scene made people feel very strange. They are just praying to the gods in their hearts. It doesn't matter whether the gods are here or not. Shimu came to the center of the golden temple, and asked Eden beside him as if jokingly, "What will happen if I sit down?" Chapter 180. Golden Temple. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle, and everyone present was briefly stunned. They all felt that Akhtar was serious about his joke about sitting on the throne. Akhtar really wanted to sit on this vacant throne. "Don't sit on it." Suna's voice was dry, and she quickly reached out to grab Akhtar's wrist, fearing that Akhtar would sit on it. She didn't know what the consequences would be if she sat on the position of the omniscient god. Maybe nothing would happen, or she might die in an instant. There were too many uncertainties, so it was better not to try. "If you want to sit on it, don't drag me down with you." The Red Dragon King who possessed Akhtar took the initiative to remove the possession state. He stepped back a few steps and said, "Maybe nothing will happen, or it may implicate everyone, not only you, but also your friends, and the tribe may bring disaster." Shimu was silent, as if thinking. The white-haired wife, who possessed Suna, also took the initiative to untie the state of possession and explain the pros and cons to Akhtar. Just like the gods will punish all believers who believe in the creation which, if you sit on the throne, the gods in the sky may punish all humans and eliminate all humans. She clenched her slender hands and placed them on her chest. "Akhtar, this is no longer the level of killing 10 clans. The danger of sitting on the throne may be more dangerous than you expected." Shimu was silent for a while, and looked at Eden. The moment their eyes met, they reached a tacit understanding, as if they had completed a spiritual communication. "Akhtar, have you really decided to seize the dominance of this world?" Eden lowered her eyes, concealing her emotions, and asked in her usual calm voice, "Are you really sure about the world in your mind?" She knew Akhtar's situation and abilities better than anyone else. Even the Witch of Death didn't know as well as she did, so she also had a preliminary understanding of Akhtar's wishes and ambitions. So she didn't care about Akhtar's idea of sitting on the throne. As the most brilliant person of this era, it is normal to have such an idea. What's important is whether there is the ability and plan to implement this idea. In this regard, why can't it be me? Shimu replied with a smile. After knowing the conditions for becoming a demon, I knew that the end of the wish must be to seize the dominance of this world. The end of the wish is to seize the dominance of this world. Suna was a little confused and looked at Eden subconsciously. In her heart, Eden knew everything. You can understand it as what you hope the world will be like. The white-haired wife took the lead in explaining, and she met Suna's puzzled eyes. Everyone's ability comes from the desire in their hearts, the desire to see further, or the desire for more people to fall in love with them. She pursed her lips and smiled. And in order to fulfill this desire, the corresponding ability will be born. To explain it in easy-to-understand words, just like people want to open up wasteland better and create sickles, and the sickle is a tool created for better opening up wasteland. So you can understand that ability is used to change the world into what you want, and if you want to change the world into what you want, you need to seize the dominance of this world. That's why the end of the demon's wishes is to seize the dominance of this world, because they all want to change the world into their own shape. Wanting everyone to be equal, wanting the whole world to be full of beauties, wanting to be able to kill without restraint, wanting to be able to feel at ease forever, etc. The final development of these wishes is to change the world itself. After listening, Suna was silent for a moment and asked, "Do we have to change the world? If we don't do that, their wishes can't be fulfilled." The white-haired wife shook her head. Not everyone wants everyone to be equal. Not everyone wants the whole world to be full of beauties. And not everyone wants to stay in a world of free killing. She made an assertion. Only by seizing the dominance of this world can their wishes be fulfilled. Suna fully understood the nature of the ability, and also understood why Akhtar had a desire for the throne. However, a trace of despair was born in her heart. Isn't this the domination of the weak by the strong? After listening, the Red Dragon King crossed his arms and said, the weak don't have the power to choose, right? He didn't care. As long as the guy who seizes the world's dominance doesn't go too far. Suna, Although it's the truth, it sounds a bit heartbreaking. He doesn't care if someone takes his seat. Eden explained softly, but the gods will not allow such a thing to happen. If someone puts you on the throne and the information is leaked, it will lead to many innocent people being implicated. She looked at Suna beside her and whispered, you have the protection of the Witch of Death, but your friends around you may be implicated. In the current situation, as long as the Witch of Death is willing to protect Akhtar, the gods will not be able to punish Akhtar, but the people around Akhtar may become scapegoats. If you want to make Akhtar uncomfortable, you don't have to punish Akhtar himself. You can also convict Suna by accusing her of not stopping Akhtar from sitting on the throne in time. Afterwards, Akhtar will not feel good either. Forget it then. Shimu gave up the idea of sitting on the throne, and went to the back of the throne. He saw a door with an inverted tree carved on the back of the throne. He touched the door with a tree carved on it. Eden, please protect Suna. Yes. Eden nodded slightly, looking at Suna, who ran to her side. She knew the choices of the gods of hell in a crisis. They would definitely trigger the return of death artificially, so that the Witch of Creation would return to the seal. Then let's go. Shimu exhaled, raised his hand to push open the door, and walked in without hesitation. Seeing this, the Red Dragon King also turned into red smoke and reattached to Akhtar, to help Akhtar cover up the breath of the living. After seeing Suna and the white-haired wife overlap, Eden also took them to the bottom of hell. Passing through the door, the scenery suddenly changed. The gray earth was endless, and creatures like silkworm pupae emerged from the ground, opened their mouths full of sharp teeth, and made sharp hisses at the sky. The black-cloaked hell apostles beside them, holding sickles, frantically killed the creatures that drilled out of the ground, but such efficient killing was not enough. The silkworm pupae that emerged quickly transformed after devouring the bodies of their companions, turning into creatures similar to mantises, and their attack power also increased significantly at this moment. Although the hell apostles still have an overwhelming advantage, the evolved bodies that occasionally survive by chance will evolve into another creature after a short period of fighting and devouring. It is a humanoid creature with sharp horns growing on the surface of its body, and the 5 fingers of its hands are frighteningly sharp. With a sudden force from its strong feet, the ground will collapse in an instant, as if it were a cannonball. Why can't we kill them all? The pretty girl gritted her teeth, swung her sickle hard, and killed the rushing humanoid creature. Then she suddenly jumped back, and the green blood splashing from the humanoid creature fell on the ground, directly dissolving it into small holes. These creatures that drilled out from the ground not only have an extremely fast growth rate, but their blood is also highly corrosive and toxic. Just a slight contact will affect people. Many hell apostles will feel uncomfortable immediately if they are accidentally stained with green blood. Maybe it's because she's about to come. The sudden male voice scared the girl so much that she quickly swung the sickle to chop. Clang! The swung sickle was held by a hand, and the girl also saw the source of the sound at this time. It was a red dragon with thin braids tied in his hair. He looked at her calmly, and his upright dragon pupils were indifferent. Where is the prison for foreign objects? Shimu asked, which made the girl, who was an apostle of hell, stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. She quickly grasped the sickle and wanted to pull it back, but found that there was no way to pull it back. The hand holding the sickle was very tight. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Shimu pulled the sickle, causing the girl holding the sickle to crash into him, and then he pinched the girl's fair neck with one hand. Just tell me where the prison for foreign objects is. There was a silence. The girl turned her head and looked at the golden and silver twin towers in the distance. Before she could explain, she found that the surrounding scenery was receding wildly. The whistling wind blew away the cloak on her head, revealing her long aqua blue hair. Wait a minute. The girl's scream echoed in the gray earth. Her round thighs involuntarily clamped the man's waist, and her whole body was tightly attached to the man. When she came to her senses and looked at the surrounding situation, she found that wherever the man passed by, there were corpses. Those monsters that drilled out of the ground turned into corpses and fell to the ground, and the wounds were burning with black flames. What on earth is wrong with this man? Can you hold back the sound for a while? Shimu said lightly, and the great sword of death in his hand killed the attacking creatures one by one. They are not deaf. With the girl moaned like a little animal, and her legs that were clamped around the man's waist could not help but exert force, just like a little rabbit. Her hands were still tightly grasping the man's broad shoulders. As the man's legs moved quickly, Her little boat was lifted up again and again, causing her whole body to rise and fall. It has reached this point now. Unless he encountered a demon or a god, Shimu didn't need to care too much. He ran all the way and encountered many creations of the Creation Witch. Many of them have evolved to the point where they can use magic and confront the apostles of Hell head-on. This is the horror of the Creation Witch, the only existence that has the ability to replace the goddess of life to create a new life system. And at this moment, Shimu's feet stopped and turned into starlight, and disappeared on the spot. Then a huge explosion occurred. The raging black flames broke out where he was before, like a gushing spring, rushing towards the sky and turning into a blooming black flame flower. Duh. 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 In the firelight, a strong man at least 2 meters tall walked out. His face was covered with spells, he was wearing a black cloak, and his hands were wearing sharp gloves. This is a bishop-level Hell Apostle. Compared with ordinary Hell Apostles, bishop-level Hell Apostles are the most advanced fighting force in Hell, except for the gods. Akhtar, don't use the dead man's coat to cover yourself. The strong man waved his hand and looked around. The god of Hell wants to see you. Shimu laughed. Have you seen anyone else? Where is the Saint of Destiny who accompanies you? The strong man asked, revealing a hint of urgency on his cold face. The god of Hell had already predicted that Akhtar would invade Hell, and also clearly stated that Akhtar would be accompanied by the Saint of Destiny. However, now he only saw Akhtar, and did not see the figure of the Saint of Destiny at all. She stayed in the world, Shimu answered, and killed a silkworm pupa that attacked him. He had been acting alone since he landed at the bottom of Hell. As for Suna, she followed Eden. He didn't know where Suna and Eden were now, but he knew that they were hiding nearby and watching him quietly. Hell needs the Saint of Fate. The strong man clenched his fists, and then relaxed. He noticed the fearlessness in Akhtar's eyes, and knew that it was useless to threaten with words. This man would not be afraid of the majesty of the god of Hell. Come with me. He turned around and took Akhtar to the Twin Towers, intending to let the god of Hell make the judgment. If he had the ability to threaten Akhtar's safety, then perhaps he could make the Saint of Fate in the dark appear to save her lover. However, after the tentative attack just now, he found that he might not be able to force Akhtar into a desperate situation. Instead, he might be killed by Akhtar. At the same time, in the sky. Sure enough, he wanted to kill me. Suna twitched her lips. She seriously suspected that if she showed up, she might be beaten to death by the god of Hell, who suddenly appeared. However, judging from the fact that they were so eager to kill her, the situation at the bottom of Hell was really very bad, otherwise there would be no need to trigger the return of death artificially. Is the Creation Witch really that difficult? Unless the goddess of death returns. Eden gave the answer, otherwise, no one in Hell can suppress the Creation Witch. Eden, can you suppress the Creation Witch? Suna asked softly. She didn't know how strong Eden could be, but since Eden was able to resist the interference of the return of death, it meant that Eden was very strong. Maybe she can stand at the same level as the Creation Witch. Suna, I'm not a god. Eden shook her head gently, and refused to help. Although many people would subconsciously think that she stood on the side of the gods, that was just people's assumptions. From her perspective, neither the gods nor the witches was more noble or important, so she would not be biased against either. Unless the Creation Witch was really an extremely dangerous existence, for example, she wanted to burn the world, or wanted to erase or play with all life. However, the Creation Witch was not such a dangerous existence. The only bad thing about it was that she liked to capture gods as pets. But since the gods can hurt all living things, why can't the gods be hurted? We're here. The strong man stopped and pointed to the open door, then turned around and went into the battlefield, trying to destroy the silkworm pupae that drilled out of the ground as much as possible, and delay the witch's arrival as much as possible. Come down. Don't stick to me. Shimu looked down at the blue-haired girl who had her legs around his waist and her hands around his neck, and said, if you want to stick to me, and go see the gods, that's fine. The girl rubbed her forehead, and in a trance, she loosened her legs around Akhtar, and stood on the ground, looking a little shaky. It took a few seconds to recover. What's wrong with that man? She glanced at the man who walked into the Twin Towers. After all, she was also a strong person with awakening abilities, but she was dizzy because of a man and almost couldn't stand steadily. Passed through the gate of the Twin Towers. Akhtar, let's make a deal. The god of Hell picked up a birdcage covered with thorns, and showed the soul in the birdcage. I can give you Evelyn's soul, but you have to bring the Saint of Fate to see me. Chapter 181. Shimu frowned subconsciously, his eyes fixed on the birdcage in the hands of the god of Hell, as if he was going to snatch Evelyn's soul. The god of hell didn't care about this, even though Akhtar had the favor of the Witch of Death and could theoretically cause harm to the gods. But that was only in theory. This deal is no loss for you. He looked at Akhtar's indifferent expression. We just want to borrow the ability of the Saint of Fate, and you can successfully rescue the little princess you have been thinking about. That doesn't make sense at all, right? Shimu said coldly. With the strength of the Witch of Creation, she will not be affected by the return of death. You really know the true ability of the Saint of Fate. The god of hell smiled and waved his hand, and 2 chairs and a round table appeared in front of him. He sat down and picked up the teacup on the table. The creation which is about to break the seal. We need the ability of the Fate Saint to reset the seal, so as to delay the time for the creation witch to unseal it. The creation witch's memory will not be affected by the return of death. On the contrary, it will be unsealed faster because of the accumulation of experience. Shimu analyzed calmly, and tried to make the god of hell give up using Suna's ability. In response, the god of hell shook his head. It's not just the creation witch who can resist the influence of the return of death. The goddess of death can also resist the influence of the return of death. She can also accumulate experience. He explained. The goddess of death fighting in the present world has already occupied an overwhelming advantage. As long as she is given enough time, she can deal with the imaginary witch and the color witch. Shimu reacted after hearing this. Then the goddess of death can return to hell as soon as possible to seal the Witch of Creation? This is the most ideal situation. The god of hell took a sip of tea and explained in a calm tone. If the goddess of death has not solved the imaginary witch and the color witch before the Saint of Fate's death and return reaches the limit, then you can also directly notify the goddess of death to return to hell and give priority to sealing the Witch of Creation. Although it is important to solve the witches in the present world, the Witch of Creation sealed at the bottom of hell is obviously more difficult, so he would rather give up solving the witches in the present world and let the goddess of death return to hell to seal the Witch of Creation. Otherwise, the Witch of Death and the Witch of Creation will unite, which will be the biggest threat to the gods in the sky. The atmosphere fell silent. Shimu fell into deep thought. He did not intend to follow the two-choice option provided by the god of hell, but he had to give a tangled reaction at this time. Don't worry, you still have time to think. The god of hell was very calm and believed that Akhtar would make the right choice, because this deal was too cost-effective. As long as he handed over the Saint of Fate, he could get the soul of the little dragon princess in exchange. Although this seemed like betraying the Saint of Fate, given the Saint of Fate's affection for Akhtar, it was nothing more than coaxing her after death. Anyway, the Saint of Fate would not really die. Suna did not go to hell with me. Shimu gave an answer, looking at the stunned expression of the god of hell. I will not use my friends as tools for trading. The god of hell's expression became indifferent. Is this your choice? Instead of asking me to hand over Suna, you can also choose to contact the 3 goddesses of fate. Shimu said calmly. As long as the 3 goddesses of fate give an order, Suna can immediately launch the return of death. Because it is very embarrassing. The god of hell thought silently that if he ran to ask the 3 goddesses of fate for help at this moment, he would definitely be laughed at by the gods in the sky. Originally, after he artificially triggered the return of the death of the Saint of Fate, the best choice was to ask the goddess of death for help, so that the goddess of death would return immediately to seal the Witch of Creation. But he chose to rely on himself to suppress the Witch of Creation, wanting to delay until the goddess of death dealt with the witches. But the strength of the Witch of Creation was more difficult than he expected, and even with the seal, there was no way to suppress the Witch of Creation for too long. So he wanted to use the Saint of Fate to trigger the return of death, so as to change his plan and no longer try to rely on himself to suppress the return of the Witch of Creation. But he directly invited the goddess of death back. Hell and heaven are 2 relatively independent systems. He explained to Akhtar, if you ask the 3 goddesses of fate directly, there will be many problems. Can you give me Evelyn's soul first? Shimu stretched out his hand. I will go to find Suna in this world. The god of hell had a subtle expression. After resetting the death and return, I will directly let the dragon princess soul go. It is meaningless for you to take the dragon princess soul now. I just want to see Evelyn's soul. Shimu turned his head slightly and said something he didn't believe. I have no memory after the death and return, so I want to contact it now. You took the dragon princess soul and ran away directly? The god of hell twitched his mouth. Akhtar, has anyone ever told you that you are not good at lying? Shimu did not answer. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. I will still ask the 3 goddesses of fate to ask the Saint of Fate to commit suicide. The god of hell said lightly, but you won't be able to save the soul of the little dragon princess. He stared at Akhtar's face. It's a very simple choice between 2, isn't it? What if I don't want to choose between 2? Shimu asked coldly, And the god of hell smiled. The premise of not making a choice between two is that Akhtar has strength, otherwise he can only follow the rules set by the strong. Understood. Shimu exhaled and left the twin towers. The back of his leaving was very long, just covering the birdcage where Evelyn's soul was imprisoned. Not long after leaving the twin towers, the god of hell is willing to release Evelyn's soul. Shimu casually swung the death sword and killed the attacking silkworm pupa, as if talking to himself, but the price is to hand over Suna. Is the god of hell going to kill me? The air around him suddenly twisted, and Suna and Eden appeared. Isn't that a matter of course? Shimu raised his hand to lift the hair in front of his forehead. His expression was terribly cold. But the promise of the god of hell is meaningless. If it's just handing me over, it doesn't matter. Suna shook her head lightly. She had died many times, and now she naturally didn't mind dying a few more times. However, it is inevitable that the creation which will break free from the seal, even if it can be stopped once or twice, it is meaningless. Shimu analyzed calmly. The death which has been unsealed, she will definitely find a way to rescue the creation which, and the god of hell will definitely rely on your ability to try until you can no longer activate your ability. He asserted to Suna. You will be used until you die. Suna, This is an inevitable result, no? To be more precise, it is something that will inevitably happen after her ability is exposed. If you want to redeem the mistakes that happened in the past, you will want to kill her again and again until she can no longer return from death. I don't want to hand you over, but I also want to take back Evelyn's soul. Shimu smiled and came to Suna. He stroked Suna's delicate face. But you won't listen to me obediently, right? Of course not. Suna opened her mouth. She couldn't let a dangerous existence like the creation which appear. Otherwise, the creation which and the death which would unite, and a more brutal war would surely break out. So sleep well. Shimu's hand that was stroking her face suddenly hit Suna's neck and knocked her unconscious. In order to prevent Suna from being awakened by the three goddesses of fate, a special prayer of sleep was imposed to make Suna fall into a forced sleep. At the same time, in the present world, what's wrong? The White Dragon King turned his head to look at the tears sliding down his daughter's pretty face. His eyes revealed doubts. He has always been protecting his daughter's safety, and no one has ever attacked his daughter, so why would his daughter cry? In this regard, the white-haired lowly raised her hand to touch the tear marks on her cheek. Her ruby-like eyes revealed doubts. She felt sad for no reason, and tears flowed involuntarily. Obviously, she is fine now, and there is no reason to be sad. But she soon reacted. Maybe Akhtar has already arrived in hell and touched my soul. She analyzed so, and her voice became smaller and smaller. I just don't know what happened in hell. I'm sorry, I'm a useless father. The White Dragon King raised his hand and rubbed his daughter's head, apologizing to his crying daughter. If he could, he would also like to go directly into hell to take back his daughter's soul, but he couldn't do it, or rather, most gods couldn't do it. The souls that go to hell can only be managed by the gods of hell, and the gods of the sky have no room to intervene. This is not only to maintain the independence of hell, but also because hell has the goddess of death to rely on. Even if he is the partner of the sun god, he can't take back his daughter's soul from hell. And at this moment, buzz! The sky suddenly dimmed, and a huge black sun swallowed all the light, appearing in the sky like a black hole. Immediately, millions of slashes appeared, like a piece of drawing paper, cut by a knife, and turned into countless pieces of debris. The world stagnated. Immediately, a strong explosion spread, wrapped in scorching high temperature. As if to format the world, everything was shrouded in white light. After a moment, the light converged. They can't hold on any longer. The White Dragon King put down his hand that was blocking his eyes, and looked at the battle in the distance. He already felt that the imaginary witch, and the color which were already struggling, and could no longer hold off the goddess of death. The battle would be over soon. However, the goddess of death suddenly stopped swinging her sickle, ignored the nervous imaginary witch and the color witch, and slashed the passage to the bottom of hell with her backhand, and then rushed in without hesitation. This sudden turn of events not only confused the goddess of lies and the color witch, but also all the spectators. Why did she suddenly stop on the eve of victory? The goddess of lies and the witch of colors looked at each other. Neither of them understood what the goddess of death was going to do. Could it be that the unsealed witch of death went to hell to steal a home, causing the goddess of death to have to return to hell? The bottom of hell. Shimu cut his palm open, letting the blood drip onto the ground, spreading and dyeing the gray earth red, and the strange creatures that kept pouring out from the ground suddenly knelt on the cold ground, exploding like flesh and blood bombs, dyeing hell with blood and flesh. Blood dyed hell red. The breath of life was unprecedentedly strong, providing the coordinates for the Witch of Creation to return to the world. Witch of Creation, I want to ask you for something. Shimu inserted the great sword of death in his hand into the ground, looked at the white arm stretched out in the void in front of him, and let him touch his cheek. Help me snatch the soul of a young dragon from the hands of the god of hell. Ah, sure. A gentle female voice came out, and with a hand that stroked her cheek slightly, Shimu saw the true form of the creation witch. Her figure was very mature, and the attractive curves she outlined all showed the tenderness and maternity of women, but as long as you look into her cold and rational amber eyes, you will instantly abandon the illusion that she is a gentle woman. Unlike the all-embracing maternal nature of the goddess of life, the creation witch treats everything equally as research material. Not giving care, but treating it as a research object. It's really different from what people describe. Shimu said, I feel cheated. Feeling cheated? The creation witch was puzzled, and withdrew her hands that were stroking Akhtar's cheek, and cast her eyes on the hidden incarnation of the tree of all-knowing. Is she an enemy or a friend? She just wants to protect my safety. Shimu followed her line of sight, and explained calmly, just understand it as a neutral party. Really? The creation demon retracted his gaze and asked Akhtar, do you want anything else in return? This man came to hell to liberate her as promised, so she naturally gave him a corresponding reward, as long as it was within her ability. Shimu thought for a while, and said, now I just want you to help me take back the soul of the young dragon. The creation witch did not answer, and her figure disappeared directly on the spot, and then the twin towers in the distance suddenly disappeared on the spot. There was no explosion, no roar, just like the twin towers were formatted, forcibly erased, and everything disappeared. No. There is still one person alive. The god of hell covered his broken arm with one hand, stared coldly at the creation witch holding the birdcage opposite him, and asked, did Akhtar release you? The creation witch did not answer, and walked towards the god of hell, and an inexplicable power filled the air. The god of hell gritted his teeth suddenly, and the hand pressing on the broken arm suddenly surged, and several snake heads emerged, opening their mouths and spewing venom. This was the creation witch redefining his life form, turning him into a piece of meat with confused consciousness. And the god of hell finally stopped hesitating and shouted to the sky, Goddess of death, save me. Chapter 182. Gods have no concept of death. This means that no fatal attack can kill gods. Even if one has an overwhelming power advantage and can easily crush gods, one cannot completely destroy gods who have no concept of death. Unless someone can give gods the concept of death, or if gods themselves represent the end of things, then gods can be killed. Does that mean that gods cannot be defeated? Of course not. Paw. The creation witch gently slapped the cheek of the god of hell with her slender hand, with a force that was not enough to kill even a mosquito. However, the god of hell reflected in her amber pupils showed unprecedented fear, as if he had encountered a fatal crisis. Ah! The god of hell roared in pain, holding his chest tightly with one hand, as if refusing some change. In fact, he was not hurt, but on the contrary he was promoted, gaining a perspective beyond ordinary gods, and even his life form changed. This is very similar to I can manifest myself, but it is thousands of times more violent, with no room for refusal. He seems to have become another creation which, understanding why life is born, and knowing all the mysteries about life. It is not clear whether this is a good thing. But it is certain that when a person receives the corresponding information and knowledge, his personality and behavior will change. This may be considered growth. But it is not a good thing in the eyes of the old personality. It is like a cockroach being implanted with the concept of being a human being, and learning the corresponding knowledge of humans, and then finding that he is chewing the corpse of his own kind in his mouth, with tens of millions of insect eggs in his stomach, and living in a dirty garbage dump. For the old cockroach personality, the past lifestyle is naturally no problem, but as the cognition is forcibly changed to human, the living environment of the cockroach will make people. No, the cockroach will go crazy in despair. And at this moment, the sky was suddenly cut open. What is this? The cold eyes of the goddess of death showed surprise, and the first thing she saw was a disgusting meat mountain that was constantly shrinking and expanding, with tentacles covered with mucus, tightly attached to the gray ground, as if spreading like a spider web. God of hell? She quickly noticed the true form of the meat mountain. On the meat mountain that was constantly expanding and contracting, there was a face that was very similar to the god of hell, although it was distorted beyond recognition. But she still recognized it as the god of hell. Creation witch, what did you do? The figure of the goddess of death flashed, avoiding the palm that was slapping her, and the sickle in her hand chopped back, but was avoided by the alert creation witch. The two sides distanced themselves and confronted each other. The goddess of death subconsciously glanced at the unconscious saint of fate in the distance. Although she was not clear about her current state, if she could trigger the return of death, she could rush back before the crisis in hell. However, the witch of creation seemed to have seen through her thoughts. The source of the power to influence the god of hell lies in memory. Even if I go back to the past, his state will not change. He has become the anchor point for my return. The god of hell's ability is enough to resist the interference of time. Even if the return of death is triggered artificially, the memory she has poured into the depths of the god of hell's mind will not change. It will still trigger the god of hell's excessive energy to manifest, turning into the creature that is now unconscious and wants to continue to proliferate. Did I just kill you? The death goddess looked cold, and immediately waved the sickle in her hand. After the creation which subconsciously dodged, the remaining force of the sickle light continued, and it slashed the god of hell, who was constantly proliferating, directly splitting him in half. The god of hell did not die, but the process of continuous transformation was forcibly interrupted, and he fell into a state of near death. Apart from the death witch, she is the only one who can give the gods the concept of death, and naturally can also make the god of hell fall into near death, thus interrupting the transformation of the god of hell. And at this moment, you are ruthless to your own people, worthy of being the goddess of death. A light laugh echoed in the air, and the figure of the goddess of lies emerged. She and the color which stood beside the creation witch. Have you wanted to use your power to kill the gods a long time ago? Don't get me wrong, this can only be regarded as a rescue. An unhappy voice came, and a delicate boy with red curly hair, wearing shorts and a jacket, appeared with a group of gods, about 100 in number. Compared to the sky, the gods in hell are very rare, but they are not small in number, although many of them are not good at fighting. But when they gather together, they cannot be underestimated. Is there going to be a group fight? The moon suddenly appeared in the sky, and the silver moonlight shone, illuminating the dark bottom of hell. The moon witch, the earth demon, and the denial demon also came out, standing behind the imaginary witch, confronting the gods of hell. Where is the corpse witch? The goddess of lies blinked her beautiful eyes, counted the reinforcements that came, and found that there was a woman with a bandage tied to her body missing. The moon witch pointed to the distance when she heard the words, and saw the corpse which appeared next to Akhtar. The corpse witch raised her hand and patted Akhtar's shoulder, facing his surprised gaze, and asked, "Akhtar, why are you still here? How can I run?" Shimu asked calmly. The only way to leave hell now is to open a passage through the goddess of death and the death witch. Of course, if he just wants to leave the battlefield, he can still let Eden take him into the secret hell lair. Next, there will be no way to take care of you. The corpse witch smiled lightly and raised her thigh wrapped in bandages. Or you try to hug my thigh. No need. Shimu shook his head. His eyes fell on Eden's legs wrapped in black silk. I have better thighs to hug. My legs are better, right? The corpse witch's focus was a bit strange, and she compared in a strange place. The atmosphere became subtle. Okay, stop talking. Shimu covered his face with one hand, and said to the corpse witch, who had no sense of urgency, "You are fighting now." The corpse witch was slightly stunned, looked in the direction of the battlefield, and found that everyone's eyes were on her. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. How about, don't fight? The corpse witch raised her hand and said, as if it was a bit out of tune, although we are in a weak position, if we insist on making trouble in hell, will you be very distressed? She smiled sweetly. Why don't you consider negotiating? Refuse. The dream god said coldly, even if hell is in chaos because of this, you can't have the opportunity to continue to develop. That makes a lot of sense. The corpse witch sighed in disappointment, and then hugged Akhtar's arm beside her, then let the guys who don't affect the battle leave, okay? Dream God thought for a while, then nodded and said, we allow Akhtar to leave, but you also have to allow the Apostle of Hell to leave. Really reasonable. The corpse witch smiled, dragged Akhtar's arm, and flew towards the passage split by the goddess of death. When she was about to fly into the passage. Akhtar, were you my believer before? The goddess of death looked cold, reflecting the image of Akhtar holding a birdcage in one hand, and the Saint of Fate in the other. As for whether Akhtar was her believer, she was not very clear. There were too many people who believed in her. Not only did she have a large number of believers in the world, but also a large group of believers in hell. In addition, she was always busy with work, so she basically didn't pay attention to her group of believers. Her attitude has always been to believe if you want to, and not to believe if you don't. I used to admire you very much. When I first saw you in the church, I was deeply attracted. Shimu recalled the scene of entering the Death Church in his first round. At that time, he was really attracted by the statue of the goddess of death. He thought it was really beautiful, especially the cold and unkind look, which made people want to humiliate her severely. Later, I met the Witch of Death. She listened to my prayers patiently, and was willing to give me strength. She didn't care about my offenses at all. Even if I made some excessive requests, she could easily forgive me. The more he spoke, the lower his voice became. Even though I knew that the Witch of Death was dangerous and might not be a good person, I had no way to refuse. In the first round, he was indeed attracted by the beautiful appearance of the goddess of death, but later he found that the Witch of Death was a better choice. Not only was she outstanding in appearance, but she was also extremely generous in giving power, and was willing to take the initiative to protect her believers. Compared with the unresponsive goddess of death, he knew what to choose with his toes, so he converted to the Witch of Death without hesitation. Really? The goddess of death retracted her gaze. She already knew why Akhtar chose to convert. Although it sounded unpleasant, she could understand Akhtar's conversion. Compared with her own indifference to believers, the Witch of Death not only listened to the believers' ideas patiently, but also gave them power generously. It is said that for Akhtar, the cult of death gave up the crusade against the Church of Life. Any person would not be able to resist. She only pays special attention to you, because she thinks you can become a demon. Dream God explained coldly, the Witch of Death just wants to use you. As for why Akhtar was valued by the Witch of Death, someone had already given a professional analysis. It must be that the Witch of Death thought Akhtar had the potential to become a demon, so she paid special attention to him in order to gain Akhtar's loyalty. Then I am willing to be used by the Witch of Death. Shimu answered, facing the gaze of the God of Dreams. She is worthy of my faith. Heh, what a obsessed guy. The God of Dreams snorted coldly, feeling disappointed with Akhtar's obsession. He clearly knew that he was being used by the witch, but he still worked for her. It would be great if the goddess of death was the Witch of Death. Shimu stared at the goddess of death deeply, and then was taken by the Witch of Corpses and flew into the deep black hole. In response, the goddess of death did not say anything. Even if she knew the reason for Akhtar's betrayal, she did not intend to change her attitude towards her believers. As the actual manager of hell, she must ensure that there are no problems in hell, otherwise she would be irresponsible for all the dead. She knows clearly what is important, and what is not. But if you ask if she feels a little disappointed, she does. The most amazing genius of this era, who was originally her believer, is now standing on the opposite side of her, which naturally makes her feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, this believer who betrayed her still maintains an extremely firm belief in the goddess of life, which makes her feel even more complicated. He just can't have a firm belief and doesn't understand you. The dream god whispered to comfort her, but the expression of the goddess of death suddenly became serious, which was more serious than she had ever been when facing the witch of creation. He followed the line of sight of the goddess of death, and saw a girl wearing a white witch's pointed hat, with long blue wavy hair, and a cold and alienated temperament, standing in front of all the demons and witches. No need to say, no need to explain. The overwhelming presence just by appearing must be the legendary Witch of Death. No wonder Akhtar is so obsessed with her. The dream god couldn't help but think, if he met such a mysterious and powerful being, would he be able to resist being attracted? The answer, of course, is no. Let's fight somewhere else. The Death Witch said coldly, opened the bottom of hell with her hand, and then walked directly in. The goddess of death followed in without hesitation. The people present looked at each other, and when they were still hesitating whether to follow in together, two cold voices came out. Leave it to me. Don't follow in. The voices that sounded almost at the same time made both sides give up the idea of following in, and turn their attention to the enemy. At the same time. In reality. At the border of Hierapolis. Who is stronger, the Witch of Death or the Goddess of Death? Shimu stood on the scorched earth. The scene he saw was like hell. Not only had the landform changed fundamentally, but the mud was also emitting high temperatures, just like a pot being steamed on a hot iron pot. Who can guess that kind of thing? The corpse witch pinched her chin with her slender hand, thought for a moment, and asked, Your words in hell, weren't you deliberately showing your loyalty to the Witch of Death? Shimu said expressionlessly, Don't change the subject suddenly. As a Witch of the Death Department, don't you have any judgment at all? The concept of corpse is just related to the Death Department. The corpse witch rolled her eyes, but still followed Akhtar's thinking. The Witch of Death is known as the strongest witch in history, and the Goddess of Death is known as the strongest goddess. They are both the pinnacle of the death system. She raised her hand to gently gather her hair beside her ears, smiling sweetly. We will know who is stronger and who is weaker after they finish fighting. But if we have to say who has a greater chance of winning, I think it should be the goddess of death. Because the goddess of death lives longer? Shimu asked, and the witch of corpse heard it, and nodded without hesitation. This is an objective fact, there is no way to deny it. Chapter 183. Living longer does not necessarily mean being stronger. Shimu moved his wrist and smiled at the corpse witch. There are a lot of dragons in this world, who have lived thousands of years longer than me, but I still killed them with one sword. You can't compare them like that. The corpse witch subconsciously refuted, and then felt that what Akhtar said made sense. There are too many gods in this world. Although she has no way to kill them, the moment she became a witch, she was stronger than most gods. At least there is absolutely no problem beating the desert goddess with bare hands. Forget it, we are still fighting now. She turned around gracefully, her long aqua blue hair swaying. Akhtar, take care of yourself. After saying that, she flew towards the gate of hell that was cut open by the goddess of death in the sky. Of course, she could take the opportunity to fish and find a reason to protect Akhtar's safety. But she is not such a person. Madam, don't pretend to be unconscious. Shimu looked at the unconscious Suna, only to see that she was still in the state of possession of the white-haired wife, and her appearance was still that of the white-haired wife. Have you been discovered? The white-haired wife slowly opened her eyes and smiled at Akhtar. I know I shouldn't return to the world of the living, but I want to see my daughter wake up with my own eyes. After she finished speaking, she untied the state of possession of Suna, looked around the current world, and regret appeared in her ruby-like eyes. Has this world been hurt so much? There is still a chance to remedy it afterwards. Shimu looked around the battlefield. This should be the core area of the battle between the goddess and the witch, otherwise it would not be destroyed so exaggeratedly, causing all creatures to die. The temperature of the earth is so high that it can boil eggs. Ordinary people who walk in will be steamed alive by the remaining high temperature. If you are willing to make amends, it is a very easy thing. The white-haired wife said softly. If the creation which is willing to make amends afterwards, it can still make this land revitalized. We will find a way to make amends after we seize the world's dominance. Shimu's voice was too calm, but before that, this world will get worse and worse. The white-haired wife was silent for a while, and her ruby-like eyes stared deeply at Akhtar, and said, Tesmer, don't you plan to return to hell? Shimu didn't speak, but the Red Dragon King who was attached to him took the initiative to cancel the state of possession. He seemed to be standing behind Akhtar. The dead really shouldn't stay in the world, but I want to see my younger generation. As long as I can see him, I will immediately return to hell. The situation is the most chaotic now, and the apostles of hell have no time to take care of you. Shimu said calmly, now you can hurry up and deal with your regrets? Yes. The Red Dragon King Tesmar nodded and flew towards the horizon. Judging from the direction, it was the Dragon Empire. In the Dragon Empire, the Dragon King is the actual manager of a tribe, but the existence of the Dragon King is not based on excellent management methods. Instead, it depends on the strength of standing at the top of the tribe. If it is defeated by the younger generation, it will lose the status of Dragon King, or because of its own age, it will consciously resign from the position of Dragon King and let the capable younger generation become the Dragon King. The current Red Dragon King was. Tesmar took the initiative to abdicate. This is because Tesmar is not young and is about to be killed by time, and because Tesmar cannot find a red dragon that can defeat him in the tribe. So Tesmar could only choose to abdicate. Otherwise he would have to stay in the position of Red Dragon King until his death. Now that Tesmar has returned from hell, he wants to test the strength of the current Red Dragon King and complete a power change by force. And not long after Tesmar flew away, a white dot appeared on the horizon, and then it quickly enlarged, and a white dragon of exaggerated size appeared. He flapped his huge wings, and his powerful feet landed on the scorched earth of the battlefield, causing the earth to vibrate slightly. Akhtar, you really did it. The White Dragon King lowered his head, and his eyes reflected Akhtar's appearance. Immediately before Akhtar spoke, a white-haired lowly pounced out and bumped into Akhtar's arms. Shimu was slightly stunned, then showed a gentle smile, raised his hand, and rubbed the head of the white-haired lowly in his arms. How is it, as a great conspirator who intends to subvert the world? The white-haired lowly pursed her lips and rubbed Akhtar's cheek. The strong emotion surging in her heart made it impossible for her to say any polite words. She asked in a low voice. It must be very hard to save my soul. It's okay. Shimu replied, the god of hell is very easy to talk to, and he easily agreed to release your soul. Liar. The white-haired lowly whispered. With her smart little head, she easily guessed that hell would not easily hand over her soul. In addition, the witches and demons followed into hell, and the situation in hell would become more complicated. So the gods of hell would definitely not let her soul go easily. He did a lot for you. The white-haired wife glanced at the silent white dragon king and walked to the side of the white-haired lowly. Although she felt a little disappointed that her daughter was always thinking of Akhtar, she still thought that Akhtar was a man who could fight through hell for her daughter and rescue her daughter's soul. No female dragon could not be moved. The white-haired Lolita looked over and saw a woman who looked like her, showing her a gentle maternal smile. She is your mother. Shimu leaned close to the crystal ear of the white-haired Lolita. She came out of hell to see you. Mother? The white-haired Lolita was puzzled at first, then surprised, and then panicked. She quickly got off Akhtar, raised her hand, and gently gathered the hair by her ear, so that she could restore the dignity and composure that a princess should have. You don't have to pretend to be a princess in front of me. The white-haired wife smiled gently, squatted down, and wiped the white-haired Loli's cheek. No wonder a hero like Akhtar can enter hell. My daughter is really beautiful. The white-haired Loli was a little overwhelmed, not knowing how to get along with her mother. She subconsciously looked at Akhtar, but saw Akhtar and the White Dragon King walking side by side, obviously intending to give her space to get along with her mother. And on the other side, behind the hillside, are you unhappy to see the soul of your deceased wife? Shimu turned his head and looked at the White Dragon King beside him and asked, why do you look so embarrassed and cramped? I need to set an example for the fertility rate of the Dragon Clan. The White Dragon King's voice was subtle, and he explained under Akhtar's gaze, not long after Angelica died, I got married again, and now my youngest son is about to be born. Shimu was silent for a moment and asked, what are you going to do? Respect my current wife. The White Dragon King replied calmly, there is no future for living dragons and dead dragons. He turned around. Akhtar, I ask you to bring Evelyn back afterwards. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into light and disappeared on the spot. Originally, after his wife died, it was a very normal thing for him to get married again as a god's partner. Who would have thought that someone could bring out the soul of his deceased wife? This made him confused. After a while, the White Dragon King left in a hurry. Shimu looked at the mother and daughter, who were coming over, and explained in a calm voice, it seems that something serious has happened. Really? Angelica kept smiling, took the white-haired Loli to Akhtar, solemnly took Akhtar and his daughter's hands, and held them together. She stepped back a few steps, and looked at the two of them. A world-famous hero, and the most beloved little princess of the Dragon Clan. It's really a perfect match. I'm sorry to disappoint you, ma'am. Shimu shook his head. I'm a follower of the Witch of Death, an out-and-out cultist, not a hero in people's eyes, not as suitable as you think. Then please be the bad guy who kidnapped the princess. Angelica raised her hand and gently placed it on her chest. You can go to hell for the princess, so why can't the princess give up her identity for you? Shimu didn't answer, but felt his palm being held tightly. He turned his head to look at the white-haired Loli, and found that she lowered her head. Her white neck was flushed, but she held his wrist more and more tightly. Of course, this is your own business. Angelica suddenly changed her tone. I am just stating my mother's position. Let's talk about it when Evelyn grows up. Shimu chuckled, handed the birdcage holding the soul in his hand to Evelyn, and then walked away. I go see if Suna has woken up. Evelyn, you should merge your soul first. He is too popular with women. Angelica looked at Akhtar's back, and saw the setting sun in the sky shining on his silver armor, giving people an extremely reliable feeling, but also giving people an uncontrollable sense of etherealness. As Akhtar's teammate, it is naturally very reassuring, but if you want to take the relationship a step further, it will make people feel desperate. A noble and powerful knight, or the existence that is recognized by the gods as a demon, is not something that ordinary people can grasp. Although Evelyn's identity is a dragon princess. However, if you think carefully, you will find that there is a desperate difference between the two, unless Evelyn can grow to the height of a witch. Otherwise, it would be difficult to stand side by side with Akhtar. Daughter, you really fell in love with a very difficult man. She sighed softly, and raised her hand to rub the head of the white-haired Loli. But he has already fought through hell for you. It's hard not to be moved. Put yourself in her shoes. If a man meets a beautiful girl, he will fight through hell for you and overcome thousands of difficulties to bring out your soul. Who can refuse this? On the other side. Awake? Shimu sat down, looked at Suna sitting sideways on the stone, and took out a bottle of water. Do you want to replenish water? Have you dealt with her? Suna took the water and stared at Akhtar for a moment. Now I don't know if I should commit suicide. Even if you die now, you can't seal the creation witch. Shimu replied with a smile. The god of hell has become the anchor for the creation witch to return. Suna was silent for a while, and said softly, "You will not be a great hero in the future, but a cultist who broke into hell and released the creation witch. Now Akhtar has committed a heinous crime that is difficult to write down. Afterwards, Akhtar will definitely change from a hero in people's mouths to a cultist bewitched by the witch." Shimu was very calm. "I will soon do something very excessive. Even if this thing doesn't happen, I can't maintain my identity as a hero." "Something very excessive?" Suna showed doubts. She couldn't think of what Akhtar could do very excessively. "Play a game with the whole world." Shimu replied, "This is a game that cannot be refused. They have to play it even if they don't want to." He told his secret. "This is my ritual to become a devil. It's useless even if I persuade you." Suna sighed, and saw Akhtar nodded. She knew that this man had embarked on a path that was difficult for her to cross. "You will be a devil next time we meet, right?" Shimu replied, "Yes." "Why did it become like this?" Suna fell into thought. She was not surprised by Akhtar's choice. Akhtar was a genius, and it was natural for him to want to become a devil. But Akhtar, who wanted to become a devil, would inevitably go to the opposite side of her and meet Akhtar next time. Maybe it was when she used Death Return to become an enemy of Akhtar. The setting sun shone on the two people. Their shadows were very long, but there was no communication, even though they were sitting very close. For a long time. "I should leave." Suna pursed her lips and met Akhtar's eyes. "Next time, no. I hope there will be no next time." If she met Akhtar again next time, perhaps the Akhtar she met would be a demon, an existence standing on the opposite side of the gods. It is impossible to get along well like now. Stay at the headquarters of the Church of Destiny, and don't come out again. Shimu rubbed the ring with his fingers and summoned the mare. "Partner, help me send Suna away." The mare rubbed the ground with its hooves, looking at the strange atmosphere between the two, and didn't know what happened. Suna silently climbed on the horse, said goodbye to Akhtar, and rode the mare into the horizon. And at this moment, "Lord Akhtar, I am here to pick you up." Shark Lady Kusha came with a group of followers of the death, and they all knelt before Akhtar. Shimu did not respond immediately to this, but turned his head to look at the white-haired mother and daughter who were coming, and smiled gently. "Should we send you back to the Dragon Empire, or kidnap you to the death cult?" Yujalika asked. "What's the difference? If you and your daughter want to spend more time together, then we will kidnap you to the death cult." Shimu explained. "Otherwise, the Hell Apostles will come to capture Yujalika's soul and take it back to hell. Then please kidnap us, mother and daughter." Yujalika made a decision, and came to Akhtar holding her daughter's hand. The apostles from hell naturally have to find a way to catch the escaped souls, but if the escaped souls are captured by the death cult, then the hell apostles will not come to cause trouble casually. Chapter 184. Hell is very dangerous. This piece of information brought the war that affected dozens of countries to an abrupt end, but it certainly did not mean that they had let go of their hatred. If you die in battle, you will go to hell. A knight sat in front of the fire, looking at the dried meat cooking in the pot, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible fear. "I hope I won't encounter the battle between the Witch of Death and the Goddess of Death. After we die, we will only be in the shallowest level of hell." The nun next to him smiled gently, but she could not hide her worry on her face. "I heard that the Goddess of Death and the Witch of Death will fight at the bottom of hell, and it will not have any impact even if we die. What if the winner is the Witch of Death?" The knight suddenly asked, looking at the nun's surprised eyes, and immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing. He scratched his head. "Sorry, just pretend I didn't say that. Now the war has come to an abrupt end. It is not because the cult group is too strong. The church coalition still has the advantage. As long as the offensive continues, the cult group will definitely be eliminated." But no one wanted to continue fighting. They were all waiting for the battle between the Goddess of Death and the Witch of Death to end. Who wins, who loses? This concerns the future of this world. If the person who walks out of hell is the Witch of Death, it may announce the end of the era of gods. The Goddess of Death will definitely win. The nun whispered to comfort, and even if the Goddess of Death loses, Gao Tian still has the Goddess of Life, the three goddesses of fate, the God of War, and many other powerful gods. That's true. The knight was silent for a moment, and forced a smile at the nun. He felt the same way, but as long as he thought that the rule of the gods could be shaken, it would have impacted his worldview that he had established in the past. And if the Goddess of Death cannot win, then the gods can also help her. The Witch of Death is only one person after all, and there is no powerful being around her that can influence the battle situation. The nun added, "Although the Witch of Death is known as the strongest witch in history, and has the power to make gods fall, there is only one person after all, and only the Witch of Death can give gods death. If things cannot be done, the gods will definitely make the right choice. The bottom of hell. Ugh! The god of war pinched his neck, but still couldn't help spitting out a white insect egg. He stepped on the insect egg with an ugly face, and then looked at the opposite side with fear. In an environment full of insects, the Witch of Creation stretched out a white finger and caught a mantis with its wings flapping. Then, as if billions of years of time had been condensed, the body of the small mantis expanded rapidly, and turned into a creature with sharp blades growing on its surface, as if it was made of swords. The knees, elbows, back, and forehead all have sharp angles similar to blades, and the mouthparts are full of sharp teeth, dripping with liquid that can destroy a country. And such creatures are everywhere, feeding on the immortal body of the god of hell, and are constantly born. Although this does not threaten the gods, it has impacted hell. As the goddess of death and the witch of death fight, more and more barriers of the hell layer are broken, causing the creation of the Witch of Creation to flow into other layers of hell. What a disgusting woman. The god of war gritted his teeth. He hated the Witch of Creation more than ever before. Compared with the Witch of Death, who is directly fatal, the Witch of Creation would make life worse than death. As long as he was slapped lightly, he would become a distorted life, and his consciousness and personality would be completely shifted. And at this moment, shut up. The sword suddenly pierced through the chest of the god of war, and then a small foot wrapped in white socks kicked at the waist. The body of the god of war seemed to shoot bullets, killing the monsters along the way one by one, until it hit a moving piece of meat. He stood up, holding his abdomen, and looked at the attacker. Goddess of pharmacology, you are not mentally normal. My mind is very normal. The one who responded was a woman wearing a nurse's uniform. Her long green hair was tied into a single ponytail and placed on her shoulders. She held a bloody sharp blade and gently stroked her slightly red face with one hand. I have always been the dog of the creation witch. God of war, Haven't you completely cleaned the memory of the goddess of pharmacology from the inside out? Why does she still retain the memory of being a dog, no matter what he thinks? The goddess of pharmacology couldn't wait to come to the side of the Witch of Creation, kneeling on the bloody ground, rubbing her cheek against the white thigh of the Witch of Creation. My lady, the Witch of Creation, pharmacology has been waiting for your return. The Witch of Creation lowered her head and looked at the goddess of pharmacology with blushing cheeks, rubbing her thigh vigorously. Pharmacology, why can you still keep my memory? After you were sealed, I immediately speculated that the gods would wash away my memory. The goddess of pharmacology replied, so I made a secret medicine to preserve the memory and swallowed it in advance. It will take effect in 3 years. After that, she rubbed the thigh of the Witch of Creation again, inhaled the scent of the Witch of Creation like an intoxicated person, and felt unprecedented satisfaction. In the past, she was a serious and rigorous goddess. She was basically not interested in anything except pharmacology. People thought she was an iceberg goddess. However, since she was captured by the creation witch, she has completed a thorough sublimation of the physical and mental levels. Not a goddess who is high above, but a dog of the creation witch. Really? The creation witch responded lightly. She was not interested in the loyalty of the pharmacology goddess. She captured several goddesses for research, mainly because creatures, like gods, were too special, so she used many ideas and experiments on the captured goddesses, which also led to the personalities of the captured goddesses being completely ruined. Some people thought they were her star fury, some thought they were her daughters, and some thought they were her dogs. However, for her, they were just a group of relatively rare research materials. Apart from research, they had no special value. You can't really treat them as star fury. That would be a pure waste of her research time and energy, and she has no interest in women. No. To be more precise, she has no interest in any creature. The desire to reproduce is just a trick she can do at will. In the past, when she faced the crusade of the gods, she interfered with the god of the sun, causing the god of the sun to fall in love with a tree and feel that a tree is more attractive than any goddess. Master, the gods arranged for the god of assassination to attack the Witch of Death. The goddess of pharmacology was intoxicated by the big white legs of the Witch of Creation, while she told the secret information, as long as there is a suitable opportunity, they will attack. I will pay attention. The Witch of Creation said calmly, raised her hand, and touched the head of the goddess of pharmacology, just like a master rewarding a pet dog. The goddess of pharmacology squinted comfortably. She knew that this information would satisfy the Witch of Creation. This was why she had been holding back from coming to the Witch of Creation. You won't have a chance to intervene. The god of war clenched his fists, and the blood vessels in his arms bulged. His mission was to delay the dangerous existence of the Witch of Creation, so that the Witch of Creation would not have enough time to assist the Witch of Death. In response, the Witch of Creation did not even give a glance, and did not even reach the omnipotent field. In her eyes, she was just an insignificant little character. Not even as good as the god of hell. Ha! I was underestimated. The god of war exhaled, and the blood vessels on his body continued to bulge, and his strength doubled and soared in an incredible way. Enemy and self-reinforcement. This is the ability of the god of war, to replicate all friendly forces with good intentions to himself, and also to replicate all enemy forces to himself. In a nutshell, no matter enemies or friends, they can all become his source of power. As long as enemies and friends are within his observation range, they can provide him with equal power, thus pushing his power to an incredible level. Of course, the power provided is limited to strength, and he will not gain the abilities of enemies and friends, but even so, his power can reach an unprecedented height. If the Creation Witch and the Death Witch were not mechanical monsters, he would be able to suppress everything by himself. The Creation Witch's indifferent eyes finally changed, and she cast a look at the god of war. She waved her hand lightly, and countless insect swarms around her rioted, rushing towards the god of war. Cannot be touched. The god of war knew very well that as long as he was touched by the Creation Witch's creation, it was very likely that his own life form would be distorted, and he might fall in love with a tree uncontrollably, and mess with a tree when no one was around. He held his breath to prevent the imperceptible spores in the air from entering his body, and at the same time threw a punch containing the magic of fire. Boom! Hell shook, and then the raging flames spread, engulfing everything in sight, and the swarms of insects all over the sky turned into charred corpses in an instant. However, the flames that shook the hell layer seemed to suddenly come alive, suddenly gathered in one direction, and finally turned into a glowing sphere, falling into the hands of the Creation Witch. This was not the power of the Creation Witch, but just the use of power to interfere with the flames. From the perspective of the Creation Witch, the flames that were enough to burn the hell layer were just a simpler form of life. And life was something that could be interfered with in the eyes of the Creation Witch. The god of war twitched his mouth. He hated these guys who developed their power to an outrageous degree. Not only was it unpleasant to fight them, but he also had to be wary of the extent to which they could use their power. A punch that could shake the bottom of hell was easily neutralized by the opponent's power. This feeling was very frustrating. But the Creation Witch ignored the god of war's idea. She threw the flame in her hand, and gave life to this ball of high-concentration fire attribute magic. Roar! The moment the high-concentration fire attribute magic ball touched the ground, it merged with the earth, and became a giant flowing with magma. The newly born lava giant did not hesitate to launch a self-destruction against the god of war, as if it was nuclear fusion. Although the power of the magic contained was equal to the power of the god of war's punch, the damage it caused was higher than that of the god of war. At the same time, in the world, in a mountain full of monsters, Shimu stood on the top of the mountain, looking at Typhon, the king of monsters, and asked, "Are you a monster witch or Jormungandr now?" Typhon, the king of monsters, responded, "Does it matter? If it is Jormungandr, then we are friends." Shimu explained calmly, "If it is Typhon, the king of monsters, then we are partners." Typhon, the king of monsters, was silent for a long time. She inherited all the memories and emotions of the king of monsters, but she also had the memories and emotions of Jormungandr. After thinking for a while, she replied, "I am not Typhon, the king of monsters, nor Jormungandr. I am just a new life that inherited their memories." Shimu turned his head and looked at the mare beside him. He raised his hand and touched her neck and said, "You can talk by yourselves." After that, he turned into starlight and disappeared on the spot, heading to the current headquarters of the Order of the Dead. Now he unexpectedly has nothing to do. He has to wait for the Witch of Death and the Goddess of Death to decide the winner before he can proceed with the next plan. Of course, he can also continue to level up. According to the official game settings of the game, the ritual of becoming a demon is to triple the original level. With his current strength of level 101, he will probably have a level of 303 the moment he becomes a demon. If he continues to level up now, it will indeed make him stronger after becoming a demon, but it is too inefficient. It is better to wait for the ritual to have a good fight. The headquarters of the death cult does not exist in the present world. It is a level that fits the reality level, the unique ability of the puppet girl from the puppet country. Are you going to become a demon? Lu Wei sat on a chair, holding a cigarette between her fingers, looking at the man opposite her. After doing that, you will no longer be a hero, nor will you be the darling of the goddess of life. Why? Shimu smiled, as the bishop of the Order of Death, Are you still going to persuade me not to become a demon? Of course, I welcome you to become a demon. Lu Wei smiled, flicked the cigarette butt with her fingers, and it fell to the ground with the ashes. She became serious. But I hope you think carefully about what you will encounter after becoming a demon. This will make you feel much better. Otherwise, you will not feel good when you face your former friends and admirers. Lu Wei, you are really a good woman. Shimu laughed. Don't smoke in the future. Lu Wei's expression immediately became regretful. It's because you threw the work to me, which caused too much pressure. Do you know what kind of pressure I am experiencing now? But you did a good job, didn't you? Shimu showed a trusting smile, which made Lu Wei roll her eyes. She leaned back in the chair and fell into silence. Since being chosen by Akhtar to become the head of the death cult, she not only had to worry about whether her plan would go wrong, but also had to face assassinations all the time. This mental pressure is enough to drive people crazy. And at this moment, the void suddenly opened. Shimu looked subconsciously, and saw the Witch of Death walking out of the black hole. Except that her breath became much weaker, there was not much change. Lu Wei beside her stood up excitedly. Since the Witch of Death had left hell alive, it meant that Gao Tian's strongest goddess of death had been defeated. Witch of Death, did you win? Chapter 185. I didn't win. The Witch of Death shook her head gently, looking at the disappointed looks of Akhtar and Lu Wei, and added, but I didn't lose either. It's good that I didn't lose. Lu Wei exhaled. She felt her back was soaked with sweat, worried that the Witch of Death would lose to the Goddess of Death. Then they, the group of followers of the Witch of Death, would probably have to hide in the long river of history again. Is there no way to determine the winner? Shimu picked up the teapot on the table, poured a cup of hot tea, and pushed it in front of the Witch of Death. After reaching the level of the Witch of Death, it is already very difficult to kill. Her existence itself has fallen into the God's paradox, just like God cannot create a stone that he cannot lift. And the Witch of Death, who represents the concept of death, cannot die again. This is why the gods want to seal the Witch of Death, not because the gods are merciful to the Witch of Death. A demon suddenly attacked the Goddess of Death. The Death Witch put the teacup on the table, her voice calm, but a little dissatisfied. Even if he didn't intervene, I wouldn't lose to the Goddess of Death. So you gave up the battle with the Goddess of Death? Shimu nodded slightly, but found that the Death Witch glanced at him, as if saying that he was too naive. I seized the opportunity to severely injure the Goddess of Death. The Death Witch shook her head slightly, looking at Akhtar's surprised eyes. If the Goddess of Death had a chance to severely injure me, she would not show any mercy. We are never alone. She was not fighting with the Goddess of Death, but fighting to seize the dominance of this world, and even if she didn't consider herself, she had to consider her followers. Showing mercy to the enemy is cruelty to one's own people. If she loses to the Goddess of Death, not only will she fail to seize the dominance of this world, but Akhtar and the Cult of Death will also be destroyed. So the moment she found the flaw, she did not hesitate to give the Goddess of Death a heavy blow, without a moment's hesitation. The Goddess of Death is seriously injured, and the gods in the sky will definitely be unable to bear it, right? Shimu said calmly. Have the three goddesses of fate and the Goddess of Life also come? Yes. The Witch of Death gave an affirmative answer. We have temporarily stopped fighting with the gods, before finding the demon behind the scenes. Shimu nodded and said, Are you worried about being taken advantage of by the fishermen? Does that demon make you afraid? Lu Wei asked. She didn't know much about the demon who attacked the Goddess of Death. She didn't know whether he was extremely powerful, or had a special ability to find an opportunity to attack. The Witch of Death shook her head slightly. Her eyes fell on Akhtar. The gods need time for the Goddess of Death to recover, and we also need time for Akhtar to complete the ritual. She has always remembered very clearly that she had to help Akhtar become a demon. Now that she can temporarily cease fire with the gods, she can not only find the demon lurking behind the scenes, but also help Akhtar complete the ritual of becoming a demon. Lady Witch of Death, you are really good to me. Shimu leaned back in his chair and sighed. How can I repay you? Akhtar, you have done enough for me. The Witch of Death shook her head slightly. If Akhtar had not released the Witch of Creation in Hell, she would definitely be besieged by the gods, and would definitely be at a disadvantage at that time. If you want to complete the demonic ritual, Lu Wei suddenly asked, is there anything that needs the assistance of the death cult? The ritual is very simple, forcing the whole world to play a game with me. Shimu raised a finger. The content of the game is also very simple. If there is no way to defeat me, then the Witch of Death will kill all life in this world. Ah? Lu Wei opened her mouth slightly, suspecting that she had heard it wrong. She didn't expect the game designed by Akhtar to be so terrifying. Not to mention whether Akhtar can face the malice of a world, the Witch of Death will not be cruel enough to kill all life in the world. Isn't this too extreme? Don't you think it's cool? Shimu grinned. I have long wanted to fight with the strong in the world to prove that I am the strongest in this world. Not cool at all. Lu Wei raised her hand to cover her forehead. If possible, she would like to make a more stable plan. She has no idea of becoming the strongest in this world, but considering that Akhtar is a young man, it is not surprising that he wants to become the strongest in this world. Have you considered making a specific plan? She analyzed calmly. If you include demons and gods, you will not be able to become the strongest being in this world. Then let Lu Wei figure out the specific plan. Shimu said with a smile. At this time, he had to reasonably exploit his talented subordinates. He only needed to look at the plan that Lu Wei came up with. Anyway, with Lu Wei's talent, he would definitely be able to come up with a relatively safe plan. And he just needed to enjoy the fun of fighting. What if no one really defeated you? Lu Wei sighed. You don't really want the Witch of Death to kill all lives, do you? It's not that extreme. Waving his hands, Shimu explained with a smile, I just want to scare them, and make them fight me with all their strength. Although you are very strong now, you can't defeat the strong people in the world, right? Lu Wei shook her head. Although Akhtar is very strong now, it doesn't mean that Akhtar can defeat everyone. There are many guys in this world who have not reached the realm of demons, but have lived for many years and mastered the power of demons. Don't worry about this, I will give Akhtar a favor. The Witch of Death suddenly spoke, with my favor, it should be enough for Akhtar to complete the ceremony. Really, I'm a little jealous. Lu Wei whispered. She was a little jealous of Akhtar being so favored by the Witch of Death. If she could get the powerful favor of the Witch of Death, it would be possible to complete the ceremony smoothly. Don't worry, you've done such an excellent job. Shimu smiled. Lady Witch of Death will definitely give you a favor. Lu Wei subconsciously looked at the Witch of Death, and when she found that the Witch of Death nodded to her, she was in high spirits, and felt that all her efforts during this period were worth it. At night, the Witch of Death returned to the world, and this news spread to every corner of the world under the spread of people with intentions. Everyone knew that the Witch of Death was the winner. Although some believers argued that someone attacked secretly, which led to the defeat of the Goddess of Death, it did not mean that the Goddess of Death was not as good as the Witch of Death. But the news of the defeat of the Goddess of Death was enough to cause an unprecedented shock to everyone. At this time, on the front line of the battlefield, on an unmanned hillside, the direction of the times is changing. Amphis plucked the harp, looked at the moon in the sky, and uttered a complex murmur. As an astrologer second only to Hecate, he had no way to see the future changes now, but he could truly feel that the times were running wildly, and no one could stop it, unless the disappeared omniscient god reappeared. Otherwise, no one could understand the changes of this era. The Goddess of Death just lost, not died. A cunning laugh came from the night, and a girl in cool clothes came out. Her rose-colored short hair tilted, covering half of her eyes, and there was a hard mark under the corner of her eye. Why did the Dusk Believer come to see me? Amphis asked, and saw the girl smiled cunningly and looked at him seriously. Of course, I came to ask the famous astrologer Amphis for his opinion. Amphis shook his head. What can I say? Akhtar's fate is about to end. The girl came close to Amphis, lifted her eyes covered by her hair, revealing an eyeball that seemed to be burning with flames. He is either going to die, or he is about to become a demon. Amphis said lightly, that has nothing to do with you, right? Have you forgotten? The girl smiled excitedly. He is infected with the Fire Assertor. Maybe he is the first demon in history to possess the Fire Assertor, and in this era. She opened her arms. Don't you think this is fate? Do you think the Fire Assertor can affect the will of a demon? Amphis asked back lightly. If Akhtar can become a demon, then the situation will be reversed. Maybe Surtur will be completely used by Akhtar in turn. Moreover, he did not think that the Witch of Death would allow Akhtar to be infected by Surtur's fire, and would definitely find a way to treat Akhtar. Why not? The girl laughed sweetly. He is holding the Sword of Light, and he is also infected by Surtur's fire. Don't you think this is fate? She covered her blushing face with both hands. Maybe Akhtar is the man chosen by Ragnarok. She originally hated Akhtar very much, thinking that he prevented the world from being burned to ashes, but now her thoughts have changed drastically. If Akhtar is the initiator chosen by Ragnarok, then everything can make sense. Why the source of fear can be so similar to Akhtar, why Akhtar can get the Sword of Light, and why Akhtar is infected by Surtur's fire. All kinds of coincidences can be explained as the fate driven by Ragnarok. Akhtar, there is no reason to burn the world. Amphis said lightly, subconsciously wanting to play the harp and attack this believer of the dusk. However, then create a reason. The girl with short rose-colored hair suddenly disappeared from the spot and grabbed Anthus' wrist. If Akhtar can feel the guidance of the twilight of the gods, the situation will be different. Her smile became brighter and brighter, and she held Anthus' wrist more and more tightly. Green lines spread along Anthus' wrist and wrapped him up. Immediately, Anthus turned into a ball of green flame. Then, the girl swallowed the flame into her stomach, raised her hand, and touched her lower abdomen. She turned around while humming a ballad, and her body turned into the appearance of Anthus. She possesses the power of the gluttonous witch. She can obtain everything from others by devouring them. In theory, if she eats enough, she can become an omnipotent person, knowing all the knowledge on everything and all the skills, but this is only in theory. Even if she obtains enough knowledge, she still cannot obtain her own talents, and there is still a difference in how to use them. However, camouflaging through gluttony is very useful. Anthus, a famous astrologer in this world, is also an old acquaintance of Akhtar. It is reasonable for him to approach Akhtar and guide Akhtar's fate. A few days later, a piece of news spread all over the world. If there is no way to defeat Akhtar, will we kill all the lives in the world? Yasaki chuckled and threw the information in her hand directly into the fireplace. He is really surprising. He actually wants to fight with the strongest people in the world. Will the boss be okay? Zed held the teacup in his hand, his eyes showing worry. She was not worried that the Witch of Death would really kill everyone in the world. Her first reaction was that Akhtar would face the challenge of the strongest people in the world. With the Witch of Death protecting his safety, we don't need to worry at all. Yasaki flicked her long red hair, and some sparks swayed in the air. But since the Cult of Death has issued a statement, Akhtar has undoubtedly gone to the opposite side of the world. Zed sighed. The boss is no longer a hero now. A few days ago, the news that Akhtar released the Witch of Creation, which led to a great increase in the strength of the witch camp, and indirectly led to the defeat of the Goddess of Death, had spread all over the world. Now people no longer regard Akhtar as a hero. Instead, he was regarded as a sinner who had committed countless crimes. Since he pledged allegiance to the Witch of Death, he could no longer be a hero. Yasaki shook her head, and then said jokingly, "But if the Witch of Death seizes the world's dominance, then Akhtar will be a hero who understands the greater good." She winked at Zed playfully. "When that time comes, Zed, you can also be a goddess. That kind of thing is too far away." Zed's voice was dry. She suddenly realized that she had a good relationship with Akhtar. If the Witch of Death seizes the world's dominance in the future, she would also take off, and maybe she could really be a goddess. "Don't say it, I'm almost moved." She quickly drank a sip of tea, and didn't dare to think about it any further. Yasaki smiled lightly, and didn't continue to stay with Zed. Although she was speaking in a joking tone, it was indeed true. If the Witch of Death seizes the world's dominance in the future, then Akhtar might indeed let Zed be a goddess. But that kind of thing is too far away. Magic Kingdom. The Great Library. "Apprentice, you are about to graduate." Hecate sat elegantly on the bench, her long legs crossed, looking at the man in silver armor opposite her. She seemed to sigh with some loss. "I don't need a teacher anymore. If the teacher doesn't drive me away, I will never graduate." Shimu's voice was serious. He had played so many rounds, but never graduated. Even if he chose to burn the teacher to ashes, he never chose to graduate. "It seems that I am still somewhat useful." Hecate smiled, then, "Apprentice, what is the matter with you this time? About the demon who attacked the Goddess of Death?" Shimu asked, "Teacher, do you know anything about him?" "He is an outside demon." Hecate answered immediately, "He has the ability outside the independent world. As long as he keeps the ability activated, he can avoid any observation and interference. Of course, this also means that he has no way to observe and interfere with this world." Shimu asked, "Is there a way to find him?" "Unless he voluntarily appears." Hecate shook her head, "Otherwise, no one can find him." "Then ignore him for the time being." Shimu shook his head. "The most important thing for him now is to become a demon. When Lu Wei arranges the duel venue and waits for the strong people from all over the world to gather, he can perform the demon ritual. There is no need to defeat all the strong people. As long as no one dares to challenge him, the game is considered complete." Chapter 186. "Oh, right." Hecate put down the teacup and smiled at Akhtar. "She wants to see you." Shimu asked doubtfully, "Who?" "The woman who is related to your fate." Hecate's tone was neither fast nor slow, making people feel at ease and elusive. Shimu thought for a while and sighed. "Teacher, there are too many women related to my fate. I don't know if you don't make it clear. Is there no way to know this?" Hecate pinched her chin with her slender hand, and said, as if jokingly, "Apprentice, you need to strengthen your study. Wait, I already know. Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth and changed the subject abruptly. Teacher, will my fate of becoming a demon go smoothly this time? Hecate shook her head gently, feeling a little helpless about her own apprentice showing that he didn't study hard, but she indulged her apprentice. The gods will choose the brightest pearl from the long river of history, give him the grace of fearlessness, and order him to be your enemy. The grace of fearlessness? Shimu smiled expectantly, and his deep pupils seemed to be burning with black flames. Now he has obtained the grace of the highest ranking witch of death, and this power has surpassed the norm. Don't worry, the master will give you the grace of victory. Hecate smiled gently, but it will be given before you fight him. Is it not possible now? Shimu pretended to be curious and asked, and saw Hecate gently shook her head, elegantly picked up the teacup on the table, and looked at the water waves in the cup. The master will give you the corresponding grace now, and then the gods will take out restraining grace, and you will be suppressed in all directions. Is it worth making such a fuss to deal with me? Shimu smiled in surprise. He could understand why Hecate did not grant him a favor. That was because the moment he received a favor, the trajectory of his fate would change, and the opponent chosen by the gods would be given a favor to restrain him. So Hecate would not grant him a favor now, in order to prevent the gods from granting his enemies corresponding favors based on the favors he already had. The gods need a victory. Hecate explained, for this victory, the gods have woven a fate of defeat for you. At the moment when the goddess of death was defeated, the gods needed an exciting victory, and defeating Akhtar, who was most favored by the witch of death, was the best choice. The gods will be disappointed. Shimu laughed happily. My teacher is the witch of fate, who can weave my fate for me. Hecate showed a funny expression, but still advised, Apprentice, he will be the strongest enemy you have faced so far. He has talents that are not inferior to yours, has artifacts given by the gods, and has the favor given by the gods. I really want to fight him right away. Shimu showed an expectant expression, and Hecate did not scold the apprentice for being careless. Her apprentice is the most amazing genius of this era, and it is normal for him to have such confidence and pride. If her apprentice is still timid, it would be very strange. As the most famous hero of this era, he not only won the attention of the witch and the goddess at the same time, but also broke into hell and personally sent the source of fear back to the sky. It would be a miraculous feat in any era, if you still have to fear an enemy chosen by the gods. That would be a very strange thing. At night, outside the great library, Shimu looked back at the great library, then turned and disappeared into the darkness to meet the woman who was related to his fate. This woman was neither Letitia nor Islaki, and certainly not Mist, although they seemed to have a good relationship with him. But it was not enough to reach the level of fate. Walking through the dim streets, came to a remote mansion, with green vines climbing on the rusty guardrails, and a few birds with blue feathers on the roof. Compared with the cold wind outside, this mansion seemed to avoid the invasion of the cold wind. Not only did it have a green lawn, but it also bloomed with many bright flowers. Shimu pushed open the door and walked into the mansion. And as if sensing something, the owner of the mansion also came out. She was wearing a nun's uniform, and her eyes were covered with satin. Lord Ashes, you are finally willing to come see me. The blindfolded nun raised her hand, and gently placed it on the plump mountain. Her pleasant voice was a little touching. She knew that Akhtar had returned to the magic kingdom before, but he usually went to see Hecate and didn't even ask her. This made her feel like she was forgotten by Akhtar. Sorry, I'm really too busy. Shimu said the words a man would perfunctorily say to his wife, while approaching the blindfolded nun. When the teacher said that the woman related to my destiny wanted to see me, I thought of you the first time. He reached out and brushed away the hair on the blindfolded nun's forehead. I guessed right, didn't I? Lord Ashes, you guessed right. The blindfolded nun bowed her head respectfully. She felt her mood suddenly jump up. Although she had the illusion that she was very easy to coax, she thought that Lord Ashes didn't need to coax her. So what Lord Ashes said should be from the heart. What do you want to see me for? Shimu pulled back his hand and walked into the mansion. The blindfolded nun pursed her lips and caught up with Akhtar. After coming to the living room and preparing tea for Akhtar. Lord Ashes, do you want to become a demon? The blindfolded nun asked Akhtar, and after seeing Akhtar nod, she lowered her head and whispered, if you intend to avoid the fate of being the trigger of Ragnarok, you must resolve the ash fire in your body before becoming a demon. Shimu asked, will I become the trigger of Ragnarok immediately after becoming a demon? This is a crucial fate. The blindfolded nun replied, if you give up this ceremony, you can deviate from the gravity of Ragnarok. She didn't care whether the world was burned to ashes, but she knew that Akhtar was unwilling to burn the world to ashes. So as Akhtar's nun, she was willing to inform Akhtar of her choice in advance, even though there might be no way to stop the gravity of Ragnarok, and it would definitely happen that Lord Ash would go to the burning world. Shimu thought for a while and exhaled, then maybe I should really delay the ceremony of becoming a demon. If you really don't want to burn the world. The blindfolded nun told, please remember that any reason for you to become a demon, any event that allows you to retain the flame of Ash, is the fate of Ragnarok. Will becoming a demon definitely become the initiator of Ragnarok? Shimu asked again. The blindfolded nun shook her head. Just because you will take a step further towards the initiator of Ragnarok does not mean that you will definitely become the initiator of Ragnarok. It is also very troublesome to take a step further. Shimu pretended to think, I'd better not perform the ritual before solving the fire of Surtur in my body. If you are determined to resist the fate of Ragnarok. The blindfolded nun warned again, please be firm in your thoughts at this moment. No one wants me to burn the world. Shimu smiled gently, and then exchanged some trivial matters with the blindfolded nun, leaving the mansion as the night deepened. Snow fell heavily on the streets. There were few pedestrians. Shimu suddenly stopped and looked at Eden, who was standing under the dim street lights and wearing a gray cloak. Eden, why are you here? I want to talk to you about something. Eden took off his cloak, and his emerald eyes reflected Akhtar's figure, about the way to defeat the omniscient god. This? Can you just say it casually? Shimu's breathing became rapid in an instant, and Eden lowered his eyes gently when he saw this. Isn't this the reason why you approached me? Shimu was silent for a while, and whispered, sorry, I approached you to know the way to defeat the omniscient god. I can tell you the method now. Eden turned around and strolled on the street with few pedestrians. After Akhtar rushed to her side. I know 2 ways to defeat the god of all-knowing. Her voice was calm, become the legendary Lord of Ashes, and gain the same power as the god of all-knowing. Shimu did not ask, what about the second method? The second method is to burn the tree of all-knowing. Eden turned her head, and her emerald eyes reflected Akhtar's surprise. The omniscience of everything in the world can make the god of all-knowing achieve omniscience. Only by burning the tree of all-knowing can the god of all-knowing be defeated. Shimu did not speak. The atmosphere was so heavy that it seemed to solidify, and there was a feeling of suffocation. The cold wind blowing past seemed to be countless times colder than before. If you want to seize the dominance of this world, Eden said softly, then you must first burn the tree of all-knowing into ashes. What will happen to you if the tree of all-knowing is burned? Shimu asked, but Eden did not give a direct answer. But there is no need to answer. As the incarnation of the tree of all-knowing, if the tree of all-knowing is burned, then Eden will naturally die. The two walked for a long time, leaving a long trail of footprints on the snow on the street, and the whistling wind and snow passed through the alleys, as if crying, if you want to burn the tree of all-knowing, Eden said softly, then you must use the ash flame. Shimu asked back, if it is just the ash flame, then many people have it, right? You must also have the strength to reach the demon level. Eden explained again that there are many people in this world who have the ash flame, but they have no way to burn the tree of all-knowing. Only those who have reached the demon level have the opportunity to burn the tree of all-knowing. And this is based on her not resisting. Otherwise, even if she reaches the demon level, it is impossible to burn the tree of all-knowing. Then just catch a demon to infect Surtur's fire, right? Shimu waved his hand. It feels good to split the demon. Surtur's fire cannot infect demons. Eden explained, unless you are infected with Surtur's fire before becoming a demon. After reaching the demon realm, even if you are burned to ashes by Surtur's fire, you cannot be infected by Surtur's fire. She has experimented with this several times before. What if you release the fire giant Surtur? Shimu asked again, but found that Eden did not answer. He turned his head, and saw Eden looking at him with a very gentle look. The atmosphere fell silent. I don't want to kill you. Shimu stretched out his hand, and touched Eden's face with his fingertips, conveying a delicate and warm touch. The time of Ragnarok is getting closer. Eden lowered his eyes to hide his emotions. If you can't defeat the omniscient god as soon as possible, and cover the order of the old world with the order of the new world, then everything will be burned to ashes. Shimu pulled back his hand. I'd think about it. Yes. Eden responded softly, and Shimu seemed to be relieved when he heard it, and walked with Eden on the deserted streets. The next day, in the coastal country of Doris, strong men from all over the world gathered to defeat the great hero of the past, Akhtar, and gain the attention and wealth of the gods. What a bunch of trash. The pink-haired girl covered her lips, and looked at the strong men who were queuing up to sign up, and ruthlessly mocked, you want to defeat Lord Akhtar? Just think about it, and you know it's impossible. There's nothing I can do about it. A helpless voice came, and the pink-haired girl trembled in fear. She turned her head stiffly, and saw a man in a cloak covering the lower half of his face, complaining to her. "We have no choice at all." The cloaked man scratched his head. "If we don't follow the rules, there is no way to see Akhtar." The pink-haired girl's face turned cold, and she raised her hand and pointed at her little face. "Did you make a mistake? I am not a duelist participating in the crusade against Lord Akhtar, but a member of the cult of the dead." "Oh, is that so?" The cloaked man was stunned for a moment, and then smiled freely. "A little girl like you? I thought you were a naive little girl who ran away from home." Pink-haired girl, Why do I feel insulted? She has lived for more than 300 years, and she doesn't look like a little girl at all. Your name is Adam, right? She glanced at the paper in the cloaked man's hand beside her, which clearly wrote the man's name. What a familiar name. I just deliberately chose the same name as a hero in history. The cloaked man smiled heartily, and rolled up the registration form in his hand. But I want to accomplish the same deeds as a hero. What a naive guy. The pink-haired girl shook her head, turned around and jumped away, while the man shook his head and turned around to line up. Chapter 187. Coastal Country Doors. The waves rushed towards the beach, and after submerging a pair of jade feet, they faded away contentedly. Akhtar, you don't seem very happy? A mature and gentle female voice came into his ears, and Shimu's eyes followed the jade feet up, past the slender waist and plump peaks, and fell on a pretty face. She held down her long white hair that was blown by the sea breeze with one hand, and her ruby-like eyes reflected Akhtar's dull appearance. Do you want to talk to me? I am also an elder? It's okay, I'm fine. Shimu withdrew his sight, and looked at the sun that was about to sink into the sea. Madam, you should go and accompany Evelyn Moore. His voice was too calm. You will be separated for a long time in the future. As long as I stay in the order of the dead, I don't have to worry about being caught and taken back to hell, right? The white-haired wife Yjalika chuckled, stroked her white long skirt, sat next to Akhtar, and gently teased the waves with her white jade feet. The splashing water droplets sparkled in the sun. And you secretly asked Evelyn if she wanted to revive me, right? The decision is yours. Shimu answered calmly. At the moment, when the creation which returned, it was an extremely simple thing to revive a dead person. Yjalika thought about it, and then smiled gently. I haven't thought about this yet, but I do know one thing. She met Akhtar's gaze. Losing temper is not what a mature man should do. Who is losing temper? Shimu frowned subconsciously, but saw Yjalika smile gently, got up and ran towards her daughter and Shark Lady in the distance. The mother and daughter had a lot of fun in the cult of death, and even led his guard, Shark Girl Kashut, astray. Shaking his head, Shimu stood up and left, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. On the other side. Okay, don't worry. Yjalika raised her hand and rubbed the white-haired Loli's head, with a gentle smile full of maternity. That man will definitely get out of his depression soon, otherwise he wouldn't have come this far. Lord Akhtar is the most amazing person of this era. Shark Girl Kashut was quite proud, and the tail behind her flicked lightly, hitting the waves flying away. He had extraordinary confidence in Akhtar, who could fight against gods as a human being, and now he was going to become a demon. This time is different. Evelyn shook her head slightly, looking worriedly at the direction where Akhtar left. If Akhtar was not facing any military problems at this time, then Akhtar would probably be helpless. This world doesn't solve all problems as long as you make up your mind. There are many problems that are dilemmas, but you must make up your mind. In a wide hall. Adam? Lu Wei's slender hands that were flipping through the information suddenly paused, carefully observing the registration form, and her beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. In order to defeat Akhtar, the gods even brought out such an antique. She remembered the records about Adam very clearly. The legendary Adam was the first human being, possessing all the talents of humans. No human being can defeat Adam, because Adam possesses all the talents of humans, and can do everything that humans can do. Akhtar cannot be allowed to face such an enemy. Lu Wei held the registration form tightly. Her eyes turned cold. She stood up and left the hall, leaving hundreds of clones to work intensively. She has the ability to split her personality. Not only can she create thousands of different personalities in her mind, but also can materialize the personality into reality, so that she can work by herself. In a sense, she can manage a country well by herself, because she herself is a miniature society. This is why Akhtar chose her to be the head of the death cult, because only she can command the death cult most efficiently. After a while. In a garden. Ah, kill him! The corpse which took the registration form, and asked Lu Wei with a cold expression, will Akhtar be unhappy about this? Although she didn't get along with Akhtar for a long time, she had a certain understanding of Akhtar. With Akhtar's belligerent character, he would definitely not refuse a strong man who could threaten him. It's better to say that he would feel happy about it. Just don't let Akhtar know. Lu Wei explained, this man could really threaten Akhtar. The corpse witch fell into deep thought. She didn't want Akhtar to be in danger. If he could become a demon smoothly, that would be the best thing. How about asking Akhtar for his opinion? If you want to ask Akhtar, that's fine. Lu Wei faced the corpse witch's surprised gaze, and calmly explained, this early killing is unlikely to succeed. There must be a god secretly protecting Adam. The corpse witch's expression became subtle. Then why do you want me to go? Let's try. It would be best if we can kill him directly. Lu Wei's voice was without any emotional ups and downs. My mission is to ensure that Akhtar can become a demon, so no matter how despicable the means are, I will use them. Okay, I will try to kill him without causing any trouble. The corpse witch smiled, and her body turned into gravel and disappeared on the spot. Lu Wei, who stayed on the spot, thought for a while, then turned around and left the garden. She was not worried that Akhtar would lose. The rules of this game were defined by the order of death. If Akhtar really couldn't win, she would modify the rules of the game. For example, those who participate in the game must have the life of the current era, and then let the death witch crush Adam to death. Of course, it would be better to deal with Adam now. Cold sweat dripped. Adam twitched his mouth, looked at the sexy blue-haired beauty wrapped in bandages on the opposite side, and subconsciously grasped the knight's sword under the cloak. He didn't dare to be distracted for a moment, or he would die in an instant. Although he claimed to have all the talents of humans, he still had no confidence in winning against a witch of this level, and it was very difficult to survive. I didn't expect the witch to come to see me in person. His amber eyes were solemn, and he pulled out half of the knight's sword from his waist. Are you afraid that I will defeat Akhtar? The corpse witch did not answer, and observed the surroundings coldly. She found that there were many eyes on her, and they were not inferior to her. This also meant that there was a god-level existence in the dark. Humph, I'm just passing by. She flicked her long blue hair, turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Adam behind her. Please wait. Adam looked at the witch, who turned around in surprise and smiled sincerely. I want to meet Akhtar? Do you want to die? The corpse witch's cold voice revealed obvious murderous intent. Is this human a little too arrogant? In response, Adam raised his hands. I just want to talk to him, without any provocation or malice. Come with me. The corpse witch withdrew her sight and took Adam to talk to Akhtar, and asked Akhtar's opinion whether to kill this antique in advance to avoid hindering the completion of Akhtar's ceremony. Streetside coffee shop. Adam? Shimu put down the coffee cup, looked at the man with short golden hair and amber eyes opposite him, and grinned with expectation. Do you want to start fighting now? It was indeed like this. The corpse witch sitting quietly beside sighed slightly. She had given up the idea of asking Akhtar whether he wanted to kill Adam. The guy's first reaction after hearing about Adam was to fight him impatiently. It was impossible for him to allow them to kill Adam in advance. I don't have any chance of winning now. Adam was very calm. He was not being modest. He was just describing a very objective fact. The man in front of him was no longer a human being. He also had a powerful favor from the witch and the goddess. Really? Shimu restrained his expectant smile, picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. Then what do you want to see me for? Adam smiled and said, I want to see the omniscient saint. Why? Shimu asked, and Adam showed a nostalgic expression, and his fingers gently rubbed the edge of the coffee cup. Lady Saint, it is very important to me. I refuse. Shimu answered immediately, which made Adam stunned for a moment, and then he realized why Akhtar would not even think about refusing. Sir Akhtar, do you know the history of 50,000 years ago? Adam asked, and explained in Akhtar's puzzled eyes, I am the first human being created, and I was fostered under the tree of omniscience. He took a sip of coffee, and his expression immediately wrinkled. Why do humans in this era like to drink such bitter things? If you feel bitter, add some sugar. Shimu pointed to the sugar cubes on the table, and after Adam took a few pieces and put them in the cup. Let's get back to the point. The first humans created were all taken care of by the omniscient saint. Adam explained to Akhtar while stirring the coffee cup, at that time, Eve and I caused a lot of trouble for Lady Saint. He fell into memories. I ran out secretly in the middle of the night, and started climbing the all-knowing tree, wanting to witness the location of the gods. But I ran out of energy halfway through and was finally taken home by the Saint Lady. I'm off topic, Shimu said lightly, making Adam smile awkwardly. He picked up the coffee cup and took a sip, revealing a satisfied smile. Sorry, This is what happens when you get old. He lifted his golden hair from his forehead. Don't look at me for looking young. In fact, I'm an old man, a guy who lives to die of old age. Since we're all old guys, don't take risks. Shimu chuckled, otherwise, I'm bullying the old man. I am considered a young man now. Adam smiled gently. Do you understand the relationship between me and the all-knowing saint? His eyes were full of nostalgia. For even me, the saint is like a mother. She is responsible for teaching us to grow up and letting Eve and I correctly understand the world until we are expelled from the range of the all-knowing tree. That woman's personality doesn't seem like someone who would expel you. The corpse witch frowned slightly. Although she had met the all-knowing saint only a few times, she could understand how gentle the all-knowing saint was. That's why I want to know. Adam said, I want to know why the saint expelled Eve and me. At the beginning, he and Eve had no worries about food and clothing under the all-knowing tree, and they respected the all-knowing saint very much. But when he and Eve came of age, they were expelled by the all-knowing saint. Resentment? This is not to the point. He and Eve's strength will not be starved in the outside world. It's just that I don't understand why they were expelled by the all-knowing saint. In the past, he and Eve were also very naughty, but they were always gently forgiven by the all-knowing saint, and were patiently taught what was right and wrong. So there must be other reasons for expelling him and Eve. Shimu thought for a while, supported the table and stood up. Let's go, I take you to see Eden. Thank you. Adam thanked him, and followed Akhtar's footsteps to leave. He finally got what he wanted. The first human? The corpse witch dragged her chin with one hand, and looked at the backs of the two people. That woman Eden seems to have a problem. Being able to personally cultivate and educate the first human means that Eden's existence time has surpassed human history, but such an existence has always stayed by Akhtar's side, and the death, which has always acquiesced to Eden's existence. No matter how you think about it, there is a problem. On the cliff along the coast, the sea breeze blew, blowing Eden's golden hair. She turned around and looked at Akhtar and Adam, who were walking over, and gently lowered her eyes. Lady Saint, it's been a long time since we last met. Adam raised his hand and greeted her. After seeing Eden nod slightly, he asked with a smile, I thought I would never have the chance to meet you, but thanks to the gods who woke me up from death, I had the opportunity to meet you. Eden whispered, You are not Adam. Adam's nostalgic expression was restrained, and then returned to normal. Then who am I? Eden replied calmly, It's Adam's memory. Adam had long been dead, and had long been reincarnated through hell. The Adam in front of her now is just a memory. It's okay to understand it as the historical remnant of Adam. The memory is enough. Adam was unexpectedly carefree, not caring that he was not Adam himself. As long as I can solve the doubts I had in my life, it is worth it for me to disappear in the next moment. He did not have too many regrets about his life. He had a wife and children he loved, and he could live steadily until the end of his life. But if he had to say that there was any regret, it was that he wanted to see the all-knowing saint again, and learn from her why he and Eve were expelled. Is it time for a private conversation next? Shimu turned calmly, as if he was about to leave, but was grabbed by Adam's wrist. He met Akhtar's surprised gaze. There is nothing to hide about this. Adam smiled heartily. It would be bad if you think too much afterwards. Shimu, What is there to misunderstand? The plot of this process is nothing more than explaining the secrets of 50,000 years ago, and enriching the character of Eden. Chapter 188. Let's talk somewhere else. Shimu turned his head, and glanced in the direction of Dora's city, and his eyes met the eyes of a blonde female elf. He calmly withdrew his eyes. Secret news is often accompanied by danger. It is better not to spread this danger to innocent people. That's right. Adam agreed deeply. He just wanted to understand why he was expelled and didn't want to spread the danger to innocent people. Then come with me. Shimu smiled and took Eden and Adam away. In fact, he didn't care about the so-called secret exposure. He just wanted to change a better environment to go through the plot and appreciate the curious but unfulfilled appearance of the NPC. At the same time, on a clock tower. Humph, don't tell me if you don't want to tell me. The blonde elf girl sat on the clock tower pointer, and her rosy lips made an unwilling sound. She was really curious about the secrets of the past, but they didn't plan to tell them in person. This feeling of being scratched by the emotion called curiosity really makes people feel uncomfortable, and there is an urge to secretly follow and eavesdrop. However, considering his own strength, he rationally gave up the idea of eavesdropping. People can be bold, but they cannot be brainless. Otherwise, they can only be eliminated by the laws of nature. Your Highness, it's time to leave. A cold female voice suddenly came, and the elf girl subconsciously turned her head and saw an elf female knight with short golden hair and a knight's sword hanging on her waist, landing on the hands of the clock. It won't be long before the challenge to Akhtar will be launched. If you don't leave now, you will be forced to participate in the trial to challenge Akhtar. Heroes from all over the world gather here to defeat the fallen heroes. The elf princess raised her chin, her pleasant voice sounded righteous. If I retreat now, wouldn't that be? Before she finished her words, the elf knight reached out mercilessly and grabbed the back of the elf princess's collar, as if she was picking up a kitten. Then she carried her directly on her shoulders. Your Highness, just listen to the words of defeating the fallen heroes for justice. If you really get carried away by such words, then you have some problems with your brain. There are so many strong people gathered in Doris. Do they all have problems with their brains? The elf princess retorted dissatisfiedly. Yes, they all have problems with their brains. The elf knight agreed with her, and while carrying the elf princess away, she expressed her innermost thoughts. Even if someone of them can defeat Akhtar, they will be killed by the Witch of Death, and it is impossible for them to defeat the fallen heroes. The elf princess's expression froze, and as the surrounding scenery continued to recede, the elf knight added another sentence. It is a fair fight. Witches and demons will not interfere, but your Highness, as a princess, you should understand how unconstrained such a verbal promise is. Akhtar is a hero, he shouldn't lie, right? The elf princess lowered her voice. She didn't think too badly of Akhtar. Although she knew that Akhtar sneaked into hell and released the legendary creation which, committing a heinous crime, she didn't think it was a very serious crime. The reason why Akhtar went to hell was to save the soul of the little dragon princess. In addition, Akhtar himself served the Witch of Death, so it was not surprising that he chose to release the creation witch. In this era where gods and witches compete for world dominance, there is nothing to despise about trying one's best for the Lord you serve. Maybe Akhtar really thinks so. The elf knight's voice was too calm. But will the Witch of Death watch Akhtar be killed? She asserted so. Whether Akhtar wins or loses, the challenger will never survive. The essence of this crusade is to complete the ritual, not to give us a chance to kill the fallen hero. The elf princess asked, why are there so many people participating? There are so many people in the world who have some abnormal brain circuits, and this is not surprising. The elf knight concluded, and they may not come to participate in the crusade voluntarily, so there is no need for us to follow the trend to crusade the fallen hero. Then can we just watch it? The elf princess made an unwilling voice. She still wanted to witness such a magnificent event with her own eyes. How the great hero, who used to attract worldwide attention, would face the crusade from strong people from all over the world. I am looking forward to it just thinking about it. The elven female knight did not answer, silently quickened the pace of retreat, and disappeared into the distance carrying the princess. And this scene was not an isolated case. Before the crusade against the fallen heroes was about to begin, the strong men who had already signed up began to evacuate Doris one after another, making the originally lively Doris a little desolate, with only a few people staying. Why do you want to talk to me? The Witch of Death held a magic book in one hand and looked calmly at Eden and Adam opposite. We are probably not allies. It's probably because it's more secretive around the Witch of Death. Shimu explained, the most secretive way in this world is not to hide in a place where no one notices, but to hide in a place where people dare not peek. There are very few people in this world who dare to directly peek at the Witch of Death, so it is safest to talk about secrets around the Witch of Death. The Witch of Death was silent for a while, glanced at the smiling Akhtar, lowered her head silently, and flipped through the magic book in her hand. It was considered as tacitly agreeing that they were talking around her. Okay, you can talk without worry. Shimu chuckled, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured 2 cups of tea for Eden and Adam. There should be few people in this world who dare to directly spy on the Witch of Death, unless they are tired of living. The Witch of Death ignored Akhtar's flattery, and silently read the magic book. Her slender fingers occasionally turned a page, as if she didn't care about anything. However, she silently activated the passive power of her ability to isolate people from spying on them. The power she possessed could not only resist the influence of time return, but also anti-spying. As long as she was willing to maintain this passive power, anyone who peeked through magic or ability would attract her preset counterattack. Of course, she would not always maintain the anti-spying state, but would only activate it when she felt it was necessary. For example, she would activate anti-spying when taking a bath. There is still an hour before the duel. Shimu leaned back in the chair, keeping a gentle smile. I hope it won't take too long. Thank you. Adam thanked her, and then asked Eden, Saint, why did you expel Eve and me? This was your decision in your previous life. Eden lowered his eyes to hide his emotions. You hoped in your previous life that after I trained you to adulthood, you would be able to grow up freely away from the embrace of God. The decision in your previous life? Adam was slightly stunned. He always felt that he and Eve were the first humans, so there should be no so-called previous life. Eden shook his head and whispered, 70,000 years ago, there was a group of humans favored by the omniscient God. They had the power to make wishes to the omniscient God directly, and they could face God directly by climbing the omniscient tree. 70,000 years of humans? The Witch of Death put down the book. She was interested in what Eden said. This world only recorded 50,000 years of human history, and the more distant history was not recorded. Even if the Witch of Time peeked into the past, she could only reach 50,000 years ago. The more distant past was blocked by the omniscient God. And now she actually learned about the past 50,000 years ago from Eden, which made her interested, and even the book in her hand became boring. History is not only 50,000 years. Eden nodded slightly and looked at Akhtar. 70,000 years ago, the omniscient God came and gave all the gifts and blessings to mankind, so that they no longer had to worry about food, housing, and creation, and also gave them the right to experience everything in their dreams. They perished, right? The Witch of Death said calmly. After listening to Eden's description, she immediately realized the ending. The way of thinking of the omniscient God is different from that of humans. He will not give humans suffering and trials, but will only satisfy people's demands. Eden whispered, humans no longer need to cooperate to obtain the necessities of life, and because they have obtained eternal life, they have lost the idea of giving birth to offspring. Everyone has become a believer who prays to the omniscient God in a one-way manner. They don't care about others at all, and don't even want to say a word. Adam asked, is there any problem with this? Although he thinks this is not good, if the omniscient God can meet all people's needs, it should be considered a happy thing. It is happy for individuals, but it is catastrophic for the human group. Eden shook his head gently, because there is no need for communication, humans no longer need to communicate, and the progress of civilization has also stagnated. Has no one made a wish to the omniscient God to let humans communicate again? Adam asked, and then immediately realized that such a wish was invalid. Is it because most people don't want to communicate with others? Eden nodded gently and continued, except for a few people who care about human civilization, everyone is trapped in their own world, and human civilization has been essentially destroyed. She cast her eyes on Adam. You and Eve have different ideas, so you made a wish to the omniscient God, gave up all the blessings of God so far, and made a wish to the omniscient God, asking him to never bless you and Eve, and your descendants. In other words, we voluntarily left the embrace of God. Adam didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this. He covered his forehead with one hand. The sufferings of the human beings in this world are all because Eve, and I made a wish to the omniscient God. Don't bless? Eden did not answer. She is the incarnation of the omniscient tree. After her birth, she followed the command of the omniscient God to understand human beings, and thought and witnessed from the perspective of human beings on behalf of the omniscient God. Then she witnessed with her own eyes how the human civilization, step by step, went to self-destruction in endless wishes. And she had no way to stop this process, until Adam and Eve made a wish to God to abandon all the blessings so far, so that human civilization broke away from the embrace of God and ran again in this world. From a few humans to spreading all over the world, creating an unprecedentedly prosperous civilization. Music, ships, magic, dance, all things and cultures, etc., were born in the communication and collision between people, and then continued to move forward. Is this the truth behind being expelled? Adam suddenly felt relieved. No wonder the saint never allowed him, and Eve to go to the top of the tree of all-knowing. It turned out that he had given up the blessing in his previous life and lost the qualification to meet the all-knowing God. I have no regrets. He exhaled, looked at Akhtar opposite him, and smiled brightly. Thank you. I will do my best to kill you next. I hope you can. Have fun. That would be the best. Shimu laughed. He could be sure that Adam would not hold back. This was not because Adam was very hostile to him, but purely to repay his kindness, and to make himself feel dedicated. So he would use all his strength to kill him. Not long after, the elven female knight suddenly paused, and suddenly grabbed the elven princess she was carrying, but found that she was dragged by an irresistible force, and flew towards Doris. Wait, what's going on? The elven princess made a panicked sound, and she pressed the hem of her skirt with one hand to avoid exposing herself, and her expression was very surprised. Is it the devil who wants to take us back for a duel? It's a contract. The elven female knight hugged the elven princess with her backhand, and a magic circle emerged under her feet. She stepped hard on the void, and then dragged with an unimaginable force. The magic circle formed was instantly broken, dragging her and the elven princess towards Dora's city. Your Highness, that registration form is a compulsory contract. As long as you write it, you will be forced to participate in the duel. What? The elven princess was surprised and widened her beautiful eyes. She had clearly checked it in detail, and the registration form was just an ordinary piece of paper, which should not have any binding power. Now is not the time to think about this. The elven female knight drew the knight's sword from her waist, her emerald green eyes stern. Your Highness, now we really have to face Akhtar. As soon as she finished speaking, she and the elven princess fell suddenly. When they were about to crash into Dora's city, their vision suddenly changed, from the original city to a scorched desert island. And on the peak of the desert island, the elven female knight saw a silver-armored knight holding a burning black flame sword in one hand, and his body was surrounded by corpses that were burned to white bones. That was the fallen hero Akhtar. It's really bad. The elven princess was about to cry, but soon she covered her mouth, only to see Akhtar on the peak suddenly turned his head and made eye contact with her. Her heart was clenched at this moment, and she was so scared that she felt her skirt became wet, as if she would be killed in the next second. The crystal liquid splashed in the air, and the two female elves fell rapidly towards the scorched desert island. Seeing this, Akhtar withdrew his eyes, as if he was disgusted. It seemed that he felt disgusted with the shameful performance of the elf princess, and was too lazy to kill them. But this was a good thing for the two elves. Survived? The elf princess was so excited that she almost cried. The moment she met Akhtar's cold eyes, she deeply understood why Akhtar was hailed as the strongest hero. The sense of pressure made her feel like she was facing a demon. Not being scared to death, just being scared to pee was her courage. Princess, please be careful. The elf female knight suddenly reminded loudly, bringing the elf princess back to her senses. She subconsciously followed the sight of the elf female knight. There was a black sun in the sky, emitting a desperate breath of death, which was enlarging at a speed visible to the naked eye, occupying the sky in her field of vision. Chapter 189. The flowing magma mixed with some black flame slowly flowed down the mountain, swallowing up all life on the deserted island. At this moment, a short-haired elven female knight rushed towards the mountain like a bullet, holding two gorgeous knight swords wrapped in thunder that was enough to split the mountain. Her emerald green eyes reflected the silver-armored knight on the top of the mountain, the man who killed the master she served. Akhtar. With an angry roar, the knight sword surrounded by thunder slashed down, and the thunder that was enough to cut down the mountain shot out and submerged the silver-armored knight on the top of the mountain. However, the elven female knight saw it. On the mountain top submerged by lightning, the silver-armored knight cast a cold look at her, and it was vaguely seen that there was a flame burning in the depths of the silver-armored knight's eyes. This man is so arrogant. The elven female knight subconsciously clenched the knight's sword, but found that her arm was wrapped in black flames. No, the whole person was wrapped in black flames. The consciousness suddenly stopped. Before the charging elven female knight approached, her body suddenly ignited with black flames of death, turning into ashes and drifting away with the wind. Shimu retracted his sight, looked at the NPCs falling from the sky, raised his arm again, and the black flames hovering in his palms expanded rapidly, and turned into a black sun again. At the same time, in Doris, in the castle where the witches gathered. Isn't it a challenge for everyone at once? The corpse witch held her chin with one hand and looked at the picture projected on the table. It was Akhtar easily slaughtering heroes from all over the world, although it looked very shocking. But if you look closely, you will find that those so-called heroes are a group of very weak guys, probably not worthy of her attention. There is no rule that you have to challenge everyone at once, right? The moon witch yawned lazily, looked at Lu Wei who was sitting beside her, and asked calmly, "Human, is this also your plan?" "Yes." Lu Wei bowed her head respectfully, and adjusted her breathing rhythm. Now she has to face the Death Witch, the Moon Witch, and the Corpse Witch at the same time, which is naturally a bit of psychological pressure, but fortunately she can stay calm by switching personalities. In order to ensure that Akhtar can complete the ceremony smoothly, I choose to divide all challengers, understand the information of challengers through registration, and roughly grade their strength, and then disperse the strong ones to different rounds to prevent Akhtar from facing too many strong ones at one time. She asserted so. I'm sure every challenge is within Akhtar's tolerance. Lu Wei, you did a good job. The Death Witch praised, and Lu Wei couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth that were about to curl up. She had to pick up the teacup on the table, and took a sip of tea as if to hide her joy. For most members of the Death Cult, the Death Witch is the god they believe in, and being praised by the god in person. That sense of accomplishment is enough to make people forget all the hard work. There are so many challengers, and it seems that there is no one worth paying attention to except Adam. The corpse which looked at the projection screen and saw Akhtar repeatedly washing the ground with the sun condensed by the 10,000 dead suns, and the strong men who barely survived were also killed by Akhtar. Such a battle is not dramatic at all. They simply can't hurt Akhtar now. If the Witch of Death is willing to go a step further and grant the power of death, maybe Akhtar can even defeat the gods. The moon which concluded, unless the god's partner dies, there is no chance of winning. Although this conclusion is very outrageous, considering that Akhtar has transformed into a dragon, has the highest level of grace from the Witch of Death, is wearing a full-level divine outfit, and has a combat talent that is almost predictable. Anyone who actually faces Akhtar will feel powerless and desperate from the bottom of their hearts. Ah! Shimu pinched a man in a suit with one hand, and the flames overflowing from his palms swallowed him into ashes in an instant. He turned his head to look at an assassin holding 2 knives in the distance, with a terrified face, and smiled. You. Before he finished speaking, he saw the assassin decisively wipe his neck and commit suicide in front of him without a moment's hesitation. People in this world are not allowed to commit suicide, but for believers of the god of assassination, suicide is particularly allowed. In order to prevent the leakage of information after the assassination fails, the god of assassination allows believers to end their lives. Shimu's smile faded, looking at the next batch of challengers, but after realizing that there were only a few of them, he showed a surprised expression. His eyes were fixed on Adam among the few people. Sorry, I used cheating to come early. Adam drew the sword from his waist and smiled at Akhtar on the mountain. If you continue to fight, I'm afraid no one except me can survive. Shimu asked with a smile. Do you think you can survive? Let's try. Adam laughed and smiled gently at the people around him. You don't have to participate in the next battle, just protect your own safety. Wait, what are you talking about? A pink-haired girl subconsciously grabbed Adam's wrist. Akhtar can't win alone. That's right. The man in heavy armor nodded and agreed very much. We must. No. Adam waved his hand. You just need to find a way to survive. Hey, don't be ungrateful. A dwarf woman frowned, but saw that Adam had turned around and walked towards the top of the mountain. What's the matter with this blonde man? Then, several people witnessed an unprecedented miracle. With the deserted island as the core, the phantoms of gods appeared around. They seemed to be in the audience, giving Adam on the dual field the grace from the gods. Adam, from now on you will be the favorite of the sun. As long as you are under the sun, you can get 3 times the strength. Adam, from now on you will be the favorite of the moon. As long as you are under the moonlight, you can get 3 times the strength. Adam, from now on you will be the favorite of weapons. All the weapons in the world cannot harm your body. Adam, from now on you will be the favorite of poisons. All the poisons in the world cannot harm your body. Adam, from now on you will be the favorite of fate. You can look back at the past, present and future. Nothing can deceive your eyes anymore. Adam, from now on you will be the favorite of the earth. As long as you stand on the earth, your magic power will never run out. Adam, from now on you will be the darling of dreams, and your mind will never be disturbed by any illusions. Adam, from now on you will be the darling of ice and fire, and you will never be infected by flames and cold. Adam, from now on you will be the darling of death, and you will be able to return from death 3 times. Adam, from now on you will be the darling of lies, and you will never be deceived by any lies. Adam, from now on you will be the darling of justice, and the sharp blade in your hand will be able to punish all evils. Adam, from now on you will be the darling of victory, and failure will never be with you. Various shocking gifts kept coming down, making people almost doubt whether they were hallucinations. However, the blessings bestowed by the gods were real. That man, is he the first human? The pink-haired girl came to her senses, and pointed at Adam's back with shaking fingers. Isn't he dead of old age? Maybe the gods pulled Adam out of the long river of time? The female dwarf answered subconsciously. She now felt like she was truly witnessing history. This time, the battle between Akhtar and Adam might really compete for the title of the strongest. No. Think about it from another angle. Run, otherwise we will all die if we are affected. She reacted and started to run away with the hammer. Since Adam could be given so many gifts by the gods, it means that Akhtar is more powerful than you can imagine. If they don't hurry up and run, then all of them will die here, and there will be no possibility of survival. Wait for me. The pink-haired girl hurriedly chased after him, and the others also hurried after him, and in the blink of an eye they escaped to the edge of the deserted island. As for why they didn't flee the deserted island, it was simply because the deserted island had set up a barrier, making it impossible to leave. Otherwise, they would have escaped long ago. Isn't this too much? Shimu grinned, with dragon scales appearing on his body. The black flames that overflowed from the gaps between the dragon scales dyed his armor black, and the whole person's aura became violent and dangerous in an instant. In response, Adam smiled, if I don't do that, I have no chance of winning. Then don't let me down. Shimu raised the great sword of death in his hand, and Adam also made a corresponding move. When the two sides' eyes met, they launched an attack without hesitation. Boom! The strong light flooded the deserted island, and the spreading shock wave tore the barrier that trapped it. Several people on the edge of the barrier were burned to ashes in an instant. We can win! Adam made a judgment instantly. As long as he stayed on the ground, he would not have to worry about the loss of magic power. In addition, he was resistant to ice and fire, so he did not have to worry about the damage of high and low temperatures. In addition, he had eyes that could see through the past, present, and future, and the power to return from death 3 times. This has already raised him to the level of invincibility. Really? The knight wearing burning black flame armor appeared like a ghost, and the sword of death in his hand chopped without hesitation. Silently, the angle was even more tricky. Clang! As if he had predicted it in advance, Adam swung the knight's sword to block the chop, and at the same time, he suddenly bent back, just avoiding the dragon breath that Akhtar opened his mouth to spit out. And he took this opportunity to swing the knight's sword in his hand, and slashed at Akhtar's neck. Blood splattered. Shimu took a few steps back, and touched his cheek. Although the wound had completely healed, it was indeed his face that was injured by Adam. Akhtar, victory is on my side. Adam took an offensive stance and stared at Akhtar's figure. His eyes, that could see through the future, must be watched as a prerequisite. No matter what tricks he used, he could read the future 9 seconds later, which meant that any changes would be useless to him. Victory should be on my side. Shimu laughed and rushed towards Adam. Adam's eyes condensed, and he saw the future clearly. His body also moved subconsciously, but soon the future he foresaw disappeared in his eyes. What on earth is going on? I am the person that fate loves the most. Adam heard the laughter coming from behind him, and immediately felt a pain in his waist. The whole person was blown away by the huge force, and his body was directly embedded in the top of the deserted island. At the same time, Dora's city. In the Church of Destiny. Hecate is indeed a witch. The Pope of Fate sighed slightly, and then explained to Suna beside him, Akhtar's deeds are too legendary and too coincidental, so I have always suspected that Hecate has become a witch. Suna, you don't want to listen to this now. The Pope of Fate sighed. She knew that what Suna was most concerned about now was the battle between Akhtar and Adam. Don't worry, Akhtar will be fine. She put her hand on Suna's shoulder and smiled kindly. The group of witches behind the scenes will not allow Akhtar to die. Pope Granny. Suna finally came to her senses at this time and asked the Pope of Fate, is the meeting between Akhtar and me also arranged by the Witch of Fate? The arrangement of fate is not important. It depends on your will. The Pope of Fate comforted her, just like people will die, but everyone can give different meanings to their own death. Is Akhtar a chess piece for the Witch of Fate? Suna's eyes lit up slightly. She shared the vision with the 3 goddesses of fate, and could clearly see everything that happened on the battlefield, including the sweat on Akhtar and Adam's faces. The Pope of Fate did not answer. As for how the Witch of Fate viewed Akhtar, she had no way to give an accurate answer now. If the Witch of Fate was still Hecate in her mortal period, then she could clearly say that the Witch of Fate loved Akhtar very much. But if Hecate has become the Witch of Fate, then all the information she had obtained about Hecate in the past is meaningless. No one can guarantee whether the information obtained is disguised by the Witch of Fate. The next step is to compete in skills. Shimu swung the great sword of death, looked at Adam who came out of the mountain, and his eyes fell on the blood on Adam's side. The sword could not hurt Adam, but the power given to the great sword of death could cause penetrating damage to Adam. I don't think I have a chance of winning in a skill competition. Adam smiled gently and clapped his hands lightly, so let's just compete in ability. As soon as the words fell, the world changed, and the scenery from 70,000 years ago crossed the long river of time and descended to this moment. That was the arrival of the Tree of All-Knowing. Chapter 190. A comfortable breeze blew by. Shimu looked up at the all-knowing tree that covered the sky. He was standing on the tree roots that were undulating like mountains. The light like broken gold shone on his silver armor, giving people a sacred feeling. Is this your deepest wish? He withdrew his gaze and looked at Adam, whose appearance had changed drastically. Do you want to become a god? No, I just want to go home. Adam was wearing a white robe embroidered with gold edges, his hands slightly opened, and his body rose out of thin air. Have you forgotten where I grew up in the beginning? In the beginning, he grew up under the all-knowing tree, which retained his memories before adulthood. There was the saint lady who was as patient and gentle as a mother, the naughty and gentle Eve, and the all-knowing tree that always sprinkled endless blessings. So after he was expelled from the all-knowing tree, the awakened ability was to reflect the appearance of the all-knowing tree in his memory, which made him feel like he was back home. However, although it was a reflection of the all-knowing tree in his memory, it miraculously possessed similar powers, as if it was a reflection of the all-knowing tree in his memory. It could directly connect to the real all-knowing tree. That's really a pity. The flame burning on Shimu's body changed from the flame of 10,000 deaths to the flame of ashes, and his aura also changed greatly. It was very similar to the source of fear. I happened to have the power to target the all-knowing tree. He squatted down and stroked the tree with his palm. The overflowing ashes flame could burn the reflection of the all-knowing tree with just a thought. This also declared the end of the battle. However, Adam has a third combat state, which can generate more experience points and lay the groundwork for subsequent changes. Forget it, I can win even if I don't burn the tree of all-knowing. Shimu exhaled and pulled back his hand that was stroking the tree. The flames covering his body also turned back into the flames of death. If you can do it, Adam smiled, and then his body suddenly disappeared from the spot, appearing beside Akhtar like a phantom, and the knight's sword in his hand suddenly stabbed out, stabbing at Akhtar's eye sockets. Clang! Sparks overflowed from the intersection of the sword blades, illuminating Akhtar and Adam's cheeks at the same time, and the two people's eyes met. Immediately, the two people started fighting in the true sense, and the artifacts in each other's hands kept colliding. Along with the sparks overflowing from the intersection, the air was filled with mournful wails, and the diffusion shock wave directly crushed the roots of the tree of all-knowing. The strength has been greatly improved. Shimu made such an evaluation. Every sword of Adam who fought against him was stronger than him, and could crush him. However, in the later stage of the game, pure strength value could not determine the outcome. He could use the power of death to reduce every power impact. If I have to describe it, it would be to give the enemy power death in proportion, so as to reduce the enemy's power to an acceptable level. This is the power of the Witch of Death. Not only can it cause powerful damage, but it can also provide players with a powerful damage reduction effect. As long as the flame of death wraps him, it can provide powerful defense. Boom! The confrontation collided again, and the sky-high flames exploded in the sky. Adam and Shimu flew backwards and stayed in midair. Tree, can't interfere with you? Adam swung the knight's sword and looked at Akhtar with doubtful eyes. After he unfolded the kingdom in his heart, he could not only get the power increase from the omniscient tree, but also get a limited omniscient perspective. Everything within the reflection range of his omniscient tree could be naturally understood. Under this premise, he could easily obtain the conditions for victory through the reflection of the omniscient tree. However, the actual battle process was different. In the past, as long as he fought a few times, he could know the ability to win through the reflection of the omniscient tree. Completely ineffective. She cares about more than just you. Shimu replied with a smile, which made Adam's expression subtle. Why did this sentence have such a strong sense of vision? Defeat me with your own ability. Shimu rushed out again, waving the great sword of death in his hand, and the black flames, like ink splashing, covered the sky. At the same time, Magic Kingdom. Hecate put the book in her hand on the table, and walked out of the library calmly. Every step she took would cause invisible ripples, fighting against the power coming from all directions. That was a duel at the level of fate. If someone could observe from the perspective of fate, they would find that the future was changing every minute, but the general trend was obvious. That was the constant trend leading to Hecate's death. Fate was strangling Hecate, and the three forces from the past, present, and future were exerting their power at the same time, locking Hecate's death in the end. Push open the door. The cold wind rushed into the library, blowing the magic robe Hecate was wearing, and she looked at the three goddesses who appeared opposite. They are the young girl representing the past, the young girl representing the present, and the mature woman representing the future. Their hair color is white, from short to long, including the chest size from small to large, as if they are different stages of life. Do you think you can kill me? Hecate asked. She was not worried about the three goddesses of fate at this moment. Before her fate was locked to death, the three goddesses representing fate would not take the initiative to take action. That doesn't make much sense. If you are not the Witch of Fate, we will not take the initiative to come down. The cheeks of the young girl representing the past were slightly bulging, and her pupils reflected the intellectual and mysterious witch opposite. The power of fate cannot be usurped. We can only get rid of you. The weaving fate has been going wrong. It turns out that you were messing up. The girl representing the present said unhappily. They are the three goddesses of fate who are responsible for weaving the fate of this world, but they have been going wrong recently. The fate they had woven for Akhtar was to betray the witch of death and return to the embrace of the goddess of life. However, the current situation is that Akhtar has completely pledged allegiance to the witch of death and is about to become a demon. The power to weave fate belongs only to the gods. The future woman smiled, but her voice was very firm. If the witch camp mastered the ability to weave fate, it would be equivalent to the witch camp gaining the power to write the future ending. Fate belongs only to fate. Hecate retorted coldly, without any sense of urgency of being surrounded by the three goddesses of fate. Since she dared to give her apprentice the grace of fate, it meant that she was ready to face the three goddesses of fate. To be more precise, fate belongs only to the strong. The woman who represents the future smiled, but her eyes were very cold. She had seen that Hecate's fate was about to be locked, and she was only a little bit away from a dead end. However, who is the strong one? A cold voice suddenly came out, and the fate that was about to be locked changed dramatically in an instant. The creation which appeared behind Hecate at some point. The three goddesses of fate looked at each other, and then tacitly set their eyes on the creation which. They were not surprised that the creation which would appear here. But this also meant that they had to change their strategy. Buzz. The tremor from the fate level directly affected the reality level. The scenery of the world suddenly changed. The five people who were confronting each other outside the library suddenly disappeared, and went to the other side of the level space to fight. Many gods are very afraid of the creation which, but this does not include the three goddesses of fate. They rarely take action because they have to weave fate and manage the gods in the sky, which just shows that the three goddesses of fate are very strong. Under the shadow of the tree of all-knowing. Boom! The torrent of light hit the tree of all-knowing head-on, leaving a clear pit, and in that pit there was a charred corpse. Shimu turned his head to look at the disappearing clone beside him, and then cast his eyes on Adam's body. He was sure that Adam would not die, and the gift of returning from death 3 times was only used once. And as if responding to his thoughts, Adam, who had turned into a charred corpse, suddenly moved, as if time had gone back and he had returned to his peak state. There is really no way to avoid it. Adam smiled and asked Akhtar, the sword should first lock the end, and then push back to turn into a light slash, right? Shimu did not answer. However, Adam's speculation was correct. The Sword of Light was a weapon made by the fire giant Surtur, which contained the power of Ragnarok. The power of Ragnarok represented the end of the world, so it could attack the cause and effect, making people feel that there was no way to avoid it. But only the fire giant Surtur could exert this power. Now, he could only exert the light speed slash that was difficult to avoid. It was nothing more than the slashing process was too fast, resulting in no way to avoid it. Don't want to answer? Adam smiled gently, clenched the knight's sword in his hand, and swung it suddenly, launching the combat skills contained in the knight's sword. In order to let him defeat Akhtar, the gods not only gave him various favors, but also gave him artifacts. The Blood Knight's sword can give the power of blood relatives to the sword, and the power of each sword is the embodiment of the power of one's own blood relatives. If he had 100 blood relatives, he could exert the power of 100 people. If he had the power of 10,000 people, the Blood Knight's sword could exert the power of 10,000 people. If he had 100 million, 1 billion, 100 billion descendants, he could exert the power of 1 billion, 100 billion people. As the first human being in this world, he had a blood relationship with all the humans in the future, which meant that Adam could exert the power of all mankind. How many humans are there in this world? No one has ever counted them specifically. Perhaps only Eden, the incarnation of the Tree of All-Knowing, could draw a conclusion in an instant. The moment Adam swung his sword, his figure disappeared from the ground, his feet firmly on the ground, and he chopped down in front of Akhtar. Boom! The swords collided, and the spreading shock wave made the ground sink, and the branches of the Tree of All-Knowing trembled, and the leaves looked like falling meteors. This was an absolute crushing force. Even if Akhtar could use the flame of 10,000 deaths to reduce damage, and was wearing artifact-level armor. But he could never resist the power of all mankind. Puff! Are you mistaken? A sneer came out, and the great sword of death pierced Adam's chest, and was suddenly pulled out. Adam's body fell to the ground. I have the grace given by the goddess of life. Shimu took a few steps back. The moment he saw Adam activate the Blood Knight's sword, he put most of his strength into the great sword of death, giving it the effect of penetration. This is why he can ignore the grace of immunity to sword damage on Adam. Even if my body turns into pulp, I can recover quickly, he said, as he covered his mouth and spat out blood. The shocking blood overflowed from his fingers, and dripped onto the ground. In fact, if Adam could really pour the power of all mankind into the Blood Knight's sword, he would indeed be defeated in an instant. But that is only theoretically possible. To exert the power of all mankind, a certain degree of magic power must be paid, and Adam, as a human, obviously does not have this power. This is why he dared to exchange his injury for his life. On the other side, the phantoms of the gods watching on the deserted island turned their heads tacitly, even though there was no one in their sight, but anyone could guess who the gods were looking at. They must be looking at the goddess of life. If it weren't for the grace granted by the goddess of life, Akhtar would have died under this blow, and would not have had a chance to fight back. Can the goddess of life take back the grace? A phantom of a god asked. As long as the grace is taken back, Akhtar will be defeated immediately. The current situation is very clear. Akhtar has no way to resist the Blood Knight's sword. As long as Adam is resurrected and uses the Blood Knight's sword, Akhtar will die immediately. However, the premise is that there is no grace from the goddess of life. Akhtar, who has extraordinary life grace, has a strong vitality to resist death. Even if he is beaten into a pulp by the Blood Knight's sword, he will not die. At this moment, Adam returned from death. His body seemed to be refreshed and restored to its original state. Even his standing posture changed, and the Blood Knight's sword that had fallen was returned to his hand. You can't use up all your magic power at once, or you be killed. He shook the Blood Knight's sword and analyzed the current situation calmly, then keep some spare power to use combat skills. After he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the knight's sword in his hand also chopped down at Akhtar. This sword consumed nearly 80% of his magic power, and the remaining magic power was to ensure that he had spare power to move away instantly. Bang! When Shimu swung his sword to block, his body suddenly spurted out bright red blood, but it recovered in an instant. Can win. Adam's body disappeared from the spot, and he was 1,000 meters away from Akhtar. The moment his toes touched the ground, his magic power was immediately fully replenished, and then he disappeared from the spot again, and came to Akhtar and swung his sword out. After Akhtar waved his sword to resist, he instantly disappeared from the spot to prevent Akhtar from counterattacking. Compared to himself, who could replenish magic power infinitely as long as he stood on the ground, Akhtar's magic power had a limit, and he could win as long as he got into a protracted war. Annoying, Shimu said coldly. There was no surprise for Adam, who was constantly scraping, and he had already had a way to deal with it. After he blocked Adam's sudden attack, black flames overflowed from his teeth, and he spit out dragon breath at the ground below. At his current point, he could carry out a map-scale attack as long as he wanted to, and wanted to burn a small island. This was not difficult. Boom! The raging black flames rolled back into the sky, like a black mushroom, and the huge amount of high temperature that spread evaporated a large amount of seawater. The hazy white mist submerged the sea. It's too messy to burn the island directly. Adam couldn't help but complain, stepping on the sea, and everywhere he saw was high-temperature steam. Now he has no way to stand on the ground, so naturally he has no way to get magic power replenishment. Of course, he can choose to move the battlefield, or dive directly under the sea and let his feet touch the ground. But that would be out of the range covered by the reflection of the Tree of All-Knowing, and he would lose the ability to move instantly, so Akhtar would seize the opportunity to fight in close combat. So you don't have endless magic power, right? Akhtar walked out of the white mist, his cold eyes filled with murderous intent. Let's continue to try the attack just now, if you can still do it. Akhtar, you haven't become a demon, have you? Adam looked at the terrifying Akhtar, and couldn't help but have such a thought. He has received so many gifts, and is holding a nearly unsolvable weapon. He has even summoned the shadow of the Tree of All-Knowing, but he can't do anything to Akhtar. Obviously, each kind of power has made him almost invincible. The superposition of so many unsolvable powers can basically make him the strongest under the gods. However, he is the one who is at a disadvantage. Every time he uses a power, it will be quickly cracked by Akhtar, causing him to be a little helpless now. If I become a demon, you will die in an instant. Akhtar approached Adam, and said something arrogant. However, this is not a lie. Adam has the ability not to be deceived by lies, so he clearly knows that what Akhtar said is true. If Akhtar has become a demon, then he really has the confidence to end the battle in an instant. I am helpless, he said frankly. If you want to use the flame of ash to burn the tree, then I will be defeated. What do you mean? Shimu stopped, frowned and looked at the calm Adam, silently waiting for the boss's 3-stage transformation. What is the use of the Tree of Omniscience? Adam suddenly asked, after seeing Akhtar's puzzled expression. He gave an answer. The Tree of Omniscience, which is everywhere, means knowing everything, and knowing everything means interfering with everything, and interfering with everything means being able to do everything. Do you want to die? Shimu frowned. Of course, he knew the meaning of the Tree of Omniscience, but he also knew that the throne on the Tree of Omniscience could not be touched. Even if Adam touched the throne of God, he would be dealt with afterwards. However, Adam didn't care. His body disappeared directly from the spot, and appeared on the reflection of the Tree of Omniscience. In the center of the golden temple, there was a throne of God, which belonged to the omniscient God. Chapter 191. Doris. On the cliffs along the coast. The waves surged from the horizon, carrying the momentum that seemed to engulf the world, and hit the cliffs heavily, splashing countless white waves, which were swept away by the whistling sea breeze, and turned into a torrential rain that fell on Doris City. However, in such a harsh environment, some people walked out of their homes, came to the cliffs, and looked at the big tree at the end of the sea. That was the reflection of the Tree of All-Knowing. And under the tree, the strongest battle under God was taking place. The intensity of this battle shook the sea and the sky, and the huge waves even affected the coastal countries. If the battle was not fought in the deep sea, the kingdom of Doris would have been submerged by the waves and disappeared from this world. Eden silently looked at the battle at the end of the sea, and the light golden barrier that lit up around her body wrapped her up, blocking the sea breeze and waves. However, hey! Eden was suddenly patted on the shoulder. He turned his head to look at the goddess of lies who appeared beside him, then calmly withdrew his gaze, and focused all his attention on the battle at the end of the sea. The goddess of lies didn't care. She put her hands behind her back, leaned forward slightly, and asked Eden, "Are you going to watch from the side?" Her pleasant voice revealed doubts. "They are all closely related to you, right?" Eden shook his head gently, but did not explain to the goddess of lies why he didn't stop all this. If she wanted to influence the outcome of the war, it would be very easy. As long as she interfered with the projected Tree of All Knowledge, she could easily strengthen or weaken Adam, thereby affecting the outcome of this battle. But she just planned to watch the battle, not to provide any help to Adam, nor to weaken Adam's strength. The outcome of this battle was decided by them alone. If Akhtar becomes a demon. The goddess of lies tapped her red lower lip with her finger, as if asking casually, "He has the ability to harm the Tree of All-Knowing. Do you really not care at all?" Even if Akhtar becomes a demon, he can't do it immediately. Eden explained that if she resisted, then even if Akhtar became a demon, he couldn't burn the Tree of All-Knowing. This was the essential difference in strength between the two sides, and it was not something that Akhtar, who had just become a demon, could do. However, if she did not resist, and deliberately guided Akhtar's power to burn herself, the situation would be different. That's true. The goddess of lies nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Akhtar is reluctant to burn you to ashes. It would be a pity if a beauty like you was burned to ashes by the flames of ashes." As for the evaluation of the all-knowing saint, she has always been very high. Not only is she a person who knows everything, but she also has a compassionate heart that surpasses the gods. But she will not interfere with the world because of compassion. This all-knowing saint has her own bottom line. However, she is not sure what this bottom line is, but she can sense that the all-knowing saint has her own set of standards for this world. Alas, the outcome is about to be determined. The goddess of lies suddenly covered her lips, and looked at the end of the sea with concern. It is worthy of being the first human being. Maybe humans are really imitations of gods. There is an interpretation in the doctrine of this world that humans are gods created in imitation of gods. So humans only need to refine their lead-like souls through continuous practice to obtain the miracle of exercising the power of gods. Two different theories have been developed around this doctrine. One is the most orthodox route of the god's partner, which is to obtain the qualification of the god's partner by constantly pursuing the path of the god, and thus reach the height of the god. The other is to sublimate oneself by constantly refining oneself and obtain the same power as the god. The light descended from the treetops. "Who are you?" Shimu frowned, looking at the humanoid life that turned into light opposite. It was Adam's three-stage transformation posture, which was very close to the appearance of the omniscient God. It is better to say that it is the same modeling. Adam did not answer, raised the Blood Knight's sword in his hand, and then chopped it down carelessly. The roaring torrent of light instantly submerged Akhtar, and the remaining force divided the sea and rushed towards the land. However, the moment it approached, it was twisted by an invisible force, and the roaring torrent of light disappeared, leaving only a canyon spreading from the end of the sea, clearly appearing in front of everyone. The battle was over. Adam put down his sword. After ascending to the throne of God, his power was explosively improved, but the price was that his personality had to face the information shock from the level of God. If he did not release the state of ascension, he would collapse. However, just before he was about to release the state of ascension, the malice from the witch spread from the horizon. Even though he was in the state of ascension, he felt creepy and felt that he would die in the next second. Without even a second thought, Adam immediately teleported and disappeared, and came to the tree of omniscience. He exerted all his strength without hesitation, spreading the reflection of the tree of omniscience. The reflection of the tree of omniscience, which was already extremely magnificent, expanded rapidly at this moment, spreading out and taking root under the sea, and the treetop replaced the boundless sky. However, even so, he still felt unsafe, and the premonition of death that followed continued to hit every nerve of Adam. Ascend to the gods. No, in front of the spreading witch's malice, he was weaker than a child, and had no ability to resist at all. 10 kinds of shadow spells, the 10th. A familiar voice suddenly came out, causing the spreading witch's malice to stagnate for a short time, and then disappeared like a breeze. Adam was slightly stunned, and then looked towards the source of the voice, only to see Akhtar with his hands folded, showing him a bad smile. The cocoon of time. After the voice fell, a vague female figure emerged. Her appearance could not be seen clearly, but her cold and charming temperament gave people a very strong sense of existence. This feeling is like recognizing the outline of a beautiful woman through a curtain, with a mysterious and hazy beauty. Did he avoid the attack by manipulating time? Adam analyzed rationally, but soon realized that Akhtar's magic power was not enough to support the cocoon of time for too long. At most, he could only support it for 3 minutes. As long as he delayed for 3 minutes, he would win. However, if he defeated Akhtar, he would also be killed by the witch, and the gods would not save him. But if he did not take action immediately to deal with Akhtar, his personality would soon be completely disintegrated due to the information impact of the state of ascension. That would be no different from death. After analyzing the pros and cons, Adam decided to get rid of Akhtar first, otherwise he would be killed by Akhtar later. With this in mind, Adam's figure disappeared directly from the spot, and the Blood Knight's sword in his hand chopped down, slashing at Akhtar's back. Boom! The swords collided, and the spreading impact shook the sea, forming a vacuum zone between them. Looking down from a high altitude, a huge depression appeared in the sea, revealing the mud under the sea. Blocked, Adam's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then he suddenly disappeared from the spot, dodging Akhtar's change of moves. He thought Akhtar was dodging the attack through time manipulation, but the situation was the opposite of what he expected. Akhtar took out a force equal to his, and blocked his slash head-on. Before he could figure it out, Akhtar rushed out, turned into starlight, and disappeared on the spot, and came directly to Adam, slashing out with a great sword of death burning with black flames. The swords fought against each other again, causing the sea, which had not yet healed, to expand again, and even the tree of all-knowing began to tremble and sway. The 10th of the 10 kinds of shadow magic, the cocoon of time. This is a relatively special skill, which has the strength correction of the first 9 kinds of shadow magic, allowing players to continue to use the first 9 kinds of shadow magic when they become demons. And the cocoon of time can also be a pure enhancement of the player's characteristics, infinitely subdivided within 1 second, as long as the player can pay enough magic power, even if it is using 1 finger. As long as the cocoon of time is infinitely subdivided, it can easily kill the demon. However, such a powerful skill has a fatal flaw, that is, the magic power required, which cannot be paid before reaching the demon. Before completing the summoning of the time cocoon, the player's magic power will be completely drained. Theoretically, Akhtar has no way to summon the time cocoon, but if the player can stack his own attributes to a certain extent and barely meet the conditions for summoning the time cocoon, it can still be done. The level that exceeds the limit of human beings changes his own race to the strongest dragon in magic power, plus the magic correction of the Death Witch's grace. The summoning of the time cocoon has become possible. But that is only for a very short time. It is better to use the summon clone to use the Sword of Light. 1 minute later, Adam stepped firmly on the ground with his feet, using the magic support of the earth to maintain the peak state, while Akhtar launched a high-intensity attack, trying to drain Akhtar's magic power and make it impossible for Akhtar to maintain the summoning of the time cocoon. Can win. This was the conclusion drawn from the state of ascension. He had clearly sensed that Akhtar was about to run out of magic power. In addition to facing the personality impact of the state of ascension, all other states were maintained at the peak, and there was no reason to lose. 1.5 minutes later. Clang! The swords rubbed against each other, bursting out dazzling sparks, illuminating Adam and Akhtar's cheeks, and both sides could clearly see each other's cheeks. Disappeared immediately. Before Adam was about to swing the next sword, Akhtar's figure turned into starlight and disappeared on the spot. Escaped? No, it's not that far yet. Adam turned his head suddenly, his eyes locked on the reflection of the omniscient god, and saw Akhtar squatting down, stroking the tree trunk with his palm. The two sides' eyes met. I don't want to burn the tree of all-knowing. Shimu said so, but the palm of his hand burst into ash flames, directly igniting the reflection of the tree of all-knowing, enough to cover the sky and turn the tree of all-knowing into firewood. The raging flame shot up into the sky, and the high temperature spread, evaporating the seawater at the sea level, and covering the boundless sea with a layer of white mist. Looking from the direction of Doris, you can see an extremely shocking scene. The magnificent tree was engulfed by the blazing flames, and the white mist surrounding it emitted a golden luster under the reflection of the fire, with a kind of almost sacred beauty. Eden sighed and smiled, which made the goddess of lies beside her show a strange expression. She asked in confusion, Akhtar burned the tree. She came close to Eden. Why do I feel like you are relieved? Akhtar burned the reflection of the tree of all-knowing. Eden explained so, but the goddess of lies showed a suspicious expression when she heard it. Do you still want to die? Eden did not answer. The goddess of lies did not ask further questions. Her eyes turned to the burning tree of omniscience, and raised her hand to gently brush the hair by her ear. I didn't expect Akhtar to be able to do this. I thought he was going to lose. Akhtar, as long as you are willing to burn the tree, you will not lose. Eden made such an assertion. Before, Akhtar and Adam were evenly matched, but that was only because Akhtar resisted burning the tree. Now that Akhtar has been forced to a point of no choice, he can only choose to burn the tree, and without the blessing of the tree of omniscience, Adam has lost his greatest support. It was really a pleasant battle. Shimu swung his sword and cut off Adam's head, accompanied by blood splattering. He also lifted the summon of the cocoon of time, and quickly took out several bottles of magic potion, and drank them to replenish the lost magic power. The dead Adam also launched the last resurrection from the dead, and appeared in the same place as if refreshed. He was no longer in the state of ascending to godhood at this moment, and his clothes changed to a white robe embroidered with gold edges, holding the sword of blood in one hand. I lost. Adam admitted defeat very straightforwardly. He had exhausted all means, and had no room for quibbling. Akhtar, I have something to ask of you, he said with a hint of pleading. Don't burn the tree of omniscience anymore in the future. After his defeat, it means that Akhtar has become the strongest under God, and if Akhtar becomes a demon, it basically means that Akhtar has the ability to burn the tree of omniscience. Shimu did not answer. He must burn the tree of omniscience, and there is no need to deceive Adam. The saint lady is very good to you, and must have given you a lot of help. Adam said again, but the man in front of him still did not give any answer. The atmosphere fell silent. The burning tree of omniscience began to collapse, and the burning branches began to fall into the sea, boiling the sea. For a long time. Adam, why did you suddenly ask for this? Shimu asked, staring at Adam's expression. What? Did you understand? He stared at Adam's silent expression. It's a pleasure to fight with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the great sword of death in his hand, and chopped it down without hesitation. The flames lingering on the sword body seemed to cut through Adam's body like ink, and in an instant, Adam was completely engulfed. The body turned to ash. Is there anyone who wants to fight me? Shimu turned around and stood under the burning tree of omniscience. If no one stands up to defeat me. His pupils seemed to be burning with fire. Then I will become a demon. Chapter 192. Doris. In front of a hotel window. Do you want to go? A woman in a nun's uniform and long golden hair raised her hand and pressed on the holy sword at her waist. Akhtar is in a weak state. Saint, even if Akhtar is weak now. A girl wearing a bamboo hat and a dignified temperament said helplessly, we have no chance of winning. The sword saint showed an unwilling look, and her slender fingers clenched the holy sword at her waist, and then she let go helplessly. If Akhtar becomes a demon, he will definitely be a very dangerous existence, and he may grow to the height of the Witch of Death. After witnessing the fighting talent displayed by Akhtar, she has confirmed that Akhtar has perhaps a talent that surpasses the Witch of Death. If such a dangerous existence is allowed to grow, the whole world will be threatened. In response, the girl in the bamboo hat rolled her eyes, and came to the side of the sword saint to comfort her. Akhtar doesn't have enough time to grow up. The sword saint thought for a while, raised her hand to close the window, and gave up the crusade against Akhtar. This was not because she turned a blind eye to Akhtar's threat, but simply because she couldn't beat him, even though Akhtar was extremely weak. But Akhtar was still terribly strong in his weak state. The girl in the bamboo hat was relieved when she saw this. As long as she thought about fighting Akhtar, her sword-holding hand would tremble unnaturally, and she had no way to exert the power of the sword prayer. This was not because she was timid, but simply because the gap between them was too huge, causing her body to tremble instinctively. Why is he still not a demon even though he has that level of power? She muttered quietly, the gap between people is too big. Let's go, it's time for us to leave. The sword saint's voice suddenly came, and the girl in the bamboo hat came back to her senses, and hurriedly followed the sword saint's back and left. This scene happened in many places in Dora's city, and many strongmen tacitly gave up dying, even though they were all strongmen of this era. But they all had to admit one fact, that is, Akhtar had become the strongest among the gods. The undisputed strongest. As for signing a contract and being forced into a duel, the gods in charge of the contract had already taken action to cut off the binding force of the contract. Now whether they want to go up is purely based on their personal wishes. On the scorching sea, the reflection of the tree of all-knowing slowly sank into the deep sea. No one is coming? Shimu sighed in disappointment. After confirming that no one dared to challenge him, he then threw away the potion bottle in his hand. As the potion bottle flipped in the air, it fell into the sea, stirring up a circle of ripples. The sea surface reflected a trembling reflection. The red scales on his body were burning with flames, which complemented the burning tree of all-knowing, as if to drag the reflection of the tree of all-knowing into the deep sea. Shimu looked up at the sky, staring at the stars that belonged to him, exhaled a breath of hot flames, and his appearance changed, exactly the same as the reflection under the sea. And with this change, the stars that belonged to him in the sky disappeared, representing his destiny, no longer appearing in the starry sky. The ceremony was declared complete. The game is over. Shimu turned his head and looked at the phantoms of the gods who were watching him, and challenged fearlessly, "Do you want to play a life-and-death game with me? Akhtar, you have no respect for the gods." A woman with a long sword on her waist and long silver hair said coldly, "Do you think you can defeat the gods now? After becoming a demon, I found that you are very weak." Shimu showed a bad smile and looked at the goddess of sword. "Do you want to prove your strength?" The goddess of sword raised her hand and touched the long sword on her waist, then glanced at the direction of Dora's city and said, "Akhtar, you should care about your teacher. She may be dead." A muscular man with khaki skin and extremely developed muscle sneered at the arrogant Akhtar. "When you see her body, I hope you can still be as arrogant as you are now." As soon as he finished speaking, he removed the projection. The other gods also tacitly untied the projection when they saw this. Although Akhtar provoked the gods, they would not come down to fight Akhtar for this purpose. It's not that they are afraid of Akhtar, who has become a demon, it's purely because the Witch of Death is in Dora's city. If they dare to come and fight Akhtar, they will die regardless of whether they win or lose. Cowardly guy, you are very generous to give Adam a favor. Shimu shook his head slightly, and then summoned the mare. He turned over and rode on the mare. "Partner, let's go to the Magic Kingdom." "Akhtar, you have become a demon?" The mare turned her head and looked at Akhtar, whose breath had changed greatly. She could already feel the man on her back, so powerful that it made people tremble. "Yes." Shimu smiled, "but I haven't had the opportunity to use the power of the demon yet. The god is more timid than I expected." The little mare was slightly stunned. Such an arrogant and contemptuous tone of God, coming from Akhtar's mouth, made her feel a strong sense of disobedience. But when she thought that Akhtar had been promoted to a demon, she felt that this was quite normal. Her hoof rubbed the sea surface, and then her body suddenly ran towards the horizon, with an incredible speed. Although Akhtar was already a demon-level strongman, her proud speed could still help Akhtar. However, when Akhtar continued to become stronger, her role would probably become dispensable. Dora's city. In the room where the witches gathered. Go directly to the Magic Kingdom. The corpse witch showed a surprised expression. "Akhtar, you are really worried about the teacher." She glanced at the death witch who was reading silently and smiled. "I thought Akhtar would come to tell you the good news first, since you were the one who completed the ritual." Death witch, It's not a big deal anyway. Moon witch yawned sleepily, stood up with one hand on the armrest of the sofa, and walked out of the room while speaking to Corpse Witch. "If you really want to join in the fun, it's still not too late to rush to the Magic Kingdom now." "Do I look like someone who joins in the fun?" Corpse Witch retorted, but her body was very honest, and she flew out of the window towards the sky. She was not a woman who liked to join in the fun, but she wanted to know how strong Akhtar was after becoming a demon. What kind of power could the most brilliant man of this era show after becoming a demon? Just thinking about it makes people feel curious. The Witch of Death stopped flipping through the book, looked towards the direction of the Magic Kingdom, and then continued to read. Magic Kingdom. The Great Library. Shimu pushed the door open and walked in, followed by a mare in human form, and the two hurriedly walked towards the place where Hecate usually read. Disciple, you are late. Hecate turned her head and looked at the hurried disciple with a very gentle smile. The master is not as weak as you think. If you are so weak, don't force yourself. Shimu said unhappily, came to sit beside Hecate, raised his hand and stroked Hecate's forehead. Didn't the creation witch treat you? The master can't trust the creation witch. Hecate shook her head gently, expressing her distrust of the creation witch very directly. Although the creation witch could cure her quickly, if the creation witch had strange ideas and wanted to study the power of the fate witch, she might change unpredictably. So she preferred to treat herself. The creation witch is pretty good. Shimu said something he didn't believe, which made Hecate reach out and flick his forehead lightly. I am the one who knows fate. Hecate pulled her hand back and looked at her apprentice, rubbing his forehead and looking at her with grievance. Forget it, let's talk about serious matters. She chose to change the subject and explain to Akhtar, this time, thanks to the help of the Witch of Creation, I was able to tear off a corner of fate. Tear off a corner of fate? Shimu pretended to be confused, and saw Hecate take out a glass bottle out of thin air and gently shake the eyeball inside. This is the eyeball of the goddess of the past, which has the ability to see all the history of the past. Shimu raised a doubt. Can this eyeball work? In this world, arms are often cut off and hearts are dug out, but they can be regenerated quickly. Even if the cut arms and hearts are transplanted, they will not gain the corresponding power. This is because power is related to the soul, and there are also incompatible situations, unless it is a resurrected monster which can gather into a powerful life form with compatible blood. And just taking an eyeball is meaningless. What I tore off was a corner of fate, not just to grab the eyeballs. Hecate explained with unexpected patience. If I have the opportunity to capture the three goddesses of fate in the future, I should be able to develop the power of fate to the extreme soon. Understood. Shimu nodded slightly. I will capture the three goddesses of fate, and give them to you, if I have the chance in the future. I am not in a hurry. Hecate shook her head gently, saying insincerely, with this torn corner of fate, it is enough for me to study fate. In fact, she is now very anxious about the development of the power of fate, because the future Ragnarok is constantly approaching, and her apprentice is about to embark on a road of no return. She must create a brand new line of fate. Otherwise, everything will be irreversible. I am very anxious. Shimu said jokingly, if I don't help the teacher become stronger quickly, then I will graduate, right? Hecate fell into thought. Apprentice, you may be more powerful than the teacher now. As for how strong her apprentice is, in fact, she knows very well. If she is a magician specializing in the school of magic, then her apprentice is a magician specializing in combat magic, although her theoretical knowledge can crush her apprentice. But fighting is another matter. Unless she can capture the three goddesses of fate, she can establish an absolute power advantage over her apprentice. However, she can't beat the three goddesses of fate, so naturally there is no way to become stronger by studying the three goddesses of fate. And if she can beat the three goddesses of fate, then she is naturally stronger than her apprentice. Teacher, I have only been a demon for less than a day. Shimu waved his hand. How can I be your opponent? Hecate stared at the well-behaved apprentice deeply, and then sighed with melancholy, which made Akhtar look puzzled. The teacher will talk to the Witch of Death. You should think about what you want, right? Is this a revelation from fate? Shimu asked, but Hecate kept a gentle smile, and did not elaborate on whether it was a revelation from fate. Seeing this, he did not ask more questions and said, Teacher, I have to go back to the Witch of Death first. The teacher is already very happy. Hecate smiled gently and stroked Akhtar's cheek. You can come to see the teacher as soon as possible. I am also very happy to see that the teacher is safe and sound. Shimu smiled, then stood up freely, and left the library with the little mare. Hecate looked at the two people's backs disappearing, raised her hand to cover her lips and coughed, and after putting her hand down, the blood on her palm was revealed. Although the one who fought against the three goddesses of fate was the Witch of Creation, she only seized the opportunity to tear off a corner of fate, but the angry counterattack of the goddess of the past still caused her considerable damage. For Akhtar's sake, I won't mess with you. The figure of the Witch of Creation appeared opposite Hecate. She sat elegantly on the sofa, holding a cup of black tea in one hand. Don't you really need me to treat you? I'm not that weak yet. Hecate shook her head gently, then took out the eyeball of the goddess of the past from the glass bottle, and pinched it gently in revenge. At the same time, on the streets of the Magic Kingdom, Ali, Anfis, what do you want from me? Shimu looked puzzled, looking at the bard, who leaned against the wall of the alley and smiled at him. Aktar, do you understand fate? Anthus smiled mysteriously. Hecate must have given you a revelation of fate. How do you know? Shimu pretended to be puzzled. When he approached the Magic Kingdom, the Dusk Believer disguised as Anthus approached him and invited him to meet him later. In response, Anthus smiled. Her guess was indeed correct. With the ability of the Witch of Fate Hecate, she must be able to foresee the future fate and give Aktar a hint. Aktar, do you want to save the omniscient saint? Shimu's expression froze, looking at Anthus, who had everything under control, as if he had been hit on the heart. Guessed right again. Anthus was a little excited. Could this be the fate gravity of the Ragnarok? Otherwise, how could it be so smooth? According to common sense, when she approached the Magic Kingdom, she would be directly pressed to death by the Witch of Fate, and there would be no chance to contact Aktar at all. Everything is going so smoothly, so it can only be explained by the gravity of fate of Ragnarok. But she can't reveal her flaws now. To save this world, an innocent woman must be sacrificed. Anthus lamented, this world is really terrible. Shimu asked uncertainly, do you have a way? Chapter 193. It's more of a compromise than a solution. Anthus sighed and plucked the harp with his fingertips. If you don't want to kill the all-knowing saint, please go and kill the fire giant Surtur. What do you mean? Shimu's eyes turned cold, and his pupils seemed to be burning with flames, which made Anthus nervous instantly. The man in front of her was a demon who could easily kill her if he wanted to, even though she was not afraid of death. But she was afraid that Ragnarok would not come. The prerequisite for the coming of Ragnarok is that there must be a medium. Anthus kept a mysterious smile. If you can kill the fire giant Surtur, you can delay the coming of Ragnarok. Shimu frowned. What if you can't kill the fire giant Surtur? That depends on your ability. Anthus shook his head gently, keeping a mysterious smile. If you can kill the fire giant Surtur, you can not only delay the coming of Ragnarok, but also buy more time to think about defeating the all-knowing god without burning the tree. She analyzed in a calm tone. The reason that pushes you to burn the tree now is that Ragnarok is about to come, and you have to find a way to defeat the all-knowing god as soon as possible and cover the old world with new laws. If you can delay the coming of Ragnarok. Shimu fell into thought, following Anthus' logic. Then, there are indeed more options. Anthus smiled. The premise is that you have to defeat the fire giant Surtur, otherwise there is only one thing you can do, that is to burn the all-knowing tree with your own hands. She had some understanding of Aktar's past life. Although he had done many heroic deeds, he was essentially a guy who was extremely protective of those around him. If he had to choose between the majority and the people around him, Aktar would definitely choose the people around him without hesitation. I am moved. Shimu exhaled, and his smile revealed helplessness, which made Anthus happy. This was indeed the gravity of the fate of Ragnarok, otherwise things would not have been so smooth. However, but I have a question. Shimu's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly stretched out his hand to pinch Anthus's neck and lifted her up directly. You are not Anthus. Who are you? Anthus's cheeks flushed, and the harp in his hand fell to the ground. He subconsciously wanted to pry open his hand pinching his neck, while saying to Aktar, if I am not Anthus, who can I be? That man would never encourage me to liberate the fire giant Surtur. Shimu explained coldly, if sacrificing one person can save the world, then Anthus would not stand up to persuade me. As expected of Lord Aktar, you are really sharp. Anthus showed a beautiful smile, but found that Aktar cast a disgusted look at her. By the way, she is still wearing Anthus's appearance. Thinking of this. Stiff, you can call me that. She endured the difficulty in breathing, the flames burned on her body, and her appearance changed accordingly. Shimu looked coldly at the girl opposite him with short rose-colored hair that covered half of her face. There was a heart mark under the corner of her eye, and her temperament looked very cold and dangerous, but gave people a passionate feeling. Twilight Believer, you dare to appear in front of me. He pinched Estifu's hand hard, causing the rose-colored short-haired girl to open her mouth in pain, spit out a pink little tongue, and kick her legs under her short skirt. I'm going to die. Humph, boring woman. Shimu suddenly relaxed his strength, threw Estifu out, and then turned and left the alley. But Estifu didn't care at all when she saw this. Her body slid down the wall of the alley, her chest rose and fell violently, and she breathed the air greedily. Ah, it's really great. She stroked her blushing cheeks with both hands, and rubbed her legs wrapped in black silk against each other. Since Aktar didn't kill her, it means that her words had an impact on Aktar. At night, Doris. A banquet to celebrate Aktar's becoming a demon is being held. However, as the protagonist of the banquet, why are you so depressed? A glass of red wine was suddenly placed on the table. Shimu turned his head and saw the corpse, which sitting next to him naturally. He asked curiously, I haven't seen you. Smile since I came back from the Magic Kingdom. Have you? Shimu forced a smile. It's really ugly. The corpse which said bluntly, raising the red wine glass in her hand, there's no need to force yourself to smile. It's because you want to see me smile. Shimu picked up the wine glass on the table, clinked it with the corpse which lightly, and then drank the red wine in the glass. The corpse which smiled and shook her head, explaining to Akhtar, to be more precise, I don't want to see you sad. Shimu was stunned for a moment, then smiled, thank you. I followed you to the Magic Kingdom before. The corpse which leaned back on the sofa and complained, I thought I would see you fighting with the gods. Then you will soon see my strength. Shimu smiled, the snowstorm should stop. The corpse which asked in surprise, do you know where the ice and snow goddess is? Have you forgotten who my teacher is? Shimu's voice contained a trace of imperceptible pride, and he seemed very confident in his teacher. The corpse which also reacted after hearing this, it's really enviable to have a teacher who controls the power of fate. As long as you give the teacher enough time. Shimu picked up the wine bottle on the table and poured himself a glass. The teacher will catch up with the death, which sooner or later. You are very confident in your teacher. The corpse which chuckled, then raised her hand, and pointed not far away. Someone is here to give you a gift. Shimu looked in the direction she pointed, and saw the shark girl Kashut holding a rope and forcibly dragging a desperate painter towards him. What is this? He is a believer of the god of beauty and art, and is very famous in the land of art. Shark Lady Kashut pulled the rope in her hand hard, and the painter staggered forward a few steps, almost falling to the ground. Why did you catch him? Shimu had a strange expression, and then he saw Shark Lady Kashut said, as a matter of course, I came to paint for you. She came to sit next to Akhtar, and explained happily, since you have become a demon, I should prepare a painting for you for the world to admire. Not necessary. Shimu glanced at the painter, who had no desire to live. This guy was really unlucky. However, Shark Lady Kashut was quite persistent. Lord Akhtar, please don't refuse. Okay. Shimu sighed, but don't kill him afterwards. Remember to give him some money? Okay. Shark Lady Kashut hesitated, but still agreed readily. It's just to give the painter some money afterwards. This is not a difficult task for her. I'm sorry, Kashut is just a little rude. Shimu smiled at the painter, but please don't be afraid, she is a good girl. Painter, do you want to listen to what you are saying? This Shark Lady dragged him like a dog to Shark Lady. If he was a good girl, he would bite his tongue and commit suicide on the spot. But this is just thinking about it in my heart, and I still dare not say it out loud. Now I can survive, and get a sum of money afterwards. This is an unexpected good ending. Paint quickly. Shark Lady Kashut moved her little butt, and moved closer to Akhtar. The painter could only sigh, take out the drawing board and paint, and draw Akhtar and Shark Kashut together. According to common sense, he should only draw Akhtar, but Shark Kashut has come close to Akhtar, so he dare not draw Shark Kashut. Otherwise, he might die afterwards. Not long after. The painting is finished. The painting is very good. Shimu looked at the painting and praised the painter. You are worthy of being a famous master. You don't even know my name, right? The painter thought so, but he forced a smile on his face. He didn't care whether Akhtar knew his name or not. Now, he only cared about escaping from the Devil's Cave as soon as possible. This place is full of cultists, which can scare people to death. Give me an Akhtar one too. The corpse which suddenly spoke, causing the painter's expression to freeze. The banquet is over. Shimu followed the dark corridor, and came to a room, with a faint light coming out of the crack of the door. After knocking on the door, the closed door opened automatically. Lady Witch of Death, are you not interested in the banquet? He walked into the room, and saw the Witch of Death sitting elegantly on a chair by the window, holding a cup of steaming black tea in one hand. If I show up at the banquet, the Witch of Death explained, they won't be able to have fun. Then let me have a small gathering with you. Shimu took out 2 bottles of wine out of thin air, sat down opposite the Witch of Death, and poured a cup for himself and the Witch of Death. This should be allowed. The Witch of Death nodded slightly, picked up the wine glass on the table, clinked it with Akhtar, and then drank the wine in the glass. By the way, Lady Witch of Death. Shimu began to talk about serious matters. I have learned from Eden how to defeat the god of omniscience. The Witch of Death asked calmly, what method? I want to defeat the god of omniscience. Shimu lowered his head, making it difficult to see his specific expression. Just burn the tree of omniscience. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Of course, the Witch of Death knew the price of burning the Tree of Omniscience, which must be the death of the Saint of Omniscience, and she also knew that Akhtar had a good relationship with the Saint of Omniscience. There are two people in this world who have the ability to burn the Tree of All-Knowing. One is the sealed fire giant Surtur. Shimu explained in an overly calm voice. The other person is me. Only those who are infected with the ash flame before becoming a demon and become a demon alive are qualified to burn the Tree of All-Knowing. The Witch of Death stared at Akhtar deeply and said calmly, "Then what are you going to do?" Shimu poured himself a glass of wine, drank it all, and asked the Witch of Death, "What do you think I should do, Lady Witch of Death?" "Akhtar, don't leave this question to me to decide." The Witch of Death shook her head gently. "You have to make a choice for yourself that you will not regret." Shimu asked subconsciously, "Even if the world is burned to ashes?" "Even if the world is burned to ashes, it's okay." The Witch of Death was unexpectedly calm. "If this is your own choice, and you are willing to bear the consequences, then it doesn't matter. She herself is also a more willful existence. If she faces the same situation as Akhtar, she will not have any hesitation, and will not consider burning the tree from the beginning, but will only find a way to solve this problem. If the world is burned to ashes because of this, she will not regret her choice, because that is her own choice. As for not choosing to burn the tree, which will cause the people around her to be implicated, that is not the reason for her to choose to sacrifice important people. So she could respect Akhtar's choice and defeat the omniscient god without burning the tree. No, without killing the omniscient saint. If the tree is not burned, everyone may die." Shimu's expression was still tangled, obviously tangled in the issue of the majority and the minority. The Witch of Death sighed slightly when she saw this, and her cold expression softened, pouring a glass of wine for Akhtar. "This world is not just about choosing between two extremes. What you really should think about is finding a third choice." Shimu asked, "What if there are only two choices?" "Then you have to bear your own choice." The Witch of Death sighed. "If you really feel pain for the choice, then I can choose for you." Shimu asked, "Will the Witch of Death choose this way?" "Try to find a third choice." The Witch of Death spoke gently. "The Goddess of Life has given humans wisdom, never to make you choose between two options, but to solve problems." Really reassuring words. Shimu exhaled, as if he had already made a choice. In fact, if the player really follows the Witch of Death's thinking, he can really successfully solve the problem of choosing between two options. But unfortunately, he had already made a decision. The next day. The bottom of the underground world. In front of a huge sealed iron door. "Partner, the legendary fire giant Surtur is sealed inside." Shimu reached out and stroked the iron door. The mare next to her looked around with some uneasiness. She knew the reputation of the fire giant Surtur very well. He was a being that could destroy the world. "Akhtar, are you really going to release the fire giant Surtur?" The mare's voice revealed strong uneasiness. She had learned the whole story from Akhtar, and knew that Akhtar decided to kill the fire giant Surtur in order to solve the problem of choosing one of the two. "If you don't kill the fire giant Surtur, you could only kill Eden." Shimu tilted his head and asked the mare, "Partner, what would you choose if it were you?" Chapter 194. The mare thought for a moment and asked Akhtar, "Are you sure you can defeat the fire giant Surtur now?" This is the most realistic question. Akhtar has only been a demon for a short time. It is basically impossible for him to defeat the fire giant Surtur, who is said to be able to burn the world. There is a huge gap in the accumulation of power between the two sides. How do you know if you don't try? Shimu moved his wrist, and his voice revealed a kind of arrogance, as if the legendary fire giant that can burn the world is vulnerable. But what the mayor said is indeed the truth. Now he really has no way to defeat the fire giant Surtur. This is because he did not find the blindfolded nun to assist and forcibly weaken the fire giant Surtur, and also because he has no way to enter the place where the fire giant Surtur is sealed. The fire giant Surtur, who is sealed by the omniscient god, is not only extremely tightly sealed, but also closely monitored by the gods to prevent anyone from unlocking the seal. "Can I try this?" The little mare's expression became tangled. She felt that Akhtar's mentality had expanded unprecedentedly after becoming a demon. He felt that anyone could be beaten, and he felt that he was invincible. In response, Shimu smiled, raised his hand, and pressed on the heavy door. With veins popping out of his arm, the heavy door was slowly pushed open. The dust and smoke fell as the door opened, and the breath of burning everything rushed to her face. The little mare's expression became tense, and she subconsciously flashed behind Akhtar, staring at the open door vigilantly. Then she saw a figure. "Ha, you really don't know how to live or die, you dare to open the seal." A sneer came from the door, and a man with long red hair holding a spear walked out of the shadows. He was wearing a tights, outlining his strong body curves. He swung the spear, outlining several brilliant red arcs around his body, and the storm made people feel unstable. Shimu frowned slightly. Who are you? The god of spearmanship. The red-haired man in tights showed a hearty smile and posed a thrusting posture. There are many demons who tried to open the seal of the fire giant Surtur, but unfortunately they never succeeded. Shimu took out the great sword of death, approached the god of spearmanship, and said to the mare behind him, "Partner, come back in 3 minutes." The mare hesitated, but still chose to leave obediently. Since the enemy was not the fire giant Surtur, she should not need to worry about Akhtar's safety. Ordinary gods should not be Akhtar's opponents. The god of spearmanship glanced at the fleeing mare, and his expression became solemn. He blocked many demons who intended to unseal the fire giant Surtur and destroy everything in the world, but those demons were generally not very strong. There is still an essential difference between him and the man Akhtar. He held the spear tightly with his hand. The god of spearmanship was more focused than ever before, and did not dare to relax at all. What are the conditions for defeating the fire giant Surtur? Shimu asked while approaching the god of spearmanship, or do you not understand it? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Seeing this, the god of spearmanship did not hesitate, turned around and stabbed behind him, and the tip of the spear narrowly hit the great sword of death. Sparks flew, and the impact of the communication caused the ground to sink suddenly, as if it had experienced a meteorite impact. So strong. The god of spearmanship felt that his hands were not stable, and the long spear in his hand, which reached the level of a divine weapon, was bent by the great sword of death. But he could still hold on. However, a big hand covered with dragon scales suddenly stretched out, grabbed the cheek of the god of spearmanship, and smashed it into the ground with irresistible power, causing the already concave ground to expand, and even the heavy door trembled. What happened? The god of spearmanship lay on the ground in a big word, looking at Akhtar, who had turned into a dragon above his vision, and felt that his brain was about to be crushed by the big hand. Are you the only god who monitors the seal? Shimu lifted the god of spearmanship, and his palm exerted a little force, and the sound of bones cracking came. The god of spear had a mocking smile on his face, and kicked Akhtar's chest with his foot, sending him flying backwards. Blood splattered in the air. Shimu looked down at the cheek he had torn off, and his palm ignited the black flame of death, burning the face into ashes. It hurts. The god of spear stared at Akhtar with bloodshot eyes. His face was recovering quickly. As a god he had no concept of death. No matter what injuries he suffered, he could recover to the best condition. This was also the reason why he was able to defeat so many demons in the past, no matter how powerful they were. As long as they could not kill him quickly, he would find an opportunity to kill them sooner or later. I won't be careless next time. The god of spearmanship exhaled, ready to activate his power, enough to penetrate everything. As long as the existence locked by his spear, no matter how strong the defense is, it can't resist, and the pierced part will continue to remain pierced until the enemy is completely dead. The source of power of the piercing immortal spear used to kill the immortal snake is the grace he bestowed. Now let him use it himself. Not only can it achieve a fatal effect without aiming at the heart, but there is no limit to the target of attack. Let's do it together. Several gods walked out from the depths of the tunnel. They held various weapons, and kept a certain distance from each other, which could ensure that they could fully move and support their companions at any time. The god of spearmanship hesitated after hearing this, and began to slowly retreat and gather with several companions. He didn't feel afraid of Akhtar, but there was no need to give up the advantage, and be able to deal with Akhtar stably. That would naturally be the best thing. Be careful, he can really kill gods. A pink-haired goddess stayed beside the god of spear, looking warily at the man who was transformed into a dragon with black flames on his body, not far away. There are very few powers in this world that can clearly kill gods, but Akhtar has them all, whether it is the power of the Witch of Death or the Flame of Ashes towards the end. They are all powers that can clearly kill gods. Yes. The god of spear nodded seriously, holding the spear tightly in his hand. He also knew that Akhtar had the ability to kill gods. Duh. Shimu melted the ground under his feet into magma with every step, and the black flames burning on his body became more and more vigorous, as if he had turned into an indescribable, terrifying existence. His ability was still that of a player, but after becoming a demon, the boundaries of this player ability were expanded. If he could only passively play the game of reality before, he would now be able to set the rules of the game. However, at his current level, he could not make up any rules, such as saying that anyone he saw would become pregnant. Such game rules could not be established. He could only set some outrageous rules after his level reached a certain level. Let's play an unfair game. He stretched out his hand to the gods and showed a malicious smile. I am the Demon King, and you are the challengers. The atmosphere became heavy at this moment. No. To be more precise, it was dangerous. Akhtar, who was not very powerful, had an explosive increase in power the moment he said he was the Demon King, as if he was really going to become the Demon King. Can I strengthen my own abilities? The god of spear calmly analyzed while rushing towards Akhtar, holding a spear and piercing out like lightning. The other gods also reacted at this moment, intending to cooperate with the god of spear to launch an attack. The next moment, boom! Akhtar opened his mouth and spit out dragon breath, and the blazing flame of death flooded the tunnel. The blazing heat clung to the wall of the cave, as if a heated steel pipe was forcibly inserted into butter, forcibly expanding a larger cave. Immediately, in the black flame that engulfed everything, Shimu took out the Sword of Light and released it without hesitation. After reaching the demon level, he could finally use the Sword of Light as a conventional weapon. The light swallowed up the dark flames in an instant, and shot towards the seal deep in the cave, reaching a huge hole. Buzz! The breath in the hole became agitated, and the giant, who was bound by chains, and seemed to be made of lava and flame, suddenly opened his eyes. Those were red pupils that contained the burning of everything, reflecting the torrent of light rushing towards him. Could it be that the time to unseal has come? However, ha! A struggling roar broke out, and the torrent of light that came was suddenly penetrated, turning into broken light and dissipating in the air. The fire giant Surtur fell into silence, looking at the weak god of spearmanship, who fell from the sky onto the chains. I didn't expect you to be able to do this. Shimu walked out of the cave flowing with magma and attracted the attention of the fire giant Surtur. The two sides' eyes met. Why, do you want me to unseal you? Shimu said, as he jumped onto the iron chain and walked towards the direction of the god of spear. The fire giant Surtur did not answer, stared at Akhtar indifferently, and then closed his eyes. He knew that Akhtar would unseal him sooner or later. If he wanted to become the true Lord of Ashes, he would have to unseal the omniscient god and kill him personally, so he didn't need to rush. When the day came for the unseal, he would personally tell Akhtar what destruction and power were, and let the tiny bug understand what despair was. Akhtar, do you know what you almost did before? The god of spear stood up shakily, with black flames burning on his body, and his breath was not as strong as it was at the beginning, obviously endowed with the concept of death. If he gets hurt, he will really die. Didn't you stop him? Shimu stood beside the god of spear, raised his hand, and patted him on the shoulder. You can resist my dragon breath once, and can also block the slash of the Sword of Light head-on. It's really amazing. Just think of it as you are praising me. The god of spear smiled bitterly, tightened the spear in his hand, and wanted to launch a counterattack against Akhtar. However, Shimu seemed to have predicted it in advance, and pierced the chest of the god of spear with the great sword of death. The god of spear was unwilling to open his eyes. Among many gods, you are considered a strong one. Shimu said sincerely, raised his hand to close the eyes of the god of spear, and then the great sword of death stirred vigorously, and the black flame surged, engulfing the body of the god of spear. In the first round, before he became a demon, he always thought that the gods were very strong, and was still thinking about how to deal with such a powerful force. It was not until he became a demon and actually started fighting with the gods that he realized it. Powerful gods are a minority, and weak gods are the norm, such as the goddess in charge of desserts, such as the male god in charge of rain. Gods of this level are essentially no different from NPCs in high-level maps, and can be killed at will. And the god of spearmanship, who has the ability to take on the dragon's breath and not die, and has the remaining strength to defeat the Sword of Light, is indeed very powerful. After doing all this, Shimu cast his eyes on the sealed fire giant Surtur, as if thinking about whether to unseal it. Akhtar. A gentle female voice came from behind. Shimu turned his head, and saw Eden appear behind him at some point. Removing the seal of the fire giant Surtur will only bring greater disasters. Eden raised his hand to gently gather the hair beside his ears, his emerald eyes full of seriousness. Ragnarok will not be resolved by killing Surtur. Shimu was silent for a moment. Looking at Eden's serious expression, he sighed helplessly. Okay, I will try to find another way. Anyway, the monsters in this map have been brushed away, which is enough to stimulate the gods to update the map of the sealed land. When he comes to the sealed land next time, he can experience the fun of brushing high-level maps. The territory of the elves. In a castle that seems to be made of ice and snow. Escape? A girl with long silver white hair and wearing a gorgeous princess dress, sitting elegantly on the throne symbolizing power, asked the uneasy messenger god, Do you think Akhtar can kill me? It's evacuation. The messenger god explained softly. Akhtar clearly said he wanted to kill you at the banquet celebrating his becoming a demon. Will the Witch of Death take action? The Ice and Snow Goddess asked casually, and the messenger god thought about it after hearing it. It seems that this is just Akhtar's personal wish. Then there is no need to worry. Gently waving her hand, the Ice and Snow Goddess did not care about Akhtar's threat. As the goddess of ice and snow, she can bring down snow disasters by her own strength, and her strength is no less than that of the plague goddess. Akhtar has killed the god of spearmanship. The messenger god explained, he is not a weak demon. The Ice and Snow Goddess thought for a moment. Who is the god of spearmanship? The messenger god sighed in exhaustion, then said seriously, since you are unwilling to evacuate, please cooperate with the gods to strangle Akhtar. Chapter 195. You were planning to strangle Akhtar from the beginning, right? The Ice and Snow Goddess held her cheek with one hand. Her cold voice revealed a hint of indifference. There is no need to beat around the bush. Just say it directly. The messenger god shook his head. If possible, we really hope that you can return to the sky. You are not suitable for playing tricks. The Ice and Snow Goddess, She just disdains to play tricks, not that she really can't. Whether strangling Akhtar will succeed or not, it will definitely stimulate the death witch to counterattack, directly exacerbating the originally stable situation. It would be better to say that there is a full-scale decisive battle from the beginning. Why set up a trap to strangle Akhtar in advance? There is no point at all. Akhtar is one of the only two beings who has the power to kill gods. The messenger god seemed to guess the Ice and Snow Goddess's thoughts. If he continues to live and becomes the partner of the Witch of Death, it will be a very huge threat. Can the Witch of Death take a fancy to Akhtar? The Ice and Snow Goddess asked subconsciously, and then she thought that the Witch of Death was too generous in her favor to Akhtar, and felt that it was possible for Akhtar to become the partner of the Witch of Death. Assuming that Akhtar can become the partner of the Witch of Death, the threat level will indeed suddenly increase by several levels. It's like a person who is suddenly supported by a rich woman and can use the rich woman's trillions of assets to directly become a well-known rich man. Such a leap can allow Akhtar to skip the process of accumulating power and directly exert the power of the Witch of Death as a partner. It seems that you understand our concerns. The expression of the messenger god suddenly became subtle. Akhtar is very. No, it is extremely easy to get the favor of the opposite sex. If the relationship with the Witch of Death suddenly goes further, the situation will become bad. It sounds interesting. The Ice and Snow Goddess chuckled. I am looking forward to meeting him. I hope you are not too interested in him. The messenger god sighed, then raised his hand to touch his chest, bowed gracefully, and turned into a white dove and disappeared. The Ice and Snow Goddess closed her eyes slightly and fell into a dozing state, as if she didn't care about anything. At this moment, the warm wind suddenly blew into the castle, making the dozing Ice and Snow Goddess open her beautiful eyes, and saw three goddesses appear in the hall, led by a woman with emerald green hair and a gentle smile. She was wearing a green dress decorated with emerald branches, giving people a feeling of spring. On the right is a woman with orange hair. The long dress she wore was decorated with maple leaves, giving people a sense of autumn. On the left is a girl with short red hair, wearing a short skirt and a top with a low-cut boobs, giving people a summer feeling. Why are you here? The Ice and Snow Goddess asked calmly, and the green-haired girl in the lead smiled, and pulled the two sisters beside her. We are worried about your safety. I am worried about your safety instead. The Ice and Snow Goddess covered her pretty face with one hand, and said to the Spring Goddess, it will be troublesome if the creation witch is interested in you again. The Spring Goddess' gentle smile suddenly became uneasy. She was captured by the creation witch before, and the result was that she became the star wrath of the creation witch. Although the creation witch did not do anything to her, it was purely distorted her mental state to observe her reaction, but it was also an extremely scary thing. Now, whenever she thought of the creation witch, her body would subconsciously tremble, and this was on the premise that she had washed away all memories of the creation witch. Don't worry, the creation witch won't catch us even if she comes out. The Autumn Goddess smiled. We shouldn't be that noticeable now. The enemy this time is Akhtar. The Summer Goddess added, easing the tense atmosphere. The Ice and Snow Goddess just sighed slightly, but what else could she say? Since they all came to find her because of worry, she could only take care of it more. And this time, it was indeed not very dangerous. Meanwhile, Magic Kingdom. In the mansion near the palace. Let me persuade Akhtar. Michael frowned slightly, looking at the woman in a black dress opposite him. Do you think this makes sense? Of course it makes sense. The woman in the black dress smiled, picked up the red wine glass on the table, and shook it gently. As a friend's opinion, I think Akhtar will also refer to it, and will not completely ignore it. If Akhtar has not become a demon, Michael replied, I will persuade him to return to the arms of the gods. Now he has no way back. If Akhtar throws himself into the arms of the goddess, the situation will be different. The woman smiled and explained to Michael, rules can be changed according to needs. Michael fell silent. Instead of being enemies with the gods, it is better to find a way to join the gods and change the gods from the inside. The woman continued to persuade, if you think this world is not good, then you should find a way to build it, instead of making it worse. I can try. Michael exhaled and smiled gently, which made the woman stunned for a moment, and then immediately turned her head away. This charm made her, a guy who was not interested in humans, feel a little dazed. He was worthy of being a man who could make the god of blood move. Then I won't bother you. The woman stood up and hurriedly left the mansion. She was worried that if she stayed with Michael for too long, her sexual orientation would change, and she would become a normal woman again. Michael did not dissuade him, and stared at the wine glass on the table. He wanted to meet Akhtar not because he was persuaded. Before being captured by the god of blood, he had been to many countries and witnessed many things. He knew clearly how difficult it was to change a country and power from the inside. It was often successful only by relying on external forces to forcibly crush all the old forces. This time, I went to see Akhtar just to ask him how he was doing and what he thought. Castle in the sky. Let me persuade Akhtar. Yasaki sat elegantly on the chair and waved her hand gently. I have never influenced the opinion of that man. Really? The priest nodded slightly, and then changed the subject. Then don't you want to meet Akhtar? Yasaki fell into thought. If the situation gets serious in the future, maybe you will never have the chance to meet. The priest stood up calmly, turned into a white dove, and disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a meaningful sentence. This may be your last chance to see Akhtar. Hateful guy. Yasaki said coldly, but she was thinking about the priest's words. She certainly knew that the priest's last sentence was to stimulate her to find Akhtar, so that Akhtar would shake his current beliefs. This won't be the last meeting, she said to herself, giving up on looking for Akhtar, and not wanting to be overwhelmed by emotions like a little girl. This scene happened in more than one place. Anyone who was close to Akhtar was persuaded to try to make Akhtar waver or betray to the gods. 2 days later. The territory of the elves. Unlike humans who were divided into multiple countries, the elves were a highly unified regime, so the elves were under the management of the elf queen. However, the succession of the elf queen was not based on bloodline. Instead, it was formulated by the gods. After the elf queen abdicated, potential elves would be selected to inherit the position of the elf queen. Host, I feel the breath of the witch. The surprised voice came into his head. Shimu pretended not to hear it. Sitting by the window of the hotel, looking at the elves coming and going on the street, his eyes wandering on the elf girls, who came to play. Compared with the diversity modeling of humans, the elves are more delicate, and there are very few ugly ones. Occasionally, you can see a few beautiful female elves. Host, are you pretending not to hear? The voice of grievance, with a little doubt, made Shimu pretend not to hear. He comforted the system. After I become invincible, I will start to attack the witch. Really? The system was a little suspicious, but before he asked, he heard the host urging. System, have you fixed the panel? Shimu asked lightly, making the system silent. Of course, he did not fix the panel, but he had a guess as to why the system panel could not be fixed. The problem seemed to come from his host. Host, I have found the problem, but I need to verify it. System explanation, it won't take long for me to fix it. Well, thank you for your hard work. Shimu's voice suddenly became very gentle. If you feel tired, take a rest. Actually, it's not very tired. The system seemed a little embarrassed and quickly hid. Shimu shook his head gently. He was waiting for the gods to arrange the venue, and then harvest experience points in a wave. Otherwise, he would rush to the door and kill the ice and snow goddess directly, which would be too wasteful. After he said in public that he wanted to kill the ice and snow goddess, the gods would definitely respond and start to send more people around the ice and snow goddess, waiting for him to take the initiative to deliver himself to the door. Knock 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 on the door suddenly came, and the door that had not been locked was gently pushed open, and Jed looked in. Boss, long time no see. Shimu looked surprised, looking at Jed who walked in with his face scratched, asking, Jed, why are you here? Boss, the church asked me to come here to persuade you. Jed looked very embarrassed, and then waved his hand quickly. Of course, I didn't really come here to persuade you, but it's hard to refuse. Her expression revealed helplessness. Just say that you refuse me afterwards. It doesn't matter. Shimu shook his head casually. If you don't want to stay in the Sky City, you can also come to the Death Cult. The Death Cult is very dangerous, right? Jed seemed a little worried, and sat down next to Akhtar. It's very dangerous, and you will die if you are not careful. Shimu answered frankly, grabbed the knife and fork on the table, stabbed Jed's forehead, and burst out a black flame of death. Zed's eyes widened in disbelief, and he lost his breath as the chair fell backwards. What a clumsy trick. Shimu retracted his gaze, picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it, ignoring Zed, who was unwilling to close his eyes, and let Zed's body be engulfed by the black flames. Why was he discovered? Near the hotel, a maid who was cleaning lowered her head to hide her expression. She was the incarnation of the god of assassination, with the ability to split and disguise. Not only could she form an army by herself, but she could also create incarnations to disguise herself as anyone according to needs. Whether it was the tone or the tiny details, they could be imitated exactly. According to common sense, even if Akhtar had doubts in his heart, he should not have killed her so decisively. But the reality was that he killed her incarnation with one knife without hesitation. She had a flaw. No, this shouldn't be possible. In order to plan this assassination, she deliberately arranged for several of Akhtar's real friends to approach, so as to confuse Akhtar's judgment. However, her clone was killed by Akhtar with a knife just as she approached to lurk, which made her completely confused. Should she still carry out the assassination plan? The maid adjusted her breathing, raised her head again, and looked in the direction of Akhtar, and then her expression froze. Akhtar, who was still in the hotel, had appeared in front of her, holding the great sword of death, and smiled at her. The atmosphere fell silent. God of assassination? Shimu asked, and saw the god of assassination disguised as a maid took 2 steps back in fear, holding the broom tightly with 2 small hands, her pretty face full of fear, and asked him in a low voice. My dear guest, this is a private residence. Please don't. Puff. The sword of death chopped down, and the maid's head turned in the air. The black flame of death burned at the broken end, and suddenly engulfed the maid's body. Shimu shook the sword, and then jumped out of the window to chase the clones of the god of assassination. In theory, he really couldn't find the hiding of the god of assassination. The official setting of the game is that the clones of the assassination will directly apply the corresponding NPC template to approach, which is difficult to distinguish at all. Many players need to rely on reading the file to identify which one is the clone of the god of assassination. But this does not mean that there is no way to identify it. Players have already summarized many methods, and the simplest method is to see if there is a concept of death. Since the god of assassination is a god, there is no concept of death. As long as the player uses the ability of the Witch of Death to take a look, he can immediately identify whether it is the real person. Anyone who has no concept of death is the clone of the god of assassination. That knife will definitely kill it. In the capital of the elves, an almost bizarre hunt unfolded. The fallen hero Akhtar, holding a great sword burning with black flames, shuttled through the streets and alleys, killing innocent people crazily, which made people feel creepy. Akhtar, are you still a hero like this? An elf girl burst into tears, kicking the ground with her feet, and leaning against the fountain. She pointed at Akhtar, who was walking over. Why do you want to kill me for fun? Shimu stopped, feeling the fearful and puzzled eyes from all around, and swung the great sword of death in his hand expressionlessly. Blood splashed, and the elf girl's head fell into the fountain, dyeing the clear spring water red, and the girl's body slid down the wall powerlessly. The hero has completely fallen. Such thoughts came to the minds of the onlookers, and then there was an unprecedented fear. Would Akhtar, who killed so recklessly, kill them all at once? Chapter 196. The devil left. The elves in the square recovered and began to flee in panic, evacuating to the outside of the elf kingdom. Otherwise, they would probably be killed all at once by Akhtar. Although Akhtar's killing process seemed to follow certain rules, and did not seem to be killing innocent people indiscriminately, under the premise of uncertainty. No one dared to bet whether Akhtar would kill everyone. We must leave quickly. A flat-chested female elf grabbed her sister's hand, and fled to the outside of the elf kingdom. However, bang! The forehead suddenly hit the invisible barrier, and the rebound force made the flat-chested female elf fall to the ground. What is going on? She covered her forehead with one hand, with a few tears in the corners of her eyes. She forced herself to stand up again, and raised her hand to touch the invisible barrier in front of her. Who set up the barrier? Is it Akhtar? The lowly elf next to him whispered, It's a barrier to prevent us from escaping. Is Akhtar really going to kill us? The flat-chested female elf's eyes revealed despair. She used to admire Akhtar very much and hoped to have a chance to talk to Akhtar. She thought Akhtar was her ideal man. But when Akhtar really appeared, she found that he was an emotionless killing demon. Even begging was useless. "Sister, let's escape underground." The lowly elf reacted very calmly. "We may be affected and killed on the ground." "Yeah." The flat-chested female elf also reacted, pulling her sister's hand and fleeing to the underground shelter. Wherever the two sisters passed, there were panicked elves. The guards who were responsible for protecting the capital in the past could only barely maintain the current order and did not dare to attack the demon Akhtar. However, this could not be blamed on the guards of the capital. For them, attacking a demon was far beyond their ability. Not long after, puff! Hot blood spurted out, and the splashing blood dyed the stone road red. Shimu shook the sword of death and glanced at the panicked elf sisters not far away. He knew the elf sisters. If he chose to start in the elf map, he could have many interesting plots with them in the early stage. If the player had enough patience, he could also win the hearts of the two sisters. But now, he was not interested in triggering the plot of the sisters. Retracting his sight, Shimu continued to wander in the elf kingdom, hunting the clones of the god of assassination. Compared with ordinary gods, who could only explode experience once, the god of assassination was a little different. As long as it belonged to the clone of the god of assassination, the experience value could be maintained. Although this experience value is much less than that of ordinary gods, it is quite a lot when accumulated. Just treat it as an appetizer for killing the ice and snow goddess. Survived? The flat-chested female elf blinked, then found her sister and suddenly pulled her hand. "Don't worry about it. Maybe he just thinks you are too small and not worth killing," the lowly elf said while taking her sister to the underground shelter. She didn't think that Akhtar might not be a bad person just because he spared their lives. The most important thing now is to survive. Remote residential area. In the corridor. "You are really cruel." A female elf dressed as a young woman walked in a cat step, holding a dagger coated with poison in both hands. "You were a hero in the past, but now you are slaughtering civilians recklessly. Did you get something wrong?" Shimu tilted his head and looked at the young elf woman in cool clothes. With a bad smile on his lips, "Why do you put the standard of a hero on me? I became a hero just because I happened to do heroic things, which does not mean that I am a hero. As long as I can achieve my own goals, it doesn't matter whether I am a hero or not." He suddenly disappeared from the spot, pressed his open palm on the young elf woman's cheek, pressed it to the ground, and a black flame burst out, engulfing the young elf woman's body. "But just saying this, you won't give up this wrong perception, right?" Shimu stood up straight and raised his hand towards the sky. The swirling black flame engulfed the sky, making the entire elf kingdom suddenly darken, but the temperature soared in an instant, giving people the illusion of being in the desert. "In 30 minutes, I will burn the elf kingdom to ashes, if you can't stop me." "Hey, are you serious?" A male elf dressed as a butler came out with a confused expression. "Burn the capital of the elf kingdom in 30 minutes? I am a demon. Isn't it normal to destroy a few countries?" Shimu asked doubtfully. "Do you think I still care about their life and death?" The man dressed as a butler, The situation was a little different from what was expected. After Akhtar discovered their assassination plan, they immediately changed the plan and decided to attack Akhtar on the spiritual level, slander Akhtar, and make the former hero become a person that people despise and fear, thereby making Akhtar's mental state unbalanced. The plan went very smoothly, but there was something unexpected, that is, Akhtar was more extreme than he expected. Now he was going to destroy the entire elf kingdom. Being in a daze also counts as time. Shimu smiled evilly, and whispered to the male elf dressed as a butler, "The benevolent gods will definitely not let innocent people be involved, right?" The man dressed as a butler pretended to be calm. "Will you do that? Then you can try." Shimu smiled evilly. "After 30 minutes, see if the elf kingdom still exists." He passed by the male elf dressed as a butler. "I will go to the palace to wait for your challenge. If you can't defeat me in 30 minutes, then all of you will die." "It's fake. This is to force them to take the initiative to fight." The male elf dressed as a butler was so sure that Akhtar would never destroy a country with his character. Otherwise, he would not be favored by the goddess of life if he didn't respect the existence of life. So Akhtar must be deliberately playing them. But if Akhtar really kills, it will not only fail to hurt Akhtar's spirit, but also lead to the destruction of a city with more than 30 million people. Palace? The guard clenched the spear in his hand, feeling his palms sweating. Looking at the demon walking in from outside the hall, he felt as if his heart was clenched, and he was almost unable to breathe. This was his first time facing a demon. Although there were hundreds of colleagues in the hall, all of them were elite elves. But this did not mean that they were confident in dealing with the demon. Guard, noble, queen. None of them dared to say a word, but could only watch Akhtar approach quietly until the elf queen came close. Shimu lowered his head and looked at the petite blonde girl on the throne. She put her hands on her knees, clenched her hands tightly, and raised her face stubbornly to look at him, as if to say that she was not afraid and maintained the dignity of a queen. Very courageous, worthy of being the elf queen. He reached out and grabbed the elf queen's collar, moved her away like grabbing the back of a kitten's neck, put her aside, and then sat on the throne himself. The elf queen did not speak, but stared at Akhtar with a crazy condemning look, but she dared not say anything. Staring won't kill me. Shimu held his chin with one hand, took out a dagger and let go of the elf queen. Why not try to stab me to death with a knife? The elf queen subconsciously took out the dagger, and subconsciously set her eyes on Akhtar's neck, and then heard an anxious cry. Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible. An old man with gray hair and wrinkles on his face suddenly knelt down and explained anxiously to the elf queen, enraging Akhtar will bring unprecedented disasters to the elf clan. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Behind Akhtar is the Witch of Death. Clang. The sound of the dagger falling, the elf queen lowered her eyes, and the whole person became obedient, not daring to cast any condemning eyes on Akhtar. I killed your apprentice and daughter. Shimu asked doubtfully, don't you want revenge? You killed the daughter and apprentice of the previous elf queen. The elf queen explained, I have only been in office for a short time. Really? Shimu nodded slightly, and unexpectedly had the patience to communicate with the elf queen. This is not only because the current elf queen is exquisitely modeled, but also because players can meet the elf queen who has not yet become the queen in the early stage of the elf clan, and there is a good mission plot. In addition, because the elf queen's personality is more likable, he is willing to communicate with the elf queen to pass the time. Not long after, Sir Akhtar, why do you want to kill innocent people? The elf queen asked the doubts in her heart. You don't look like a man who would do such a thing. After communicating with Akhtar, she found that the overall communication process was pleasant and relaxed, and she did not find that Akhtar was a very extreme and dangerous man. So she felt that there was a misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. Shimu smiled and responded, in a few minutes, I will burn the elf kingdom to ashes. He said in a relaxed tone. All of you will die. The atmosphere froze at this moment. Everyone present looked at the devil on the throne with horror, wanting to curse loudly, but worried that the disaster would come early. However, really, the elf queen suddenly smiled, and didn't care about Akhtar's threatening remarks at all. She met Akhtar's puzzled look. Just thinking of something happy. Is your wife about to give birth? Shimu asked, and saw the elf queen was slightly stunned, as if she was doubting whether she had heard it wrong. She just felt that Akhtar had no intention of destroying the elf capital, otherwise Akhtar would not have had to deliberately set a time limit, and directly send a few dragon breaths under the condition of being sealed by the barrier, and the elf kingdom would be destroyed from then on. And at this moment, the elf queen usually gives birth to children by herself. A chuckle spread into the hall, attracting the attention of everyone present. There was not only one person coming, but the leader was a thin man, with a mask on his face, and a poisonous dagger in both hands. Behind him were two people, a man with needles all over his body, and a fashionable woman holding scissors. God of assassination, God of suture, God of tailoring. Shimu stood up with the support of the throne. Are you three the only gods to deal with me? For the elf capital, we have to stand up. The god of assassination flipped the dagger in his hand, and continued to choose to stimulate Akhtar's mentality. It was obviously they who deliberately set up a trap to let Akhtar stay in the elf capital, so that the elf capital faced such a situation, but to them, he was like a savior. This must be possible. Then you have to work hard. Shimu showed an expectant smile, raised a finger, and his momentum became more dangerous than ever before. If you can't defeat me, the Demon King, then everyone here will die. God of assassination, Why are you so happy? We are confusing right and wrong. Why do we feel more excited instead? Pa! Suddenly, a clapping sound was heard. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the elf queen put her hands together, and chanted a spell with her rosy lips. The scenery of the world suddenly changed, from the original elf kingdom to an unknown forest, and the elf queen was standing on the palm of a giant tree. Elf paradise. This is the kingdom in the heart of the elf queen, which is theoretically the most suitable country for elves to survive. But now it is used as a battlefield between gods and demons. Boom! The raging black flame soared into the sky, and engulfed the lush forest in an instant. Standing on the palm of the tree man, the elf queen pursed her lips, and tried her best to maintain the kingdom in her heart, so that their battle would not affect the outside world, otherwise too many innocent elves would be involved. Ha ha ha. Try harder, God. Shimu laughed wildly, then swung the sword of death in his hand, and the black flames directly cut the earth. So, an inexplicable voice suddenly came, and the space seemed to be pulled by invisible needles and threads. The goddess of cutting, who was originally in the distance, suddenly closed the distance and stabbed Akhtar's neck with the scissors in her hand. Cut! The sharp scissors directly cut the space, but Akhtar, who had already noticed it, turned his head to avoid it. Is it using the power related to fate? The goddess of cutting met Akhtar's indifferent gaze, and a sense of urgency emerged in her heart. Although she had prepared several plans long ago, if all she needed was to test Akhtar's strength, it would be very stressful just for the initial fight. If she was killed accidentally, it would be bad. So, a steady male voice came again from a distance, and the space was stitched again by invisible thin threads, instantly making the goddess of cutting disappear on the spot. How? The god of stitching asked the goddess of cutting, who appeared beside him, and then his face suddenly changed again. He immediately activated his power, and disappeared with the goddess of cutting. And at the moment they disappeared, the place where they were was submerged by the hot dragon breath, and a black mushroom cloud rose slowly to cover the sky. Cough, cough, cough. The elf queen knelt on one knee, her slender hand tightly covering her lips, but she couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. Her eyes, nose, and ears were all overflowing with bright red blood, staining her clothes red. This was just a tentative fight, and she felt that she couldn't hold on. If she continued like this, the kingdom in her heart would inevitably collapse. What should I do now? Give me your hand. A gentle female voice came from the side. The elf queen looked over, and saw a girl in a gray cloak appearing beside her, stretching out her jade-like slender hand to her. Who are you? She asked, but still held the palm handed over by the mysterious girl. The touch conveyed was very soft, but very reassuring. It seems that as long as I hold this hand, I don't have to worry about anything. Chapter 197. Please don't get me wrong. Eden didn't mention his identity. His emerald eyes reflected the battle in the distance. He explained gently, Akhtar only killed the disguised clone of the god, and didn't actively harm any elves. It's not unexpected. The elf queen lowered her head gently. She had long suspected that the transformation of a hero like Akhtar was too extreme, but as long as it was explained by the dispute between gods and demons, everything would make sense. There was no so-called hero fall from the beginning. It was just that the gods wanted to slander Akhtar. It's really annoying. She whispered her inner thoughts, because the battle between gods and demons involved the weak ones, causing them to be in a state of fear. However, she could only hate it. She was very clear about her current situation of being unable to resist. The weak ones could only endure it until the demons and gods competed for the winner. Only in this way could they gain stability. Clang! The great sword and the scissors collided, and the flying sparks illuminated the cheeks of Shimu and the god of cutting at the moment when their eyes met. The god of cutting suddenly disappeared from the spot, as if a thin thread was wrapped around her back, dragging her to move very quickly. This won't work. The god of cutting landed on the treetop, her bare toes clamped the branches, and her body gave people an incredibly light feeling. She said to the god of stitching on another tree, if we delay like this, we will lose sooner or later. Understood. The god of stitching's 5 fingers moved slightly, and the thin needles inserted in the body surface trembled slightly, and then shot in all directions. Weave a web. He used all his power to sew the world as clothes, and made changes to the world at will. If someone is sensitive enough, they can find thin lines all over the void, like a 3-dimensional spider web covering every corner, giving people the illusion that there is nowhere to escape. This power is very powerful. But there is a fatal flaw. Bang! The death sword wrapped in black flames was swung down, and a sound similar to the breaking of strings came from the void. Shimu shook the death sword, and his black eyes reflected several cut-thin lines. The power to sew the world is indeed very powerful, but as long as the thin lines used to sew the world are cut, the power of sew will be invalid. A man who is too strong will also be hated. The god of cutting smiled charmingly, twisted the scissors in his hand, and the fitting scissors separated and turned into 2 sharp weapons. The god of suture also responded at this time, his fingers moved slightly, and the space was forcibly sewed. The god of cutting suddenly disappeared from the spot, his beautiful body turned in the air, and the sharp scissors chopped down. Hang the buckle. The god of suture activated the power coordination, and the thin lines spread throughout the void suddenly moved, tying up Akhtar layer by layer. The toughness of the lines used to sew the world is beyond imagination. Once Akhtar is tied up, it will be difficult to break free. When the tailoring goddess subconsciously thought of this, and her slender waist was used to outline the vest line, and the scissors in her hand chopped towards Akhtar's neck. Clang! The scissors were bitten. Literally, Akhtar bit the chopped scissors, showing an unprecedented malicious smile. Pieces of red dragon scales appeared on his body, and black flames emerged from the gaps between his teeth, revealing a sense of danger of death. Without even a second thought, the god of cutting loosened the scissors she was holding and suddenly retreated. She had no intention of pursuing the victory, even though this would cause her to lose a piece of the accompanying artifact, but surviving was the most important thing. And there is no doubt that her decision was correct. Boom! The black flames exploded, as if a blooming black lotus. With the petals blooming, the volume is constantly expanding, engulfing everything along the way. The hot wind swept, sweeping away the green vegetation covering the earth, and even the clouds in the sky were shattered. The Elf Queen stared at this scene in amazement. If it weren't for the mysterious woman around her to provide protection, the kingdom in her heart would collapse in an instant, and even the current elf kingdom would be engulfed by the black flames. This is the power displayed by the devil. The black flames faded. The god of cutting rolled on the ground for several times, but soon adjusted her body and stood up. She observed the surrounding environment, and saw that the terrain had changed greatly. All she saw was burning scorched earth, emitting terrifying high temperatures. "Are you okay?" The god of assassination drilled out from the ground and asked the embarrassed god of cutting, "If you feel any discomfort, we will give up this siege." The god of cutting glanced at the god of assassination, shook the only piece of scissors in her hand, and gave an answer with practical actions. In response, the god of assassination smiled, and then cast his eyes on the terrifying figure in the distance. It was a man who turned into a dragon, holding a big sword burning with black flames, and the violent breath seemed to burn the world. "Then let's start the next plan." His appearance changed, turning into a tall red-haired woman with a long knife inserted at his waist. The appearance is exactly the same as Mist. TSK. The god of cutting made a disgusted sound. He felt disgusted with the god of assassination pretending to be a close person of Akhtar, and then disgusting Akhtar madly, but considering how difficult Akhtar was, he still chose to acquiesce. "Don't look so disgusted. We are not dealing with simple demons." The god of assassination did not feel guilty at all. He looked around the scorched earth, and saw clones drilling out from the ground. They were all people who were familiar with Akhtar in the past. Anyone who had a close relationship was imitated. However, there were exceptions. The god of assassination did not choose to imitate the existence of the Witch of Death and the Witch of Creation. The goddess of cutting rolled her eyes and rushed towards Akhtar first. She felt ashamed of the god of assassination's despicable behavior. But soon her figure flew back, and her pretty face rubbed against the hot ground, leaving a long ditch. "Are you okay?" The god of assassination glanced at Akhtar, who was killing his clone in the distance, and then looked at the goddess of Taylor, who buried her face in the ground and raised her but high. His strength has increased significantly. The goddess of Taylor pulled her head out of the ground and shook off the mud on her hair. "Next, if we are not careful, we..." The god of assassination smiled and completed the second half of the sentence. "We will all die, right?" "Yes." The goddess of Taylor nodded slightly, and then rushed towards Akhtar without saying a word. At the same time, "Akhtar, why did you fall?" The clone of the god of assassination, disguised as Letitia, looked at the knight sword in his hand with a sad face. However, Akhtar just swung his sword indifferently, without any hesitation, and killed the god of assassination who looked like Letitia. Then came the familiar people such as Zed, Hecate, Mist, Michael, Kashut, Evelyn, etc. The sword tip did not hesitate at all. Such a cold and decisive scene made the god of assassination feel a little hairy. Does this man have any feelings? Facing so many close beauties, he can kill without hesitation, without even a trace of hesitation. "Do you really have feelings?" The god of assassination couldn't help asking, but the long sword in his hand did not slow down at all. In response, Shimu just responded with a dragon breath, directly burning the god of assassination's clone of Mist's skin. "Do you think I'm a sentimental girl?" He looked at the clones of the god of assassination rushing around him, and the silk threads that occasionally appeared to bind him, which made him look impatient. "If you only send 3 gods, then this battle is over." The assassination and plan of the god of assassination are not always fixed. Sometimes, 7 or 8 gods will be arranged to assassinate together for safety. Sometimes, he will act alone, and there are also cases where 2 assistants are arranged. This certainly does not mean that the more gods are arranged, the greater the pressure the player faces. Sometimes, the pressure of the god of assassination alone is also very great, making the player fall into choice difficulty and face all kinds of unexpected assassinations. Suppose the god of assassination intends to arrange a meeting with several NPCs who are closely related to you, and you like these NPC characters very much, then you will have to face the state of the god of assassination mixing in with these NPCs and assassinating you at any time. In the face of such a situation, in addition to killing all closely related NPC characters at once, the only way is to find a way to identify the disguise of the god of assassination. Of course, there are also players who are ingenious and choose to attack the disguised god of assassination, quietly raising the favorability of the god of assassination to the maximum, so that the god of assassination voluntarily gives up the plan to assassinate the player, and in turn helps the player deal with the gods in the sky. As for the gender of the god of assassination, you don't need to care about it. The official game has not given the clear gender of the god of assassination. It seems to change according to the needs. As long as you can attack the god of assassination, no matter what style of god of assassination, it can be transformed. Of course, the premise is not to disguise an existence that is too powerful, otherwise the god of assassination will be worried about his life. To deal with a newborn demon, you don't need too many gods. The god of assassination refuted while throwing a bottle containing poison at Akhtar. But in an instant, it was burned to ashes by Akhtar's dragon breath. Really? Shimu took out the sword of light, his lips moved slightly, and the shadow behind him moved, and a clone that looked like him emerged. What about facing two demons? The atmosphere stagnated. The clones of the god of assassination, who rushed in from all directions, paused, as if they couldn't understand the current situation. Why Akhtar, who had reached the level of a demon, could still summon a clone that looked like himself. According to the information obtained by the god of assassination, the old shadow that could copy everything of the summoner should not be able to copy a demon. This has exceeded the strength limit of the old shadow in the past. This is like the black knife of the Witch of Death in the past. Since the black knife had not reached the demon before his death, there was no possibility of summoning the witch black knife. But now it is summoning a demon-level clone. The intelligence work is a bit poor. Shimu smiled viciously. What are you going to do now? You have to face a demon who can use two swords of light at the same time. Originally, the first 9 of the 10 shadow magics could not reach the demon level. This was due to the limitation of the original strength of the old shadow. However, the Witch of Time also thought of a solution. The 10th shadow magic, the Time Cocoon, has the possibility of creating a false future, as long as the player reaches the demon level and pays enough magic power. The Time Cocoon can be transformed into a base, allowing the first 9 shadow magics to exert the power of the demon level. Although in essence, the Time Cocoon is hosted in the first 9 shadow magics. The wind blew across the scorching ground. Retreat! The god of assassination made a decision immediately, but his body charged towards Akhtar, cutting you immediately. Before he finished speaking, the torrent of light engulfed the world, the silk threads everywhere were cut off, and the clones of the god of assassination on the scorching land were swept away. The battlefield was empty at this moment. So, the god of stitching clasped his hands together, and the god of cutting stood behind him. They were in a confined space. By stitching, a pocket that did not exist in reality was created, and the silk thread was hidden by a special stitching method. From a realistic perspective, there was no way to find their hidden traces. Bang! A sound similar to the breaking of a string came, and the light from the outside world suddenly overflowed and shone on the god of stitching and the god of cutting. Then, they saw a humanoid dragon burning with black flames, holding a big sword burning with black flames, and slowly walked towards them. Why was it discovered? The god of stitching had this thought, and then he looked at the goddess of cutting who was stained with a strong breath of death, and immediately understood how Akhtar found the two of them. It was probably because of the breath of death stained on the body of the goddess of cutting. Cut you first, he said halfway in a serious tone, and saw Akhtar piercing the chest of the goddess of cutting with the great sword of death. The atmosphere fell silent. I will fight you, the god of stitching roared, and the next second it turned into a shrill scream, and the body was swallowed by black. Shimu shook the great sword of death, and felt that the thread of the stitching space disappeared, and the distorted space returned to normal. He turned around on the scorched earth, looked at Eden and the Elf Queen on the horizon, raised his arm and waved. The next day, early morning, in a castle that seemed to be made of ice and snow, the assassination plan failed. The messenger god said to the ice and snow goddess on the throne, he can summon an avatar with the same strength as himself and can use 2 swords of light at the same time. Your chances of winning are very low. The ice and snow goddess asked calmly, "Why are you telling me this?" "Because Akhtar is on his way." The messenger god replied, "If you don't run now, he will kill you in a moment. He is the one who wants to run." The ice and snow goddess said casually, but stood up, "But the sisters can't stay here. I want to send them away." Before she finished speaking, the ceiling of the castle shattered, and a figure wearing silver armor fell, and the spreading shockwave cracked the floor into a spider web. The messenger god twitched his mouth. "He has already killed us." Chapter 198. Duh. 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 Shimu stepped forward step by step on the broken ice. Red scales appeared on his body, and wisps of black flames overflowed from the gaps between the scales, igniting his entire body, and even dyeing his silver armor black, giving people a suffocating sense of oppression. The ice and snow goddess was not afraid at all when she saw this. Her long silver hair fluttered, and tiny blue light spots floated around her body, exuding a chill that seemed to freeze everything. A fiery demon that seemed to burn everything. A goddess that seemed to freeze everything. No matter who witnessed the scene, they could confirm that they were absolutely unable to coexist, not only in terms of identity, but also in terms of power. It would be very dangerous next. The messenger god silently retreated, his body gradually becoming ethereal, and was about to disappear on the spot. He had no intention of helping the ice and snow goddess to deal with Akhtar. This was not because he was timid, but simply because he was not good at fighting. Let the gods hiding in the dark help the ice and snow goddess. "Are you going to escape?" Shimu suddenly turned his head and asked the messenger god, who was about to disappear, making the atmosphere subtle in an instant. The messenger god's expression froze. The ice and snow goddess also subconsciously set her eyes on the messenger god, and then raised her hand to lift the silver hair beside her ear, saying, "He just witnessed the end of the battle, and felt that there was no need to stay and watch." Shimu sneered, "Have you witnessed the end that you are all going to die?" The ice and snow goddess showed an unhappy look, but she did not argue with Akhtar. There was no point. "Then I give you a chance." Shimu stretched out his palm, and then suddenly clenched it, and black flames exploded in his palm. "Stop the snowstorm. I can let you live." What an arrogant guy. The messenger god had this idea, but when he thought of the group of ruthless people behind Akhtar, he felt that he really had the capital to be arrogant. "You should talk to the ice and snow goddess about this. I'm just a messenger. I haven't done anything bad. You won't kill me, right?" He kept smiling and stepped back step by step. His figure was hidden in the void and disappeared completely. Being an enemy of a demon like Akhtar, there is a risk of death. Shimu withdrew his sight and ignored the messenger god. This guy ran away without hesitation, and he would kill him when he had a chance later. Of course, the snowstorm can be stopped. The ice and snow goddess said coldly, moving her long legs towards Akhtar. "But the premise is that you can kill me." "Okay." Shimu didn't waste words. Flames overflowed from his teeth, and he opened his mouth to spit out the black sun, colliding with the ice and snow goddess's cold wind. Boom! The castle built of ice and snow collapsed at this moment, as if a bomb was buried inside and exploded. The strong impact tore the earth into completely different colors. One side was as black as ink, emitting a high temperature that was enough to evaporate the earth, and the other side was as white as snow, emitting a chill that was enough to freeze everything. Ah! The summer goddess pressed the hem of her skirt with one hand to prevent exposure, and her body was blown into the sky with the cold wind. What on earth happened? Originally, she was resting in the castle, but she was blown away by the cold wind in an instant, and she couldn't figure out the situation at all. But she soon understood the reason. Originally, there was only the view of the snow and wind, but suddenly a human-shaped dragon burning with black flames squeezed in. Holding a big sword burning with black flames, it showed her a creepy smile. Immediately, the sword was swung down, and black flames burst out from the chest of the goddess in charge of summer, and the body turned into ashes in an instant. Akhtar. The pleasant female voice was full of anger. Shimu looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the goddess of ice and snow standing on the ground, with sapphire-like eyes full of murderous intent. "Ha! Don't show that kind of look. You have killed countless times more people than me." Shimu sneered, and then without hesitation, he spit out a dragon breath. The hot black flames penetrated the sky and hit the goddess of ice and snow, causing a violent explosion. Layers of black flames rose into the sky. And in the flames, a gorgeous ice flower bloomed, pushing the black flames to grow. Shimu also took this opportunity to hunt other goddesses to prevent the goddess of autumn and the goddess of spring from interfering with the battle. His body turned into starlight and disappeared on the spot. Don't hold me back in the next life. Shimu suddenly appeared in front of a beautiful woman with long orange hair. When their eyes met, he chopped down the sword of death in his hand without hesitation, turning the goddess of autumn into ashes. The whole process took less than a breath. Shimu kicked the ground, like a burning meteorite, and rushed towards the goddess of spring not far away. Don't come over. The goddess of spring waved her hand in panic, and the ground under her feet shook. Thick tree roots emerged, rushing towards Akhtar like waves, trying to push Akhtar away. Boom! The hot black flames erupted, and the pushed tree roots were burned to ashes in an instant. The goddess of spring also saw Akhtar take out the sword of light, and slashed at her in the flames. The torrent of light rushed, and instantly submerged the goddess of spring's vision, and her consciousness came to an abrupt end. Sister! The pleasant and sad voice came, making people feel distressed and uncomfortable, but Shimu's first reaction after hearing it was to spit out a dragon breath towards the source of the sound to block the cold wave that followed. Akhtar. You are colder than I expected. The goddess of ice and snow walked out of the white fog, with sapphire-like eyes with heartbreaking sadness and murderous intent. She didn't expect Akhtar to kill her sister first. He clearly claimed to kill himself before. Is there any problem with clearing out the miscellaneous soldiers first? Shimu asked back with a puzzled look. Do you expect me to be one on many? It was a natural rebuttal. From Akhtar's perspective, it is extremely normal to clear out the guys who may get in the way. The ice and snow goddess gritted her teeth and said, They are not soldiers, they are my sisters. So what? Shimu responded coldly, then tilted his head and thought for a while, revealing a bad smile. Don't show such a sad expression. I will send you to see them as soon as possible, so you won't be sad, right? Hee. I won't kill you. The ice and snow goddess suddenly laughed angrily. I will take you with me, and then freeze all the people you care about to death in front of you one by one, so that you can understand how sad I am at this moment. Shimu asked, Then the Witch of Death, are you going to freeze to death too? The ice and snow goddess was silent, and her momentum suddenly became dangerous. She gave up maintaining the snowstorm, and chose to fight Akhtar with all her strength. Only this evil man must die. At the same time, on the other side, God of Giant Hammer, do you want to go? The god dressed as a knight asked his companion. The ice and snow goddess has no help. The Giant Hammer god thought about it, and shook his head. Now the ice and snow goddess is not at a disadvantage, so let's wait for more reinforcements before taking action. Okay. The night god thought about it, and nodded seriously, but his eyes were fixed on every move on the battlefield, ready to take action to save the ice and snow goddess to prevent another uncontrollable tragedy. Now many gods have fallen in the hands of Akhtar, and we can't let more gods die in the hands of Akhtar. But if we besiege Akhtar, won't the Witch of Death react? The god of Hammer suddenly asked. If the Witch of Death suddenly descends, all of us will be in danger. Although the number of gods has reached an overwhelming advantage, the combination of different abilities can even crush the scarce demons and witches, but after reaching the realm of omnipotence, the situation will change subversively. There are still solutions for the strong who have reached the omnipotent level with thousands of abilities. Even if they use the power that affects the mind, body, environment, and destiny at the same time, the strong at the omnipotent level will still find a solution. This is why the Witch of Death is so deterrent. And the limit of the Witch of Death's strength seems to be not limited to the omnipotent level, otherwise it would be unreasonable to hurt the Goddess of Death. The Goddess of Lies and the Goddess of Justice are going to delay the Witch of Death. The God of Nights explained, if the situation is dangerous enough, the Goddesses of Life and Death will also take action. The God of Hammer nodded in understanding, and his expression relaxed. Since someone is watching the group of Witches of Death, he doesn't have to worry about being killed suddenly, and he can deal with the devil Akhtar with peace of mind. Elf Capital. Has the snow stopped? Estifa raised her hand, caught the last snowflake, and looked at the snowflake melting in her palm. Has the goddess of ice and snow been killed by Akhtar? She has been following Akhtar's trail for some time, so she naturally knows that Akhtar wants to kill the goddess of ice and snow. And the cessation of the wind and snow that seems to never disappear, does it mean that Lord Akhtar has successfully killed the goddess of ice and snow? The snow disaster has completely ended. The ice and snow goddess has no energy to maintain this snowstorm. A complaint came from a roadside shop, which made Estifu stunned and turned her head subconsciously. What caught her eye was a female elf, wearing a beret, lying on the counter like a salted fish, looking at her with a playful look. A mere dusk believer dares to come to the capital of the elves. He is very brave. Estifu squeezed out a calm smile, raised her hand to lift the hair covering her eyes, revealing eyes that seemed to be burning with flames. Miss Elf, can you please introduce yourself? Lazy witch. The female elf yawned, supported herself on the counter with both hands, staggered to Estifu and explained, "Now the ice and snow goddess is serious." "Why do you know this?" Estifu asked subconsciously, and saw the lazy witch raised her hand to lift the hair by her ears, revealing her frostbitten side face. "Because I have fought her before." A stiff, Do witches in this world not cost money? Why can't we meet them on the street? In the past, the probability of seeing a witch was lower than that of seeing a god. Now witches are beginning to proliferate. Twilight Believer, you are not planning to cause trouble, are you? The lazy witch asked the most concerned question. Istif shook her head quickly. I am just here to observe the battle between Akhtar and the goddess of ice and snow, so as to confirm the future plans of the Twilight cult. Really? The lazy witch yawned and turned to walk into the store, as if she had lost interest in Istif. Istif turned around and ran away without thinking about it. She didn't dare to bet whether the lazy witch would kill her. Not long after, beside a river bank. Survived? Estifa felt a little incredible. Twilight believers like her would often be killed casually when they met witches, just like humans would swat mosquitoes to death, but she was lucky enough to survive. Is it because the witch is lazy, or because of the gravity of the fate of the Ragnarok? She looked down at her palm, and had the illusion that even if she went to the gods to commit suicide, she could survive by chance. But this was just a thought, and she didn't dare to try it in practice. But this also indirectly showed that Akhtar was chosen by the Ragnarok, otherwise how could she be favored by fate? The light suddenly swept across, and the towering icebergs were cut off, and the broken ice reflected a golden luster in the sun. The ice goddess raised her hand, and touched her cheek, her fingers stained with bright red blood. Even if she used the ice to teleport, it was still difficult to completely avoid the slash of the Sword of Light. The slash at the speed of light was too fast. I can't go on like this, or I'd be hit by the Sword of Light sooner or later. Thinking of this, the ice and snow goddess squatted down, gently stroked the ground with her hands, and the coldness spread along her palms and fingers, and icebergs rose from the ground. Looking down from the sky, it seemed that more than a dozen icebergs were drilling out from all directions, wrapping the human-shaped dragon burning with black flames in the center of the iceberg. After doing all this, the figure of the ice and snow goddess disappeared on the spot, as if she had merged into the ice, moving at high speed in secret. Shimu shook the Sword of Light in his hand, and then released it again, directly cutting off the icebergs around him. The collapsed icebergs turned into broken ice falling all over the sky, like meteorites falling to the ground. Occasionally, the broken ice that fell on Shimu was also evaporated into mist by the flame of death in an instant. Too difficult. Anyone who has fought with Akhtar will definitely have such desperate thoughts. Not only is he inferior to him in combat experience, but he is also hit by the Sword of Light that is difficult to avoid. If he is hit, his life will be in danger. Unless Akhtar gives up resistance, it will be difficult to defeat him. A world without temperature. Suddenly, the goddess of ice and snow appeared from the nearby ice and stretched out her hands in the direction of Akhtar, as if she wanted to hug Akhtar actively. In response, Shimu did not resist at all, and stood still as if frozen. No. It was frozen. The falling ice, the reflected sunlight, and the swaying flames were all solidified at this moment, as if the whole world was frozen. However, this is not freezing, but falling into a temperatureless environment, which caused stagnation. Any trace of heat has been erased. Chapter 199. The wind gently blew across the cold and silent earth, making the stagnant world start moving again, and the heat from the outside world broke the balance of the cold and silent earth. Was I dead before? The night god's body suddenly moved, and his body quickly warmed up, and his consciousness began to become active again. If it weren't for the fact that gods had no concept of death, he would have been killed by the ice and snow goddess's big move, and there would be no possibility of survival. That move was to erase any trace of temperature and make everything stagnant, which naturally included conscious gods. At that moment, his consciousness did stop functioning, and it was not until the moment when the outside heat poured in that it started to function again. Is this considered death in a sense? It's not clear. But it is certain that Akhtar is dead, and there is no possibility of survival. Who made Akhtar have the concept of death? No need to send the gods to help. The god of hammer beside him also regained consciousness and looked in the direction of the ice and snow goddess. Does that move count as touching time? The god of night shook his head. There is still an essential difference. It's already very powerful to be close. I think of the witch who controls time. The god of hammer had a subtle expression. If she is still alive, she might be more difficult to deal with than the witch of death. It's not surprising that she didn't die. The god of nights answered seriously. There are so many witches in this world pretending to be dead, so it's not surprising that the Witch of Time pretends to be dead, right? The God of Hammer was silent, shook the giant hammer in his hand, and didn't intend to continue discussing meaningless topics. Let's go pick up the ice and snow goddess. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the ground with both feet, and the frozen hill under his feet suddenly collapsed. His body shot out like a cannonball and landed in the center of the battlefield. Don't be so anxious. The night god floated in the air, glanced at the collapsed hill, and flew towards the center of the battlefield slowly. Ice and snow goddess, are you okay? The hammer god landed on the ground with both feet, watching the ice and snow goddess reach out and touch Akhtar's cheek. Do you need us to send you back to Gautian? No. The ice and snow goddess responded coldly. Her steps were a little shaky, and she took a step back. Before she was about to fall to the ground, the ice throne suddenly rose from the ground, just supporting her body. Now she was in a state of lack of strength. After performing the world without temperature, she had to fall into a weak state. Don't stay too long, or the Witch of Death is likely to descend. The night god also rushed over and explained to the two of them, then drew the knight's long sword from his waist, intending to strike Akhtar with a sword and completely put an end to this dangerous demon. However, descend? The frozen Akhtar suddenly moved his eyeballs, met the night god's gaze, and raised his hand to grab the cheek of the nearby hammer god. I didn't lose. Is there any need for you to descend? He smiled maliciously. I'm really underestimated. As soon as he finished speaking, the fingers holding the hammer god's cheek burst into ash flames, burning the hammer god directly into ashes. The atmosphere became desperate at this moment. The weak ice and snow goddess supported the throne with one hand and wanted to get up. The night god beside him gritted his teeth and protected the weak ice and snow goddess behind him. It's really dangerous. Shimu didn't act immediately, as if he was a professional villain explaining, buying time to recover. He lifted the hair on his forehead. If I hadn't concentrated all my strength on the flame of ash at that moment, burning my existence completely, I'm afraid I would really die. Then I let you die again. The night god responded, attacking Akhtar, and said to the ice and snow goddess behind him, Ice and snow goddess, hurry up. Before he finished speaking, the pillar of light pierced his chest, and together, with the ice and snow goddess behind him, he killed the two gods at the same time. Shimu lowered the sword of light, looking at the night god lying in a pool of blood, and the ice and snow goddess, who was pierced through the chest and leaning on the frozen throne. As for whether the ice and snow goddess is strong, there is no doubt that she is strong. When facing this move in the first round, he was frantically asking the game officials why there is such a big move that kills instantly. Once hit, there is no way to survive. Later, he searched the internet for strategies, and found that in addition to using 10 kinds of shadow magic to trick the ice and snow goddess into using her ultimate move, he could also use the ash flame to ignite his own existence and enter a state of complete combustion, and use the characteristics of the ash flame to directly confront the world without temperature. When the ice and snow goddess uses her ultimate move, he can take her away with one move after she falls into a weak state. Magic Kingdom. The Great Library. The snowstorm is over. Hecate put down her teacup and accurately said what she had predicted. As a witch in charge of fate, she clearly realized that the endless snowstorm covering the world had ended. What disaster is next? The goddess of lies asked with a smile, but her eyes were cast on the blindfolded Twilight sister next to her. This time she came to the Witch of Fate alone to confirm the upcoming Ragnarok crisis. It's Ragnarok. Hecate replied, if you have to say the specific deadline, it's probably 2 years away. The atmosphere stagnated. The goddess of lies could not keep a calm and cunning smile. As the goddess of lies, she could naturally see that the Witch of Fate was not lying. This is really bad news. By the way, the period of Ragnarok is not fixed. Hecate added, Ragnarok is accelerating and will definitely come earlier than expected. She can observe the specific situation of Ragnarok through the ability of the blindfolded nun, so she can confirm that Ragnarok is accelerating. And she currently has no clear way to stop Ragnarok from coming. The three goddesses of fate also foresaw the coming of Ragnarok. The goddess of lies sighed, but they foresaw it within 10 years. Hecate took a sip of the teacup, and did not explain why her foresight was different from that of the three goddesses of fate. The goddess of lies did not care, moved the chair under her buttocks, and approached the Witch of Fate very familiarly, saying, Then is there a way to delay the coming of Ragnarok? Yes. Hecate answered immediately, Kill the fire giant Surtur, and Ragnarok will need to reselect the Lord of Ashes. Will not unsealing the fire giant Surtur directly trigger Ragnarok? The goddess of lies frowned. She witnessed the whole process of the fire giant Surtur being sealed with her own eyes, and clearly understood how difficult the fire giant Surtur was. Not only did he have the concept of gods without death, but he also obtained the power correction of Ragnarok. As the deadline for Ragnarok approaches, his power will continue to expand and increase. Before the fire giant Surtur was sealed, his power was not inferior to that of Almighty Masters. Now Ragnarok is only 2 years away, and no one is sure how much the fire giant Surtur's power can expand. If the seal is unlocked, Ragnarok will come completely, and this era will come to an end. If you want to weaken the power of the fire giant Surtur, I can do it. The blindfolded nun suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of the two people present. I have the power to select the candidate Lord of Ashes. As long as the candidate Lord of Ashes is selected, the power correction of the fire giant Surtur will be lost. The power to select the candidate Lord of Ashes? The goddess of lies showed a surprised expression. It was completely beyond her expectation that the candidate Lord of Ashes could be selected, and it was something she had never thought of. The blindfolded nun raised her hand and touched her eyes. I am the Twilight Nun, who observes the world on behalf of Ragnarok. Originally, she didn't intend to reveal this information, but after hearing that Aktar was going to kill the fire giant Surtur, she didn't intend to hide this information, otherwise Aktar would probably be killed by the fire giant Surtur. That's why she chose to reveal this secret information. Can anyone be selected as a candidate for the Lord of Ashes? The goddess of lies asked. If anyone can be selected, then directly nominating the Witch of Death as a candidate for the Lord of Ashes would probably kill the fire giant Surtur in an instant, thus delaying the arrival of Ragnarok. It must be someone infected with the ash fire. The blindfolded nun shook her head gently, her calm voice with a hint of sadness. She now felt a fate that could not be violated. Even though she knew that Aktar did not want to burn the world, she had to choose the worst option under the push of fate, unless she wanted to watch Aktar being killed by the fire giant Surtur. Isn't that only Aktar can do it? The goddess of lies frowned. Aktar was the only one in this world who was infected with Surtur's fire, and had the ability to kill gods. The blindfolded nun lowered her head gently. This was the gravity of fate from Ragnarok. Even if she knew it, she had to act according to the gravity of fate from Ragnarok. Is there any other way? The goddess of lies asked. She didn't want Aktar to take the risk of fighting the fire giant Surtur. She also wanted to find an opportunity to trick Aktar into becoming a partner. It would be a pity if she was killed by the fire giant Surtur. Moreover, she and Aktar had created the source of fear together. Now Aktar became the candidate for the Lord of Ashes, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Find a way to kill the god of omniscience. Hecate replied, as long as the New World Order covers the Old World Order, the problem of Ragnarok can be solved from the root. Aktar is unwilling to burn the tree of omniscience, right? The goddess of lies showed a tangled expression. As an ally of the Witch of Death, she naturally knew the prerequisite for defeating the god of omniscience, which is to burn the tree of omniscience that is everywhere, forcibly weaken the power of the god of omniscience, and thus gain the possibility of defeating the god of omniscience. However, burning the tree of omniscience is equivalent to killing Eden, and Aktar is definitely unwilling to do so given his personality. The atmosphere fell silent. Hecate sipped her tea elegantly, and said the solution: it doesn't have to be my apprentice. Just find someone with potential to be infected with Surtur's fire, and let him become a demon to burn trees. You can be a demon at will? The goddess of lies rolled her eyes. Although it seems that there are demons and witches everywhere now, they are all accumulated from past history. It is basically impossible to temporarily cultivate a demon in 2 years. No, maybe less than 2 years. Unless a genius as brilliant as Aktar can emerge in this era. But this is basically impossible. Wait, it seems that it is not impossible. The goddess of lies suddenly clapped her hands. I remember that the source of fear was infected with the flame of ash, right? She asked the Witch of Fate. What if we let the source of fear burn the tree? Is the source of fear infected with the real ash flame? Hecate asked, and then nodded, but it's worth a try. This matter must be kept secret from Aktar. The goddess of lies quickly added, if he knew that we were planning to kill the all-knowing saint, he would be very angry. She began to think about the plan. If the source of fear accidentally escaped the seal, and then accidentally arrived near the all-knowing tree, and used the ash flame to ignite the all-knowing tree. The blindfolded nun suddenly asked, Miss Eden, are you willing? I think so. The goddess of lies guessed, compared to letting Aktar kill, it is more appropriate to let the source of fear do it. Hecate shook her head slightly, and fiddled with her fingers in the void, as if she was fortune-telling about fate. She was considering the possibility of this plan. During this period, her fortune-telling about fate became more and more difficult. The possibility was constantly leading to Ragnarok, and many predictions were interfered with by Ragnarok. Unless she could capture the three goddesses of fate, she could eliminate this interference. At the same time, on the other side, the sky portal was suddenly opened. The burning meteorite fell to the earth, and the scorching heat emitted directly blew away the chill on the snowfield. But if you look closely, it is not a meteor, but a being riding an 8-legged horse and holding a spear. His body is burning with flames that burn everything, and his eyes reveal the madness of burning everything, as if he is the Lord of Ashes in the endless and distant future. And his appearance is very similar to Akhtar, except that he is missing an eyeball. There is no difference. Boom! The source of fear fell, and the terrifying high temperature that overflowed burned the snowfield into purgatory. He was seen riding an 8-legged horse and emerged from the flames. The gods did not choose to descend and kill Akhtar directly, but chose to decentralize the source of fear and make it hostile to Akhtar. No matter who wins or loses, it is not a loss for the gods. Ha 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 ha, it's really good. Shimu laughed wildly, looking at the source of fear riding an 8-legged horse approaching. Does this count as me hitting myself? Chapter 200. The flames were as common as the air, no. To be more precise, they filled every corner like the air, as if they were going to burn the whole world into ashes. In such a harsh environment, not to mention humans, even dragons could not survive, and would be burned to ashes if they existed. Is the world like this after Ragnarok? The messenger god stood elegantly on the cloud, raised his hand to press down on the jazz hat. His eyes reflected the sea of fire burning on the horizon, and he had the illusion that he would be burned to death if he got close. Although his own strength was enough to resist, if this flame spread to every corner of the world, would he still be able to survive? The answer was obvious. Don't be too scared. A calm voice came, and the messenger god subconsciously looked over, and saw a tall woman with a holy sword hanging on her waist walking over. She comforted the messenger god with fear in her eyes. Akhtar and the source of fear will both die in a moment. Don't be so confident anymore. The messenger god pulled the corner of his mouth. If we fail again, we will be slapping ourselves in the face again. Before, they were also very confident in the ice and snow goddess, thinking that the ice and snow goddess, with the assistance of the three goddesses, would have a sure win against Akhtar, and that as long as the ice and snow goddess used the unwarmed world, she would be able to kill Akhtar in seconds. But the result was that Akhtar fought against the unwarmed world, and succeeded in counterattacking. The sword goddess subconsciously wanted to refute, but then she closed her lips tightly. When there was no result, no matter how loud the slogans were, it was meaningless. However, Akhtar had already fought against the unwarmed world, and his breath was already much weaker, and he had to fight to the death with the source of fear. They will finish it when the time comes. No matter how you think about it, they should have a sure win. I'm not looking down on you. The messenger god opened his mouth, his expression containing some worry. It's just that Ragnarok is getting closer and closer, and this world is no longer what we are familiar with. There are still 10 years before Ragnarok will come. This news has been spread to the gods by the three goddesses of fate, which has caused unprecedented panic among the gods in the sky. The world could have lived happily forever. Now they are told that their death is approaching. No matter who it is, it will feel bad, just like a doctor suddenly telling you that you will die in 10 minutes. No matter who it is hard to accept. The three goddesses of fate should really hide it from you. The goddess of swords sighed slightly, and her pretty face showed some helplessness. In the civilization of the sky, it is not allowed to deliberately conceal any information from the gods. No matter what the choice is, it must be made public, and then the gods will choose whether to agree or not. Each god has his own right to speak and vote. This led to the three goddesses of fate telling the gods directly after they found out that Ragnarok was about to come, which naturally frightened many worried gods. It's normal to worry about this kind of emotion, as long as you can't hold us back. The messenger god shook his head. Now everyone is working hard to solve the crisis of Ragnarok. Yeah. The sword goddess did not refute. Now the gods in the sky are indeed frantically looking for a solution to Ragnarok. In addition to wanting to kill everyone who might be the Lord of Ashes, they also want to find the god of omniscience. Many gods believe that as long as the omniscient god is unsealed, they can find a way to delay the coming of Ragnarok. Clang. The swords and spears intersected, bursting with powerful force to blow away the surrounding flames, revealing the appearance of Akhtar and the source of fear. After the two sides exchanged glances, they suddenly exerted force on their wrists and struck each other thousands of times, colliding like a violent storm, and the burst of impact formed a short vacuum around them. The sword and the spear kept colliding, and both sides kept putting in more and more power, until a critical point came. Crack. The spear in the hand of the source of fear was suddenly cut off, and the great sword of death, which was still powerful, chopped down and directly split his chest armor. The situation was too unexpected. The source of fear just relied on instinct, slightly clamping his feet on the 8-legged horse under his crotch, trying to avoid subsequent attacks. However, Akhtar seemed to have expected it. He grabbed the 8-legged horse's head with his bare hands and pressed it down. The flame of death instantly devoured the 8-legged horse's head. The source of fear abandoned the horse and jumped back dozens of meters to avoid Akhtar's subsequent pursuit. There was an obvious power gap between the two sides. Even if you are a fear born with the Lord of Ashes as the prototype, it does not mean that your strength can reach the level of the real Lord of Ashes. Shimu did not continue to attack, but took out a bottle of magic potion and poured it into his mouth. This was a magic potion made by the goddess of pharmacology. Even at the demon level, it can quickly restore magic power. Now, he is not very anxious to solve the source of fear. Before, he consumed a lot of magic power to fight against the ice and snow goddess Wuwen world. If the source of fear is completely solved too quickly, it will immediately usher in the encirclement of the gods. So he would rather kill the source of fear slowly, and take advantage of the free time to recover magic power in the battle with the source of fear, so as to prevent insufficient magic power in the subsequent battle with the gods. Although this looks like a villain who talks freely when he has an advantage, the source of fear doesn't care. He certainly knows that he is the existence born of fear in the heart of the god of terror, but his idea of burning the world into ashes has nothing to do with whether he is the Lord of Ashes. Akhtar, do you want to burn the world? His pupils seemed to be burning with flames, and he asked Akhtar coldly, as the prototype, do you have this desire in your heart? You really can't become the Lord of Ashes. Shimu didn't answer directly. In the heart of the Lord of Ashes, there is only the desire to burn everything, and there is no idea of actively talking to others. This is a lie in a sense. Although the Lord of Ashes in the official setting of the game only has the impulse to burn everything in his heart, no matter what it is, he will actively burn it into ashes, and there is no trace of emotion in his heart. However, the Lord of Ashes that the player becomes is another matter. He can still speak freely, although by that time, not many people can stand in front of the player and speak. I am an independent life now. The source of fear raised his hand and touched his chest, estimated the time it would take to recover, and said a topic that Akhtar would be interested in. The goddess of life gave me life, and guided me to think about the meaning of life. He met Akhtar's gaze. Do you know why? Why? Shimu asked while filling himself with magic potion to restore the damaged magic power as soon as possible. She wanted to give the Lord of Ashes a free will. The source of fear replied, that woman tried to make me think and come to the conclusion that it was meaningless to burn the world, so that I would give up the idea of burning the world. Shimu smiled, really gentle. Then I came to conclusion. The source of fear felt that his injuries had almost recovered, and told Akhtar his thoughts. The world after burning everything is the most correct world. Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth. How did you come to this conclusion? Only the world that burns everything has no differences. The source of fear clenched the broken spear in his hand, and the fallen spear tip not far away trembled, and flew over to merge with the broken spear and return to its original appearance. What a boring idea. Shimu said so, feeling that his magic power had almost recovered, and showed a bad smile. Only contradictions can touch people's souls, and make people taste richer emotions, whether it is sadness or happiness. There is no room for mutual understanding between the two sides. The source of fear realized this problem. His prototype could not understand his own thoughts at all. He sneered at the idea of burning the world, and could not understand the pain brought by contradictions. He just enjoyed the contradictions of this world as a strong man. You are just enjoying the pain of the weak facing contradictions. He gave such an evaluation. Akhtar, who was born strong, did not care about contradictions at all. He just enjoyed everything in this world by virtue of his strong identity. There was no room for communication between the two sides. Thinking of this, the source of fear waved his spear and rushed towards Akhtar. The tip of the spear ignited a hot flame, and an attack that was enough to destroy a country in an instant penetrated. In response, Shimu just responded with dragon breath. Boom! The flames completely submerged the two people, and the black flames and the dim flames rushed into the sky, as if they were wrapped up by the storm and rushed towards the sky. Then, the light penetrated the firestorm, and the spreading impact instantly suppressed the burning flames, and the world became clear. Shimu put the sword of light in his hand, and looked at the source of fear that disappeared as a light spot. If he continued to give the source of fear time, and slowly accepted the indoctrination of the goddess of life, he could really change his mind about burning the world. But now there is no chance for the source of fear to slowly adjust his mind. The goddess of pharmacology is really troublesome. A cold female voice suddenly came, and Shimu subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, only to see the goddess of swords coming towards him, and also took the opportunity to draw the holy sword at her waist. Akhtar, surrender. Surrender? Shimu looked around and found that there were nearly 20 gods surrounding him, leaving him no room for escape. Obviously, he was planning to kill him completely. In history, there are very few gods who have fought against demons with more than 20 gods. A water god holding a trident laughed heartily. You are already one of the few powerful demons, worthy of being remembered in history. Am I already a powerful demon? Shimu showed a puzzled expression and raised his hand to look at his palm. Compared to the Witch of Death, I don't seem to have become stronger. It was not a lie. In the 3rd or 5th round, after he became a demon, he killed several gods with his own hands. He thought that he might be able to compete with the Witch of Death, so he excitedly tried to kill the Witch of Death. The result was that he was beaten up, and the Witch of Death drove him away with a look of disappointment, and told him never to appear in front of her again, otherwise she would kill him with her own hands. However, he was still not killed when he appeared in front of the Witch of Death later, although the Witch of Death was already in an unconquerable state. If you are given enough time, you may be able to reach the height of the Witch of Death. The goddess of swords shook her head, and then her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Huh, the air burst with a wail. The void was pulled out of a gorgeous sword arc. This sword did not contain earth-shattering power, and there was not much difference from the sword swung by an ordinary peak strongman. From the perspective of the devil, very weak. Logically speaking, this sword can be blocked with the great sword of death, and you can also take the opportunity to use technology to counterattack. However, Shimu's choice was to avoid it, and rush towards a nearby god, without a direct collision with the goddess of sword. The attack failed. The sword goddess, wrapped in black silk, stepped on the ground with both feet, twisted her slender waist, and rushed towards Akhtar, stabbing the holy sword in her hand at Akhtar's back. Clang! Shimu rushed to the nearest god, fought with a short knife he chopped, and used the impact to move his body away, avoiding the sword thrust of the sword goddess. The sword goddess gritted her teeth, turned her wrist suddenly, and chased in the direction where Akhtar avoided, and saw Akhtar grinning, and black flames overflowed from his teeth. Boom! The black flame turned into a mushroom cloud, rising slowly towards the sky, but in an instant, it was cut by countless sword lights. Gone. The sword goddess frowned, looked around, and found that the gods and Akhtar had disappeared. She looked up at the sky and asked, "Is this Akhtar's power?" No one can explain Akhtar's specific ability, but it is certain that it is related to the game, but the specific performance is unknown. After a while, the 3 goddesses of fate from the sky gave the answer. Created the kingdom in your heart? The goddess of sword frowned, slashed the holy sword in her hand at the void, and used the power of power to cut through the alien space, but found nothing. She has the power of cutting off. Whether it is a weapon of artifact level or space, it can be cut off by the power of cutting off. Before, Akhtar did not use the great sword of death to fight her. He should have known her power in advance, so he left without hesitation. Is it using power to divide the gods and defeat them one by one? The goddess of sword analyzed Akhtar's strategy. If he was facing the siege of more than 20 gods at the same time, even if Akhtar had the most amazing talent, he would have no chance of winning if he had to face more than 20 powers to cooperate with each other at the same time. So it is the wisest choice to find a way to separate the gods and create a one-on-one condition. Where is Akhtar's kingdom hidden? The goddess of sword asked calmly, hoping that the 3 goddesses of fate would give accurate guidance, so that she could directly enter Akhtar's kingdom and find a way to gather the gods. When the gods gather, it will be the time for Akhtar to be defeated. However, don't know? The goddess of sword widened her beautiful eyes. This kind of thing should be easy. Why don't the 3 goddesses who control fate know it? Soon she knew the answer. Regarding Akhtar's fate, it has been in a protected state. As long as the 3 goddesses of fate take the initiative to explore, it will trigger the protected state given by the Witch of Fate, making it impossible for the 3 goddesses of fate to lock Akhtar's fate in the short term. Naturally, there is no way to lock the location of Akhtar's kingdom in his heart. At the same time, in a different space. Where is this? The water god holding the trident looked around in doubt. The surroundings were all hot flames of ash. If he hadn't used his divine power to protect his body, he would have been in the flames of ash. The rules of the game are to fight to the death in the world of ash. Akhtar's voice came from the flames, only the living can leave. The water god holding the trident pulled the corner of his mouth and questioned, "Why not fight in the sea?" Chapter 201. Maybe it's because you are the god of water. Shimu said expressionlessly, stepping on the ash flame, and the death sword in his hand ignited black flames. He has the power of a player, and can formulate corresponding game rules according to his own needs to meet the needs of players. However, this does not mean that he can formulate game rules without scruples. This is limited by his own level, and he must also consider the loss of magic power caused by overly complex game rules. But if the game rules are too simple, and the rules are highly related to his own power, then his loss of magic power can be reduced to a very low level. With the power of Ash Flame that burns everything, as long as he uses the power of the player to expand the Ash Flame, create an Ash World, and then fight with people in the Ash World, not only can his power be greatly increased, but the loss of his own magic power will also be greatly reduced. And if he sets the game rules to fight in the deep sea, it will not only increase the power of the god of water, but also greatly consume his own magic power. So it is reasonable for him to choose to expand the Ash World. Wait! The water god suddenly raised his hands and smiled at the surprised Akhtar. I surrender. What do you mean? Shimu showed a puzzled expression and paused his steps forward, asking the water god, you want to surrender to a demon? Are you really a god? The water god twitched his mouth and explained, no demon could kill a god before, but now the situation is different. If it was another demon, he would never surrender no matter what. Even if this demon was amazing and could press him to the ground with one hand, he would not have the idea of surrendering. Anyway, he had no concept of death. When the gods come to support him, he can still win. But the situation is different now. Akhtar, who possesses the flame of ashes and the flame of 10,000 deaths, can give gods true death. Although there are god placentas in hell, which can theoretically revive dead gods, the resurrected gods are not the same as themselves now. In other words, their abilities are relatively speaking. Shimu thought for a while, looking at the appearance of the water god, his eyes swept over his handsome face and 8 abdominal muscles. He showed a look of disgust. Your surrender is meaningless to me. Wait! The water god sensed the murderous intent in Akhtar's eyes, and quickly said, I can be your dog. I refuse. Shimu clenched the great sword of death in his hand, as if a bullet was fired from a gun, and the great sword of death drew a brilliant arc of light, directly cutting off the head of the water god. I don't need a male god to be my dog. He swung the great sword of death, and headed for another divided space. Not to mention a male god to be his dog, even if it was a beautiful goddess, he would not agree. He would only kill her with one sword and let her turn into experience points for growth. As for showing mercy, that is not what the Lord of Ashes would do. Another space. Shimu was silent for a while, looking at the weak goddess, who was trying her best to support the barrier and protect herself. You are dying. Wait, don't kill me. The pink-haired goddess pleaded with Akhtar not far away. I am no threat to you. I am so weak. Her expression was pitiful. I am not at all. Before he could finish his words, the sword of death had already chopped down, and the pink-haired goddess struggled to hold up the barrier, which collapsed. In an instant, her body was swallowed by the ubiquitous flame of ash, and turned into a wisp of ash and drifted away. Gods are never equally powerful. Not only do they have different powers, but they also have huge differences in the power they control. The water god can barely survive in the world of ash, but this pink-haired goddess has exhausted her power just to resist the flame of ash. If she is left alone, she will be burned to death by the flame of ash sooner or later. She is as weak as a delicate flower, and will die if she is stepped on lightly. If there is a next chance, I will consider showing mercy. Shimu's tone was indifferent, and he turned to the next different space. In terms of the number of gods killed, there is probably no one in this world who is more than him. Even the Witch of Death has not killed many gods. Although the Witch of Death is much stronger than him, she has killed far fewer gods than him. When the sword blade slashed down, the gods turned into ashes. At the same time, in the outside world, found it. The goddess of swords seemed to have suddenly received a revelation. The holy sword in her hand suddenly stabbed towards the sky, directly piercing through the void and sinking into an unknown space. Immediately, her face suddenly changed, and she quickly retreated to avoid the flames of ashes pouring into the void. The flames tilted down from the sky, like a red river in the sky, reflecting the sunset. The goddess of swords turned over and landed on the clouds. Her sight fell on the ground below. She saw the rolling ashes of flames flooding the mountains, like a river in the sky, swallowing up all tangible things on the ground. Could Akhtar be the Lord of Ashes? This thought came to her mind, but she immediately extinguished it. The real Lord of Ashes was still sealed in the underground world. Moreover, those who become the Lord of Ashes are all madmen, with only the idea of burning the world in their hearts. They cannot be men like Akhtar. "Ah, save me!" A cry for help suddenly came from the flame hole pierced through the sky, and then turned into a terrified scream, as if facing some terrifying existence. The goddess of swords gritted her teeth and prepared to rush into the kingdom in Akhtar's heart, but at this moment, Akhtar walked out of the flame hole, grabbed a dead god corpse with one hand, and looked at the goddess of swords in the sky indifferently. "You are the only one left." He exerted a little force on his palm, and the god corpse he was holding turned into ashes. "You are really good at using the flame of ash." The goddess of swords gritted her teeth, and her stern eyes were more serious than ever before. This time she really had no confidence in winning. Whether she could leave alive was a question. No one was sure what strength Akhtar still had. He is not only good at using the flame of ash. Shimu smiled, put his index finger and middle finger together, and recited the new rules of the game. The rules of the game are to survive in the world of death. As soon as he finished speaking, the rules were overturned at this moment. The power of death forced him, and the goddess of swords, to be covered. A kind of forced death was taking effect, leading everything to death. The conditions for winning are also very simple. As long as you can kill me, it's fine. This is really an unfair game. The goddess of swords adjusted her breathing. She could clearly feel the scale of the kingdom in Akhtar's heart, which was enough to cover several countries. The lives nearby died the moment they were covered. Although she did not die, she was forced to be dead. She was no longer an unkillable existence, and she needed to constantly consume her strength to prevent herself from being led to death by the world of death. "I'm really sorry, I'm not very good at playing games, so I don't do a good job of balancing." Shimu smiled badly. "If I have a chance in the next life, I will try my best to be fair." No need for the next life. The figure of the sword goddess disappeared from the spot, and suddenly appeared behind Akhtar. The holy sword in her hand chopped down, and a sword with the power of cutting was added. No matter what method Akhtar used to resist, she had absolute confidence to cut it off. Whether it was the death great sword empowered by the Witch of Death, or the red dragon blood armor bathed in dragon blood, it could be cut off. In response, Shimu looked indifferent, ignoring the fatal blow of the sword goddess, and counterattacked with a life-for-life method, stabbing the sword goddess's lower abdomen. And just when both sides were about to die, the great sword of death was caught by slender fingers, and stopped before it was about to pierce through the lower abdomen of the goddess of swords, and the holy sword that was chopped down was also blocked by a finger. The holy sword that was enough to cut through everything, and the great sword of death that was enough to kill gods, were easily blocked. Shimu didn't even think about retreating, and looked at the figure, who suddenly intervened in the battle with vigilance, and then suddenly froze, and the cold murderous intent in his eyes suddenly disappeared. Goddess of life. His eyes reflected the woman opposite, who seemed to be the embodiment of the concept of women, enough for him to immediately recognize the other party's identity. "Why are you here?" The goddess of life shook her head gently, and pulled back the fingers that blocked the holy sword. There were slight scars on the slender fingers, which were obviously caused by the sword of the goddess of swords. Shimu was silent when he saw this, lowered the great sword of death, turned around and planned to leave without communicating with the goddess of life. "Akhtar, can you talk to me?" A gentle female voice came from behind, stopping Shimu. The goddess of sword frowned slightly, looking at Akhtar's back, feeling that she could kill Akhtar as long as she took the opportunity to attack. The man was in a state of mental instability. Shimu was silent for a while, then turned around and looked at the goddess of life, who smiled gently at him, and sighed, "Are you going to kill me? I'm here to invite you." The goddess of life shook her head gently, took a step forward, and came close to Akhtar. Shimu blinked his eyes, looking at the full fruit in front of him, and the slender hand pressing on his head. He had the illusion that he was being treated as a child. He looked up at the goddess of life, and smiled gently. "Will you invite me to join the gods? The gods will probably reject your existence." The goddess of life raised her hand, and gently gathered the black hair beside her ears, smiling gently at Akhtar. "But there should be no problem if you become my partner. If Akhtar is allowed to join the gods directly, he will definitely be excluded by the gods. But if you think from another angle, let Akhtar become her nominal partner, then the gods will not target Akhtar too much. As for why it is a nominal partner, it is only because no one has been able to stand at the same level as her, and have the qualifications to become her partner. But a nominal partner is enough to protect Akhtar's safety." "Become the partner of the goddess of life?" Shimu asked in a low voice, and when he saw the goddess of life smile and nod, his expression immediately wavered. Obviously, he was very moved by the invitation of the goddess of life, although according to the doctrine, partners are not husband and wife, but only people who walk the same path with God. But most people who can become partners are very close to God. The sword goddess looked at this scene, and suddenly felt that fighting with Akhtar seemed to be a very meaningless thing, including the more than 20 colleagues who died before, which did not have much meaning. In her mind, Akhtar was already a very dangerous existence, cruel and ruthless, and his methods were extremely cruel. No one could guarantee that they could survive fighting with such a dangerous existence. However, now looking at Akhtar's heartbeat, she suddenly felt it was not worth it for her to risk her life to fight. If she had known that Akhtar could be dealt with so easily, she should have asked the goddess of life to invite her earlier. Why fight with Akhtar? The beauty trap is really useful. The messenger god hiding in the sky couldn't help but sigh. A demon as difficult and powerful as Akhtar is no different from an ordinary man when facing the object of his admiration. That is a demon who killed more than 20 gods by himself. There is almost no danger in history. Of course, there are risks in using such a strategy. This is undoubtedly to dig into the corner of the Witch of Death. If it is to kill Akhtar by means, it is okay. But if the goddess of life comes out to dig the corner directly, the Witch of Death may react. Can I accompany you on the road to seek life? Shimu asked again, after seeing the goddess of life smile and nod. His hand holding the great sword of death began to loosen slightly. Will I be your partner from now on? If you can reach the level of a partner. The goddess of life nodded gently. From now on, you are my only partner. Every god has a partner, that is, an existence that stands beside the god by following the god's footsteps. And the existence that can become her partner is difficult to kill unless she dies. So from now on, there will only be Akhtar as a partner unless there is an accident. The premise is that Akhtar can catch up with her on the road of life, and have the qualifications to become her partner. Otherwise, he can only be a substitute life partner. And she has no way to intervene in this process. How to explore the road of life, and how to catch up with her footsteps depends on Akhtar's thoughts and ideas, rather than relying on her compulsory indoctrination and understanding. Why should I fight? The sword goddess pursed her lips, feeling very upset. She tried her best to fight the other demon, but she couldn't resist the temptation of the beauty trap. This made her very discouraged. Akhtar was the man who was fighting with her for life and death. Why would she be shaken by a mere beauty trap? This is still a cruel demon who can kill more than 20 gods. Can't he be a little cruel and arrogant like a demon? Don't be tempted by a mere verbal condition. I've decided I want. Shimu exhaled, as if he had made a decision, and then his expression froze. The Witch of Death sat in the void, with her hands and 5 fingers folded on her chest, and her sapphire eyes looked at him calmly. The goddess of life also seemed to have a sense of it, turned her head, and met the cold eyes of the Witch of Death, and the sights of both sides overlapped into a line. Chapter 202. The atmosphere was so heavy that it made people feel unable to breathe. The goddess of sword pursed her lips, looked at the Death Witch and the goddess of life, who were confronting each other, and raised her hand to press on the hilt of the sword. She did not intend to take the opportunity to attack the Death Witch. Even if the Death Witch's attention was attracted by the goddess of life, she had no way to kill the Death Witch. This was the tricky part of the omnipotent level. By sublimating one-sided abilities to the level of omnipotence, he became a nearly flawless strongman. Neither mental control nor time interference could affect the self-will of the omnipotent strongman. And sneak attacks are naturally within the consideration of the omnipotent strongman, so there must be a passive defense to prevent sneak attacks. Of course, if she has the ability of an extraterritorial demon and can avoid any interference and observation before launching an attack, then the situation is another matter. In short, she did not want to sneak attack, but just planned to find an opportunity to leave to prevent the battle from affecting her and causing her to die inexplicably. Goddess of Sword, our battle is not over yet. Suddenly a voice came from behind, causing the goddess of sword to turn her head and see another Akhtar emerging from the void, holding a sword of light in his hand ready to be released at any time. She turned her head silently to look at the other Akhtar, and then looked at the Akhtar holding the sword of light, and immediately guessed that the Akhtar who had fought with her before was a clone. And the real Akhtar was still hiding in the Kingdom of Heart, looking for the right time to sneak attack her. What a despicable guy. Is it time to fight now? The goddess of sword pulled a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth, and glanced at the confrontation between the Witch of Death and the goddess of life. She wanted to leave as soon as possible, and the sense of urgency in her heart became stronger and stronger. When the two women standing at the top started fighting, she would be in great danger, and the present world would also encounter a crisis more serious than the snowstorm. Then you can't leave either, Shimu said indifferently, clearly not wanting the sword goddess to leave. If the sword goddess left now, he would have to enjoy the gaze of the Death Witch and the life goddess alone, and it would be very difficult for him to deal with them. Sword goddess, I hate men who keep pestering me. I don't expect you to like me. Shimu responded indifferently, still blocking the sword goddess. And at this moment, Akhtar, do you want to be the partner of the life goddess? The death witch's calm voice came, and she looked at Akhtar without a trace of emotion, but it gave people a sense of urgency, as if the wrong answer would cause irreversible consequences, and people simply couldn't answer perfunctorily. Shimu didn't answer immediately. With the character of the death witch, even if he said in front of the death witch that he wanted to be the partner of the life goddess, the death witch would not be angry and want to kill him, but would give him a disappointed and sad look, and then turn around and leave without saying a word. Lord Akhtar. An anxious voice suddenly came, and a puppet girl tethered by a thread suddenly fell from the sky. She grabbed Akhtar's wrist with her slender hand, and her pretty face showed a pitiful expression. Please don't abandon us? Why are you here? Shimu asked in surprise, and saw the puppet girl subconsciously glanced at the Witch of Death, who turned her head away, which made him understand why the puppet girl appeared at such a critical moment. This is a retention from fate. The puppet girl said nonsense seriously, and went further to hug Akhtar's arm. We just held a celebration banquet for you not long ago, and everyone is laughing for you. Her lips moved slightly, and puppets fell from the sky. Blurred shadows appeared on the puppets, and then they became the appearance of the members of the Cult of Death. Lord Akhtar, please don't leave us. Lu Wei raised her hand, and gently gathered the blue hair beside her ears, showing a melancholy expression to Akhtar. If one day we meet with weapons, it will definitely be a sad thing. I can't imagine what it would be like to fight with Lord Akhtar. Shark Girl Kashut raised her hand, and gently pressed it on her full chest, as if she was thinking of something uncomfortable. Lord Akhtar, there are still many people you value in the Cult of Death. The Tiger King took a step forward and smiled brightly at Akhtar. If you leave, Lord Death Witch will definitely be sad. He scratched his head. You know it yourself, the person Lord Death Witch trusts the most is you. As expected of the Witch of Death, good means. The Sword Goddess made such an evaluation. If she were Akhtar herself, she would definitely not be willing to leave the Death Cult, not only because the Death Witch can fully trust Akhtar, but also because there are many beauties with different personalities to accompany her. Compared with being unwelcome in Gaotian, Akhtar in the Death Cult is not only the first person under the Death Witch, but also has many beautiful and trustworthy beauties. Anyone else would not be willing to leave. Lord Akhtar, if you go to Gaotian, you will definitely be bullied. The puppet girl tiptoed and whispered to Akhtar, it's better to be at ease and free in the Death Cult. You can only display your talents in the Death Cult. Lu Wei added appropriately, there is no room for you to display your talents in Gaotian. She reached out, and pressed on the shoulder of Shark Lady Kashut beside her. There is no one in the sky who is willing to follow you wholeheartedly, and give you everything. They will only look at you with fear. Shark Lady Kashut was slightly stunned, and immediately reacted to Lu Wei's suggestive wink, and hurriedly said to Akhtar, Lord Akhtar, I am willing to give you everything, as long as you want. At this point, she felt that the chips were not enough. And Princess Lilith, she will also be willing to give you everything, as long as you can stay. The person called Princess Lilith is a high-ranking member of the Death Cult. She has the ability to charm everything. She is an absolute beauty. She once caused the demise of the country because of her outstanding beauty. Lost. The Goddess of Sword made such a judgment. Although it is possible to find someone who has a good relationship with Akhtar in the camp of the gods, it can also be done by directly pulling the Saint of Destiny Suna and persuading Akhtar. But compared to the weight of the Cult of Death, there is no way to compare, unless Letitia, Aslaki, Mist, Michael and others are pulled together to persuade. However, Letitia, Aslaki, Mist, Michael and others are not church believers at all, and do not clearly believe in any god. Even if they stand in the camp of the gods to persuade, there will be no effect. Not to mention that Mist and Michael have a bad relationship with the gods. I'm sorry, I'm stained with the blood of countless lives. Shimu showed an apologetic smile to the Goddess of Life. Maybe I'm not suitable to be the partner of the Goddess of Life. He didn't plan to follow the companion quest of the Goddess of Life this time, so he wouldn't agree from the beginning, but this didn't prevent him from deliberately hesitating to trigger the interesting reactions of the NPCs, otherwise it would be a waste of the high favorability he had earned. Great. Shark Girl Kasha couldn't help cheering and rushed towards Akhtar's back, carrying the plump fruit and hitting it hard, squeezing it into an oval shape. Lu Wei smiled as expected. Akhtar, who grew up in the Death Cult, would make the right choice as long as he calmed down. Although the Goddess of Life is indeed very moving, and is praised as the existence that controls the original motherhood and beauty, it is only one person after all. But the Death Cult is completely different. It's great that you can choose to stay. The doll girl also let go of Akhtar's arms, and her pretty face showed a relaxed expression. She was really afraid that Akhtar would be dazzled by the beauty of the goddess of life and join the camp of the gods regardless of anything. The conflict is over. The sword goddess took a few steps back. She was worried that the life goddess would fight the death witch, but she found that they had no intention of fighting. They just threw out chips to make Akhtar excited, thus influencing Akhtar's choice. But this is very normal. At their current level, they will not fight casually, otherwise too many innocent people will be implicated. However, do you want to go to Galteon for a walk? The life goddess suddenly invited the sword goddess, who was about to leave, and her expression froze. She suddenly turned her head to look at the life goddess with a gentle smile, and her body subconsciously tensed up. Could it be that the life goddess intended to provoke the death witch to start a war? Go to Galteon for a stroll? Shimu frowned slightly and glanced at the witch of death subconsciously, as if asking for advice. The goddess of life saw this and smiled at the witch of death. I can guarantee that Akhtar will leave Galteon safely. Lady Witch of Death, her words are not credible. Lu Wei immediately said, what if the goddess of life forcibly imprisoned Lord Akhtar, and said that Akhtar voluntarily joined Galteon? The Witch of Death thought about it, and made a decision. Akhtar, if you encounter any danger, you can pray to me immediately. Her voice was too calm. I will go to Galteon in person to bring you back. Lu Wei pursed her lips. Although she felt that the decision of the Witch of Death was unwise, she could not refute it openly after all. She could only make suggestions to the Witch of Death. This was the principle she should abide by as a believer. Understood. Shimu smiled relaxedly, took the initiative to come to the side of the goddess of life, and disappeared with her. A light breeze blew by, dissolving the tension in the air. No. It only dissipated the tension in the witch camp unilaterally. The sword goddess, who stayed in place, was very nervous. After the goddess of life took Akhtar away, she suddenly found herself facing the death witch alone. Really? Did she have to fight the death witch alone? The palm of her hand holding the hilt began to sweat. The sword goddess's mental state began to be highly tense, and she didn't dare to take her eyes away from the death witch at all. In response, the death witch just stared at the nervous little god, and then turned into a dark blue flame and disappeared on the spot. Survived. The goddess of sword breathed a sigh of relief, used her sword to split the door to the sky, and threw herself into it without hesitation, without stopping for a moment. She could accept being killed by Akhtar, but it was hard for her to accept being pressed to death by the Witch of Death. The meaning of death was completely different from dying in a battle with Akhtar with all her might and being pressed to death by the Witch of Death. She didn't want to die worthlessly anyway. The sky. This is the residence of the gods described by countless wandering poets. All the gods, who can be called out by name, have lived in the sky. This is the world of gods. Is this the temple of life? Shimu walked forward a few steps, came to the edge of the guardrail, looked down, and saw rows of tall buildings standing, and many races were traveling between the buildings. There are many common races here, such as humans, giants, elves, dwarves, and many extinct races are included. It's more like a city than a temple. The goddess of life came to Akhtar and patiently explained, after death, more and more souls came to Galteon, and the scale continued to expand until it became what it is now. Are they all your believers? Shimu asked. After seeing the goddess of life nod, he chuckled and said, the scale is only this small. In the world, the belief in the goddess of life is very common. It took so many years to gather into the scale of a city, which is indeed small. It will be boring to stay in Galteon for too long. The goddess of life explained, after accumulating long memories, many people will feel empty, so they choose to leave Galteon and reincarnate in hell and experience everything in the world with a brand new soul. The believers who come to Galteon theoretically have no end to their lives, and they are protected by the rules imposed by the gods, so they will be fine even if they face fatal injuries. But this does not mean that they will be satisfied and happy forever. As they live longer and longer in Galteon, the emptiness in their hearts will continue to expand until they choose to go to hell and start a new life. This life will definitely not be more comfortable than in Galteon. They have to face the troubles of hunger and all kinds of inequality. But it can stimulate their boring souls. After reincarnation, do they still have a relationship with their previous lives? Shimu said, it's just another person molded with the soul. The goddess of life smiled gently. It depends on your self-awareness. She asked, are you the same person yesterday and you now? Shimu was silent for a while, and then abruptly changed the subject. You called me to Galteon. Is there something going on? He asked with a smile. You are not going to persuade me to join the gods in Galteon, are you? It is the three goddesses of fate who want to see you." The goddess of life smiled and explained that she did not intend to force Akhtar to join Galtheon. If she insisted on Akhtar joining Galtheon, she would definitely make full preparations in advance and arrange a plan to let Akhtar establish enough ties with people related to the gods, so that Akhtar would be more willing to join the gods. However, this is only a plan she will prepare if she insists on Akhtar joining the gods. She does not want to interfere with the life of Akhtar. She also does not want to put Akhtar in a dilemma. In order to achieve her own goals, it is unreasonable for her to rudely separate a child from his social circle. Chapter 203. Shimu leaned on the guardrail with both hands, looking at the scenery under the Tower of Life, and asked in a relaxed tone, "Do the three goddesses of fate want to see me to get back the eyeball that was taken away by the teacher?" This is a logical guess. His teacher Hecate cooperated with the Witch of Creation to take away one of the eyes of the goddess in the past. Now she wants to negotiate with the Witch of Fate through him, and ask for the stolen eyeball back. It is simply a normal thing. Maybe this is part of the reason. The goddess of life nodded slightly, and then smiled lightly. After the goddess in the past had one eye taken away, she cried and made a fuss for a long time. Crying and making a fuss? Shimu's expression was subtle. It's really an unimaginable picture. I thought the three goddesses of fate would be very mature and stable. Crying and making a fuss does not mean immaturity. The goddess of life shook her head gently. Everyone has a childish side. Even gods are no exception. She looked at Akhtar with a smile and said, "Just like when you fight, you will deliberately laugh wildly, and use the flame of death to make yourself black." Shimu suddenly fell silent, and then changed the subject abruptly. "When will I go to see the three goddesses of fate?" As a player, it is very natural to want to make yourself unique. He has tried to kill people all over the world in just underwear and a helmet, and he never cares about other people's eyes. It's not for the NPCs in the game to watch anyway. But fighting in just underwear and a helmet will hinder his NPC favorability, so he dresses like a human. Wait a few days. The goddess of life explained, the three goddesses of fate are trying to find the seal of the god of omniscience, and they don't have time to come out to meet you for the time being. Is it okay to tell me such important information directly? Shimu frowned, as if he didn't quite understand why the goddess of life would be so frank to tell such important information. The goddess of life shook her head and explained, sometimes the way to find treasure is not to search every piece of land, but to make the treasure-hiding person feel unsafe and confirm the treasure-hiding ground himself. Is that so? Shimu chuckled. I don't think the Lady Witch of Death will go to the ground where the god of omniscience is sealed to ensure safety. Then we can only search slowly. A smile appeared on the face of the goddess of life. This is the first time they have truly come to manage the gods in the sky. If we slowly search for the god of omniscience, aren't we afraid that the witches will subvert the rule of the gods? Shimu asked, and saw the goddess of life shook her head gently, not worried about the witches' intention to compete for the dominance of the world. Now what she really cares about is the approaching Ragnarok. They have been working very hard to find the omniscient god. The goddess of Lifeway explained, without explaining in detail what the three goddesses of fate were thinking. As for whether to unseal the omniscient god, the gods of the sky actually still have some strange ideas. If the omniscient god does not exist, can he be replaced? This unspeakable idea lingers in the hearts of the powerful gods of the sky, and the progress of finding the seal of the omniscient god will be delayed until it is impossible to do anything. Then they will think about unsealing the omniscient god as soon as possible, and let the omniscient god put an end to all the troubles. Now the gods began to feel that they could not end the trouble, and began to try their best to find the seal of the omniscient god. Otherwise, if they continue to delay, the world may be burned by the coming of the Ragnarok in less than 10 years. Then all ambitions and power struggles will be meaningless, since they will come to see me in a few days. Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth. Why do you call me to Galtheon now? Maybe it's because I haven't gotten along well with you yet. The goddess of life raised her hand and rubbed Akhtar's head, and her beautiful face showed a gentle smile. We may not have the opportunity to chat well together in the future. Shimu asked directly, is it because of Ragnarok? Yes. The goddess of life smiled gently and rubbed Akhtar's head with her slender hands. If you don't take this opportunity to meet, you may not have the opportunity to meet in person in the future. Shimu was surprised. You seem to be able to accept the coming of Ragnarok? The existence of Ragnarok is the biggest nightmare of the gods. Many gods feel fear for it. It is the real end of the gods. For the gods with a lifespan that seems to have no end, Ragnarok is the most frightening thing. You can't cry and make a fuss, right? The goddess of life said with a smile, pulling back the slender hand that was stroking Akhtar's head, and even if you cry and make a fuss, it won't delay the arrival of Ragnarok. I can't imagine you crying and making a fuss either. Shimu's eyes subconsciously fell on the plump fruit of the goddess of life. It would be too inappropriate for such a mature and maternal goddess to cry and make a fuss. In the previous round, he burned the goddess of life to death with his own hands, and she didn't lose her composure. She remained steady and elegant until her death. Unlike other NPCs, she didn't look scared. If you could meet me at the beginning. The goddess of life suddenly lowered her voice, and gently covered her lips with her fingers. You might actually see my immature side. She didn't look like this at the beginning. She became the goddess of life in people's cognition after a long period of growth. At the beginning, she also had the pure and lively side of a girl, but there were very few people who could see this side. Only the god of omniscience and the goddess of death had witnessed it. Then I guess there is no chance, Shimu said disappointedly. After the goddess of life reached the level of omnipotence, she already had the ability to resist the influence of time. Even if she went back to the past, she would retain the corresponding memories. It was impossible to see the lively and cunning appearance of the goddess of life. Of course, he was not very interested in the appearance of the goddess of life as a girl. The completely mature goddess of life was the ripe fruit. It was also the sweetest time. And at this moment, duh, the sound of high heels stepping on the wooden floor came, and the footsteps were extremely regular. The owner of the footsteps could feel calm and rigorous, as if every step had been carefully measured, and even the strength had not deviated in the slightest. Shimu subconsciously turned his head to look, and the person who came was a girl wearing a tight maid outfit and short green hair. Her expression was very indifferent, with a sense of inhuman alienation, and her light green eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. Breffel, she is the head maid serving me. The goddess of life looked at the maid who came over and explained to Akhtar beside her, she is also my most trusted assistant in Galteon, and the person who has followed my footsteps the farthest. I am the person who has followed you the farthest. The maid raised her hand and gently gathered the green short hair beside her ear, then gracefully lifted her skirt and smiled politely at Akhtar. Sir Akhtar, I will take you to visit the high heavens next. If you have any needs, please let me know. Thank you. Shimu nodded, took the initiative to come to Bleefer, and then turned to the goddess of life and said, Then I will not disturb your work. The goddess of life nodded gently and patiently warned, Don't stay too far away from Bleefer before meeting the three goddesses of fate, otherwise it is easy to cause unnecessary trouble. It's better to cause trouble. Shimu thought silently, but didn't say it directly. He nodded solemnly and promised the goddess of life, I will try my best not to cause trouble. If you encounter troubles that are difficult to deal with, just pray to me. The goddess of life said again. She was worried that Akhtar would be troubled by the gods in the high heaven, and she was also worried that Akhtar would accidentally kill several gods. Understood. Shimu agreed readily, and then left the Tower of Life with Bleefer. Seeing this, the goddess of life sighed slightly, and looked back at the people walking down the tower. With Bleefer accompanying her and Akhtar praying in time, she could deal with any problems in time. The premise is that Akhtar and Bleefer act according to her instructions. The long stairs seemed to never end. As we approached the bottom floor, the scenery outside the window kept changing, allowing people to appreciate this city that belonged to the goddess of life from different angles. Sir Akhtar, are you going to join Galteon? Bleefer suddenly slowed down and walked side by side with Akhtar. Shimu shook his head slightly upon hearing this. He had no interest in joining Galteon. From his perspective, Galteon was just a place full of mobile experience packages. Apart from that, there was nothing special about it. Although the game officials spent a lot of time on Galteon and designed many unique divine domains for players to explore. However, under normal circumstances, players usually reach the demon level when they come to Galteon. Even if they come to Galteon through special means, they will find that the gods have set rules in Galteon and prohibited Galteon life from harming each other. In the end, players still have to go to reality to spawn monsters until they reach the demon level and break into Galteon to spawn monsters. If the god of omniscience is unsealed, Bleefer asked, do you still want to follow the Witch of Death? Shimu asked back, can I escape? As long as you are willing to accept the invitation of the goddess of life. Bleefer asserted, even the god of omniscience will not kill you. Among the gods in the sky, the goddess of life has an extraordinary prestige. As long as Akhtar is willing to become the alternate partner of the goddess of life, the god of omniscience will acquiesce to Akhtar's survival. However, Shimu still shook his head. He had no interest in becoming the partner of the goddess of life. He just wanted to burn the world to ashes. Seeing this, Bleefer did not persuade him. He just quickened his pace and led the way. With his back to Akhtar, he said, sure enough, people who can become demons are very willful. In fact, she herself did not care whether Akhtar joined the sky or not. Although Akhtar's death by the god of omniscience would make the goddess of life sad, she could not force Akhtar to make a choice. And as long as the three goddesses of fate plan smoothly, and can find the seal of the omniscient god in these few days, the current situation will immediately change subversively, and then Akhtar will reconsider what she said. In a sense, the goddess of life brought Akhtar to the high sky at this delicate time period, and it was also a chance for Akhtar to choose. If the omniscient god is unsealed, Akhtar can choose to stay in the high sky and be protected by the goddess of life, or go to the lower world to fight against the omniscient god with the witch of death. No matter what choice is made, the goddess of life gave Akhtar a chance. The opportunity to choose whether to survive. The key turned. The door opened. "This is where you live," Brayful said calmly, turning to Akhtar outside the door and explaining, "Of course, this is also my residence. We will live together in the next few days, until the three goddesses of fate call you to see them." "Does this count as cohabitation?" Shimu walked in and looked around the room. He found that it was full of life. Not only was the room very tidy, but there seemed to be rare flowers and plants everywhere, which seemed to be rare plants that have become extinct. "It counts as cohabitation, but you won't be interested in me, right?" Brayful said lightly, "There are many beauties around you who are better than me, but you have remained pure so far, and you must not be dominated by your lower body. As the believer who has pursued the goddess of life the farthest, she can use special means to judge whether a person remains pure. And Akhtar is undoubtedly a pure person. If someone can remain pure surrounded by many beauties, he must not be controlled by his lower body, otherwise he would have lost his purity long ago. Maybe women are not attractive." A hearty laugh came from outside the door, causing Shimu and Bleefer to turn their heads subconsciously, only to see a bald strong man hugging a delicate man walking over. Shimu frowned and said, "God of War? Want to try a man?" The God of War grinned, raised his hand, and pinched the butt of the male god next to him, subjugating a male to a female. This feeling is happier than a simple physical collision. Shimu, What are you doing here? Bleefer frowned, and a look of disgust appeared on her pretty face. "I don't remember inviting you to the life realm." "Then I am uninvited," the God of War said indifferently, ignoring Bleefer's disgusted expression, and said to Akhtar, "Do you remember our agreement?" "Sorry, I don't plan to fight you here," Shimu said lightly, but the corners of his mouth curled up with an expectant smile. "But if you insist on attacking, then I will have to fight back. They are all fighting maniacs." Brayful suddenly felt a headache. She heard that Akhtar was hinting at the God of War to provoke him, so that he had a reason to fight with him. In response, the God of War's expression suddenly became dangerous. He stared at Akhtar coldly, and then suddenly smiled generously, hugging the delicate man beside him tightly. "If I fight here, I will be blamed by the goddess of life. If I become the god of hell, it's better to kill me directly." Shimu turned around and waved his hand. "Then you can go. But if you come to my place, the rules are different." The God of War said, "There are many gods who are unhappy with you and want to kill you. Don't you want to fight?" Akhtar didn't come to Gal'eon to fight. Brayful quickly grabbed Akhtar's wrist and stared at the God of War and said, "He won't fight with you." After saying that, he wanted to pull Akhtar into the room, but found that there was no way to pull him. He turned around and saw that Akhtar was showing a bad smile. The situation is not good. Chapter 204. Please don't fight now. A gentle voice suddenly broke into the tense atmosphere. Everyone present subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the male god held in the arms of the God of War, saying with a nervous face, "I don't want to get involved in your fight." "Who are you?" Shimu asked coldly, without any respect for the gods. "The god of same-sex love." The gentle male god answered like this. He is the god in charge of same-sex love, but this same-sex love does not refer to men and men, but to all races and all lives. It is a god who violates the reproduction principle set by the goddess of life to a certain extent. However, his birth was not hated by the goddess of life. She just treated him as an ordinary god, and did not seem to regard his birth as violating the reproduction principle. But his existence itself was discriminated against, so he was so close to the God of War, just for the ordinary sense of security. "I'm not a cruel person. I won't hurt innocent people." Shimu suddenly laughed and said to the God of War, "If there are people who are really unhappy with me, then just come and attack me." He and Brayful entered the room. "I won't escape, but if you don't dare to do it, that's another matter. But I don't think all gods are cowards, right?" After the voice fell, the door closed, completely covering the figures of Akhtar and Brayful, leaving only the God of War and the God of Love outside the door. The wind gently blew over the lawn and flowers in the front yard. The god of war hugged the god of love tighter in his arms. He looked at the closed door and suddenly asked, "Who do you think is stronger, Akhtar or me?" "Of course it's you." "No, I don't know." The god of love wanted to answer without hesitation that it was the god of war. But then he thought of Akhtar, who had killed so many gods, and even the goddess of sword almost died in Akhtar's hands. Now he no longer had the confidence to say that the god of war would win without hesitation, although rationally speaking, the god of war's power was overwhelming Akhtar. As long as the god of war's power was activated, he could gain an overwhelming advantage in power no matter what enemy he faced, and even if he gained power beyond the god of omniscience, it was understandable. However, in this world, the stronger the power, the more likely it is to win the battle, otherwise the god of war would be the strongest in Galtheon. The use of power is the key to determining victory or defeat. If you have to give an example, it is to let the god of war fight with the witch of death. Even if he gained power beyond the witch of death, as long as the witch of death activated the power, he could directly give the god of war death. In this process, the god of war can use all means to resist, such as increasing defense to an unprecedented level, and the witch of death can also use power to add the effect of breaking defense. So even though he knew that the god of war had great power, he could not guarantee to what extent Akhtar could exert his power. Has he grown to this point? The god of war rubbed the god of love's shoulders, and his expression began to become complicated. It's only been a short time since he became a demon, and he has already mastered the power that threatens me. Such cases are not unheard of in history. Existences like the witch of death and the devil from beyond can crush most gods with their power the moment they become demons or witches, but such examples are also rare in history. And Akhtar obviously belongs to this kind of people. Don't fight him. The god of love advised gently, if you fight, you will not only offend the goddess of life, but also be retaliated by the witch of death if you win. Don't be so timid. The god of war laughed heartily, hugged the god of love and left, and didn't take the god of love's advice to heart. Inside the mansion, "Please." A cold voice came, and then a cup of hot tea was placed on the table. Shimu picked up the teacup and drank a sip, then cast his eyes on Bleefer opposite, showing an embarrassed smile. "Sir Akhtar, you didn't come to Galtheon to fight." Bleefer sighed, "I know you have the urge to fight, but please, restrain yourself, and don't make things difficult for me and the goddess of life." Shimu smiled. "Didn't I not do it? If he did it directly, the goddess of life would come to stop him, and there would be no chance to kill the god of war, and there would be no god of war to secretly make trouble in the future, gathering a bunch of NPCs to come to the door to die. So he was very patient waiting for the god of war to make trouble. But you hinted that they did it." Bleefer said coldly, feeling very headache. This man is really not worry-free at all. Shimu smiled and responded, "I just told them that if they dare to do it, they will face my counterattack." Humph. Bleefer snorted lightly, and then turned her head away from Akhtar, completely disbelieving this perfunctory rhetoric. She got up and left the living room, and soon came back with a set of clothes and placed them in front of Akhtar's table. "Take a shower, and then change into this outfit." Shimu picked up the clothes and asked Brayful curiously, "Don't you have a maid to help you take a bath?" "No." Brayful responded coldly, and left the living room immediately. She had to prepare something else, otherwise if Akhtar and the gods really took action, the situation might explode directly. The Ragnarok was about to come, and if the witch of death went to war, the situation might be irreversible. Akhtar couldn't be allowed to take action in the sky. Akhtar must take action. In the empty room, the god of fighting took an attacking stance, constantly sketching Akhtar's appearance in his mind, and completing all the details he could think of. Then, Akhtar began to act in his mind. The rules of the game: survive in the world of death. Akhtar clasped his hands together, and showed a vicious smile. The rules from the witch of death spread, creating a world where everything is forced to die. Even gods who have no concept of death will be forced to have the concept of death, and then forced to die. The god of fighting's eyes widened, his consciousness began to blur, and his body fell to the ground, and his blood stained the floor red. After a moment, he suddenly slapped the ground, his body flew into the air, turned a circle in the air, and stood on the ground again. It's a really troublesome ability. The god of fighting raised his hand to wipe the blood from his nose. He was very interested in Akhtar, but it was difficult for him to think of how to deal with Akhtar's ability. The ability to force everything within the range to die as long as the kingdom of death was unfolded was very tricky for him. It's not difficult to deal with it, just keep your distance. Lightning flashed in the void, and a man with thunder lingering around him appeared. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled at the god of fighting. The range of the kingdom of death that Akhtar unfolded is limited. Just use long-range attack methods. What if Akhtar gets close to you? The god of fighting asked back, posing an attacking posture, his eyes firmly locked on Akhtar, who was imagined, and explained to the god of thunder beside him, the larger the scope of the kingdom of heart, the smaller the compulsory constraint. If Akhtar seizes the opportunity and unfolds the kingdom of death of only about 10 meters or 1 meter, how will you deal with it? There is a limit to the kingdom of heart unfolded in this world. The larger the scope of unfolding, the smaller the constraint. Not only can it be easily broken, but the constraint of the rules attached to the kingdom of heart will also be greatly weakened. For example, the sword goddess took on Akhtar's kingdom of heart head-on, because the scope of Akhtar's kingdom of heart was very large, so it did not contain a strong restraint, resulting in no way to kill the sword goddess immediately. Just don't get close to him. The thunder god replied, as long as the speed is fast enough, it will be faster than Akhtar's kingdom of heart. As the god who controls thunder, he has an unimaginable speed and is confident that he can dodge Akhtar's kingdom of heart. In response, the fighting god responded calmly, I don't have such a fast speed. If I am caught by Akhtar's kingdom of heart, I can only face the rules of his kingdom of heart. Then let's use some external objects. The thunder god crossed his arms, but the fighting god shook his head, and then his pupils suddenly dilated, and his body fell down again. His face hit the ground, and a sound came out. If weapons are used, it would be too boring. Do you think it's a sparring match? The thunder god couldn't help but said, we want to kill him, not to spar with him. The fighting god didn't answer, but slapped the ground with both hands, and his body spun in the air, and his body stood firmly on the ground again. That's not important. The thunder god couldn't help but roll his eyes, and then turned into lightning and disappeared on the spot. He was no longer interested in communicating with this kind of empty-handed school. He was obviously in charge of the power of fighting, and he didn't have to fight with his bare hands. At the same time, on the other side, on a pigeon-shaped building, at the bird's beak, I don't want to fight Akhtar. The messenger god waved his hand and said to the wrathful god who invited him, I don't think I have any chance of winning against that kind of man. It doesn't have to be a one-on-one duel. The wrathful god smiled and responded, maybe it's one-on-many. Although I know that there are many gods who hate Akhtar. The messenger god asked back, but why are you so eager to kill Akhtar? Can't you wait for the 3 goddesses of fate to find the omniscient god? From his point of view, there is no need to fight Akhtar at all. As long as the 3 goddesses of fate find the omniscient god, everything can be settled. And if the omniscient god cannot be found, there is no benefit in offending Akhtar. On the contrary, it may attract special attention from the Witch of Death. That is the most fatal thing. Don't be so afraid, even without the protection of the omniscient god. The god of rage smiled, it is not very difficult to deal with the Witch of Death and Akhtar and others, otherwise the Witch of Death and others would have killed them long ago. He asserted so. As long as the gods work together, they can deal with all the witch crises. The messenger god, Can these war factions use their brains? Don't be so superstitious that force can solve the problem. The most important thing now is to solve the Ragnarok, instead of dealing with the demons and witches who are causing trouble. However, he just thought about it in his heart. The logic of these guys' brains is that as long as they work hard, they can kill all the witches and demons who are causing trouble, and then eliminate all crises that may lead to the coming of Ragnarok. I thought you would be hostile to Akhtar. The god of rage shook his head, feeling disappointed that the messenger god was so timid. The best way to solve all crises now is to unite the power of the gods and solve all crises and troubles. Tolerance will only make the problem worse. Even if I join, I can't beat them. The messenger god replied indifferently, you don't think I can resist the kingdom of death launched by Akhtar? The wrathful god shook his head and turned away directly. He was no longer interested in talking to a guy like the messenger god, who just wanted to passively wait for things to solve themselves. If the 3 goddesses of fate can't find the omniscient god, the problem will only get worse if it is delayed, and the witches and demons lurking in the dark are ready to move. Now is the time to unite the power of the gods and purge everything. Now that you're changed, how do you feel? Shimu wiped his wet hair with a towel and asked Brifil, who was sitting quietly in the living room, this is the first time I've worn Gaotian clothing. No wonder you are liked by so many people. Brifil looked at Akhtar in a white robe and couldn't help but sigh that he had the capital to be liked. In this world, if you want to be liked by others, you can rely on abundant financial resources, outstanding emotional intelligence, and of course outstanding appearance. In fact, women are also lustful. They will feel moved by outstanding opposite sex and take the initiative to act. An Akhtar can still keep clean under such outstanding conditions, which makes people fascinated. No wonder Akhtar has so many admirers. Shimu smiled, came to Briefil and sat down, leaning back on the chair, crossing his legs. What do you want me to do next? Hide you. Bleefer took out a mask out of thin air and pressed it directly on Akhtar's face. Next you will not be Akhtar, but just an ordinary believer of the goddess of life. Does this level of hiding make sense to the gods? Shimu raised his hand and touched the mask on his cheek, as if he could see Bleefer's depressed look soon. At least it means that I'm thinking of a way. Bleefer responded coldly. Otherwise, what do you want me to do, drive you back to the underworld? Shimu did not respond. His eyes penetrated the mask. Looking at the ceiling in a trance, he was waiting for the god of war and his group to make trouble. In theory, as long as he followed the words of the goddess of life, he could avoid disputes with the gods. But he did not intend to act according to the words of the goddess of life from the beginning to the end. It's better to say that he wanted to make the situation intensify and have a big battle in the sky. Chapter 205. Partner, your legs are awesome. Shimu lay on the bed, buried his face in the pillow, and let the mare, who had transformed into a human form, step on his back with her proud straight and slender legs. In fact, he didn't have any problems with his waist and back. At the demon level, any problems could be quickly recovered. But having no problems doesn't mean he can't enjoy it. Since the mare has long white legs, it would be a waste not to enjoy it. Anyway, there is nothing to do today, unless he wants to go out to trigger the side story. But that would be too troublesome, so it's better to get along with the mare and chat. These are the fastest legs in the world. The mare hummed proudly, stepping harder on Akhtar's back, fully touching Akhtar's broad and strong shoulders, although she also knew that Akhtar was not tired and didn't need her help to step on his back, but who asked Akhtar to buy her a golden apple. This is an extremely precious fruit even in the sky, and it is a precious item that ordinary people can't afford to eat in their lifetime. No, they are the most beautiful legs in the world. Shimu retorted, and then felt the jade feet on her back stiffen slightly, and the movement began to become unnatural. The little mare's eyes began to wander. She felt that Akhtar's words suddenly became a little ambiguous, which also made her realize that she and Akhtar were a little ambiguous. A man and a woman were alone in a room, the windows were covered by curtains, and their bodies were still in close contact. The atmosphere suddenly became hot and ambiguous. If we talk about leg shape, Misty's is not bad. She raised her hand and gently gathered the milky white hair beside her ears, subconsciously trying to change the topic. Otherwise, in such an ambiguous environment, the situation is really a bit dangerous. This is not to hate Akhtar, but she is very self-aware. If she dares to have a relationship with Akhtar, her competitors will be the strongest Valkyrie Misty, the princess of a country, Yasaki, and even the witch who controls fate. No matter how you think about it, it is a tragic end. And the world is about to be burned to ashes. If Akhtar accidentally gets her pregnant, she will have to hold her immature child and burn to ashes together. That would be too sad. So she doesn't want to be pregnant by Akhtar yet. My partner's legs carry me around the world, this is different. Shimu smiled, feeling the jade feet on his back suddenly become much gentler. The young mare pursed her lips and said sadly, I can no longer keep up with you, nor can I fight with you. After Akhtar became a demon, she had already found that her speed could not provide any help to Akhtar, and at best she could only be a bystander. If she wanted to help Akhtar fight, she had to reach the level of a witch, but there were very few people in this world who could reach the level of a witch. And it was obviously impossible for her to reach the realm of a witch. Would your partner like to be my partner? Shimu asked with a chuckle, and immediately felt the jade feet on her back stop. The young mare widened her beautiful eyes. What's wrong, partner? Shimu seemed not to notice, and asked the young mare who was stepping on her back, do you feel embarrassed? Choose me as your partner? The young mare felt her heart beating very fast, and her straight legs were a little weak. She never expected that Akhtar would invite her to be his partner. This was really a little unreal, almost like a dream. In this world, it is not only gods who have the system of partners. If you can become a demon, you can also find a partner to travel with. However, the partner is limited to one person. No matter whether you find a partner or become a partner, you are not allowed to support others to become partners. So if Akhtar wants to maximize his benefits, it is naturally the most appropriate to choose to become the partner of the Witch of Death or the Goddess of Life. Otherwise, you have to choose someone with enough value to be your partner, such as a powerful Valkyrie like Mist. And no matter how you think about it, she is not that valuable. Partner is the person who has been with me the longest, right? Shimu said. Whether it is the master or Letitia, my partner has not been with me for a long time. The person who knows me best in this world must be your partner. Is that right? The little mare felt a little dizzy. She was indeed the person who had been with Akhtar the longest, but it was not to say that she knew Akhtar the best. She had always felt that she couldn't see through Akhtar. Perhaps only Hecate, the Witch of Fate, could see through Akhtar completely. She was very self-aware. After realizing that Akhtar's teacher was the Witch of Fate, she knew that she had always been manipulated by Akhtar. However, Akhtar's skill was so great that she never felt uncomfortable, so she never thought of resisting. Even if she felt uncomfortable now, she had no way to leave Akhtar. The prerequisite for becoming a partner is to catch up with your footsteps. She whispered, stepping on Akhtar's back, I may not be able to catch up with your footsteps. Theoretically, she has witnessed Akhtar's growth and most of his words and deeds. She is the person who knows Akhtar best in the world, and the most suitable person to be Akhtar's partner. But she knows very well in her heart that she has no way to catch up with Akhtar's footsteps. From beginning to end, she never really understood Akhtar. Partner, do you mean you don't understand me? Shimu's voice suddenly lost, making the little mare stun for a moment, and then she felt guilty. As someone who accompanies Akhtar, it is indeed a bit hurtful to say that she doesn't understand him now. But she really doesn't understand Akhtar. You have a better choice. The mare whispered, not very confident in herself, and then she noticed that Akhtar had turned over, which caught her off guard and made her sit down, with her, but directly pressed against Akhtar's lower abdomen. Partner, do you want to be my partner? Shimu asked bluntly. His eyes were very strong, as if penetrating the mare's evasive heart. There was a silence. If I can do it. The mare turned her head away, her slender legs clamped unnaturally, and through the close contact of the skin, she could feel the softening heat emanating from Akhtar's body. But you are a little difficult to understand. Even if we can't be partners, it's not my fault. There are also Misty and Hecate. If they want to make trouble for me, then you have to help me stop them, and don't let them beat me. You've all become my partners. Shimu reached out and lifted the mare's hair, revealing her pretty red face. Miss shouldn't be able to beat you, and as for Hecate, teacher, she probably won't care about such a small matter. It's not necessarily that the apprentice will be calm if he finds a horse as his partner. The mare whispered back. Shimu smiled, then I will protect your safety, is that all? Yes. The mare agreed. She had no way to refuse Akhtar's invitation. Of course, she also knew that becoming a partner was not the same as being a husband and wife, but being able to become a partner usually meant that both parties were on the same path and were like-minded people who understood each other, and it was very easy to transform into lovers, or a husband and wife relationship. Even if it couldn't be achieved in a short period of time, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, both parties were on the same path, and sooner or later there would be a chance to spark. Hell. The hell system, which should have been closed, is now open, and the gods can enter at will with a little application. After all, there is no point in closing it off. It's really miserable, god of hell. The god of war put his hands in his pockets and landed on a squirming meat mountain. Then he turned his head to ask the god of dreams beside him, is there no way to save the god of hell? If the goddess of life and the goddess of death join forces, the god of hell's state can be reversed. The god of dreams yawned and explained to the god of hell, but the goddess of life and the goddess of death can't spare their help. They have to guard against the witch of creation and the witch of death. Then we can only wait until the war is over. The god of war sighed regretfully, feeling sorry that the god of hell could not enjoy the unprecedented war that was about to happen. In response, the dream god rolled his eyes, as if he had guessed the god of war's inner thoughts, but he had no interest in exposing them. The person you are looking for is not allowed to leave hell for too long. There is only 100 years, which is a special permission. Actually, 1 year is enough. The god of war grinned and looked at the thin boy walking in the distance. He was wearing a horn helmet and holding a stone axe. His aura gave people a dangerous and crazy feeling. 500 years ago, the war maniac, because his country was controlled by finance, caused bread to cost as much as 50 gold coins, which set off a war that affected the whole world, and countless people died because of this war. And this seemingly thin boy, from a hero in people's eyes, gradually became a demon in people's eyes. But this doesn't matter to the god of war. This boy is the one who has gone the farthest on the road of war, and he is also a real genius. If it weren't for the restrictions from the soul, he would definitely become a real demon with the same powerful power as the gods. Ha, why did you come to me? The boy wearing a horn helmet came to the god of war, with an unhappy expression on his face, Have you encountered a difficult enemy and must rely on my power? Yes, I need your ability. The god of war frankly admitted that his ability can improve his strength to an unprecedented level, but he is weak in power confrontation, so he needs to gain the power to confront Akhtar's power. And this also means that he needs to find a partner, someone who can walk the same path with him, so that he can solve the shortcomings in power. Is he a very strong guy? Asked the young man wearing a horned helmet. He had been following the footsteps of the god of war, but later found that the god of war was a guy who could not penetrate the concept of war, and was not as far along as he was on the road of war. If he could become a demon, he would definitely spread the war to the high heavens. Not only would the present world be involved in the war, but the gods in the high heavens would also not be able to escape. And the god of war was simply a coward who only dared to encourage believers to fight and watch from the sidelines. This was his evaluation of the god of war. Very strong, to an abnormal degree. The god of war admitted very frankly that Guy can use his ability to exert three dangerous powers to the extreme: the power from the witch of death, the power from the goddess of life, and the power from the flame of ashes. Ordinary gods would probably be destroyed in one move. After he saw Akhtar use his ability to create three corresponding game rules, he immediately realized that Akhtar was very tricky. With that ability, Akhtar can use three abilities to exert partner-level power, and those three abilities are the most dangerous powers in the world. So he needs to prepare to deal with Akhtar's power. Then I refuse. The boy wearing a horned helmet suddenly showed an extremely malicious smile, and approached the god of war. If I can hear the news of your death, I will be very happy. What if that man dies, and Gout Eon will break out a war? The god of war leaned close to the boy's ear. That man's identity is not simple. As long as he dies, the fuse of the world war will be ignited. Ignite the fuse of world war? The boy wearing a horned helmet was stunned and asked subconsciously, is that guy a femme fatale? He's quite handsome, and he's especially popular with women. The god of war touched his chin, thought for a while, and said, if that guy is replaced by a woman, he's probably a very incredible guy, who might be considered to have risen by selling his body. Okay, I promise you. The boy wearing a horned helmet smiled heartily, and agreed to help the god of war. You extremists are really dangerous. The god of dreams shook his head, and disappeared into a shadow. The speculation that Akhtar was in danger in the sky would completely set off a world war was already guessed by the god of war when he came to ask for him. And he chose to help, because those damn witches hurt the goddess of death, and they must pay the price. 3 days later. God dead. This news spread like a storm throughout Gout Eon, and then the news about the murderer was leaked. It was Akhtar who was invited to Gout Eon. The deceased was the goddess of pleasure. She invited Akhtar to her home for love, but was stabbed to death by Akhtar with a sword. Afterwards, the body was burned to ashes by the flame of death. Fortunately, before her death, the goddess of pleasure passed on this news, letting the gods of war, fighting, thunder, and other gods know that the murderer was Akhtar, who took advantage of no one to cruelly kill the goddess of pleasure. You used a clone? Breffel asked Akhtar, who was drinking tea leisurely, expressionless. Did you have a tryst with the goddess of pleasure in private, and then kill her? Shimu asked indifferently. Do you think I like the goddess of pleasure? Of course not. Breffel raised her hand to cover her forehead, and sighed tiredly. She had been staring at Akhtar. She was sure that Akhtar had not left, and she also knew that Akhtar would not fall for a dissolute guy like the goddess of pleasure. So this is a trap set against you? It's good that the god of war can use his brain. Shimu smiled. I look forward to their subsequent performances. Breffel, people are accusing you of murder. Don't look happy, okay? A little anger will make her feel at ease. Chapter 206. High Heaven. The Domain of Life. In the private garden of the goddess of life. Is the fate of God not fate? The night goddess placed both hands on the table, looking at the goddess of life, who was smiling gently opposite her, her chest rising and falling violently, and she couldn't help but question, the killing of the goddess of pleasure must be related to Akhtar. Apart from him, no one in the high heaven can easily kill a god. The news about the killing of the goddess of pleasure spread throughout the high heaven, causing unprecedented panic, and the gods were eager to get rid of Akhtar. Even if they couldn't kill Akhtar, they had to drive Akhtar out of the high heaven. Otherwise, all the gods would feel uneasy in their sleep. Akhtar has not left the realm of life. The goddess of life was unexpectedly patient, and explained to the goddess of night, whether the goddess of joy is dead or not remains to be verified. I will personally watch Akhtar. What if there is another dead person? The goddess of night pursed her rosy cheeks, and her dark eyes revealed worry. She was not at the same level as the goddess of life. If she was stabbed by Akhtar, she would really Die. What if there is no dead person yet? The goddess of life asked back. Seeing the confused expression of the goddess of night, she could not help but sigh helplessly. She poured a cup of tea and smiled at the goddess of night. Drink a cup of tea and relax first. As a goddess, you must maintain the minimum dignity and composure. The goddess of night hesitated, but still sat down obediently. Although the goddess of life did not threaten her verbally, she was still subconsciously obedient like a child, and did not urge the goddess of life anxiously. Apart from the god of omniscience, there may be no one in this world who is older than the goddess of life. In addition, the goddess of life has always been very gentle and treats any god well, so she has a kind of parental suppression power among the gods. After the goddess of life showed a serious expression, most gods could still be obedient and not insist on confronting the goddess of life. Akhtar must stay in the sky and wait for the three goddesses of fate to come out. The goddess of life first gave a conclusion, and then patiently gave reasons. He is the bridge to resolve the contradiction between gods and witches. At the moment when Ragnarok is approaching, we should not fight to the death with witches. Resolving Ragnarok is the most important thing. Can't we just get rid of all witches and demons? The night goddess said what she thought in her heart, which was also the idea in the hearts of most gods. With so many gods, as long as everyone unites as one, they can solve all witches and demons. Once all the hidden dangers are eliminated, they can naturally focus on solving Ragnarok instead of compromising with witches and demons. If they are easy to deal with, why did they seal them in the first place? The goddess of life asked back, leaving the goddess of night speechless. However, the goddess of life did not seem to notice the silence of the goddess of night, and explained very patiently, now any conflict is pushing the arrival of Ragnarok, and I believe that the goddess of pleasure has not been killed, she just disappeared unexpectedly, and when the three goddesses of fate come out, we can find where the goddess of pleasure is. Except for Akhtar who can kill gods, then only the witch of death. The goddess of night whispered, the gods are very worried now. If Akhtar continues to assassinate gods, then it will definitely be. It wasn't that kid Akhtar who killed him. The goddess of life said seriously, and the goddess of night fell silent. She lifted her skirt and stood up. I will stay with Akhtar until the three goddesses of fate reappear. Then you have to be careful. The goddess of night said worriedly, although she knew that Akhtar could not hurt the goddess of life. This was not because Akhtar was a believer of the goddess of life, but purely because of his trust in the strength of the goddess of life. Yeah. The goddess of life smiled gently, turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot, and went to Akhtar's side. As for the news that the goddess of pleasure was killed, she immediately analyzed the truth after knowing it. She knew that it was a fake death news made by the extremists, intending to stimulate the anxiety of the gods, and then attack Akhtar. The goddess of pleasure is probably still hiding in a safe place now. Afterwards, she will appear in the sight of the gods in a lucky escape, and will also accuse Akhtar of cruelty. The next day, God, and suddenly died, and the news that Akhtar assassinated him was also spread, causing most of the gods to feel uneasy. However, I have never left here. Shimu held his cheek with one hand, sat lazily on the sofa, and yawned sleepily. If I have the ability to bypass the goddess of life and assassinate the gods, then I am probably more professional than the assassination god. What a bunch of stupid guys. Bleefer's voice was cold, revealing disgust, but there was a feeling of helplessness. Although she knew that it was the result of the gods self-directed and self-acted, she had no good way to solve it unless she had the ability to find the hidden dead. However, she naturally couldn't do it. Even if there are smart people who can assess the situation, they can't persuade most people. Shimu met Briefield's cold eyes, and showed a very bad smile, as if to say that since things have come to this, it is better to hand him over to appease the anger of the gods. Briefield rolled his eyes, and then his expression suddenly became respectful. He stood up, and bowed to the goddess of life, who was walking not far away. When Shimu saw this, he turned his head, and looked at the goddess of life, who was walking over. She was wearing an exquisite and luxurious dress, with her fair back exposed to the air. Her slender legs moved under the hem of the dress, outlining the beautiful lines of her legs. However, the most eye-catching thing was her chest. The full fruit seemed to be about to burst out, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. She was as gentle and dignified as always, but with the luxurious dress, she gave people a different kind of charm, a kind of charm that made people unable to look away. She is indeed the goddess who gathers all the beauty of women. They are very noisy, right? Shimu moved his seat and deliberately patted the chair next to him, asking the goddess of life to sit next to him. This is an interesting trick. If he does not deliberately pat the seat next to him, the goddess of life will sit at a certain distance from him. However, if he specifically invites her for this purpose, the goddess of life will sit next to him with the idea of not embarrassing the child, so that he can have a chance to get along with the goddess of life at close range. They want you to prove your innocence. The goddess of life sat down and explained to Akhtar beside her, but don't worry, How do the gods want me to prove my innocence? Shimu waved his hand, not caring about the gods asking him to prove his innocence. Anyway, he was ready to make trouble from the beginning. Akhtar, you are not going to admit that you assassinated the gods in front of the gods, are you? The goddess of life laughed, looking at Akhtar's indifferent look, as if she had expected it. Shimu's expression stiffened, and then he patted his chest and promised, I will definitely tell the truth. No assassination means no assassination. Good children will not lie. The goddess of life smiled gently, and after seeing Akhtar nod, she stated the god's request. The gods want you to stand in front of the goddess of lies to prove your innocence and say in person that you did not assassinate the gods. The goddess of lies will not ask irrelevant questions, right? Shimu frowned, his expression a little alert. Obviously there are some secrets that he does not intend to let others know. The goddess of life shook her head. You don't have to answer private questions. That's fine. Shimu was very straightforward. Let me go see the goddess of lies. It's not time for you to prove your innocence yet. The goddess of life shook her head gently, then raised her hand and rubbed Akhtar's head. Just wait for the three goddesses of fate to summon you. Although the matter seemed very serious, in her opinion, it was just like children playing, as long as she found a few extremists to have a good talk and learn from them, where the gods, who faked their death, were hiding. Now she has almost locked the location of the two gods, who faked their death, and it will take about half a day to solve the problem. If I don't go out to prove my innocence, there will be a lot of conspiracies and tricks later, right? Shimu pulled the corner of his mouth. Why not let the goddess of lies ask me directly? That makes sense. Breffel also nodded. If the goddess of lies could distinguish the truth from the false, then all subsequent conspiracies would be solved. Let me go see the goddess of lies. I haven't been judged by the gods yet. Shimu moved his wrist, his eyes full of expectation, and he felt that even if he was rejected, he would secretly go to see the goddess of lies. He trusted the ability of the goddess of life very much. If he let the goddess of life handle the problem, it would be handled properly by the goddess of life sooner or later, until the three goddesses of fate summoned him. However, it was because he knew the ability of the goddess of life that he planned to make trouble. You can go if you want, but you have to promise not to talk nonsense. The goddess of life earnestly reminded her. She was sure that Akhtar did not assassinate the gods, but she was worried that Akhtar would admit in person in front of the gods that he had killed the gods, and then directly summon the witch of death to the sky. That would be extremely serious. Shimu was silent for a while, looking at the goddess of life, who kept a gentle smile, and sighed deeply. I promise not to talk nonsense. Yeah. The goddess of life smiled. Then I will take you to the judgment hall of the gods, as long as you answer truthfully. Shimu supported his knees and stood up, as if asking casually, won't the goddess of lies frame me? The goddess of lies only has the power to judge whether you are lying. The goddess of life explained. Even if she frames you, she will not do you any harm. It's really a reassuring answer. Shimu smiled. If the goddess of life was a teammate, it would be very reassuring indeed. Unfortunately, he did not intend to accept the kindness of the goddess of life, so the reliable kindness of the goddess of life was a bit troublesome for him. But if a person is courting death, no matter how strong his teammates are, it will be useless. The God's Judgment Hall. No. To be more precise, it is the Justice Judgment Hall, located in the Goddess of Justice's divine domain, used to deal with disputes between the gods. But now a demon has arrived. Ta. 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 Steady footsteps came from outside the gate, and a long shadow spread in. The gods in the Judgment Hall followed the shadow, and saw a man in silver armor walking in on the soft red carpet. What an incredible aura. The god of beauty and art smiled sweetly, his pink eyes reflecting Akhtar's appearance. This man's growth rate is really fast, compared to the slow growth of gods. There have been few such beings in the past 50,000 years. The god of wealth and contract beside him said, it is very unreasonable to apply him to the human species. It's not that humans are special. The god of beauty and art rolled his eyes lightly. He is very special, right? You can understand it this way. The god of wealth and contract nodded and looked at Akhtar with interest. As a strong man who has reached the omnipotent level, he is not worried about Akhtar's existence, but is very interested in Akhtar's talents and deeds. Of course, this is also because Akhtar showed goodwill to him in the present world, and specifically ordered the death cult not to be enemies with the Church of Wealth and Contract. He still remembers this goodwill. This is the first time I've seen so many gods. Shimu moved forward step by step, feeling the scrutiny, fear, disdain and other glances, and walked calmly towards the judgment seat. He had seen so many gods before, and tried to kill them directly, but found that the gods were well prepared. They were omnipotent strongmen who took defensive measures, so he could not kill them to his heart's content. On the contrary, he would be killed by the gods. Of course, it would be another matter if he became the Lord of Ashes. Arrived in front of the trial seat. Shimu stopped and looked at the judge on the trial seat. His eyes first fell on the goddess of justice. She was a mature goddess with long white hair. She was wearing a white robe and a white satin covering her eyes. Her temperament gave people a gentle but unapproachable feeling. Next to her was the goddess of lies, who was also wearing a white robe. Her posture seemed careless, as cunning and casual as always, which was incompatible with the serious atmosphere of the trial hall. It felt like she was playing at a banquet. Akhtar, did you assassinate the goddess of pleasure? The goddess of lies asked directly, interrupting the routine interrogation process. However, the gods did not care, and all turned their eyes to Akhtar, wanting to know whether Akhtar had carried out the assassination. Let me ask you a question. Shimu looked around at the gods present. If I killed him, how would you target me? He opened his hands. Now you have an overwhelming advantage. It must be very easy to kill me directly. Do you want to do it directly? The atmosphere fell silent. None of the gods present expected Akhtar to react like this, and no god attacked Akhtar, and the atmosphere at the scene fell into a dead silence. Isn't the result very clear? Shimu chuckled. Even if I assassinated the gods, you would not kill me, unless you want to completely ignite the conflict, and the chaotic situation caused may be the condition for the advent of Ragnarok. Silence! The goddess of lies picked up the hammer and knocked it. Her pretty face looked very dissatisfied. She asked Akhtar, I'm asking you if you have assassinated the goddess of pleasure, not asking you anything else. Shimu was silent for a while, looked at the goddess of life in the audience, sighed, and said, No. You are lying. The goddess of lies knocked down with a hammer, and the sound of the hammer, not light or heavy, seemed to hit everyone's heart. Then her expression suddenly changed, and she turned her head stiffly to look at the goddess of life, only to see that the goddess of life kept a gentle smile at her. But it gave people a strong sense of oppression. It can also be that I didn't lie. She changed her words. I may be a little abnormal in the use of power. It's better not to explain. The goddess of beauty and art raised her hand to cover her pretty face, and couldn't help turning her head away. She could see that the goddess of lies didn't care about the truth at all. She knocked down the hammer without thinking, and it was obviously the group of people who stood on the extreme side. The truth is not important to the goddess of lies. Then why don't you ask again? Shimu smiled, and saw that the goddess of lies had a serious expression. The hammer struck. Akhtar, did you assassinate the goddess of pleasure? I did. Shimu smiled and replied. The goddess of lies struck the hammer, and the sound echoed in the courtroom. She hesitated and said, It's the truth. Chapter 207. The plan succeeded. The god of war raised his hands to cover his face, hiding his expression. He did not expect that the goddess of lies would be so willing to cooperate with them. He thought that the plan would fail. The goddess of joy, who had faked her death, was about to be caught by the goddess of life. He was ready to be reprimanded by the goddess of life. Who would have thought that the situation could be reversed? Not only was the goddess of lies willing to help them frame Akhtar, but Akhtar even left the protection of the goddess of life. But he could not be too proud now. The goddess of life would definitely stand up to defend Akhtar, and ensure that the gods could not pose a threat to Akhtar. Your smile is too obvious. The sword goddess spoke coldly, glancing at the god of war, who covered his face with one hand. Your plan will not succeed. Plan? What plan can I have? The god of war put down his hand covering his face, and smiled at the sword goddess. Do you think I can interfere with the goddess of lies, and the judgment hall of justice? I heard that you went to hell to find Sith as a partner. The sword goddess said, Is it to prepare for a battle with Akhtar? The god of war leaned back in his chair, and did not choose to answer the sword goddess' words. He was waiting for the judgment hall to make a decision. However, the goddess of justice remained silent, and had not made a corresponding decision, as if she was weighing the pros and cons. This is a matter of course. If Akhtar really committed the crime of assassinating a god, he must be tried. But trying Akhtar is quite dangerous. Let the goddess of justice and I guard Akhtar. The goddess of life suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of all the gods present. She stood up gracefully and said, It will cause great trouble to judge Akhtar easily. We need to think carefully for a while, and wait for the goddess of justice to find a suitable verdict before making a judgment. Now that things have come to this, what else can we say? The god of war stood up, his expression very angry. Do we dare not judge a demon because we are afraid of the witch of death? I didn't know that the gods were so cowardly. He couldn't wait for the goddess of justice to think about the appropriate verdict, otherwise the goddess of life would soon find the goddess of joy who pretended to be dead, and then the false accusation against Akhtar would not be established, so the goddess of life must not be allowed to delay time. This is not cowardice. The goddess of life shook her head gently and glanced at the goddess of lies on the trial seat. Words will lose their truth because of their positions. We need time to discover the truth, not to be impatient to convict. Her voice was as gentle as ever. The goddess of joy is still alive. I guarantee it as the goddess of life. The atmosphere stagnated at this moment. The gods present also began to hesitate. This was not because they were seeking the truth, but simply thinking about the pros and cons. In addition, the goddess of life guaranteed that the goddess of pleasure was not dead, so her credibility was higher than that of the goddess of lies. Compared with the goddess of lies, the goddess of life is undoubtedly more credible, and her decisions are more mature and reliable. Are you too partial? The goddess of night suddenly whispered, looking at the calm and elegant goddess of life, with a sense of urgency in her heart. However, she still questioned. Just because Akhtar is your believer and may become your partner in the future, do you have to protect him so much? The goddess of life stared at the goddess of night deeply. She did not feel angry about this, but just shook her head calmly, intending to continue persuading and finalizing the matter. This was not difficult for her, just a few words would do. Enough. Shimu suddenly said unhappily, and black flames ignited on his body. The oppression from death spread throughout the entire courtroom. If you want to target me, then just target me, not the goddess of life. He took out the great sword of death and ignited black flames. If you are an enemy, just do it. The courtroom fell silent. The gods looked at Akhtar, whose body was burning with black flames, and whose momentum was dangerous, and showed different expressions. This idiot! Brayful couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Obviously, there was no need to say anything, just wait for the goddess of life to solve the problem, but she had to stand up and be a hero. Wouldn't this make it difficult for the goddess of life? Although she didn't know how the goddess of life would solve the problem, she had absolute trust in the ability of the goddess of life. You really can't hold your temper. The god of wealth and contract shook his head, showing a helpless expression. He only thought that Akhtar couldn't stand the verbal attack on the goddess of life by the gods for his unhappy attitude. However, the verbal attack on the goddess of life was completely irrelevant to the goddess of life, and it couldn't even make the goddess of life angry. There was no need for Akhtar to stand up. Okay, you dare to do it. The god of war clapped his hands, suddenly jumped off the audience seats, and came close to Akhtar. The two sides confronted each other, and their momentum was unyielding. Let's duel. Even if you die in the sky, the witch of death won't have anything to say, right? The god of war stated his purpose. If you die in the duel, then the judgment is completed. He put his arm around Akhtar's shoulder. And if you win, it will also give the goddess of justice time to think and make a suitable judgment. Okay. Shimu accepted the invitation coldly, not afraid that he might die in the hands of the god of war. The god of war smiled with satisfaction when he heard this. This guy really wanted to fight, otherwise it would be hard to understand why Akhtar would cooperate so well. Otherwise, just keep silent and wait for the goddess of life to deal with all the problems. Then let's fight in another place. No problem. Shimu nodded, and walked out of the judgment hall with the god of war, passing the audience. Shimu suddenly stopped and looked at the goddess of life, who appeared in front of him, turning his head to avoid the helpless condemnation of the goddess of life. The god of war beside him also looked up, pretending not to see the reprimanding eyes of the goddess of life. He also knew that what he did was not good. Since you want to fight so much, I won't stop you. The goddess of life sighed, looked at Akhtar's surprised expression, raised her hand and knocked on his forehead, then turned around and disappeared. No matter what she thought, if Akhtar and the god of war both wanted to fight, even if she could stop them once, she couldn't stop them every time. So she could only acquiesce. Are you satisfied with this? Breffel came over and looked at Akhtar rubbing his forehead. You really completely rejected the kindness of the goddess of life. This is a long-standing agreement. Shimu put down his hand that was rubbing his forehead and explained to Breffel, it's a rare opportunity to fight the god of war. No one can resist it. Only a guy like you who is obsessed with fighting can't resist it. Breffel shook his head and came to Akhtar's side. Next, I will take you to familiarize yourself with the environment of the gods' dual arena and supplement you with the necessary basic information. She snorted. If you die, I will be responsible for collecting your body. You can tell me where you want to bury your body. If you die, bury me in the magic kingdom. Shimu smiled, and then left with Breffel and the god of war. The three of them disappeared in the sunlight outside the door, and the long reflection gradually disappeared. Is fighting really so fascinating? The god of beauty and art showed a hint of confusion. He couldn't understand the thinking circuits of Akhtar and the god of war at all. There are so many beautiful things in this world, but they are obsessed with hurting each other. This is the impulse of power. A man holding a palette and with an artistic temperament said, the gods can survive without feeling bored because of the underlying impulse brought by power, which keeps the gods vigorous. In the high heaven, I have never heard of gods choosing to commit suicide because of boredom, and I have never heard of gods feeling that life is meaningless. This is the underlying impulse brought by power. Because of their innate power, they can allow the gods to practice their innate power all the time, so they will not feel the emptiness of the meaning of life. But humans don't have this impulse. After meeting their needs for survival and experiencing most of the things they can think of, they will fall into a state of confusion. This state of confusion is most obvious in lottery winners. Suddenly, they have a huge amount of wealth and enjoy everything they can, and then their lives will fall into a state of emptiness, giving rise to suicidal tendencies. Of course, this does not mean that humans will definitely choose to commit suicide after having a huge amount of wealth. On the contrary, most people take the initiative to find the meaning of life. The outstanding people will become demons or witches, and have a power impulse similar to that of gods. That is, they have a clear meaning of life and follow the corresponding path. The dual field of the gods. No. To be more precise, it is the dual field of gods. Located in the gods' domain where the god of duel is located, it is the highest level dual field in the world, and has always been a place for meaningless gods to compete. There is no concept of death for gods, and there is no way to distinguish life and death because of duels. Therefore, the dual field of gods has always been similar to the nature of an arena, a place where gods usually compete with each other when they are bored. But today is different. At this time, in the duel arena, it still makes God excited. The god of duel crossed his arms, his muscles swelled high, and blood vessels like green snakes burst out of his body. He got hard. This was not because he met a beauty that made him unable to control his physiological reaction, but purely because he could see the real duel between God and devil. A duel where God might die. This was the scene he had been looking forward to since he became the god of duel. Nervous. A grumble came from not far away. The god of duel looked over and saw Akhtar coming towards him. If you can't help it, go find the goddess of pleasure. Ha! I'm excited. The god of duel put down his arms and smiled at Akhtar. You're obviously excited too. Shimu, eh? Some of the gods in the sky are very strange, which is related to their underlying impulse of power. Just like the god of duel will feel excited because of the duel, and the god of war will feel excited because of the war. Of course, this is not necessarily, absolutely, just like the god of blood will be obsessed with handsome men, and it doesn't have much impact on his own underlying power impulse, and his attention is mostly obsessed with men. By the way, your duel opponent is not the god of war. The god of duel pointed to another entrance of the duel field. The god of fighting is the enemy you need to face first. Is the god of war going to appear last? Shimu asked doubtfully, but his footsteps were approaching the god of fighting. The voice of the god of duel came from behind. Because there is only one of you. If the god of war takes the first step, there will only be one round. Shimu didn't pay attention to the voice behind him. It was good to gain more experience points. When the Witch of Death invaded Galtheon and began to try to capture the three goddesses of fate, there would be no chance to fight wholeheartedly. Feet, stepping on gravel. The scenery of the duel field suddenly changed. Huge stone pillars rose from the ground one by one, and the feet turned into an endless sea. The inexplicable cold wind blew, directly freezing the endless sea. The environment is not conducive to my performance. Shimu observed the surroundings, and found that this environment was a bit targeted at him. Most of the power he used came from the flames, and the surrounding environment happened to be on the sea, and there was a strong cold wave blowing. However, this environmental influence was basically useless to him. The rules of the game, fight to the death in the world of ash. He raised a finger that swayed the flame of ash, and directly opened the kingdom in his heart. The flames engulfed the duel field. The air was all ignited at this moment, and the flame became the absolute mainstream of this world, burning all tangible things. Looking from the outside, The dual field was suddenly covered by the flame of ash, and the terrifying high temperature instantly evaporated a huge amount of seawater. The white water vapor rushed out like a tsunami, rushing towards the direction of the audience, and rushed out of the dual field in an instant. Most areas of the dual domain were shrouded in fog. The environmental advantage was wiped out at this moment. As expected, the god of fighting immediately started moving, approaching Akhtar at a very fast speed. When the sea and cold wave were added to the environment, Akhtar would subconsciously take back the control of the environment. This also means that Akhtar will not prioritize the kingdom of death, so he does not need to worry about facing the power of death. During this period, he can fight Akhtar with the flame of ashes, but the battle must be ended quickly. Otherwise, he will not be able to last too long in the flame of ashes. The flames surged. The god of fighting rushed out of the flames and punched Akhtar. The timing and angle of this punch were very good. In the face of absolute power, skills are meaningless. Shimu dodged the attack sideways, and stretched out his palm to gently clench it. The kingdom of ashes, which had spread to the entire dual field, shrank at this moment, and the flame of ashes ignited on his body, as if to burn him completely. The concentration of the ash flame soared at this moment, instantly exceeding the limit of the god of fighting, and ignited the body of the god of fighting. Then, the light penetrated and directly submerged the god of fighting, shooting towards the sky and disappearing at the end of the sky. Shimu lowered the sword of light, untied the unfolding kingdom of ash, and left the land burned into lava. He turned his head and looked at the audience seats filled with gods. Who is the next god? Chapter 208. Gods can be killed. This concept has long been known to countless people, but it has never been so clear. Although the gods have long known that Akhtar can kill gods, they have not felt it too realistically, just like the troubadours telling how terrifying the dragon is. But they have never witnessed it, and only know that the dragon is very dangerous. Until one day the devil really came. The overwhelming fear instantly made people realize how terrifying the dragon is. It is not an indirect understanding, but the real horror of contact. Most of the gods present at this moment, like mortals facing the dragon for the first time, began to feel fear. Since Akhtar can easily kill the god of fighting, it is natural that he can also kill them. Is it over? The goddess of the spring with short light blue hair showed a little confused eyes, and then her expression became terrified. She realized death. For the first time, she knew that she might be killed and disappear from this world forever without the concept of death. The moment she realized this problem, she felt an unprecedented chill, as if someone had injected dry ice into her blood vessels, freezing her whole body. Don't be afraid. The god of beauty and art raised his hand, and pressed it on the back of the hand of the goddess of spring beside him, showing a gentle and bright smile. This is a duel that does not affect the gods. Can't everyone just kill Akhtar? The goddess of spring pursed her lips, and suddenly said this. Then she wouldn't have to feel fear. That would attract the witch of death. The god of beauty and art shook his head gently, and the goddess of spring also reacted after hearing this. If they killed Akhtar directly, they would directly attract the witch of death. That is the real existence of death. And it's not as terrible as you think. The god of beauty and art whispered to the goddess of spring water, even if Akhtar killed many gods, he can save everything by going back in time. Time is not allowed to go back. Wait, what do you mean? The goddess of spring water covered her lips. Do the three goddesses of fate allow this kind of thing? Traveling in time is prohibited. This is an absolute rule set by the omniscient God. Anyone or god who goes back in time will be severely punished. However, the three goddesses of fate are exceptions. They not only represent the three destinies of the past, present, and future, but also have the authority to grant their followers time travel, which can circumvent the absolute rules set by the omniscient God. So she immediately reacted after hearing about time going back. I'm afraid the gods want to artificially trigger the ability of the contemporary saint of fate. This is also a last resort, isn't it? The god of beauty and art blinked his eyes gently, and we will only trigger a time reversal. The three goddesses of fate will not mind, right? Will this not affect the three goddesses of fate in their search for the omniscient God? The goddess of spring water showed a worried expression. The god of beauty and art smiled lightly when he heard this, and cast his eyes on the figure in the center of the dual field, and changed the subject as if nothing had happened. Not long ago, I could kill Akhtar with a light wave of my hand. His growth rate is really abnormal. The goddess of spring water whispered softly, and her eyes reflected Akhtar's appearance. He saw him holding a big sword burning with black flames, facing the gods alone, and his violent momentum seemed to devour her mind. Normally, I wouldn't be able to stand here. The god of beauty and art shook his head slightly, And then he saw a god jumping out of the audience and landing in front of Akhtar. They confronted each other head-on, and their momentum was no less impressive. God of swordsmanship? Shimu looked at the man with short green hair holding two swords opposite him, and his cold expression finally fluctuated. Your strength should not be inferior to the goddess of swords, right? She is weaker than me. The god of swordsmanship said casually. Comparing her with me is an insult to me. Really? Shimu swung the great sword of death in his hand, and collided head-on with the god of swordsmanship. The collision of swords and swords splashed sparks, illuminating each other's cheeks. The surrounding scenery also changed dramatically at this moment. Swords like mountains were inserted into the ground, as if the dual field had turned into a world of swords. This is the embodiment of the power of the god of swordsmanship. By unfolding the kingdom of swords in his heart, all knives are greatly strengthened, and all knives in the kingdom of swordsmanship can be controlled. Assuming Shimu was holding a knife, the knife in his hand would immediately be seized by the god of swordsmanship, and in turn cause harm to the real owner. Clang! The swords clashed again, and the burst of impact cracked the earth, and the god of swordsmanship took this opportunity to jump back, and kept a distance of several hundred meters from Akhtar. Shimu shook the great sword of death, and looked around at the floating knives. He was surrounded by layers of knives, and endless slashes could be launched against him at any time. Every knife here has been strengthened by me to the level of a divine weapon, and has corresponding abilities. Every slash is equivalent to my personal attack. The god of swordsmanship held the two knives on his waist, and his smile was full of absolute confidence. He has absolute control over knives, and can strengthen all knives in the kingdom of his heart, so he specially searched for many knives with unique abilities, waiting to be used in battle. Don't die. After saying this, the god of sword art drew out the two knives from his waist, and the knives that surrounded Akhtar not far away also moved at this moment. The short knives containing the poison of death, the broadswords containing the heat comparable to the sun, the scimitars containing the power of the moon, the long knives containing the power of thunder and lightning, and other knives with different abilities were pouring down like a rainstorm. Each knife is of the quality of a divine weapon, and has the same strength as the god of sword art swinging the knife himself. Normal demons will probably die in an instant. The rules of the game: fight to the death in the world of ashes. Shimu unfolded the kingdom of his heart, and the raging flames instantly submerged everything. Whether it was the knives that shot out, or the god of sword art rushing in, they were instantly submerged by the flames of ashes, and even the kingdom of knives unfolded by the god of sword art was swallowed up. Under normal circumstances, the unfolding kingdoms in the heart will overlap and influence each other, rather than destroy each other. Suppose one person has the ability to unfold the kingdom of flowers, and the other has the ability to unfold the desert, then the final result is that flowers will bloom in the desert. The scenery of each other's kingdoms will blend, creating a completely different scenery from reality. However, this is not without exception. If the unfolding kingdom in the heart is a world of ashes that burns everything, the situation will be completely different. The unfolding world of ashes will instantly destroy other kingdoms in the heart, leaving only its own existence. Your ability is indeed good, Shimu said calmly, pulling out the great sword of death that pierced the chest of the god of swordsmanship, but as long as there is a way to restrain your ability, then you are weak. Pitiful. The god of sword art opened his eyes wide and fell backwards. He did not expect that the situation would be like this. The kingdom in his heart would be destroyed in an instant, making his amplified knives ineffective. He could only rely on himself to resist Akhtar's ashes world. This way of dying was really frustrating. He obviously had many powerful and precious knives that he had not taken out, and he had not yet tested the upper limit of Akhtar's strength. This forced Akhtar to unfold the ashes world again. Who is next? Shimu shook off the blood on the great sword of death, turned his head and asked the gods, do you plan to collect the body of the god of sword art first? It is common sense to clean up the battlefield after a duel. The god of duel came out from nowhere, and carried the dead god of sword art. He waved his hand. Okay, you continue to fight. After the words fell, he disappeared in the duel field, as if he really came here to collect the body. Shimu calmly withdrew his sight, and waited for the next experience pack. He silently recalled the process. When he attracted the attention of the gods to the duel field, and the three goddesses of fate happened to be in seclusion, Teacher Hecate would definitely not miss this opportunity. In order to find a way to avoid the Ragnarok of the gods, and to reach the omnipotent level as soon as possible, Teacher Hecate would definitely sneak into the sky to capture the three goddesses of fate. And Teacher Hecate alone would definitely not be enough, and the Witch of Creation, and the Witch of Death must be summoned together. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat the three goddesses of fate. Magic Kingdom. Great Library. The goddess of lies has confirmed the situation. Hecate put down the book in her hand and looked at the witch of death and the witch of creation who were drinking tea quietly opposite. We must capture the three goddesses of fate as soon as possible. She tilted her head and looked at the door not far away. Solve everything before my apprentice is defeated. That's a bit difficult. The goddess of lies poked her head out of the door and smiled at Hecate. Your apprentice has already encountered two difficult enemies. If my apprentice is really in danger. Hecate tilted her head and said to the witch of death, you should save my apprentice first. With the witch of creation by my side, it's enough for us to get out of Galteon safely. Let's go! The witch of death said calmly, following the goddess of lies to open the door and enter Galteon, while Hecate and the witch of creation looked at each other and entered the door without hesitation, heading towards the divine domain of the three goddesses of fate. Actar, who was dueling in Galteon, would sooner or later encounter an opponent that he could never defeat, so they had to make time as soon as possible. The divine domain of fate. Looking down from the sky, it looks like a huge clock placed on the ground. The buildings are built around the clock design. The numbers from 1 to 12 divide the destiny domain into 12 different areas. And in the 12 areas, there are two huge pointers, one long and one short, circling and running, as if recording time. The three goddesses of fate are in the center of the 12 areas, where the pointers intersect. The goddess of lies stood on the edge of the rooftop and pointed to the intersection in the distance. However, no one is allowed to approach that area. Don't keep us in suspense. Hecate's voice was calm, looking at the goddess of lies with a sly smile. We don't have much time. I will tell a big lie to isolate all outside prying eyes. The goddess of lies smiled. You can just force your way in to capture the three goddesses of fate, but be careful not to make too much noise, otherwise the big lie will not be able to ensure isolation from the outside world. Hecate nodded slightly, and then left with the witch of creation and the witch of death, and launched the operation to capture the three goddesses of fate. The goddess of lies saw this, and spread a huge lie, covering the domain of fate with a layer of lies. From the outside, the domain of fate did not change at all. As for the people in the domain of fate, except for a few, they did not notice any abnormality, which was obviously within the scope of the huge lie. From the beginning to the end, her ability to lie has never been limited to distinguishing truth from falsehood, but can also make up lies for people. It can make people see mosquitoes as dragons, turn the sound of water drops into thunder, turn touches into severe pain, and turn sweet fragrances into stench, etc. So it is not difficult to cover the perception of everyone in the domain of fate. The hall reflecting the stars. The three goddesses of the past, present, and future sat in a circle, divination where the seal of the omniscient god is. Originally, according to their abilities, they could know it as long as they thought about it, but it was obvious that someone had interfered with time and fate, so they could not easily find the omniscient god. And at this moment, I didn't expect you to break in. The future goddess frowned and looked outside the hall, only to see the death witch, the fate witch, and the creation witch walked in. It's not easy to sneak into Galteon and the fate domain easily. As expected, there is a traitor among us? I have tried my best to interfere with fate. Hecate frowned slightly, and met the eyes of the future goddess. Your future vision is still so sharp. If she could, she would of course want to sneak attack, but she was still discovered by the future goddess, so they could only walk out without hiding. Give me back my eyes. The goddess of the past said angrily, pointing at herself with an eye patch. Hecate, you thief of fate. Hecate did not speak, and took a step back. Her purpose here was to interfere with fate, so that the three goddesses of fate could not fully understand fate, so as to gain greater advantages for the witch of creation and the witch of death. The atmosphere became dangerous. The three goddesses of the past, present, and future looked at each other, and immediately took the lead without hesitation, otherwise they might all die here. The battle was triggered in an instant. Boom! The hot flames rushed into the sky, forming a huge mushroom cloud. Shimu pinched the neck of a goddess, walked out of the sea of fire, and handed the goddess body to the god of duel. The battle had gone through several rounds. Now his breath was very weak, and it seemed that he had exhausted all his fighting methods, which was enough for people to analyze his strengths and weaknesses. And at this moment, the god of war jumped down from the audience seats and walked towards Actar. He had already collected enough information and prepared the most suitable environment for him to exert his strength. He had no reason to lose to Actar. Chapter 209. This should be the final fight to the death. The god of duel took a few steps back, looking at the confrontation between Actar and the god of war, with a regretful expression on his face. The duel field will become an arena again in the future. The final fight to the death? Shimu chuckled, and the great sword of death in his hand ignited black flames. What an unprofessional judgment! What a confident statement! The god of war laughed heartily, raised his hand, and inserted it into the void, pulling out a weapon that was close to a giant axe and a broadsword. The blade was like an elongated axe, becoming similar to the shape of a broadsword. But the handle was nearly 2 meters long. Because you are weak. Shimu smiled viciously. Red scales appeared on his body, and black flames ignited his body, dyeing the silver armor he was wearing black, and his breath was violent and dangerous. If you can defeat the god of war. The god of duel took a step back, his body gradually becoming ethereal, and told Akhtar, your next opponent is the god of destruction, who has reached the omnipotent level. The arrangement of Akhtar's opponents is gradual, and there is no enemy that Akhtar cannot resist from the beginning. However, if Akhtar can defeat the god of war, he will have to arrange a stronger person of the next level, that is, a god who has reached the omnipotent level to end Akhtar's life. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to letting the weak god die. Then you should be considered a goalkeeper at the omnipotent level, right? Shimu turned his head and asked the god of war, but there was a sense of certainty in his words. In terms of pure power, there is no god in the sky who is stronger than the god of war, which comes from the unique mechanism of the god of war. Any enemy observed by the god of war can be replicated by the friendly side in a 1-to-1 ratio. Although this replication does not replicate the ability together, it can increase the power of the god of war to an unprecedented level. A random punch is a powerful charm of numerical value. This is why he called the god of war the goalkeeper of the universal level. In addition to the stronger mechanism monster, the god of war is undoubtedly strong. Then you may be disappointed. I have killed even universal level demons with my own hands. The god of war's aura swelled at this moment, and the scale of existence was constantly expanding. All the gods watching the battle on the scene replicated their power in a 1-to-1 ratio, constantly increasing his numerical value, making his power explosively increase. This is his unprecedented improvement. There have never been so many gods present to allow his power to expand unprecedentedly. In terms of pure power, even the god of omniscience is not his opponent. It's really surprising. Shimu looked seriously, watching the god of war whose aura was constantly improving, until at a certain moment, the god of war's momentum suddenly weakened, as if the strengthening process was hindered by an invisible obstacle. This is not that there is an upper limit to the god of war's numerical improvement. The god of war turned his head, and glanced at the goddess of life in the audience. He knew that the goddess of life blocked his ability, causing him to be unable to replicate the power of the goddess of life 1-to-1, but this was enough for him. After reaching the omnipotent level of a strongman, not only can he block the interference of the spiritual level, but also the interference of other powers, ensuring that he is in a relatively independent state. The reason why he was able to defeat an omnipotent demon was because that demon failed to challenge the omniscient god and fell into an unprecedented weak state. He copied the power of the gods to bless himself, and thus killed the omnipotent demon. Otherwise, a strong man of omnipotence is very difficult to kill. The rules of the game are to survive in the world of death. Shimu unfolded the kingdom in his heart, intending to directly give the god of war death. The range of his kingdom in his heart was less than 10 meters, which was undoubtedly compressed to the limit compared to the range of several countries that could be covered in the past. There was no way around it. The kingdom in the heart covering several countries could not cause any harm to the god of war. The kingdom in the heart must be compressed to a certain extent. Boom! The god of war moved instantly, and his body shot out like a bullet, avoiding the kingdom in the heart that Akhtar unfolded. The earth also collapsed suddenly at this moment, and the entire dual field seemed to collapse at this moment. The gods in the audience were sitting unsteadily. Then transformation. The god of duel activated his power at this moment, and interfered with the dual field. The center of the dual field instantly turned into an endless desert, and the wind and sand covered the vision of the gods. But soon under the adjustment of the god of duel, the battle scene in the center of the dual field was broadcast. This scene was like creating a small world in the dual field, and focusing the camera on the relevant characters. Boom! The dust exploded in the sky, and the figure of the god of war suddenly flew backwards, and then Akhtar, who suddenly appeared behind him, suddenly chopped him on the cheek with a sword, and the backward trajectory suddenly turned back. What on earth is going on? The goddess of the spring blinked her eyes, not understanding what happened, and why the god of war was knocked away, when the god of war's power was obviously overwhelming. She knew very well how strong the god of war was. As long as he activated his power, no one could match his power. It was impossible for anyone to suppress the god of war in terms of power. Did Akhtar reach the omnipotent realm? She speculated, and then immediately denied this conjecture. It was impossible for anyone to reach the omnipotent realm in such a short time. Even the Witch of Death herself had to study her own power and generalize step by step to reach the omnipotent realm. And Akhtar simply didn't have the time. He changed the rules of the Kingdom of the Heart. The God of Beauty and Art explained, although I don't know the specific rules, it is obviously related to speed. If he just changed the rules of the Kingdom of the Heart to speed up. The Goddess of the Spring showed a puzzled expression, then he should not be able to knock the God of War away. She knew very well about the ability of the God of War, no. To be more precise, all the gods knew very well that it was the expansion of the scale of existence, and the quality of their own existence would also be expanded. With Akhtar's current strength, a punch would not be able to shake the scale of the God of War's existence. To put it in easy-to-understand words, it is like an ordinary person punching a mountain, and it is impossible to shake the mountain. The scale of existence of both parties is not at the same level at all. Pay attention to the shadow behind Akhtar. The God of Beauty and Art pointed to the blurred female figure behind Akhtar. He can use the 10th shadow magic to increase his output, which he used when fighting Adam. I didn't pay attention to the fight between Akhtar and Adam. The Goddess of the Spring explained in a low voice. She knew about Akhtar at the beginning, but Akhtar was not a demon at that time, so she didn't pay attention to him at all. In short, you just need to know that Akhtar can increase his power output through that magic. The God of Beauty and Art smiled gently, but her eyes never left the fight in the duel field. She paid more attention to Akhtar among the gods, and she also had a better understanding of Akhtar's abilities. She could immediately judge the reasons for the clues that others could not see in a short time based on her understanding of Akhtar. Clang! The God of War swung the axe in his hand to block Akhtar's attack, but just when he was about to change his tactics and counterattack, he saw Akhtar's figure disappear on the spot, and he was a long distance away from him. It's really tricky. He sighed, but his expression was very calm and composed. He had expected that Akhtar would find a way to resist his power. Otherwise, Akhtar would not be confident that he could fight him. You have already become a powerful omnipotent person by making rules that are beneficial to the enemy. Shimu shook his head calmly. If I had reached omnipotence, you would have been beheaded by me now. The reason why he can dodge the attack of the God of War with his speed now is not that his strength can surpass the sum of all the gods, but purely because he became a partner with the mayor some time ago, so he can use the mayor's ability to make rules about the speed level and gain the ability to dodge the attack of the God of War. Otherwise, he would be killed by the God of War in an instant. Ha, that's right. The God of War swung his axe, setting off a storm that swept across the desert. This was just the strength of his casual swing. If he could regard the world as an enemy or a friend, he would immediately be able to reach the level of omnipotence and become the top existence among the omnipotent level strongmen. He might even be able to fight with the Goddess of Life. However, the world would neither regard him as an enemy nor as a friend. The impartial and selfless world was the last step in his omnipotence. Now you can only barely survive like this. He raised the axe in his hand high and took an attacking posture. Unless you unlock the Kingdom of Heart that increases speed and use the Kingdom of Death to attack at close range, but you will be killed by me the moment you unlock it. There was a decisive gap in the strength of the two sides at this moment. Unless Akhtar could maintain a distance of more than 10 meters to launch the Kingdom of Death at close range, there was no way to cause fatal damage to him. But as long as the Kingdom of Death is unfolded, it means that Akhtar will unfold the Kingdom of Speed, which will only accelerate Akhtar's death. Shimu exhaled, switched the weapon in his hand, changed it to the Sword of Light, and then released it without hesitation. Light turned into a torrent. Boom! The God of War also chopped down the axe in his hand at this moment, directly splitting the torrent of light, and even the direction where Akhtar was located was cut into two halves, just like an oil painting being cut into two halves. This is the current value of the God of War, which is so powerful that it is exaggerated and unsolvable, and can split the torrent of light head-on. The previous means of winning were ineffective at this moment. However, survive in the world of death. Another Akhtar suddenly rushed out and came to the side of the God of War, and without hesitation, he opened the Kingdom of the Heart 10 meters away. At the same time, Shimu in the distance released the Sword of Light again, and the torrent of light surged again, directly submerging the God of War. Then more than a dozen axe lights flashed, attacking everything around indiscriminately. I give you that sentence back. You are very weak now. The God of War laughed wildly, glanced at the dodged Akhtar's clone, rushed towards Akhtar's body, and kept slashing the axe in his hand. Each slash was stronger than the torrent of light. Occasionally, when Akhtar's clone approached and opened the Kingdom of Death to him, he immediately changed the target of attack, so that Akhtar's clone could not get close. It is rare to be able to unfold two kingdoms in the heart at the same time, but he has long known that Akhtar has a clone, and he has long anticipated that Akhtar will use the clone to approach and unfold the kingdom of death, so he has always been very alert. Now all he needs to do is to attack frantically, suppress Akhtar with absolute strength, and ensure that Akhtar's clone cannot get closer than 10 meters. The balance of victory is obvious at this moment. Akhtar is going to lose. A god said excitedly, although it was unexpected that Akhtar could fight the god of war to such a degree, but now Akhtar has no ability to resist. This is the difference in absolute power. Akhtar's information has been exposed too much. A god next to him commented, if the god of war did not know that Akhtar had the ability to clone, and did not know that he could unfold the kingdom of death, maybe Akhtar could use the information gap to kill the god of war, but unfortunately he has leaked too much information. This may not be a good thing. The sword goddess suddenly said, if Akhtar is in a desperate situation, he might directly ask the witch of death to come. The atmosphere froze in an instant. The excited gods nearby immediately froze, and they also reacted at this time. If Akhtar started to summon the witch of death regardless of anything, all the gods present would begin to be in danger. Maybe they would be unlucky enough to be involved and killed. Akhtar, why did you take out the parrot? A goddess with long purple hair suddenly widened her beautiful eyes, and pointed at Akhtar in the duel field. He took out a parrot, as if he was hesitating and making a decision. Does he want to sacrifice and summon the witch of death? It's not strange to summon the witch of death in this situation, right? The unknown male god twitched his mouth. Now Akhtar has fallen into a desperate situation. Not only is he being beaten by the god of war, who is full of attack desire, but even his own magic power is about to be exhausted. It's not surprising that he chose to summon the witch of death. I go buy an orange. He stood up on his knees, and his figure disappeared directly from the duel field, so as to avoid the witch of death coming and launching an indiscriminate massacre. Although the duel field is guarded by the goddess of life and others, it does not mean that the witch of death cannot harvest a wave of weak gods. The gods around the duel field began to leave one after another, and the originally very lively duel field began to become empty, with only a few gods, who were very confident in their own strength staying. This is also reflected in the power of the god of war. The power that could have easily suppressed Akhtar has now become a little reluctant, although it still has an absolute advantage in strength. However, this has given Shimu room to fight back. As the sword and axe collided head-on again, pulling brilliant sparks, illuminating the cheeks of Shimu and the god of war. I've told you. You're very weak. Shimu smiled viciously, and released the sword of light in his hand. The overflowing torrent of light hit the body of the god of war head-on, and the remaining force continued to fall, and pierce through the sky. Chapter 210. Tick. 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 Blood dripped from his fingertips onto the gravel, and then his palms stretched to the side, grasping the axe stuck in the ground. The god of war raised his head, looked at Akhtar, who was slowly approaching him with black flames all over his body, and showed an unprecedented happy smile. I might die here. He swung the axe, and the violent power stirred up a sandstorm, as if to engulf the whole world. This feeling is really exciting. Really? Shimu looked cold, looking at the god of war whose body had begun to heal, and unexpectedly did not seize the opportunity to attack. This was not because he had any chivalry, but simply waiting for the god of war's power to decline, so that it would be easier to kill the god of war. To deal with a guy like the god of war, who has a nearly invincible ability, you need to consider a lot. It is not easy to kill him by brute force, unless the player can reach the height of omnipotence, and then rely on strong hard power to kill the god of war. Otherwise, you need to think more and use all the factors that can be used, so that you can kill the god of war. Akhtar, you may be unexpectedly suitable for the road of war. The god of war felt that his body had recovered almost, and took steps to approach Akhtar. The axe in his hand rubbed against the gravel on the ground, leaving a clear mark. Not only relying on violence to solve the enemy, but also taking other factors into consideration, which in turn affected the outcome. He said sincerely, I am a little fascinated by you. After the words fell, the axe in his hand had already chopped out, and collided head-on, with the sword of light in Akhtar's hand. Bang! The power burst out from the collision point, spreading in all directions. The air made a mournful cry, as if it was a frightened bird fleeing, forming a nearly vacuum zone, and the endless gravel piled under the feet was carried away by the fleeing air. Looking down from the sky, you can see a huge deep pit, as if it had been hit by a meteorite from outer space. Then, bang! A series of sword and axe collisions, sparks and roars, shook the desert, and the sunken deep pits were constantly expanding, as if a giant was punching from the sky. Until, clang! The axe suddenly slipped out of his hand, circling and inserted into the sand. The god of war knelt on his knees, and bright red blood flowed from his chest. The sword of light was drawn out. Shimu kicked the god of war in the abdomen, making him fly to the horizon like a cannonball, and then released the sword of light once. The flying god of war turned into ashes and disappeared. He won. You won't die so easily, will you? Shimu looked around and said with great confidence, Are you planning to attack me while I'm relaxed? No, it just takes time to resurrect. The voice of the god of war suddenly came from the void, and the figure of the god of war stuck in the sand not far away emerged and pulled out the axe stuck in the sand again. The god of war shook the axe to confirm that there were no major problems with his physical condition. In order to prevent himself from being killed by Akhtar's survival in the kingdom of death, he went to hell to find a partner. And his ability is that all people are devoted to him, and he can attribute his own injuries, death to the people under his rule. Even the power of instant death can be transferred to the people to avoid death. However, this ability has a limit, that is, the people must recognize him as the ruler from the bottom of their hearts, and be willing to die for this ruling area. Otherwise, this ability will not work. As expected of the god of war, it's really hard to kill, Shimu said, and then continued to rush towards the god of war. At present, his value is still not as good as the god of war, and there is still a huge power gap between the two sides. If it is not for the assistance of the power of the time cocoon, he is not the opponent of the god of war at all. But if the heart country that started with the assistance of the mayor's ability is added, the situation will be reversed. Although the power is not as strong as the god of war, the speed is undoubtedly crushing the god of war, plus his understanding of the god of war's attack habits. The effect achieved is crushing. Poochie! The arm holding the axe was broken, gushing shocking blood, and then the sword light flashed through the void. The head of the god of war turned over and fell to the ground. However, soon the figure of the god of war reappeared as if refreshed, and grabbed the axe that fell to the ground again. Can I always be resurrected? Shimu asked, while continuing to attack the god of war. Theoretically, it is possible to kill the god of war, who is worshipped by all people. As long as the number of killings is enough, the god of war will sooner or later not have enough believers to pass on the cost, and the god of war can be killed. But that is only in theory. There is no way to unlock my immortality. The god of war took a few steps back, and the axe in his hand blocked Akhtar's slash. Then you will be dragged to death here by me. After several rounds of battles, Akhtar's magic power was greatly depleted, and he continued to use the kingdom in his heart and shadow magic to replenish his strength, consuming a lot of magic power all the time. Even if Akhtar has become a demon, he cannot sustain this consumption for a long time. Sooner or later, he will be unable to use the kingdom of heart and shadow magic due to insufficient magic power. At that time, Akhtar was a lamb to be slaughtered. Really? Shimu took a few steps back. His lips moved slightly, and he untied the kingdom of heart, and then unfolded it again. This time, he did not unfold it to the outside world, but wrapped himself and the god of war in the kingdom of heart, surviving in the world of death. As the voice fell, the scenery of the world suddenly changed. There was no life in the cold and lonely world. The cold moon in the sky cast its light, reflecting the gray earth. The expansion of the kingdom of heart is so large that it is not enough to kill me. The god of war looked around. With Akhtar's expansion of the kingdom of heart that could cover several countries, it was not enough to kill him. At most, he would be weakened. However, Akhtar, who had unlocked the kingdom of speed, did not have the extreme speed that crushed everything before. This was obviously not worth the loss. You obviously don't have the ability to resurrect. Shimu didn't care, and said to the god of war, the result is already very obvious. In order to deal with my kingdom of death, you found a person with the ability to resurrect as a partner. His voice was too cold. And the only person who has the ability to resurrect and can be your partner is probably the man healed 500 years ago. By transferring the harm to his own people, he gained the ability to be almost immortal. The god of war admitted frankly, that's right. How many people are there in Hilt? Shimu asked. In order to completely eliminate everything related to Hilt, the gods and the church eliminated all of Hilt's people. Even if there are some left, how many can there be? He showed an extremely bad smile. You are just using Hilt's ability, which does not mean that your believers are consumables for all people to worship. The consumables consumed now are only Hilt's remaining people in the past, and humans are not enough to rely on a single person to revive the gods. Guess how many times you can revive? The game officials will not create NPC characters that are difficult to kill. NPC characters like the god of war, who have not reached the height of omnipotence, obviously have little relevance to the later plot, and it doesn't matter if they are killed in advance. so it is impossible to arrange unsolvable immortality. Unless it is a crucial NPC character like the Witch of Death or the Goddess of Life, the game officials will try their best to arrange a mechanism that is difficult to kill in order to ensure the smooth development of the plot, so as to prevent the complete collapse of the plot advancement. This is very similar to the fact that the Plague Goddess will inevitably be assassinated at the beginning. In order to smoothly advance the plot, the Plague Goddess is said to be a dying existence. But the God of War does not have such a setting. On the contrary, in order to make the God of War killable, the game officials also deliberately arranged loopholes in the ability of the God of War. The purpose is to allow players to slowly grind the God of War to death. Then it will be fine as long as I am not killed by you. The God of War laughed heartily, kicked the ground suddenly, and rushed towards Akhtar. Now Akhtar no longer has the blessing of speed, and it is impossible to use the advantage of speed to kill him like before. However, survive in the world of death. A familiar voice came, and Akhtar suddenly squatted down, revealing the clone behind him. In the kingdom of the heart of the same nature, it is extremely difficult to detect the expansion. At this time, as long as the clone from the outside world is suddenly pulled into the kingdom of the heart, and then the clone suddenly expands the kingdom of the heart, the effect of instant death can be successfully achieved. The 10-meter wide kingdom of death enveloped the God of War, causing the God of War's pupils to suddenly lose their light, and then they were devoured by the black flames and turned into ashes. At the same time, fight to the death in the world of ashes. Shimu unlocked the kingdom of death, and then unfolded the kingdom of ashes again, with a range of 10 meters, as if an inverted sphere was wrapping the kingdom of death. The flames of ash instantly filled every corner of the kingdom of death. If they were not the same user, they would probably burn the kingdom of death in an instant. What is this? The God of War was resurrected, and everywhere he looked was the blazing flames of ash, as well as the rules of death that were transmitted. Before he could figure it out, his consciousness stopped abruptly. The resurrection range of the people's return is limited. If someone expands the kingdom of the heart, then the resurrection range can only be in the kingdom of the heart. Shimu looked at the God of War, who was resurrected and burned to ashes, and said in a calm tone that was frightening, "If you are trapped in a small kingdom of the heart, and that kingdom also contains a very strong dead effect, it will be very bad. This is not some secret information. As long as someone has specially collected information about Hilt, they can know how Hilt was killed in the end. It was also someone who expanded a small kingdom of the heart, and then used the special ability of the small kingdom of the heart to repeatedly kill Hilt until Hilt was completely killed. Of course, knowing is knowing. Whether it can be done is another matter. If the God of War is still in peak condition, and has the blessing of the power of the gods, even if the kingdom of the heart is expanded within a range of 10 meters, it will be shattered by war in an instant. Now most of the gods have left the dual field, and the power of the God of War has been weakened to a certain extent. At this time, the God of War no longer has the spare energy to easily smash the kingdom in his heart. The battle is over. Shimu reappeared in the dual field, standing on the hot gravel, and a charred corpse fell behind him, turning into ashes and slowly disappearing. You actually won? The God of Duel came over and glanced at the God of War, who was burning into ashes, and his voice was full of incredibleness. He thought that Akhtar would never win, but who would have thought that the situation was different from what he expected? First, the gods left the dual field one after another, causing the God of War to fall into weakness, and then Akhtar accurately guessed the source of the God of War's resurrection ability, and set a trap to get rid of the God of War. It was obviously an extremely unfavorable situation, but under Akhtar's calm fight, it naturally led to victory. It felt like Akhtar had known everything about the God of War for a long time. Didn't I say that he is very weak? Shimu laughed, looked at the audience, and asked a few gods. Who will be my opponent next? Are you sure you want to continue fighting? The God of Duel frowned, looking at Akhtar, whose magic power was almost dry, with a look of regret. Your next enemy is the God of Destruction in the omnipotent field. If possible, he didn't want Akhtar to die, because only this man could make his dual field a real dual field, instead of using it as an arena all the time. What else? Shimu lowered his eyes gently. Do you think I can still leave alive? God of Duel, why can't I leave alive? Now, as long as Akhtar runs to the side of the Goddess of Life and hugs the big white legs, he can leave the duel arena alive. Don't talk so much nonsense. Shimu shook his head, looked deeply at the Goddess of Life in the audience and said, everything should be over. The God of Duel reacted, do you want to die? You don't want to make things difficult for the Goddess of Life, so you want your own death to end everything? A puzzled male voice suddenly came. Shimu retracted his sight, and looked at the man walking not far away. He looked different from most gods. He had 6 arms and an eyeball on his forehead. His momentum gave people a violent and sacred feeling. Then I will satisfy you. The eyes of the god of destruction closed in front of his forehead and slowly began to open. The breath of destruction filled every corner of the duel arena. This is an enemy that can never be defeated. Shimu clenched the sword of death and ignited a black flame. He was not afraid of the god of destruction at all. However, the god of destruction did not show an expression of approval for his will, but instead looked at Akhtar's back with a subtle expression. Could this guy not pretend to be so fearless and not afraid of death? What do you want to do to my followers? The Witch of Death appeared behind Akhtar at some point. Her sapphire-like eyes were unusually cold. Close your eyes, or you will become a corpse that cannot close its eyes.